In the pitch black and enigmatic depths of the Abyssal Sea, amidst mysterious islands and horrifying grotesque creatures, humankind is not the protagonist of this sinister realm. Madness and death reign supreme. The humble supplications to the denizens of the deep merely prolong the wretched existence of pitiful souls who languish in darkness, gradually becoming distorted. To reclaim humanity's former glory, one must venture forth in a steamship, armed with a resolute determination to confront the inevitable perils of the abyss. Chapter 1. The Captain's Log. June 14th, Year 8, Clear Skies. Recently, the indistinct whispers have returned to my ears, those strange sounds, chaotic and shadowy. This wretched place is hardly fit for human habitation. My first mate, old John, suggested I seek out the fragrant ladies at the Red Lipped Inn. I must confess, the notion tempted me, but in the end, I resisted. I cannot squander my hard-earned echo coins in such frivolity. I must not relent for a moment if I wish to return home. Humanity is a terrestrial species, and our presence in the Abyssal Sea signifies a path back to the surface. I shall find it. Just yesterday, I dreamt of my family. How I miss them. Yet their faces are fading from my memory. The sudden lurch of the rat ship interrupted Charles Reade's writing. The antiquated oil lamp beside his journal cast a dim light upon his countenance. With ebony pupils and raven hair, he bore the visage of an ordinary Asian man, yet his pallor was nearly translucent, reminiscent of a cinematic vampire. Viewed through the lens of modernity, Charles might have been deemed somewhat handsome, yet at this moment, his demeanor was heavy and weary, betraying an unusual frailty. After listening intently to the sound of the waves outside, Charles discerned no anomalies and picked up his pen to continue writing that I need not rely on those specialized service workers. Journaling can similarly alleviate my auditory hallucinations. I have managed to sleep a full 5 hours each night. Recently, such restful slumber has eluded me for far too long. Of course, taking heed of the cautionary tales of my predecessors, I deliberately inscribed these words in a language only I can comprehend: Chinese. A harsh metallic screech from outside pierced the air, resembling something clawing relentlessly at the ship's hull with sharp nails. Bang! The diary was abruptly closed as a frown creased Charles' brow, and he strode towards the circular porthole. Peering out, he beheld a sight unchanged from 8 years prior. A lightless sky and a murky green sea merging in the distance to form a shroud of darkness. The enveloping obscurity governed all, and within its depths, something monstrous seemed to brew, exuding an aura of the uncanny. Yet in the Abyssal Sea, there were no stars, no moon. The endless night was the prevailing theme, and this darkness served as proof that all was as it should be. Gazing at the familiar scene beyond the window, Charles' brow furrowed more deeply. His years of nautical experience warned him that something was amiss, prompting him to investigate further. He opened the nightstand, revealing hundreds of gleaming bullets that rolled back and forth with the undulating waves. Drawing his revolver and skillfully loading it, he made his way to the helm. "Captain, why are you up so early? Your shift hasn't even begun," inquired the helmsman, a scruffy old man with a beard. Beside him, slumped in a chair, was a youth of 17 or 18, his sailor's garb marking his station. Both bore the pallid complexion characteristic of Eastern Europeans, much like Charles himself. "First mate, is the rat ship experiencing some turbulence? Is our course steady?" Charles inquired, directing his attention to John at the helm. Upon finishing his question, he approached and kicked the chair leg, jolting the young man awake. "Daha! It's likely just those underwater creatures catching a whiff of our flesh. You know, in the Abyssal Sea, there are far more grotesque beings than fish. Fear not. The rat ship is ironclad. They cannot breach us." The old man chuckled, stepping back to cede control to his captain. Despite the first mate's reassurances, Charles remained vigilant. In such a bizarre locale, humanity was no longer at the apex of the food chain. Survival depended solely on caution. He pressed a button on the antiquated equipment, illuminating the forward searchlight, and scanned the surface of the sea through the transparent glass. Between the cabin and the helm lay a deck cluttered with cargo, and the ship itself appeared diminutive, spanning just over 30 meters in length. The route to the Coral Isles has been traversed countless times by various cargo vessels. Those creatures would not seek to provoke us unnecessarily. Something is amiss, he mused. Gripping the polished helm with furrowed brows, old John blinked in surprise. "Could we have deviated from our course? That seems unlikely. The beacons are still visible in the distance," he replied, pointing towards the faint, flickering light on the horizon. In the starless depths of the Abyssal Sea, the only guides were the compass and the scattered navigational beacons. As long as they could see the beacons, it signified that the route was a safe passage discovered by exploratory vessels. At that moment, Charles' pupils constricted to pinpoints as he swallowed hard. "How long have you been watching that beacon?" he demanded, Probably a few minutes. I've been keeping my eyes glued to it, John replied, his voice trailing off in fear as the reality dawned upon him. After so long at sea, they had yet to pass this beacon, which was clearly moving at the same speed as their steamship. Something was terribly wrong. Suddenly, Charles sprang into action, hands spinning the helm with fervor as he turned sharply to the left. With a cacophony of metal creaking, the steamship began to veer away, and thankfully, the rat ship turned quickly, distancing itself from the strange beacon. Before he could exhale in relief, the young man pointed frantically at the glass window behind him, his eyes wide with terror. "Captain, that thing is closing in on us. It's so fast. It's going to catch up. Damn it," Charles bellowed at a nearby pipe. "Chief engineer, crank the boiler to maximum. Something is pursuing us." "Aye, Captain," came a hearty voice from the pipe. Thick, black smoke billowed from the ship's funnel as their speed began to escalate. "It's still gaining on us. Its speed is incredible. What manner of beast is that?" The youth's voice, tinged with sheer panic, rose several octaves, his body trembling like a leaf, on the verge of collapse, deep. "Close your eyes," Charles snapped, his tension peaking as he kicked the lad's leg, sending him sprawling to the floor. John pressed the boy's head down forcefully against the deck, his face flushed as he shouted, "Don't look, don't listen, don't think. The captain will get us home." Just then, a resounding crash echoed through the cabin, and the ship shook violently, sending the two men tumbling. Charles clung desperately to the helm, preventing himself from being thrown off balance. "Captain, it has collided with us." Charles' face turned ashen, his jaw clenched tightly as he gritted his teeth. He leaned close to the pipe and hissed, "Chief engineer, overload the boiler for 30 seconds. "Captain, that's impossible. It's too old. It will explode." Chapter 2. The monster do as I say. "I know my ship." Charles bellowed into the engine room, turning his gaze to the first mate sprawled on the deck. He commanded, "John, jettison half the cargo." He understood that in dire moments, hesitation was a luxury they couldn't afford. Survival took precedence. "Aye." The stout, elderly man kicked open the cockpit door and hastened away. Each splash of cargo hitting the water was a pang in Charles's heart. Fortunately, the series of measures proved effective. After several more impacts, the lightened raft began to accelerate, gradually distancing itself from the pursuing entity. When the true navigational beacon finally loomed into view, Charles, drenched in a cold sweat, slowly relaxed his grip on the helm. The young boy, trembling, crawled to Charles's feet, clutching his leg. "Captain, I saw." Charles pinched the boy's cheek, preventing him from continuing. "Before boarding, what was the third thing I told you? The monsters of the deep must not be seen or contemplated. Unless they approach our vessel, their sighting remains unspoken." "Good. Now stand and set the anchor. Then gather everyone on deck. I need to take a head count." Charles released the boy and exited the cockpit. The deck was a scene of disarray, awash with seawater, and cargo ropes floated erratically. Wading through ankle-deep water, Charles reached the stern. The spindle-shaped end was caved in as if struck by a colossal hammer, coated in an unidentified, fetid black slime. The shape suggested the immense size of the creature that had collided with the ship. However, 8 years at sea had eroded Charles's curiosity. His mind was preoccupied with other matters. "Repairs are going to cost a fortune," Charles muttered, his aspirations receding further into the distance. At that moment, the murmuring voices returned, seemingly emanating from the surrounding darkness. "PHNGLWMGLWNF. Damn it." Charles furrowed his brow, clenching his fist and striking his forehead repeatedly. The pain dulled the unsettling effect of the murmurs. Seeing the crew assembling on deck, Charles lowered his hand and approached them. The men, a motley assortment of heights and builds, snapped into a line upon their captain's arrival. Regardless of their appearances, their faces were ashen, mirroring Charles's own pallor. "John, first mate. I assist the captain, organize work plans, and oversee cargo stowage. I'm also helmsman 1224, the stout elder stated first. Standing beside John was a robust, towering figure, his blue overalls stained with oil. As the first mate finished, he promptly continued, "James, chief engineer. I maintain the engine's operational order, as well as the propulsion system, auxiliary equipment, boilers, lubrication, cooling, and fuel systems." Next to the towering figure was a gaunt man, tall and slender as a utility pole. Fry cook, responsible for the crew's meals. Following the cook was a wan-faced Deep, visibly shaken. "Deep, ordinary seaman. I'm responsible for cleaning the deck and maintaining the anchor, cables, and loading equipment." Scanning the 4 men, Charles immediately noted someone was missing. "Where's the bosun?" The men exchanged glances, but no one answered. "Aya!" A blood-curdling scream suddenly erupted from below deck. "Something's aboard. Arm yourselves," Charles shouted, leading the charge. As they entered the dimly lit crew quarters, a chilling sensation gripped everyone. Only 2 figures were in the cabin, one standing, the bosun, his face contorted in terror, the other prone, unrecognizable, his skin flayed. each contact with the floor sending agonizing tremors through his raw flesh. He lay there, emitting a continuous, desperate moan, his life force ebbing away. Jim. Ascertain his identity. Charles swiftly drew his revolver. The bosun, fear etched on his face, crawled over to the mangled head, straining to hear. After a few seconds, he turned back, his eyes wide with horror, pointing at Charles. Captain. He says he's you. Me? Hearing the panicked footsteps of the crew behind him, Charles resolutely aimed his weapon at the bosun. Charles, captain, responsible for the safe transport, production, and administration of the vessel, ensuring the safety of the ship and crew to the greatest extent possible, and handling emergencies decisively and prudently. I'm Helmsman 012. Bosun, report your post. Kill him. He's no longer your captain. The bosun shrieked, pointing at Charles. Bang. As Charles pulled the trigger, a bloody hole appeared in the bosun's forehead, oozing a semi-coagulated, dark yellow fluid instead of blood. Exposed, the shot bosun's body began to contort and transform. His mouth split open to the back of his head, and his limbs swelled rapidly, emitting a bizarre hiss as he lunged at Charles. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets rained down on the bosun, his skin tearing like a tattered sack, revealing a black, decaying, toad-like torso beneath. After expending all 6 rounds, the creature remained alive, flailing its limbs and pouncing at the humans before it. Charles, as if accustomed to such encounters, remained unfazed. He rolled to the side, evading the monster's attack. During the dodge, his hands were already reloading the revolver. In a flash, he fired another 6 shots. Under the barrage of 12 bullets, the monster's reverse joints buckled, and it collapsed lifelessly. Breathing heavily, Charles glanced at the nauseating corpse and turned to his terrified crew. Don't stand there. Throw this thing overboard, Charles ordered, approaching the inert, bloodied figure. Ignoring the overwhelming stench, he straightened the head. Noticing the missing tooth, Charles realized this was the real bosun, and the previous one was an imposter from the deep. A flicker of anguish crossed Charles's face, but he quickly composed himself. He reloaded his gun and began patrolling his ship, searching for any remaining infiltrators. Deep and First Mate John struggled to carry the body. The boy said to his companion in astonishment, "The captain is so amazing." Of course. Why else would he be the captain, and you just a sailor? He was just like you when he first came aboard. Really? What was Captain Charles like when he first came aboard? That's a long story. Must have been 7 or 8 years ago. I was serving as a third mate on another ship. Charles drifted in from the sea. When we found him, he couldn't even speak. Really? How did he become captain? The old captain took pity on him and had him follow the ship. When we returned to port and realized he wasn't a monster, we kept him on board. He learned to speak and work as a sailor. Not long after learning to speak, he announced his intention to acquire a ship and lead all of humanity back to the land of light. We all laughed at him, thinking he was crazy. What happened then? Subsequently, he ascended through the ranks from a mere sailor to the esteemed position of bosun, and thence to the role of third mate. Just as we all anticipated his imminent promotion from third to second mate, he astounded us by amassing sufficient funds to acquire a pre-owned freighter, the very vessel beneath our feet, affectionately known as the Rat. Chapter 3. Relic my bosun is perished again, claimed by those entities. How long must this endure? I am weary. At times, I ponder if I am already deceased, and this is perdition. Yet, that seems improbable. The demons of hell are far more endearing than these creatures. Everything here defies logic, including the humans. Upon my arrival, I surmised that their stage of development was akin to the nascent Industrial Revolution. However, I later discerned that they had also accrued a considerable number of technological advancements in the mystical domain. Even so, it is futile. Humanity persists in a wretched existence, akin to ants. The perils lurking in the shadows are manifold. We are not the sole communal civilization here. Charles's ruminations were interrupted by a knock at the door. The voice of the sailor, deep, resonated from beyond. Captain, we are approaching Coral Main Island. Charles strode to the ship's prow, his gaze fixed upon the lighthouse, intermittently visible in the darkness. A sigh of relief escaped his lips. At long last, they had arrived. As the Rat drew nearer, a colossal island emerged from the gloom behind the beacon. The ashen pallor of the coral rock constituted the island's predominant hue, mirrored in the myriad human dwellings perched atop it. The port of the Coral Islands bustled with activity, with steamships of varying dimensions navigating its waters. Weather-beaten sailors brandished their hats in jubilation, celebrating their continued survival. This was a recently developed island, one that could sustain human existence. However, coral alone was insufficient. It necessitated resources from other islands, thus providing a livelihood for cargo vessels such as the Rat. Among the throngs of people on the docks, many possessed ears that curled inward, a telltale sign of the Coral Islands natives. After residing on the Coral Islands for 5 years or more, human ears would inexplicably curl inward, the cause remaining shrouded in mystery. Yet, this did not deter the fervent desire of individuals from other islands to immigrate here. Compared to the tribulations of other islands, The ear deformation was deemed a minor inconvenience. Following a swift transaction with the administrator, Charles emerged from the dock with a somber countenance. His premonitions had been realized. A significant portion of the cargo was missing. This voyage had not only failed to generate profit but had also resulted in a loss, rendering the past 2 months a futile endeavor. The allocation of resources at the docks would necessitate a period of time, providing the crew of the Rat with a brief respite. Adjacent to the docks lay a row of edifices of varying heights, some serving as inns for the sailors, while others offered more hedonistic pursuits. Along the bustling thoroughfare, tattered beggars reclined or lay prostrate, muttering words comprehensible only to themselves. These were mariners driven to madness by the terrestrial sea, their experiences unknown. To avoid succumbing to a similar fate, one must heed the ironclad laws of the sea: see nothing, hear nothing, think nothing. They were fortunate, for in most instances, sailors who encountered maritime disasters simply vanished with their ships. The doors of the batten creaked open, revealing a hall ablaze with light, where a group of burly men, engrossed in their libations, cast furtive glances at the newcomer. However, upon detecting the briny tang emanating from Charles, they nonchalantly averted their gaze. Those who had braved the seas and returned alive were not to be trifled with. I require lodging for 5 days, and a meal delivered to my chambers. 5 days of lodging will be 630 echo coins, and the delectable bread and mushroom soup will be 30, totaling 660. Within the dank confines of his room, Charles savored his repast. The cuisine of the underworld was far from palatable. Charles tore the black bread into fragments and immersed them in the viscous mushroom soup. Even when soaked in the broth, the acrid black bread still rasped against his throat, but he had grown accustomed to it. Charles retrieved a mobile phone from his inner pocket, haphazardly swiping at the scratched screen, which remained perpetually dark, mirroring the sky outside. The solitary sound in the room was the slow mastication of Charles. "Captain, are you within?" The voice of old John suddenly echoed from beyond the door. Charles swiftly concealed the phone. "Enter. The door is ajar." The first mate cautiously entered, his countenance etched with a hint of contrition. "Captain, I wish to inform you that I am relinquishing my position." Charles's brow furrowed slightly. "Why? Have you not witnessed such occurrences before?" He was mentally prepared for someone to depart after each sailor's demise. He had initially anticipated that Deep, the one who had been terrified to the point of incontinence, would be the most likely to leave. However, it was John, who had accompanied him throughout the journey, who now sought to depart. John vehemently waved his hand. "I am too old. I have been dozing off while steering. I wish to distance myself from the terrestrial sea." Charles's mood deteriorated further, but he did not attempt to dissuade him. "Let us part amicably." He placed a small stack of banknotes on the table. "This is your share." John accepted his remuneration but did not turn to leave, remaining in place with a hesitant expression. "Is there something else?" "Well, Captain, as you are aware, I have managed to save a modicum, but I have squandered the majority of my funds on those women. This sum is insufficient to sustain me for the remainder of my days." "What? Do you expect me to provide you with a subsidy?" No. I am fully cognizant that such a request is untenable. I possess a valuable item that I intend to sell to you. Now that I am disembarking, I have no further need for such a weapon." As he spoke, John produced a black blade, approximately the length of a forearm, resembling a large dagger more than a sword. Charles cast a dubious glance at the corpulent old man. The blade was indeed the first mate's weapon, but he had no need for close-quarters combat armaments. "Captain, do not underestimate this blade. It is a relic." Charles had previously heard tales of these mystical artifacts but had never encountered one. The origins of relics were shrouded in conjecture. Some claimed they emanated from the ocean, others from the fabled land of light, and still others from unexplored islands. Regardless of their provenance, it was certain that these objects possessed extraordinary powers. These powers manifested in myriad forms, and their utilization came at a price. The nature of the power dictated the severity of the cost. Charles had once witnessed a ring at an auction on the Isle of Britain, which fetched a price of 580,000. It granted the wearer temporary invisibility, but at the cost of an unbearable itching sensation throughout the body. What is the peculiarity of this blade? Upon hearing Charles's inquiry, John's spirits immediately soared. This weapon is exceedingly sharp, exceptionally sharp, remarkably sharp. He brandished the long blade, casting covetous glances at the surrounding furniture, seemingly contemplating testing its edge on some object. "Thank you, but there is no need. I still find firearms more efficacious. A mere revolver was indeed somewhat inadequate against those monsters." Charles desired relics for self-defense, but he had no interest in acquiring a useless trinket. Although the terrestrial sea's technological advancements were somewhat skewed, electricity had been introduced to some of the larger islands. In a world replete with guns and cannons, what use was a divine weapon, especially one with adverse effects? Perceiving Charles's reluctance to purchase, old John grew anxious. "Captain, it possesses another unique ability. It accelerates the body's healing capabilities when held." "Two abilities? What is the price?" "Relics are peculiar objects. The benefits and drawbacks are not always commensurate. At times, the benefits are minimal, while the adverse effects can render the relic's owner's life a living hell. It is not particularly severe. Prolonged handling can induce suicidal ideation. One simply needs to refrain from gripping it for extended periods. Charles accepted the black blade and was surprised by its lightness. The blade did not appear to be crafted from iron. It felt akin to plastic in his grasp. After inflicting a small cut on his hand with the blade's edge, the wound did indeed heal at an accelerated rate, albeit not to an exaggerated extent. Perhaps 3 times the normal pace. The cost was acceptable, and the benefit was not negligible. There was no physician aboard his ship, and this object could, to some extent, compensate for that deficiency. Charles resolved to procure the blade, understanding the importance of preparation. Despite the expense, he recognized the necessity of the purchase. With both parties possessing a comprehensive understanding of the item's value, Charles ultimately acquired the relic for 160,000 echoes. Chapter 4. The Futon cult. With the echoing currency clutched tightly in his hands, John turned to leave, a smirk of triumph on his face. However, just as he was about to step through the door, he hesitated and turned back, contemplating the figures intertwined in the shadows and light behind him. His words caught in his throat. "Captain, I'm leaving too. To be frank, why don't you come ashore as well? So what if you saved enough to buy an exploration vessel? The land of light does not exist." "It does exist," Charles replied calmly. Yet his eyes shone with unwavering resolve. How could something greater than the island hang in the sky, selflessly providing us with light and warmth, dispelling the darkness? That is all a fabrication of the cult of light. Seeing Charles fall silent, old John sighed and continued his persuasion. "When I first met you, even though you couldn't speak a word, you were so vibrant, so cheerful and self-assured. I thought what a fine young man you were. If I had a granddaughter, I would certainly introduce you to her. You need not hide it from me. I know you have been hearing the voice of the deity for many days now. If this continues, you will truly become mad. Let it go." Expressionless, Charles approached the door and slammed it shut with a resounding thud. "Child, you are too obsessed." John's footsteps faded away, leaving the outside world in silence once more. "Am I truly too obsessed?" Charles murmured to himself, leaning against the door, his expression twisting into anguish. "What is wrong with wanting to go home?" he suddenly shouted, anguish spilling forth. "I have committed no crimes. Why must such misfortune befall me? Why? 8 years. 8 long years. Why must I endure this torment? I just want to go home." The whispering voice returned to his ears, unsettling and relentless. "I curse you." In a fit of rage, he drew his pistol and pressed it against his temple, just as his trembling finger was about to pull the trigger. A muffled protest from the neighbor echoed through the wall. "What's all the noise? Keep it down." Startled, Charles fell silent, holstering his pistol and wrapping his wooden blade in a cloth. That night, he dreamed vividly, but upon waking, all memories of those dreams had vanished. Knock, knock, knock. The door was rapped upon once more. When Charles opened it, he was met by a bald man adorned with octopus tentacle tattoos. "Are you Captain Charles of the Rat Ship? My name is Hook. It's a pleasure to meet you." Charles scrutinized the stranger warily. The man had an ordinary appearance, but his malformed ears indicated he was a local from the Coral Islands, and the tattoos on his face revealed his allegiance. "What business do Futon's followers have with me? You don't intend to offer me as a sacrifice to your omnipotent deity, do you?" Unfazed by Charles's hostility, Hook replied, "You may not be fit to be a great one's offering, but I have other matters to discuss with you, Captain Charles. I hear you are in need of funds?" Charles was not surprised. This was not the first time such a character had approached him. "I do not smuggle contraband," he stated, attempting to close the door. In truth, he had lied. There were times he had engaged in smuggling, but he wished to avoid any further entanglement with the cult. The only difference between a Futon follower and a madman on the street was that the former could speak coherently. What sane person would worship the monsters of the sea as gods? Just as the door was about to close, a number floated through the crack. 1,000,000 echoes. Gazing at the black pupils peering through the gap, Hook's face broke into a confident smile. "Mr. Charles, this reward could completely rectify your financial deficit, allowing you to purchase a top-tier exploration vessel. Just imagine, if you discover a new island, you will possess your own land and become the governor of this new territory. With endless echoes and power at your disposal." Charles was uncertain how these individuals had discerned his intentions, yet he felt a stirring of interest. With such wealth, the path home would indeed become significantly shorter. He remained vigilant, aware that the Futon cult was far from a charitable organization. Any substantial reward would undoubtedly be accompanied by perilous risks. "What do you want me to smuggle?" Charles inquired cautiously. "It is not goods we wish you to smuggle, but rather to assist us in locating something. Please, follow me. Our high priest will provide you with the details." After a moment of contemplation, Charles opened the door and followed him outside. The two men traversed the fishy harbor area, making their way toward the residential district within the island. The living area of the coral main island lacked the chaos of the port, instead bustling with life. Without the grayish-white coral architecture, it could easily be mistaken for the streets of London in the mid-18th century. The island boasted modern amenities like banks, hospitals, clothing stores, and theaters. If not for the inhabitants' deformed ears and pallid skin, everything seemed remarkably ordinary. A bustling street thrived with activity, showcasing both the affluent and the destitute. As each individual busied themselves with their own affairs. Grilled spider crab legs, only 4 echo coins each. Daddy, I can't walk anymore. Extra, extra. Major news. Governor Nico is set to marry his 6th husband in 6 days. Excuse me, sir, may I have a moment of your time? Let me introduce you to our Father in heaven and our Savior, the all-knowing and omnipotent Futon Saito. Charles found it difficult to appreciate the serene scene. No matter how tranquil it appeared, everything felt as fragile as a bubble. Though exceedingly rare, islands inhabited by millions had sunk before, weaving through the pale buildings. They ultimately arrived in front of a grand cathedral. Upon entering, the surrounding sounds hushed instantly, revealing a massive stone sculpture in the center of the main hall. Barely resembling a human form. Though described as humanoid, its features were more akin to a standing, decaying octopus, with outwardly curling scales and an abundance of eyes that made one feel ill at first glance. In black robes, the followers stood in neat rows, softly chanting some consonant-less language that struck a familiar chord with Charles, reminiscent of the words he heard in his delusions. The high priest is in the confessional. Please, follow me, Hook instructed, leading Charles deeper into the throng. As they traversed the hall, security tightened. Every corner and doorway was manned by a cloaked follower. Though none spoke, Charles felt their gazes upon him. In a dimly lit chamber, Charles encountered the high priest of the Futon cult, a figure draped in red robes, prostrated upon the ground. Hook bowed respectfully and stepped back. The high priest slowly rose but did not turn around. Captain Charles, my order requires you to find something. A relic of my lord. Chapter 5. The high priest of the Futon sect. The voice of the high priest resonated with an aged, viscous quality, as if he were speaking with a mouthful of phlegm, causing Charles considerable discomfort. Where is it? He inquired. Not far. On a newly discovered island to the left of the Coral Archipelago. Charles pressed on. Why seek me? There are many stronger than I, be it men or ships. Ha ha ha, the place harbors certain dangers. We require a prudent captain, the high priest replied. Charles remained skeptical of the notion of certain dangers. Such a risk hardly warranted a reward of 1 million echo coins. You must have said this to others before. What became of them? The high priest's tone dripped with disdain as he retorted, Captain Charles, are you not the one who claims to wish to purchase an exploratory vessel? If you fear even this minor peril, you hardly seem like a hero destined to expand the frontiers of humanity. Realizing the red-robed figure was evading his question, Charles deduced that his predecessors had likely met with grim fates, confirming the treacherous nature of the location. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to accept the task. Fortune favors the bold, and he did not wish to linger any longer. As for the danger, in these waters, safety was but an illusion. There was no place devoid of peril. Very well, but how can I trust your word? The high priest appeared reasonable. I can deposit the reward in the Bank of Britain as a guarantee. He paused for a moment before continuing. I have a small query. Why is Captain Charles so eager to procure an exploratory vessel? Is it for power, echo coins, or perhaps honor? Charles chose honesty. To seek the land of light. At this revelation, the high priest trembled, his aged voice tinged with a hint of alarm. The land of light? You are not one of the luminaries, are you? Certainly not. Upon hearing Charles's response, the high priest exhaled in relief. That's good. If you were one of those heretics, we would have to reconsider our arrangement. Do not become entangled with them. Those heretics are nothing short of madmen, a true cult. Charles found himself stifling a laugh at the irony of the Futon followers, who reveled in human sacrifices, decrying others as cultists. By their standards, every religion in the depths of the sea was a cult, with rituals that were grotesquely anti-human. As Charles exited the confessional, the bald man, formerly known as Hook, entered, reverently placing a cup of crimson liquid behind the high priest. You are to sign the contract now, so we may set sail swiftly. Hook nodded, then hesitantly asked, High priest, do you believe this venture will succeed? A black octopus tentacle emerged from beneath the red robe, curling around the cup before retreating back within. Take your time. This is only the 9th. Patience. The Lord's treasures belong solely to us. Without wasting another moment, Charles followed Hook to the largest bank in the Coral Archipelago. Upon seeing the bald man inscribe the name of the Futon sect upon the contract, Charles felt a wave of reassurance. The legality of this agreement had been endorsed by the governor of the Coral Archipelago. The Futon sect could not afford to betray their word, for the repercussions would far exceed 1 million echo coins. Captain Charles, I understand your first mate has disembarked? What does that have to do with the matter at hand? Charles queried as he tucked the contract into his clothing. Nothing at all, merely to expedite your mission. The Futon sect has selected a first mate for you, one with ample sailing experience. I urge you not to refuse. Gazing at the bald man, Charles frowned slightly. To monitor me? Not at all. He is simply here to guide you. That island is quite remote. We fear you may not find it. Charles was indifferent, for now. Their interests aligned, and these individuals, however mad, would not send someone to hinder his progress at this juncture. I shall depart at 6 o'clock in 3 days. At the port 3 days later, the atmosphere was beginning to buzz with activity as laborers scurried about like ants, transporting cargo. Charles stood at the bow of the ship, awaiting his crew, while the other sailors lounged on the deck, engaged in casual conversation. Among them were 2 unfamiliar faces, fresh recruits, while the former sailor, Deep, had ascended to the rank of bosun. The suddenly promoted youth appeared elated, hands clasped behind his back, instructing the new sailors with an air of authority. Despite their greater age, the head cook and the wheelman, however, were less carefree, acutely aware that this mission was not as straightforward as it seemed. "James, I thought you would disembark like John," remarked the lanky cook, Fry. "The captain saved my life. Wherever he goes, I shall follow. Besides, he mentioned the rewards for this mission are substantial. Once I receive my pay, I can propose to Mazika," the large man replied, a look of bliss illuminating his features as he envisioned the wedding. "And if you perish? This is no mere delivery task. Exploring islands is the domain of explorers. I fear not. Accompanying you is not a bad fate." The wheelman contemplated something, then turned to his companion. "Fry, what about you? Why do you remain? You know my disposition. I am disinclined to move," Fry remarked, casting his gaze towards the back of his captain, exuding calmness. In truth, he remained because he had once caught a glimpse of the captain secretly wielding a rectangular object, capable of producing music akin to a phonograph, and even featuring ghostly theatrical performances. Although he was unaware of the object's nature, he sensed it was a potent relic, and he surmised that such artifacts exacted tears as a price. The usually rational captain had wept like a child that day. From that moment on, Fry felt an unwavering allegiance to this captain, believing that with such a powerful relic at his helm, his safety was assured. The monetary rewards of the sea were inconsequential. The workload mattered little, survival was paramount. In hindsight, Fry's choice proved wise, as those who set sail with him had perished, yet he remained unscathed. Suddenly, Charles squinted, spotting a procession of black-robed Futon followers traversing the laborers towards the dock, led by the bald man known as Hook. "Where are they? Hurry up. I am pressed for time." Charles's expression bore impatience. With a smile, Hook clapped his hands lightly, prompting one of the figures to step forward. Upon seeing the man's garb, Charles initially mistook him for a mummy, wrapped tightly in yellowish bandages, revealing not a hint of skin. "You may call him Bandage or whatever you wish. He was once a first mate and is well versed in the island's location. He will be of great assistance on this voyage. Is there something alive inside?" Charles's tone was laden with caution. "Fear not. He is a man, flesh and blood." Hook brandished a dagger, slicing across the bandaged man's face. Beneath the loosened wrappings lay dark skin, crimson blood oozing from the wound. "A black man? Are there still black people in this world?" Charles scrutinized further. Soon realizing his error, the man's skin was not black, but rather obscured by a dense tapestry of letters tattooed across his body, creating an illusion of darkness at first glance. Chapter 6. The Island of the Objective. Charles gestured towards the adjacent rat, then ascended the steps. Bandage, oblivious to the blood trickling from the wound on his face, offered a futinous salute to Hook before following suit. As the two were boarding, Hook extended his right hand, his bloody dagger plunging directly into the chest of a devotee to his left. "Ayya!" The agonized scream reverberated throughout the harbor. Other occupants of the port, recognizing the black robes of the futinist cultists, dared not interfere, burying their heads in their tasks. Charles, witnessing the scene, wore an expression of utter disgust. This was precisely why he had previously avoided contact with the futinist cult. He turned and shouted at Deep, who was hurrying over to spectate. "Enough gawking. Weigh anchor and set sail." Hook forcefully extracted a pulsating heart, which he then carried to the rat, smearing it against the hull while muttering incantations. "Get away. Don't touch my ship with that revolting thing." Charles instantly drew his revolver, aiming it at Hook's head. "Captain Charles, with this, your ship will be under the protection of a mighty being," Hook responded. "I don't require it." Charles's finger rested on the trigger. Seeing that Charles was not jesting, Hook, still holding the heart, offered a slight smile and took a step back. "Captain Charles, we futinist adherents have always been courteous and amicable. Why do you harbor such prejudice against us?" Gazing at the bloody heart in Hook's hand, Charles simply couldn't be bothered to explain. Under Hook's watchful gaze, black smoke began to billow from the rat's smokestack as it slowly navigated into the inky sea. "Deep, take the helm," Charles instructed his bosun before escorting Bandage to the captain's cabin. A faded nautical chart lay spread across the table. It was rudimentary, with vast swathes of blackness punctuated by a scattering of labeled islands. This is all that was available at the port. The Explorers Society possesses more detailed charts. "Where is your objective located? How far from Coral Island?" Bandage's right hand, encased in bandages, pointed unerringly towards an unmarked point within the darkness. "Uncharted territory, then." Charles was unsurprised by the response. Already explored islands would not command such a substantial reward. "What does your relic look like?" Charles continued his inquiry. Bandage paused, then haltingly replied, "A statue of the Holy Master, made of gold." Despite the somewhat stilted delivery, the voice was surprisingly youthful, sounding like that of a boy undergoing puberty. "Is it an artifact? What dangers lurk on the island?" Faced with Charles's persistent questioning, Bandage remained silent. "You may take the helm. Your shift is 1,224 hours. Should you require a restroom break, Deep can relieve you. I have taught in the basics of steering." Bandage silently rose and departed. Charles tapped his fingers on the table, organizing his thoughts. The task seemed simple enough: locate the item and return. But if it were truly so, the Futinist cult would not have sought external assistance. The location was undoubtedly perilous. The cult's first mate's reticence suggested two possibilities. Either he was genuinely ignorant, previous expeditions having met their end at the bottom of the sea, preventing the transmission of information, or the dangers were so extreme that he feared scaring Charles off by revealing too much. Neither prospect was encouraging. He would have to proceed cautiously. The voyage at sea was oppressive. The rat was woefully small, offering limited space to move about. Fortunately, aside from the two new sailors, the rest of the crew were accustomed to it. Charles initially harbored suspicions towards the new first mate, maintaining a covert vigilance. However, after several days of interaction, he observed that the individual named Bandage, aside from his deliberate speech and peculiar attire, exhibited no unusual behavior. He steered the ship with unwavering precision, demonstrating considerable skill. Charles's apprehension lessened, though not entirely extinguished. As the navigational markers gradually disappeared, the rat slowly entered uncharted waters. Without the distant beacons to guide them, the crew's anxiety heightened. A common adage among sailors was that when a vessel entered unexplored territory, the ocean floor had already reserved a place for its crew. Yet, days passed without the anticipated conflict. The sea remained as placid as a lake. Gazing down from the bow, the surrounding waters resembled solidified ink. This tranquility was far from reassuring. It felt like the deceptive calm before a tempest, an oppressive silence that suffocated the senses. Charles remained in a state of heightened alertness, patrolling the deck day and night, wary of any aquatic creature boarding the ship. The ship's searchlight pierced the darkness like a luminous lance, providing the crew with a modicum of security. July 1st, year 8 of transmigration, clear skies today. Everything remains normal. This palpable sense of dread is driving my crew to the brink. Deep spends every spare moment kneeling on the deck, beseeching various deities. I cautioned him against it. The gods of the terrestrial sea are not to be trifled with. Careless words invite misfortune. Fortunately, the cook discovered a nest of mice in the storage hold, diverting their attention. Watching them carefully and tenderly feed the tiny rodents, I feel a pang of melancholy. They have companionship, but what about me? Why was I the only one who transmigrated? Solitude is truly unbearable. If only I had a companion. Once the ink had dried, Charles closed the journal and placed it in the cabinet. From the bottom shelf, he retrieved a square glass bottle containing a tawny liquid. Raising it to his lips and taking a swig, the resulting dizziness eased the tension in his mind. Charles had never understood the appeal of alcohol, finding its bitter taste akin to horse urine. But he now understood. His weary mind craved the numbing effect of alcohol, but he refrained from further indulgence. A couple of sips to unwind were permissible, but insobriety would erode his resolve to return home. Just then, a sudden cheer erupted from outside. Startled, Charles quickly stashed the bottle and rushed to the deck. Bosun Deep ran towards Charles, gesticulating wildly, his face flushed with excitement, struggling to articulate his words. Charles's gaze swept beyond the ship's railing, piercing the distant darkness. Illuminated by the searchlight, a colossal form loomed directly ahead of the rat and island. They had arrived. The steamship slowly approached the shore, but the cheering gradually subsided. Along the island's coast, 8 dilapidated steamships lay moored, their hulls bearing the marks of decay. The oldest appeared to have been there for 2 or 3 years. The vessels remained motionless, resembling coffins adrift on the sea. How are there so many ships? Where are the people? Deep's anxious voice trembled slightly, but no one answered his question. Gazing at the island, a pall of unease descended upon everyone's hearts. Charles refrained from immediately disembarking. Instead, he led Deep and James as they boarded the nearest steamship. There was no blood, no chaos, and ample supplies of fuel and food. Everything was disconcertingly normal, save for the absence of the crew. A sudden realization struck Charles. He forced open the door to the captain's cabin and rummaged through the drawers until he found a hidden journal. Chapter 7. The Unperceived January 11th, 435 at long last. We have arrived. May the Almighty bless us. If I can retrieve the sacred artifact, I shall undergo the initiation ceremony and become a true servant of the Holy Master. This is the content of the last entry in the captain's journal, which reveals that he is a devout follower of the Futin faith. It is not difficult to surmise that prior to searching for Charles, the Futin sect sent their own adherents to this place. Charles instructed his crew to investigate other vessels, only to discover that their circumstances were largely similar. The captain's diaries all chronicled their final moments filled with excitement. As Charles pondered the reasons behind this phenomenon, the thin chef. Fry handed him a diary. "Captain, take a look at this. It appears somewhat different." Charles accepted it and opened the pages, his pupils dilating in shock. The beige journal was filled with frantic scrawls. "Beware. Do not approach the island. They are our own. They are not human. They want to consume us. I refuse to be devoured. I must return to the island, to safety." The island. The disjointed phrases demonstrated the writer's deteriorating mental state, sending chills through all who read it, leaving them to speculate on what horrors the captain had faced. Gulping nervously, Deep withdrew his head, warily observing his companions with whom he had shared countless days. The journal warned of danger from their own kind, suggesting that monsters lurked among them. Understanding Deep's thoughts, Charles playfully struck him on the head with the diary. "Stop your foolish thinking. We have yet to set foot on the island." "Captain, shall we still proceed?" Deep asked hesitantly. "Of course we shall," Charles declared resolutely, his expression firm. No danger could deter him from his path home, even if it meant facing death along the way. The ship, the Rat, gradually approached the shore, its rusted anchor splashing into the water as the black smoke from the chimney dissipated into the air. A wooden boat was lowered, and all aboard began their journey towards the ominous island. As they drew closer to the shadowy landmass, Charles opened a wooden crate, retrieving several flintlock rifles and revolvers, with a bottom layer filled with tightly packed bundles of explosives. He had procured an ample supply of equipment for this mission. Armed with weapons, the crew felt somewhat reassured. 7 strong men brandishing weapons leapt from the boat and traversed the sandy beach towards the distant forest. Though it was called a forest, not a single green leaf was visible. The gnarled branches appeared to be shrouded in a thick layer of rust, with the trunks grotesquely swollen in places, while in others they caved in unexpectedly. Walking among them evoked the sensation of traversing within the human body. The crew was aware that their objective was a golden Futon idol. Illuminated by the torches, they searched for anything that glimmered in the surroundings, yet found nothing. After a short while, a trail of scattered footprints appeared on the ground. The sight of these prints brought a slight sense of relief, for at least it indicated that others had traversed this path, suggesting it was relatively safe, whether their assumptions were accurate or not. After nearly 2 hours of walking without incident, they gathered a pile of branches to kindle a fire, and the tense atmosphere began to ease. The aroma of toasted white bread filled the air as the crew speculated about the fate of those who had vanished. "Do you think monsters devoured them? Much like those creatures of the sea?" "It seems unlikely. Some of those aboard the other ships were Futon followers, as you know, and creatures of the sea seldom attack them. I suspect the danger lies on the island itself." Charles refrained from joining the discussion, instead remaining vigilant as he scrutinized their surroundings. This peculiar forest was eerily silent, devoid of any sounds save for their own. Not even the chirping of insects or the calls of birds could be heard. The absence of any danger on the island was undeniably strange. He had perused numerous accounts from explorers, and not a single island in the ocean was devoid of peril. The islands occupied by humankind were only claimed after considerable effort had been made to eliminate threats. Much like the previous coral archipelago, upon first contact, humanity discovered that the island was, in fact, alive. Over 20 exploratory vessels banded together to wage war against the colossal coral, and it was said that many lives were lost before they managed to subdue it. Enough chatter. Let us finish our meals and continue our search. The longer we linger here, the greater the danger becomes. Upon hearing Charles's words, the crew ceased their idle talk and quickened their pace, replenishing their strength. They pressed onward. "Captain, I heard that upon our return, we shall board a great ship, correct?" Deep inquired softly. "Indeed. Splendid. Then I shall be able to manage a dozen sailors like the others aboard the grand vessels, instead of having none under my command as I do now." Casting a glance at the enthusiastic youth, Charles smiled faintly, appreciating the optimism of youth. However, upon their return, he would need to recruit more sailors. Although the Rat was not large, it was rather absurd to have none on board. Continuing along the path, the way seemed endless, stretching on without conclusion. Were it not for the sporadic footprints on the ground, Charles might have believed they were merely treading in place. After nearly 3 hours of walking, their legs weary and aching, the dense forest suddenly gave way, revealing a stone structure entwined with brown vines. The building appeared dilapidated, its purpose obscured. Whether it was a temple or a church was indiscernible. The grand wooden doors that should have adorned the entrance had vanished, leaving only a dark, gaping void. Charles gestured to the bandage-wrapped figure, his voice grave. "Is the artifact within?" The figure hesitated, then nodded slowly. "It should be. I am not entirely certain. I apologize. My memory is hazy." Regardless of uncertainty, Charles resolved to investigate. The footprints on the ground led directly to the entrance, remaining orderly and unchaotic, indicating that danger had yet to manifest. He turned to his companions, the sturdy gunner and the chef. "Let us proceed. The 4 of us shall enter." James and Fry nodded in agreement and followed Charles inside. The flickering torchlight illuminated the interior, which, in stark contrast to its crumbling exterior, appeared remarkably clean and spacious. The smooth red floor was devoid of dust, Yet the decor on the walls sent shivers down the spines of those who entered. The walls were adorned with grotesque reliefs, depicting unimaginable, deformed creatures entangled in a bizarre dance. They resembled hybrids of starfish and octopuses with eyes embedded in their strange central bodies. Through their contorted forms, it seemed they were engaged in some form of worship. However, the three men paid little attention to the unsettling carvings. Their gazes fixated upon the central gold statue, the bizarre, tentacled humanoid figure that was none other than the Futon deity. Chapter 8. A solitary figure. Eureka. Charles felt a surge of exhilaration as he laid eyes upon the object, unguarded and vulnerable, awaiting his grasp. If he could return it to the Coral Isles, his mission would be accomplished. However, just as he prepared to seize it, a sudden thought halted him. Was it truly this simple? If so, why had those who came before him vanished without a trace? As uncertainty clouded his mind, the figure beside him, wrapped in bandages, moved closer and lifted the idol of Ferran. He then returned to Charles's side, speaking in a slow, deliberate manner. Let us return. The high priest awaits. Despite a nagging feeling that all was not as it seemed, Charles pushed aside his reservations. The prize was in his possession. With a wave of his hand, he signaled to his crew to hasten their departure. The idol appears somewhat heavy. Let us share the burden for 30 minutes. The bandaged figure and James nodded in agreement, and they proceeded along the narrow path toward the shore. The golden statue was indeed burdensome, and even alternating their load proved taxing. Midway through their journey, Charles paused to rest, knowing that waiting until exhaustion set in could spell disaster should unforeseen circumstances arise. Sitting by the flickering campfire, he scanned the enveloping darkness with wary eyes. If the path forward bore no peril, then the threat must lie in their return. He could not afford to lower his guard. After a brief respite, Charles turned to the bandaged figure. We cannot afford to stop until we reach our destination. The figure nodded, hesitated for a moment, and then glanced about, murmuring, I believe I have forgotten something. Once we have the idol, nothing else matters. We must move swiftly. Impatiently, Charles pressed on, clutching the idol tightly. The figure fell silent, trailing behind him. The peculiar forest flickered in and out of view under the firelight, the only sounds being their labored breaths and footsteps in the stillness. Upon reaching the beach and catching sight of the rat's nest in the distance, a glimmer of joy broke through Charles's sweat-soaked visage. This adventure had been a success. If he could deliver the idol to the Fortan church, he could procure an exploration vessel and recruit a crew to find his way home. Yet, as he sprinted across the sandy shore towards the rat's nest, his steps faltered and the smile faded from his face, replaced by a troubling thought. Had he truly navigated this entire steamship alone? An inexplicable dread enveloped Charles as he replayed the events that had led him here. Invited by the Fortan church to seek their sacred relic, he had set sail solo on the rat's nest, prepared meals alone in the galley, fueled the turbine, cleaned the deck. Had he truly been the sole helmsman? Charles wandered the beach, clutching the golden idol, grappling with the stark reality. Once, he had crew members, first mate Old John and the bosun Dim. Yet Dim had met a grim fate at the hands of an underwater entity, and John had disembarked at the Coral Isles. After that, he was indeed alone aboard the rat's nest. Pain etched across his features as clarity struck him. Though his memories remained vivid, they contradicted the reality before him. This was impossible. He was no Superman. How could he have accomplished so much alone? There had to be an explanation. As his gaze inadvertently swept across the ground, he froze. 7 distinct footprints marred the sand, remarkably clear, indicating they had been made recently. Charles hastily discarded the idol, shedding his boots to compare his own footprints against one of the impressions. The patterns, size, and curvature matched. These were his prints. He had not come alone. His memories had been altered. A cold sweat broke out as he turned his gaze toward the nearby empty vessels, now understanding why they were devoid of crew. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to regain composure. The evidence was undeniable. He was not alone. He had crew members who had vanished, both from reality and from his mind. He had to find them. Returning alone was not an option. Yet a new dilemma loomed. How could he search for 6 individuals he did not recognize, who seemingly did not exist? Who were they? What were their names? Were they male or female? At that moment, a silhouette emerged into the light of the torch. As Charles beheld the figure, his pupils dilated in shock, and he instinctively drew his pistol, aiming it at the creature's head. It was a humanoid figure, entirely wrapped in tattered yellow bandages, which had been shredded to reveal the dark skin beneath. Stop. State your name. I am Bandage. No, that is not right. I am not Bandage. Who are you? Do you recognize me? Casting a quick glance at the bandaged figure's feet, Charles searched among the 7 sets of prints. The bandage patterns were imprinted clearly in the sand. Though it seemed incredible, this being was indeed one of his crew members. Charles lowered his revolver and quickly recounted the events to Bandage. Is that so? I cannot recall who I am. Do you know who I am? Bandage's voice trembled with uncertainty. We can discuss this later. Where did you escape from? Are there others with you? Charles pressed eagerly. The trees. The trees do not like me. They let me go. There are others. Charles struggled to decipher Bandage's words. But it seemed he held knowledge of the whereabouts of the others. "Lead me to them. We must rescue them." With the impressions of the remaining 5 pairs of footprints etched firmly in his mind, Charles followed Bandage back into the strange forest. The mist-laden woods remained eerily silent as Bandage guided him along the path littered with footprints. With the previous warning in mind, Charles noticed something unsettling. The footprints dwindled in number as they advanced, indicating that the others had indeed disappeared. Perhaps it was mere paranoia. But Charles felt as if unseen eyes were watching him from the depths of the forest. After half an hour of trekking, the swaying Bandage suddenly veered off toward the nearby woods, and Charles realized why the bandages were in such disarray. Chapter 9. The tree came alive. Charles tightened the bandage and wielded the black knife he'd pulled from his leg as a makeshift machete, hacking at the bandage-draped branches before him. The spiky limbs snapped easily, yet the cuts revealed nothing within. Deeper into the forest, Charles and his companions stumbled upon the horrifying sight of the others ensnared within the bandage-laden trees. A bizarre, stunted tree, its trunk covered in thorns, held the unconscious figures suspended in midair, impaled by the branches, like grotesque fruit swaying gently. And it was laden with such fruit. "Get them down," Charles commanded, gripping his blade and rushing forward. A youth tumbled to the earth, groaning in pain as he regained consciousness, bewildered. "Who are you? Have you seen my captain?" Charles, with no time for questions, hacked furiously at the branches, liberating the captives. But this time, the hollowed limbs yielded something more, a cluster of short, writhing pink tendrils that spilled from the severed end. Crack, crack, crack. The squat tree shuddered, drawing everyone's gaze. Rust-colored bark split open, revealing several piercing, tangible gazes that fixed upon Charles. "This thing is alive?" The thought flashed through his mind. The tree's convulsions intensified, revealing glimpses of twisted flesh, yellowish-brown eyeballs, and a raging fury within. "Run!" Instinct propelled the survivors into a desperate flight. Moments later, the tree detonated in a shower of gore, and a monstrous, fleshly being emerged. Superficially, it resembled a black-furred starfish, but closer inspection revealed the fur to be a mass of dense, dark tentacles. A single, orange-yellow eye and a gaping, fanged maw dominated the creature's center. It lunged after its fleeing prey, its tentacles flailing wildly. Fortunately, Charles had cleared a path, and the distance between them widened. Crack, crack, crack. The surrounding trees shuddered and split. As if triggered by some unseen mechanism, grotesque creatures of every description awakened from their slumber, stretching their repulsive, fleshy limbs. Their piercing, maddening shrieks transformed the island into a vision of hell. Malevolent eyes leered from every direction, chilling the survivors to the bone. "Faster! Faster!" Charles urged, supporting the injured youth as they fled. The situation grew increasingly dire. Not only were they pursued by the fleshy monstrosity, but the trees ahead began to stir. Suddenly, a web of writhing tentacles blocked their path. They were surrounded. In a desperate move, Charles reached for the satchel at his waist, grasping the firm, familiar shape of the explosives he had brought. Boom! Flesh exploded, and the path was clear once more. The explosives bought them time, but as their supply dwindled, so did their hope. With only one charge remaining, they heard the distant crash of waves upon the shore. An exit. Knowing what was at stake, they redoubled their efforts, pushing their bodies to their absolute limits. The last explosive was hurled, and solid ground gave way to soft sand. They were free. The 7 survivors sprinted toward the beached skiff, the fleshy horrors snapping at their heels. Glancing back, Charles saw a flash of gold near where he dropped it, the Voten idol. He scooped up the idol and leaped into the boat, the others frantically rowing as the horrors lunged. The creatures recoiled from the seawater, granting the fugitives a reprieve. Once aboard the rodent, they collapsed, gasping for breath. Despite his aching muscles, Charles forced himself to his feet. The danger was not yet over. They had to leave the island. "Stoke the furnace. Weigh anchor. Helmsman, take the helm. We're leaving this accursed place." "Aye, Captain." As the crew swiftly obeyed, Charles felt a flicker of unease. Something was amiss. He racked his memory and realized, with astonishment, that his crew was complete, and he could recall their names. The island, or its creatures, had tampered with his memories, but escaping its influence had restored them. Leaning against the railing, Charles gazed back at the island. In the darkness, he could make out the vague forms of the fleshy horrors. Their tentacles swayed rhythmically, as if performing some macabre ritual, a terrifying spectacle against the inky backdrop. Under Charles's watchful gaze, the rodent smokestack belched black smoke, and they slowly sailed away from the bizarre island. Later, as they ate, Charles recounted their ordeal. The crew listened in stunned silence. Uncharted islands are this dangerous? No wonder the disappearance rate for exploration ships is so high. My memories vanished and then returned? "Captain, you're not pulling my leg, are you?" Charles cleared his throat, quieting the murmurs. He scanned each face before him. "Everyone, state your name and rank. Then, cross-reference your memories and see if there are any contradictions." The sinister island had shaken him. Its ability to silently erase crew members and wipe memories was deeply unsettling. Bandage, first mate, assisting the captain and organizing plans. Responsible for cargo stowage, 1224, helmsman. James, chief engineer, maintaining the boilers and the propulsion systems, lubrication, cooling, and fuel. Fry, cook, responsible for the crew's meals. Deep. Bosun, responsible for the maintenance of the anchor, mooring lines, and cargo handling gear, leading the sailors in painting, rigging, and aloft work. Walter, able seaman, steering, navigation watch duties, and daily deck maintenance. Jack, ordinary seaman, handling mooring lines, gangways, and various deck tasks. Anna, ship's doctor, responsible for the crew's medical treatment and routine checkups. Satisfied that there were no discrepancies, Charles finally relaxed. Perhaps he had been overly cautious. It was finally over. Chapter 10, Ship's Doctor Anna, July 2nd. Year 8 of the journey exploring the island proves to be far more arduous than I had anticipated. I once believed that uncharted territories would only harbor formidable monsters. Yet yesterday's events imparted a profound lesson. The perils of the island transcend mere physical threats. They delve into realms of bizarre dangers that are beyond human comprehension. I could scarcely fathom that creatures could manipulate human memories. Nevertheless, I refuse to surrender. No matter the challenges, I am determined to bask in the sunlight once more. Fortunately, I am not alone on the journey home. As Charles was about to continue his writing, a delicate, pale foot lightly pressed against his back. How many times must I say it? Do not disturb me while I am journaling. Charles instinctively brushed the foot aside. TSK, back in elementary school during summer break. You would copy my diary entries. Now that we are stranded in this wretched place, you've suddenly become so studious? Turning to face the woman reclining on the bed, he regarded ship's Dr. Anna, whose curvaceous form presented a striking visual impact as she lay there. The gracefulness of her movements stirred a myriad of fantasies in the minds of men. However, such sights had long ceased to astonish Charles. What do you want this time? Upon hearing his inquiry, Anna's smile blossomed even brighter. With her right hand, she tugged at the single strap of her dress, letting it slip down her shoulder, while her left hand glided slowly up her smooth, porcelain thigh. Come now, let us enjoy ourselves. After all, we have an abundance of time. Gazing at his former companion, Charles offered a faint smile tinged with resignation. Could you allow me a moment's respite? We have just escaped. After all that running on the island, aren't you tired? Anna's expression immediately shifted, her foot lightly nudging Charles as she complained in a mockingly mournful tone. In the early days of our arrival, you would eagerly pull me into the cabin at the slightest chance. What is this? Have we entered the 7-year itch? Now you find me tiresome? What a cad. With a soft sigh, Charles approached her, wrapping his arms around her and gently patting her back. Come now, have a little understanding. There are no fields left uncultivated. Only cows that have been worked to exhaustion. If we do not pay our dues today, you shan't lay a finger on me for the rest of the month. As Anna continued her playful complaints, the oil lamp within the room gradually dimmed. The diary resting on the table began to turn, revealing the previous day's entries. They have companions, but what of me? Why was my journey alone? Being solitary is truly lonely. If only I had a companion. The following day, as Charles awakened, he instinctively leaned over to kiss Anna's smooth cheek. I'm off to take the helm. Still half asleep, Anna impatiently pushed Charles' face away. Scram. Don't kiss me without shaving. You'll prick me. Charles chuckled softly, pecking her cheek once more before getting out of bed. Revitalized, he made his way to the helm, where he found Bandage diligently steering the ship. He patted Bandage's shoulder. All well? No abnormalities? After sharing life and death experiences, Charles had fully relinquished his suspicions towards Bandage. Had he not escaped from that monstrous tree, Charles might never have found any of his crew, though Bandage's demeanor was enigmatic. There was no malice in his intentions. No. Bandage remained unperturbed by Charles' familiar gestures. All right, you should rest. I will take over. Charles grasped the wheel, and Bandage executed a customary salute before departing the helm. With a buoyant spirit, Charles navigated the ship, even though the enveloping darkness offered no scenery to admire. He felt an exhilaration he had not experienced in ages, his mood considerably uplifted. The door swung open, and a disgruntled Deep entered, pouting. Captain, that rascal Walter is utterly unfit to be aboard. I suggest we expel him. He was supposed to manage the rats, yet they have vanished. Is it truly worth arguing over a mere nest of rats? Perhaps they simply scurried away, Charles mused, feeling a headache brewing. As captain, it was his duty to mediate crew disputes. Impossible. I've searched everywhere. The rats could not have simply jumped overboard. Just then, the sailor named Walter rushed in, fervently defending himself. I assure you, the rats vanished without my knowledge. As the two men bickered around him, Charles produced the rewards for their recent voyage, drawing their attention away from their quarrel. Just as he thought the matter had settled, calamity struck once more. This time, a crew member was missing. Captain, Walter has vanished. At this declaration, Charles' brow furrowed. Unlike rats, Crew members could not simply go missing without a trace. The ship was too confined for that. Charles ordered all hands to search for the missing sailor, yet despite scouring the entire ship, Walter remained elusive. The joy and relief of completing their tasks dissipated, replaced by a shadow over the evening meal as each crew member consumed their food in silence. Observing the somber expressions of his crew, Charles recognized that as captain, he must formulate a strategy. If the disappearance were merely the result of a creature from the sea dragging the sailor into the depths, that would be the most favorable outcome. What truly terrified him was the thought that this might be the beginning of a more ominous trend, with crew members continuing to vanish. From this moment forth, every individual must pair up, even for the most mundane tasks, and all must carry their firearms at all times. Yes, Captain. Understood, Captain. With a grave expression, Charles lowered his gaze to his meal. At that moment, a soft, pale hand brushed against his arm. A gentle voice whispered in his ear, "Do not worry. We have endured so much together. This time shall be no different." Charles felt his anxiety ease slightly as he offered a strained smile to Anna, who sat beside him. "There is no need to comfort me. This is merely a minor inconvenience. Just refrain from wandering off. Always stay close to me. Of course, just don't complain when I become a nuisance," Anna replied, playfully wiping crumbs from her fingers onto her lips after brushing them against Charles's face. After a couple of bites, Charles noticed Anna resting her chin on her hand, intently gazing at him. "Why aren't you eating?" "I snacked earlier. I'm not hungry at all now." "What snacks could you possibly find aboard? You're not trying to diet again, are you? You're not overweight. Starving yourself is detrimental to your health." All right. Mind your own business, Captain. If I'm hungry, I'll find something to eat." Chapter 11. The assault on the bandage. After dinner, Charles commenced his patrol aboard the Mouse, ensuring the safety of each crew member. The cause of the sailor's disappearance remained a mystery, and in the face of both hidden threats and visible dangers, he resorted to this rudimentary method for the time being. The atmosphere on the ship had reverted to its previous tension, with everyone remaining on high alert, striving to keep themselves within the sight of others, fearful of vanishing without a trace. Whether it was due to Charles's measures or the departure of the lurking menace, the Mouse enjoyed several days of tranquility. On the fourth day, Charles stood at the bow, gazing out at the inky expanse of the sea. In no more than 3 days, the Mouse would return to the navigational route, where safety should be assured. As he contemplated the journey back to the island, he turned to Anna, who was seated by the anchor winch. "Let us visit the turbine room." "Not a chance. Wandering around with you like a fool day after day is pointless. There is nothing of interest in this wretched place. If you wish to go, you may do so alone," Anna replied, her expression one of impatience. "Do not let your guard down. It is perilous to remain here alone," Charles urged, gently grasping her arm, only to have her shake it off. "Oh, I've already said I'm not going. Why must you be so bothersome? Besides, isn't that mummy up there watching? What danger could there possibly be?" Charles looked upwards, clearly seeing the bandaged figure at the helm through the transparent glass. "Very well. Rest here. I shall return shortly." With that, he opened the hatch and descended to the lowest level, the turbine room, as the heart of the steamship's power. The turbine room was stiflingly hot. Upon entering, Charles spotted the bare-chested chief engineer, James, adding fuel, alongside the sailor, Deep, who was panting like a dog from the heat. "Captain, I can't endure this any longer. Let me go up. It's unbearably hot down here," Deep complained, his face etched with distress. "For the safety of our comrades, we must endure a little longer. Any man-eating monster would surely hesitate to venture into this heat. Who besides the giant could possibly withstand it?" Charles approached James, patting his robust shoulder. "You're doing well. The insulation on the new ship will be far superior." James chuckled good-naturedly. "I'm used to it. Aside from the heat, working down here is quite easy. Once we get the new ship, you'll find it impossible to manage alone. You'll be the chief engineer, responsible for the first, second, and third engineers." To Charles's surprise, James appeared alarmed by his words, stepping back and waving his hands rapidly. No, I want to manage anyone. Let someone else do that. I'll just add fuel." Truly, just as Charles was about to reassure his crew member, a deafening crash resonated from the adjoining pipe, followed by the Mouse emitting a mournful wail as everything tilted at a perilous angle. Stumbling to the ground, Charles quickly grasped the situation. The sudden lurch of the ship indicated trouble at the helm. He crawled towards the communication pipe, shouting, "Bandage! Respond immediately." In reply, he was met with the horrific sounds of flesh being torn and the bandage's pained groans. "Damn it!" Charles drew his revolver and, bracing himself against the swaying, scrambled towards the staircase. "You two follow me. There is trouble in the cockpit." As Charles rushed onto the deck, he was met by a distraught Anna, tears brimming in her eyes. The mummy. Upon entering the cockpit, the sight was gruesome. Dark red blood splattered everywhere, leaving chaos in its wake. The bandage, who should have been steering the ship, lay sprawled on the floor, resembling a rag doll mauled by a dog, grievous wounds littering its form. with its right leg completely severed. Charles rushed to the battered bandage, momentarily at a loss for where to place his hands. After a brief pause, he tore away the bandages covering its face and placed his fingers near its nose. Sensing the faintest breath, he exhaled in relief and quickly drew the black knife from his boot, placing it in the bandage's hand, hoping to harness its healing power to cling to life. "Anna, don't just stand there. Come and apply pressure." Charles's shout jolted the dazed ship's doctor into action. Her eyes red-rimmed as she nodded vigorously and dashed outside. I'll fetch the hemostat. Don't give up, mate. You'll be fine. Just hold on." Charles whispered fervently into the bandage's ear. Moments later, Anna returned. Panic etched on her face. "Charles, my medical kit is missing." Charles stared at her for a brief moment before quickly replying, "Check the captain's quarters. It's in the bottom of the cabinet. I prepared some supplies." He turned to Deep. "Hurry, gather everyone here. Quickly." In the ensuing chaos, 6 crew members stood in the disheveled cockpit before the unconscious bandage. All eyes were fixed anxiously on Charles, seeking solace, which only served to amplify the pressure he felt. Yet, this was precisely the moment when the captain's composure was needed. "Anna, did you see what attacked the bandage?" "I didn't TC. The ship suddenly lurched. And I fell," she replied. "That thing is still aboard. It will strike again." "But Captain, we've searched everywhere. It's simply not there." "Could it be invisible?" Deep asked, his brow furrowed in worry. "Monsters of the deep come in myriad forms. Invisibility is not beyond their capabilities," Charles mused. "However, it seems unlikely. If it had such an ability, it would not have waited so long to strike." Charles knew he had to take decisive action. He could not allow his crew to be further endangered. If this continued, the entire mouse would become a metal coffin, entombing them all. But in this state of ignorance, what could he possibly do? After a moment of contemplation, he pursed his lips and declared, "Full throttle, open the turbine to maximum. If we can return to the Coral Islands at top speed, it matters not if the mouse is lost." He turned to Deep. "Lock all the hatches down tight. Fry, gather all the food that can be eaten raw from the kitchen and bring it to the turbine room and cockpit. Everyone else must remain in these 2 areas. If we cannot find it, then we shall not search any longer. We will huddle together until we reach port." "What about the restroom?" Anna asked quietly. Charles tapped the transparent glass in front of him, pointing toward the deck outside. As the crowd began to consolidate into the 2 designated areas, the atmosphere aboard the mouse grew increasingly oppressive. In the cockpit, Deep took the helm and attended to the bandage in the hammock, while Charles sat on a stool, continuing to write in his journal. Inside, the only sound was the soft rustle of the pen gliding across the paper. Chapter 12. All a lie, my first mate was struck down by some unknown force, leaving him in a perilous state of unconsciousness. The wounds that marred his body were so grave that his survival was nothing short of a miracle. I remained uncertain whether he would ever awaken. With a soft click, Charles replaced the cap on his pen and tucked it back into his pocket. He sighed with resignation before casually flipping through his diary. Upon glimpsing a particular page, his breath quickened, and he suddenly regretted having seen its contents. He snapped the diary shut, nervously chuckling as he shook his head. "What could possibly bring you such joy?" Anna inquired from a distance, her curiosity piqued. Charles stared at her for a few moments before moving to the bandaged area, retrieving a black knife from his hand. He gestured towards the door, silently urging Anna to step outside. "Isn't it safer to stay together? Why venture out?" Anna questioned as she crossed the threshold. Charles gently cupped her pale face and bestowed a soft kiss upon her lips. Anna's eyes widened in surprise. Once Charles released her, she playfully tapped his chest. Her cheeks flushed. "Why such madness? Judgia, we have been childhood sweethearts. For all these years, have you truly loved no one but me?" Charles leaned back against the ship's wall, his expression calm. "Of course. From the moment you handed me a shovel in the sandbox during kindergarten, I knew you were the one," Anna replied affectionately, moving closer. Charles wrapped an arm around her, gazing into the encroaching darkness. "Judgia, you are the epitome of a perfect wife, beautiful, refined, and loyal." With a smile, Anna wrapped her arms around his neck. "I adore such cheesy compliments. Don't stop. Tell me more. Do you remember the brands of your lipsticks?" "Why ask that? It's been so long. How could I possibly recall?" "Indeed, you wouldn't remember. For I am a resolute man of steel, devoid of such trivial knowledge." Charles's lips twitched slightly before tears welled up in his eyes. In a swift motion, he drew a revolver, the cold muzzle aimed at Anna's serene abdomen. "Gao Jimin, what are you doing?" Anna's expression shifted to one of displeasure. "You know even my true name, yet you are a lie. Why?" With a distorted visage, Charles pulled the trigger with ferocity. Bang, bang, bang. The repeated gunfire sent Anna staggering back, dark green blood splattering in all directions. Her eyes widened in disbelief. As she slowly bowed her head, she recoiled in horror upon witnessing a tendril writhing from her own abdomen. Grasping her hair in despair, she struggled to comprehend the reality before her. "What is this? Why is there something inside me? Gao Jimin, help me." As her voice trailed off, her once exquisite face crumbled like a melting candle. A grotesque creature, resembling a twisted mass of flesh and coated in yellow-green slime, emerged upon the deck of the ship. It writhed uncontrollably, much like its kin from the island, its numerous tendrils thrashing about like a malformed octopus. Tearfully, Charles trembled, gun in hand, as the truth struck him. Everything he believed about Anna was a fabrication. In the next moment, the monster unleashed a savage roar and lunged at Charles. He rolled aside just in time, determination igniting within his gaze as he swiftly reloaded his weapon. With each shot, green blood erupted from the creature, but such wounds could not deter it. A tentacle, bristling with suckers, lashed out and sent Charles flying. Why? Gritting his teeth, he drew his black knife, severing the thrashing appendage on the deck. The creature held in agony, retreating as Charles charged forward. As they approached the bow of the ship, the creature's tendrils unfurled like hair, ensnaring Charles in a vice-like grip. He could hear the painful creaking of his bones as they began to crack, one rib, then another, intense agony forcing him to groan. In that moment of despair, the cockpit glass shattered, a bullet piercing the creature's yellow eye, causing it to explode like a watermelon. With a howl of anguish, the monster released its hold on Charles and fled towards the edge of the ship. Gunfire erupted as the others from the turbine room rushed out, armed and ready. Despite the creature's formidable strength, it was still flesh and blood, and under the relentless barrage of bullets, its grotesque form was reduced to a tattered mess. As the gunfire subsided, the once menacing creature lay in a pool of its own putrid blood, its tendrils quivering and slowly retracting. Charles approached, clutching his aching abdomen. When he raised his revolver towards its gaping maw, the bloodied end of the creature morphed into Anna's face. With a sorrowful smile, Anna's emerald blood trickled from her eyes. Gao Jimin, I'm so sorry I didn't know I was a lie. Her words pierced Charles's heart like a dagger, and he grimaced in pain, wishing for the monster to curse him instead. The others gathered behind him, their expressions heavy with sorrow. I cannot control it. I am merely its bait. It is stalling for time. Aim below the eyes. That is its weak point. Gazing at the being that had shared his life for so long, Charles felt the weight of the revolver in his hand grow unbearable. Gao Jimin, hurry. Its regenerative abilities are formidable. Seeing Charles hesitate, and it turned to Dip. Little one, you do it. As Dip hesitated, Charles gritted his teeth, raised the gun, and pulled the trigger. Bang, 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 bang. As the bullet struck, a look of desolation crossed Anna's face. Thank you, I truly wanted to go home with you. With those words, her face began to dissolve, merging with the still, lifeless creature. Ha 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 ha. Charles erupted in manic laughter, seizing the monster's corpse and hurling it into the sea. Don't you dare deceive me again. I shall not be fooled anymore. You memory-altering monsters. All lies. All falsehoods. James cast a worried glance at the increasingly erratic Charles, cautiously speaking, Captain, are you all right? I'm fine. Haha. What could possibly be wrong? The crisis has passed. The man-eating monster is dead. This is splendid news. Chef, make sure the food is exquisite. We must celebrate. Dip? Clear this mess with the crew. I shall take the helm. For the entirety of that day, the crew of the Mouse was wary, fearful of provoking their captain. Yet Charles appeared completely unfazed, steering the ship and dining normally, though his demeanor was strikingly different, excessively animated. After finishing his meal, Charles retreated to his quarters, cloaked in darkness without lighting a single lamp. With a bitter expression, he retrieved a bottle of liquor from the depths of a drawer and sat upon his bed, drinking deeply. Anna, why did you have to resort to cannibalism if you hadn't harmed my crew? I could have chosen to remain oblivious. Chapter 13. Returned to port upon the inky canvas of the sea, the Leviathan's carcass drifted aimlessly. Just as it was poised to descend into the abyssal depths, a steamship, dwarfing the Rat, cleaved through the waves. A net, barbed and formidable, unfurled from the deck, ensnaring the beast with ease. Captain, behold, I've hauled in a colossal squid. Look, its tentacles still writhe. Squid? Peter, are your eyes deceiving you? Captain, I believe it's a starfish. Disperse, men. What allure does a mere octopus hold? It does appear palatable. Peter, consign it to the galley. Let the chefs prepare it with finesse. At once, Captain. When Charles regained consciousness, a searing pain throbbed in his skull. His grip loosened, and an empty bottle shattered upon the deck. Disregarding the shards, Charles strode out of the cabin. The crew of the Rat visibly relaxed as Charles, his countenance stoic, reappeared. They found solace in the familiar composure of their captain. Captain, we've rejoined the safe lanes. At our current velocity of 15 knots, we'll reach port anon, reported Deep. The helmsman, how fares the bandage? Charles inquired. His wounds are healing at an astonishing rate, and the fever has abated, though still unconscious. He appears to have weathered the storm. Relief flickered across Charles's somber features. Maintain vigilance. I shall check on him. Only the captain possessed a private berth on the Rat. The first mate, Bandage, like the rest of the crew, resided in the communal quarters. Upon entering the cabin, Charles found Bandage's eyes fluttering open. He hastened to his side. Remain still. Your injuries have yet to mend, Charles cautioned, gently restraining him. Captain, Anna was a monster. She sought to devour me. Charles felt a pang of sympathy. He forced a wan smile and offered, fear not. The creature is deceased. All is in the past. Then, that is well. Bandage murmured, sinking back into his cot. Rest now. We're nearing home, and you shall complete your task. Charles cast a glance at Bandage's truncated trouser leg, knowing his seafaring days were over. No vessel would employ a one-legged first mate, regardless of his skill. Bandage fell silent. Charles, ill-equipped for consolation, merely clapped Bandage on the shoulder before departing. The remainder of the voyage passed without incident, and the rat safely returned to the Coral Isles. As if imbued with prescience, Hook, accompanied by a throng of adherents, awaited the rat's arrival. Captain Charles, have you retrieved the relic? Hook exclaimed. Upon seeing the golden Futon idol emerge from the crate, he was overcome with fervor, gesticulating wildly before leading his followers in fervent supplication. My recompense? Charles demanded. Hook, still trembling with excitement, produced a piece of parchment from his tunic. Here is the contract. Quickly, deliver the relic to me. Charles scrutinized the document, and upon confirming its authenticity, tossed the idol to Hook. Charles frowned as Hook, cradling the idol, prepared to depart. Hold, have you forgotten something? James, a hulking figure, advanced, carrying Bandage. Acolyte, I have completed the mission. Bandage feebly reported. Hook, seemingly deaf to Bandage's words, fixed his gaze on the man's leg. What has befallen your leg? It was consumed by the monster. Hook lifted his chin, and two of his followers approached Bandage, intending to retrieve him. Well done, Bandage. On the next day of prayer, you shall have the honor of serving as a sacrifice. Much gratitude, Acolyte. Sacrifice. A wave of consternation washed over the crew of the rat. Charles raised a hand, halting the acolytes. He fixed Hook with a stare. Is this how the Futon faith treats its own? Charles had no desire to interfere in the affairs of zealots, but he could not stand idly by while a comrade was cast to the sharks. This honor, why do you not claim it for yourself? Bandage is my first mate. He cannot leave until he has completed his handover. Charles signaled to James, who retreated with Bandage. Hook, seemingly obsessed with the idol, cast a lingering glance at Charles before hurrying away. A cripple. Captain Charles, you may have him, if you so desire. As they departed the docks, Deep rushed to Bandage's side. Mr. First Mate, what were you thinking? He intended to cast you to the fishes, yet you thanked him? Bandage remained silent. Do you comprehend what it means to be sacrificed to Futon? Why did you consent? Charles asked, stepping before him. If Bandage uttered any of the Futon dogma, Charles intended to commit him to an asylum. I know not. I seem to crave sacrifice. I have forgotten much. I remember not. Bandage replied unexpectedly. Charles paused, his gaze fixed on the eyes lurking behind Bandage. Say no more. My new vessel requires a first mate. Will you accept the post? Bandage hesitated. But I lack a leg. Merely one. It matters little. One can steer even when seated. As Bandage nodded, a smile of satisfaction spread across Charles's face. Having recruited a new first mate, he addressed his crew. As you may surmise, we shall soon possess an exploration vessel, far larger than the rat. His words ignited excitement among the crew. The disparity in compensation between a freighter and an exploration vessel was vast, nearly threefold. As for the dangers, men who made their living on the sea knew no fear. Captain, shall we proceed to the shipyard? Deep asked, only to be met with a shake of the head. I shall procure the vessel. You have your own tasks. James, you are the new vessel's chief engineer. Engage a first and second engineer. The burly strong man recoiled. Captain, I cannot. Spare me your protests. The port teams with employment agencies. Simply select them. It is your charge. Charles ignored James's protestations and turned to the eager youth. Deep, you are the boatswain. Enlist 4 sailors. The youth, undaunted by the prospect of managing so many, beamed. I shall command 5 men. This is exhilarating. Fry. The galley will be too much for 1 man. Find an assistant. At once, Captain. Chapter 14. The Explorers Association. The group dispersed at the port, each attending to their own affairs. Charles first deposited 1 million echoes into his account at the bank before making his way to the shipyard. His heart raced with excitement, reminiscent of the thrill one feels when confessing to a crush for the very first time. Inside the steel confines of the shipyard, Charles was greeted by an elderly gentleman accompanied by 2 attendants. He was the owner of the shipyard. Good day, sir. What can I assist you with? I require an exploration vessel. The old man's expression shifted to one of surprise upon realizing that Charles was not in search of a cargo or fishing ship, but an exploration ship. Are you certain it is an exploration vessel you seek? Have you applied at the Explorers Association? He hesitated, seeking confirmation. Not yet. Is it impossible to purchase a ship without an application? Wood, sensing a hint of discontent in the customer's tone, quickly intervened. No, of course it's possible. I merely wish to confirm, as individuals with your adventurous spirit are becoming increasingly rare. Discovering a new island can indeed be immensely profitable. Yet behind every success story lie thousands of failures. The advent of turbines had allowed humankind to venture into ever more uncharted waters, leading them to believe they were on the brink of conquering the sea. Unfortunately, humanity is not the protagonist in this narrative. Truly exploitable islands are but a minority. While countless perilous islands, strange natives, and the unfathomable depths of the ocean serve as stern reminders of their limitations, the number of missing exploration vessels has surged, leaving many without husbands and children. Death has inevitably tempered humanity's fervor, and gradually, explorers are no longer viewed as heroes, but rather as fools seeking their own demise. Would recall that the last individual to purchase an exploration vessel had done so 5 years prior, and he had, predictably, met his end at sea. What type of vessel do you require? Please, inform me. It should not exceed 70 meters in length, powered by a magnificent turbine, and equipped with a 125mm rifled cannon at the bow, Charles stated decisively. He had been preparing for this moment for far too long, with the specifications of various exploration vessels etched firmly in his mind. The transaction proceeded swiftly, and within an hour, Charles beheld the exterior of his new ship. The sleek white hull was adorned with neatly arranged rivets, far sturdier than that of the old mouse. The robust smokestack testified to the turbine's formidable power. Initially mistaken for a larger, refurbished version of the mouse, the imposing cannon on the foredeck immediately distinguished it from second-hand cargo vessels. The ship, originally intended for the governor's navy, measured 65 meters in length, 10 meters in width, and had a draft of 5 meters. If you require it urgently, I can prioritize its completion for you, though the interior facilities are not yet finalized. It will likely take about half a month to launch, he added. The total price amounted to 3.5 million echoes. Charles calculated the cost silently. His account held just enough, and selling the mouse would provide sufficient resources for his next expedition. Very well, expedite the process. I shall return in half a month to collect the vessel. Once outside the shipyard, Charles headed straight for the Explorers Association. With an exploration ship in hand, joining the association was the next logical step. This loosely organized collective comprised the captains of exploration vessels across human islands. Membership was not compulsory, yet Charles would not shy away from an advantageous opportunity. Becoming an explorer would grant him free access to a wealth of maritime charts, which could otherwise be costly. Moreover, there were additional benefits to this organization, of which he had thoroughly researched. However, being an explorer was not without its drawbacks. One was required to explore at least one island each year, or risk losing their explorer status. Yet, for Charles, this consequence was negligible, for he had set out with the singular purpose of discovering islands. The Explorers Association was not far from the dock area, its striking white stone structure standing out prominently. Charles glanced at the ship emblem hanging from the top of the building before stepping inside. The interior was vast and spacious, echoing with the sounds of his footsteps. Aside from a few distant counters, he noticed a handful of men and women scattered across the left side, seated on sofas, triangular hats resting on their tables, signifying their shared identity with Charles. As he perused their faces, they too regarded him with curiosity. After discerning the words above the counters, Charles approached the leftmost one. Just as he began filling out the application form with a quill, a pale arm draped around his neck. In an instant, Charles's right hand instinctively reached for his waist, the barrel of his revolver pressing against the abdomen of the individual behind him. A slightly raspy female voice whispered in his ear, "Relax, newcomer. This is not the sea. There is no danger here." The woman released her hold on Charles, pulling a chair closer to sit beside him. She was a striking figure, with lustrous white hair and long, slender legs, her alluring curves deliberately accentuated. If not for her imposing stature of nearly 2 meters, any man would have been inclined to draw near. Yet, Charles was more wary of the wooden staff at her waist, a clear indication of her capability. Women at sea were rare, and those who survived the treacherous waters were far from ordinary. "Is there something I can assist you with?" Charles asked, holstering his weapon. "It's been ages since I've seen a newcomer. Come, let me introduce myself. I am Elizabeth, captain of the Black Rose. And you, dear, what do they call you?" The striking beauty smiled coyly. Charles remained silent, focusing on completing his application form. The harsh realities of the sea had dulled his interest in engaging with strangers. Yet, the woman seemed undeterred by his aloofness. A waft of delightful fragrance enveloped him as Elizabeth leaned closer, unabashedly peering at his application. "Charles? What a splendid name. The location isn't particularly significant. You can write whatever you wish." A burly man from across the room chimed in with a hearty laugh. "Elizabeth, when I first came here, you weren't nearly this welcoming." Elizabeth shot him a disdainful glance. "You are hardly comparable. I have no desire to entertain you, so why should I assist you?" The man merely laughed, slapping his thigh in amusement alongside his companions. With a swift motion, Charles punctured a hole in the application form. He had suspected her motives were less than pure, yet this particular agenda had taken him by surprise. Indeed, women who thrived at sea were anything but ordinary. Ignoring Elizabeth's presence, Charles hastily completed the form and handed it over. The staff member accepted the application and began processing it with mechanical precision, navigating through various gears. Unfazed by Charles's disinterest, Elizabeth chattered on. Charles, since this is your first visit, allow me to enlighten you. The purpose of the Explorers Association is quite straightforward, to assist us in locating new islands. However, this service is not without cost once you join the association. Any captain who eventually becomes a governor must establish a branch of the Explorers Association on their island. Charles interjected, thank you for the reminder. I am already well aware of this. It seems Mr. Charles has done his homework before arriving. Do you have time later? Would you like to visit my ship? Chapter 15. The Explorers thank you. I will go when I have the time, Charles remarked. However, his expression soon soured, not due to Elizabeth beside him, but because the auditory hallucinations in his mind began anew. With a contorted face, Charles started to tap his forehead with his wrist, each strike more forceful than the last. Elizabeth immediately noticed his peculiar behavior, her eyes widening in astonishment. My dear goddess, how long has it been since you've rested? She produced a green, jelly-like substance from her chest and offered it to him. Quickly, consume this. It will alleviate the discomfort. Charles hesitated for a moment, but ultimately accepted it and swallowed a mouthful. A refreshing sensation coursed down his throat. The whispers in his ears persisted, yet the agitation began to dissipate. Thank you. What is this? Charles asked, his gaze toward Elizabeth softening considerably. With a light chuckle, Elizabeth replied, You're welcome, though I cannot tell you precisely what it is. I only know it can mitigate the whispering of the verdant deity. Should you wish, you can find some on Redwood Island, but do not consume too much, as it can become addictive. Redwood Island. Charles silently noted this new location in his mind. The robust man from earlier had approached their side, clapping Charles on the shoulder. Newcomer, the whispers of the verdant deity have already taken such a toll on you. You ought to take a rest. Charles felt the tension within him ease, sensing a genuine goodwill from these individuals, a sentiment he had not encountered in quite some time. Elizabeth, glancing at the nearby staff still at work, took hold of Charles and led him toward a nearby sofa. Come with me, I shall share some knowledge that is not known by the average person. Charles attempted to decline, but the sturdy man wrapped an arm around his shoulder, guiding him forward. Do not be shy. As the old saying goes, to survive at sea, one must forge friendships. By the time Charles comprehended the situation, he found himself seated on the sofa, surrounded by 7 or 8 eccentric captains. Their curious gazes fixed upon him. Their expressions held a mix of intrigue and skepticism, yet there was no hostility present. Elizabeth plopped down beside Charles, her soft form leaning against him. Do you find us a bit too welcoming? Hee, the sea is dark enough. Once ashore, we may as well be friendly. It is somewhat unexpected. This is indeed quite different from what I uncovered at the museum, Charles admitted, feeling more at ease. Upon hearing his remark, a stout man with round eyes exclaimed loudly, What does the book say we are? A band of legitimate pirates? Madmen who would trade money for lives? Those who utter such words deserve to be fed to the fish. If I become governor, I shall have the tongues of those who speak thus cut out. Elizabeth shot a glare at the stout man before turning to Charles with a smile. This is a gathering place for the Coral Island explorers. Here, you can exchange information. Charles understood. This was a salon for the captains of exploration. What kind of information is exchanged? Anything and everything. Island intelligence, routes, relics, useful information can be shared. Perhaps what you cannot solve, others might. If you have any queries, feel free to ask. We shall assist you. She was right. Charles had a question burning in his mind. After pondering for a few seconds, he voiced his inquiry. Does anyone have any leads regarding the northern land of light? The weight of Charles's question was greater than he had anticipated. Chairs scraped against the floor as everyone distanced themselves from him, as if he were stricken with a plague. Even Elizabeth shifted to the opposite end of the sofa, her brows furrowing. You are not one of the followers of the sun god, are you? Charles chuckled nervously. I am not. I do not worship any deities. Elizabeth let out a sigh of relief, patting her ample chest. True, you do not resemble those madmen. The previously tense atmosphere lightened immediately, and chatter erupted among the group. You startled me. I wish to have nothing to do with those lunatics. The land of light. What do you seek it for? If you are inquiring about that legendary ballad, I have heard whispers. Allow me to recite a verse. In the northern island rests the ladder to the light, eternal illumination, and something else. Apologies. I seem to have forgotten the rest. As for the legendary place, how could we possibly know? We are not gods. Newcomer, you truly possess a sense of humor. A hint of disappointment crossed Charles's face. He had hoped that the well-traveled captains might possess some insight. It seemed humanity had lingered in the seas for so long that their true homeland had faded into distant myth. As the discussions continued, A woman from behind the counter approached, a stack of books cradled in her arms. With a smile, she addressed Charles. "Mr. Charles, you are now a qualified explorer. Please accept this certification. Now, let me introduce you to the tasks at hand." As she opened the stacks of books, Charles discovered they were filled with densely written nautical charts. Any exploration task must be reported here, and provisions, fuel, and other materials will be reimbursed by the association. The danger level varies, as do the rewards. Charles accepted the charts and scrutinized them closely. He observed that along the already explored edges, the uncharted dark areas were delineated with white lines, each section marked with a reward amount. To his surprise, several scattered islands within the unexplored waters were noted, including the island of the golden statue he had previously visited. A delicate finger reached over, pointing to the sea area, as Elizabeth's alluring voice whispered in his ear, "Charles, since you are new, I advise you to explore the waters for a few years first. Once familiar, you may then venture to the islands." While her advice held merit, Charles had different thoughts. He pointed to the golden statue island and inquired, "What does this number signify?" A bright red 4 marked the island. The stout man interjected, "That indicates the danger level. Explored islands are rated at 0. If a captain fails to return, it is rated 1. As for a level 4 island, do not even think about it. Explore the seas for a couple of years first." Elizabeth shot him a glance, leaning closer to Charles, and whispered, "Ignore him. I believe you possess great potential. You could explore that island within a year." "I have been there," Charles remarked lightly. In an instant, the surrounding chatter ceased, and all eyes widened, fixed upon the young man before them. Chapter 16. The Narwhal. "What did you say? You've been to that level 4 island?" The astonished voice of the stout man trembled with disbelief, his expression a vivid tableau of shock. The other captains mirrored his astonishment. Only moments ago, they had been cautioning him against venturing to the island, and now he claimed to have explored it thoroughly? Why is there only a danger level listed for the island, but no bounty? Charles inquired, pressing for clarification. "Don't change the subject. When did you go to that island? What did you find there?" Charles, with a slight frown, leaned back to evade the stout man's spittle. "For it instructed me to retrieve something from the island." "Is that a problem? Isn't that how everyone explores islands?" At this moment, Elizabeth also lost her composure, a faint blush gracing her pale cheeks as she appeared somewhat agitated. "Charles, you may not understand the steps involved in island exploration. The task of an explorer is multifaceted. First, one charts the route. Next, assesses the danger posed by the natives. And only then does one explore and seize the island. In the association, each task carries its own reward. You, as a newcomer, have inexplicably completed several preliminary steps. If you can successfully conquer the island, it will be entirely yours. You shall be the next fortunate one, the next governor." Understanding dawned on Charles. No wonder the island on the map bore no mention of rewards. The exploration process was indeed intricate. Enough of this. Charles, what resources does that island possess? Is it dangerous? After a moment of contemplation, Charles concluded that the island held little value and shared its information with him. Upon learning that the island lacked food and fresh water and was inhabited solely by monsters capable of erasing human memory, the faces of all present fell in disappointment. Alas, another dead island. I had hoped to witness history and see the fastest governor. Indeed, without fresh water, occupying it would serve no purpose. If there were even a modicum of resources, we could assemble an invading fleet. As the others debated this topic, Charles pointed to the northernmost level 5 island on the chart, addressing the nearby female recorder. "In 2 weeks, my ship will set sail. I need to explore this island." Elizabeth opened her mouth, seemingly to offer counsel, but ultimately refrained, recognizing that this individual was not an ordinary newcomer. Once the recorder had logged the task, Charles surveyed the suddenly silent captains. "May I ask, are there any avenues for acquiring weapons?" The previous expedition had imparted a harsh lesson. Charles needed to bolster his ship's combat capabilities, as relying solely on a revolver felt inadequate. "If it's merely standard weaponry you're after, inquire with them." A burly man gestured toward the staff behind the counter. "The association also engages in arms trading. They can procure anything at a fair price." The attentive recorder chimed in. "Please hold on, I will fetch the weapon list." Charles suddenly appreciated the entrepreneurial genius of the association's founders. Their claim of serving humanity was merely a facade for a lucrative arms trade. Soon, several brochures were placed before Charles, detailing various firearms, with bullet prices conveniently listed beneath each model. The technology in the Sea of Earth was somewhat antiquated, as most firearms were relics from the Great War, and it was unclear whether more advanced weapons were simply unavailable or unlisted. Charles, while these items may appear appealing, their utility is limited, especially since many challenges on the island cannot be addressed with bullets. The burly man's words tempered Charles's initial excitement, confirming that brute force alone would be insufficient against the island's peculiarities. Charles mused that switching from his revolver to another firearm would not yield a significant difference upon reaching the Golden Statue Island. Firearms could not thwart the alteration of memory. What do you use then? Charles inquired. To fill the void of human life came a raspy voice from the crowd, and the previously lively atmosphere chilled noticeably. The speaker was a dark-complexioned man with a hawkish nose, leaning forward and fixing his gray eyes on Charles. I know what you're about to ask. You hope we possess some tricks of exploration, but each of us wields unique abilities. He raised a hand, and a flicker of blue flame danced momentarily in his grasp. Yet, despite our relics and their peculiar powers, the mortality rate among explorers remains alarmingly high. Behind every successful governor lie the countless dead. Your previous survival was merely due to luck. Do not mistake me for a harbinger of false hope. Reality is unforgiving. Hearing this, Charles felt a sense of reassurance. The Sea of Earth had never shown humanity mercy. He addressed the assembled captains. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall converse at another time. I need to prepare for our voyage. As Charles exited, the burly man pondered aloud. What do you suppose he intends to do in the north? Surely he is not truly seeking that land of light. No one answered, and a hush fell over the hall. In the ensuing fortnight, Charles remained industrious, aside from gathering supplies. He engaged in rigorous physical training and practiced his marksmanship. The days ashore passed swiftly, and before long, 2 weeks had elapsed. The brand-new exploration vessel lay quietly docked, its sleek form and dark deck gleaming under the lights, evoking a sense of admiration in Charles. She is truly beautiful. Wouldn't you agree? What is her name, Captain? Surely it is not still called the Rat, inquired Deep, standing among 5 sailors. After contemplating the formidable 125 caliber iron cannon on the bow, Charles replied, the Narwhal. Her name shall be the Narwhal. Having named the new ship, Charles turned to the unfamiliar faces. The Narwhal was not a mere cargo vessel like the Rat. It was an exploration ship, fully staffed with the necessary crew. 1 chief mate, for sailors, 1 first mate, 1 second mate, 1 chief engineer, 1 lead engineer, 1 second engineer, 1 cook, 1 assistant cook, and 1 captain, totaling 13 crew members. The crew varied in age and stature, all male, with some local men sporting curled ears. As Charles observed them, the crew regarded him with equal curiosity. A ship is unlike the land. Once at sea, the vessel becomes a closed environment, and the captain is its sovereign, wielding control over all destinies. If a captain is unreliable, he endangers everyone aboard. Upon seeing Charles's face, their concerns eased slightly, though young. This black-eyed captain was well known and respected among sailors. I trust you all know our purpose for this voyage. I will not deceive you. The current mortality rate for exploration ships is 1 in 5. If any of you wish to withdraw, now is the time. No one stirred. Those present were no strangers to the sea, fully aware of the risks involved, yet equally cognizant of the rewards that successful exploration of a new island could yield. Should the captain ascend to governorship of the new island, they too would share in the bounty. Venturing forth was a gamble for life. So why not stake a larger claim? Excellent. Now, all aboard. Chapter 17, The Island. Charles and his crew boarded the Narwhal. In stark contrast to the dilapidated Mouse, the Narwhal was undeniably spacious and clean, a visual delight in itself. He meticulously inspected every cabin to ensure that all was in order. As the captain, one must be as familiar with the ship's components as one is with one's own body. Once satisfied that everything functioned correctly, Charles returned to the cockpit, and with a gentle wave of his hand, the Narwhal's smokestack began to emit billowing black smoke, and the vessel gradually sailed into the deep sea. Casting a glance at the diminishing coral island through the glass, Charles approached the communication pipe and called out, Chief Engineer, how does the new ship feel? After a few moments, James's hearty voice resonated through the pipe. Captain, the ship is splendid. The steam is generated swiftly, and it's a comfortable 39 degrees below deck. Crank the turbine to maximum. Let us test its speed. Aye, Captain. As the black smoke billowed from the smokestack, the Narwhal's speed surged. At its peak velocity, Charles experienced a sensation akin to piloting a speedboat. He estimated the Narwhal's speed to be at least 3 times that of the Mouse. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he spotted something white on the surface of the sea. Chief Engineer, reduce speed. The racing Narwhal slowed, and Charles beheld the object, a corpse of a giant creature. Instead of lying in the water to be consumed by fish, it eerily stood motionless on the sea's surface, staring at the Narwhal. Charles was not intrigued by the creature's origins. He had witnessed far stranger phenomena at sea. He merely sought a target for his new cannon. Boom. The deck cannon's recoil jolted the ship. Although Charles had never fired a cannon before and lacked precision, after several shots, the bloated corpse was obliterated in an instant. Whatever force had enabled it to stand once more was no match for the cannonball. Charles was confident that had he been aboard this ship when encountering that beacon creature, the outcome would have been entirely different. Having tested the new ship's capabilities, Charles turned his gaze to the nautical chart affixed to the wall. It was a map provided by the Explorers Society. With this and a compass, they could locate their target. We shall follow Route 6 until we reach buoy 68. then head south towards our destination. Charles's finger glided across the chart. Understood, Captain, responded the second mate at the helm. This red-haired fellow appeared somewhat excited, glancing around eagerly. I believe your name is Krona? Yes, Captain, that is my name, given by my mother. Captain, is it true what Fry said, that you once explored an island? Can that monster truly conjure a non-existent person from human memory? How did you discover them? Charles furrowed his brow, seemingly recalling something unpleasant. Just focus on steering the ship. When the time comes, the first mate will relieve you. As he saw his captain step out, Krona pondered, did I ask something I ought not to have? I had prepared flattering remarks. Days passed at sea, and the old crew members began to blend with the new ones. Apart from Deep, who was too young and somewhat rebellious, the others were getting along quite well. The narwhal's speed was remarkable. Within just 7 days, they arrived in the vicinity of their target. Bright beams of light swept across the dark sea, searching for the island. The nautical chart and compass could only indicate a general location. The precise coordinates would have to be sought through less efficient means. In the cockpit, Krona glanced at Charles. Captain, I have heard that some people at sea possess special means to locate islands, far superior to this method, almost like a form of magic. Do you know it? Enough chatter. Focus on your navigation. Charles found the second mate's chattiness excessive. I have a method. Bandage, seated on a stool, interjected unusually. As the attention of both men turned towards him, Bandage slowly continued. In the church there exists a ritual to seek the favor of the god Fertan, requiring a human sacrifice. Charles regarded Bandage with a complicated expression. It seemed his first mate had yet to extricate himself from the Fertan cult. He hoped time would diminish the influence of the cult's indoctrination on him. Forget those ghastly notions. We do not need them. Captain, look. What is that? Following the direction of Krona's finger, Charles gazed ahead, where a vague island emerged in the distance. They had found it. The excited crew members hurried to the deck, peering towards the island. Learning from past experiences, Charles did not rashly approach the shore but instructed the narwhal to circle the island for observation. With limited illumination, they could only discern the island's periphery. It was vast. At the narwhal's speed, it took 3 hours to circumnavigate it. Under the light, the island appeared exceedingly barren, dominated by oddly shaped rocks, some towering 3 to 4 stories high, others half the size of a person, scattered apart, yet seemingly arranged in a peculiar pattern, evoking a sensation reminiscent of a quarry. Can this place sustain life? Deep hesitantly inquired, a question to which no one had an answer. Charles understood that regardless of whether the island could support habitation, it undoubtedly harbored some peril. After all, it was classified as a level 5 danger zone, with 5 exploration vessels having vanished after attempting to explore it. Let us toss some live fish ashore to see if there are any carnivorous creatures. At Charles's command, several fish were thrown onto the beach, their bodies deliberately slashed to release blood, the scent wafting through the air as everyone anxiously watched. The water-starved fish soon suffocated, and after half an hour, Charles suddenly spotted a pair of eyes glimmering among the rocks. Squeak, squeak, squeak. With black fur, a long tail, and beady eyes the size of mung beans, it was an ordinary mouse. In full view, the mouse scurried to a dead fish and began to nibble. Joy spread across the crew's faces. The emergence of a normal creature was good news. If mice could survive on this island, then surely humans could as well. However, before they could revel in their delight, more greedy eyes emerged from the rocks. Swarms of mice surged towards the dead fish like a tidal wave. The white sand beach rapidly covered by their dark brown fur. The cacophony of chewing from the shore sent shivers down the spines of those aboard the ship. This is an excessive number of mice, the second mate Krona remarked with a forced smile, glancing at his captain. Chapter 18. Rats. Charles was preoccupied with deeper contemplations. Rats, typically denizens of the lowest stratum of the ecological hierarchy, suggested the presence of other predators on the island. While the specific nature of these predators remained unknown, he was certain that felines were not among them. As Charles pondered, the vermin retreated like an ebbing tide, leaving the ochre and ivory sands devoid of even a single fish bone. Seamen, drop anchor, secure your armaments and explosives, and prepare to disembark, Charles commanded. His crew promptly mobilized. For this venture, he had procured an ample supply of explosives. While their efficacy remained uncertain, he reasoned that possessing them was preferable to lacking them. Should the island's perils be confined to the Murine horde, these explosives would undoubtedly prove invaluable. 2 skiffs were lowered into the water. With the exception of the disabled seamen, who remained aboard to safeguard the vessel, the entire crew disembarked, each bearing a strip of cloth emblazoned with their name and rank to preclude any inadvertent additions or subtractions upon their return. The company cautiously advanced toward the rocky terrain. Seasoned mariners, having weathered similar trials, maintained a semblance of composure, while the uninitiated exhibited palpable trepidation, reacting nervously to the slightest rustle. As they ventured deeper inland, the island's rocks grew increasingly friable, and scattered animal remains began to appear on the ground. A flicker of disappointment crossed Charles's visage. It appeared that the subterranean passage they sought did not lie within this area. Just as Charles began to waver in his resolve to press onward, a crimson glimmer materialized amidst the distant rocks. Charles swiftly retreated behind a massive boulder, hissing to his companions, "Extinguish the torches, immediately." Though perplexed, the crew obeyed their captain's command. Bereft of the torchlight, the crimson hue intensified, its lurid coloration flitting between the rocks as it approached. As it drew nearer, the entity's true form became discernible. It resembled a grotesquely engorged leech, approximately 5 meters in length. The vermilion luminescence emanated from bioluminescent patches embedded beneath its translucent skin, pulsating with an unsettling rhythm. Despite lacking wings or any discernible means of propulsion, the leech soared effortlessly through the air, seemingly in search of something. 6 ocular stalks protruded from its anterior, constantly swiveling and scrutinizing its surroundings. The humans, huddled behind the rocks, dared not even exhale. Some, gripped by terror, squeezed their eyes shut and trembled. Charles fixed his gaze upon the creature's ocular stalks, deducing from their appearance that it was far from benign. He resolved to avoid provoking it if possible. A stomach rumbled, its sound amplified by the oppressive silence, akin to a thunderclap. Swish! The leech's ocular stalks snapped toward the humans. Its mandibles, bristling with barbs, emitted a guttural growl. With a subtle shimmer, its translucent form vanished into thin air. Blast! It can camouflage itself. It's coming this way. Clutching the explosives at his waist, Charles braced himself, his expression resolute. He prepared to confront the monster in a desperate gambit. The other crew members gripped their weapons, their hearts pounding in their chests. Charles mentally counted the seconds. Just as he was about to hurl the explosives, the inky darkness was illuminated by a crimson glow. The leech materialized above a rock, its ocular stalks scanning the distance. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The sound of rodents echoed from afar, growing louder as if deliberately amplified. The leech contorted its bloated form and swiftly glided in that direction, its vermilion radiance fading into the distance. Charles, drenched in cold sweat, exhaled in relief. He had been saved by rats, of all things. As he turned to address his companions, he noticed a pair of phosphorescent green eyes materialize to his left. This was merely the beginning. More and more eyes flickered into existence, an unnerving constellation of orbs that sent shivers down his spine. Charles struck a match against the rock wall, the sudden flare illuminating their surroundings. Rats, countless rats, swarmed around them in a teeming, undulating mass. They were completely surrounded. "Greetings. My name is Lily. It's a pleasure to meet you." The unexpected feminine voice momentarily paralyzed the crew. After a moment of bewildered searching, Charles located the speaker, a white rat standing amidst the throng. Its demeanor stood in stark contrast to its brethren, its eyes sparkling with intelligence. The rat, seemingly recognizing Charles as the leader, hopped before him and gazed up at him. "Hello, I'm Lily. What's your name?" Charles surveyed the swarming rodents and replied softly, "Charles." As the two initiated their tentative exchange, a piercing shriek erupted from the direction in which the flying leech had departed. "Hurry, come quickly. My friend can only delay it for so long. It's returning. I'll take you to my home." The white rat scurried away, followed by the other rodents. Seeing the crimson glow reappear in the distance, Charles wasted no time. He urged his crew to follow the rats. Compared to the monstrous leech, these rodents at least offered the possibility of communication. In the enveloping darkness, Charles and his men followed the rats through a labyrinthine network of tunnels, eventually arriving at an opening barely a meter in height. As they crawled inside, their torchlight revealed countless eyes scrutinizing them from the shadows. The cavern echoed with incessant rustling. A dozen torches were lit and tossed into the air, illuminating the scene. The cavern, nearly the size of a football field, teemed with dark brown rats, all fixated on the intruders. The rats themselves were unremarkable, but some wielded tools fashioned from bones, lending an unsettling air to the scene. Charles even observed a large rat tutoring a smaller one in arithmetic. He felt as though he had stumbled into a land of Lilliputians. The white rat, Lily, somehow procured a miniature stool and perched upon it. "Can you take me home? I miss my mother." A throng of rats surged forward, each presenting a bowl of brownish liquid, seemingly an offering of hospitality. "Home?" Charles surveyed the peculiar rat warren. "Isn't this your home?" "Of course not. I'm not a rat. I'm a human," Lily retorted from her perch. "A human?" The crew stared at the diminutive rodent, struggling to reconcile its appearance with the claim. Sensing their incredulity, Lily hastened to explain, "I truly am a human. My parents were taking me on a ship to visit my grandfather on Horrifying Island when we were caught in a whirlpool. I fell overboard and, when I awoke, I was like this. I don't know why." Chapter 19096. Listening to the mouse's words, Deep remained incredulous and inquired once more, "Little one, where do you reside? How many people are in your household?" The white mouse straightened its back and replied, "I live at 158, District 12, Coral Island. My father's name is Oliver, and he is a doctor, while my mother's name is Olivia. I am 11 years old and a girl, HM. Now, do you believe me? The sailor, deep, intended to say something further, but was restrained by Charles, who was far more concerned about the imminent dangers outside than the origins of this little creature. Lily, I can take you back, but you must first tell me what those things were. The white mouse. Lily shook her head. I don't know, uncle. And neither do they. I named them the big fat worms. If you encounter them, you must run away separately. They are very formidable, capable of not only cloaking themselves but also spitting. None of my friends returned after being captured by them. Are there many? Countless, so many. Beyond the rocky ground lies a mountain, teeming with them. Lily gestured animatedly with her tiny paws. After pondering the strengths of both sides, Charles fell into deep contemplation. This island had no pathways to the surface, and the multitude of perilous creatures suggested that exploration might be unwarranted. Lily, we will return to Coral Island now. If you wish to go home, you may follow us. He sensed the friendliness of the white mouse, and he could empathize with her desire to return home. Just as Charles turned to depart, a cacophony of squeaks erupted, and a large swarm of mice bared their teeth, blocking their way back. Wait, Uncle needs your help. Can we assist him first before leaving? Charles shook his head, unwilling to complicate matters further. I'm afraid we cannot help them. Please let us pass. Lily, naive as she was, seemed to misunderstand Charles's intent, pleading with a childlike tone. Oh, please agree. Those things are really important to Uncle. Look, he is coming out. Everyone turned to see a giant rat, the size of a small dog, emerge from the shadows, its bright yellow eyes scanning the humans with scrutiny. This enormous rat was evidently far less amicable than Lily, its gaze rife with hostility. With a sudden screech, the giant rat commanded the surrounding mice to surge forward, their menacing demeanor suggesting they might devour Charles and his companions whole. In an instant, Charles and the others drew their weapons, aiming them at the Rat King. Seeing the standoff, Lily's fluffy face contorted with anxiety as she rushed to the side of the giant rat, squeaking urgently as if attempting to communicate. After a tense pause, Lily turned to Charles, a hint of regret in her voice. I'm sorry. Uncle says he has already sent mice to seal off the beach. If you do not assist him, he won't let you board the ship. Charles chuckled lightly, bemused that he was being threatened by a rodent. The fuse of a small explosive was ignited. Recognizing the object in Charles's hand, Lily's fur bristled with alarm, and she shouted, Don't light it. Uncle will give a reward. It's a treasure, a great treasure. Charles pinched the fuse, extinguishing it. What treasure? He had no desire to engage in a deadly confrontation with these mice, but if the reward were appropriate, he might consider it. Soon after, he observed two mice dragging forth two items to present to Charles, a mask and a sheet of paper. Upon lifting the paper and reading its contents, his eyes widened in surprise at the unexpected information recorded therein. Item number, 096. Item name, Clown Mask Containment Class, Level 3, currently housed in Laboratory 3. Description, 096 appears as a clown mask with a red nose and a jubilant white visage. It was discovered at a circus on Red Tree Island, data deleted. The previous owner, a 27-year-old woman, had succumbed to madness, exhibiting significant personality changes and dissociative identity disorder. Experiment Log 1, Subject 654-096. 10 minutes post-application. The subject's body became exceptionally supple and agile, with a significant enhancement in strength, approaching human limits, and capable of performing all acrobatic feats, including but not limited to trapeze acts, blindfolded knife throwing, and contortionism. 30 minutes post-application, Subject 654 exhibited heightened euphoria, attempting to amuse the doctor outside the blast-proof window with poor jokes. 1 hour later, Subject 654 began conversing with another identity within, engaging in mutual accusations interspersed with maniacal laughter. 3 hours post-application, the subject attempted to slice open its own windpipe with its nails. Security personnel administered anesthetic gas to remove 096. 3 days later, the subject's psychological anomalies persisted, rendering Subject 654 of no further value, and it was subsequently destroyed. This appeared to be a report, indicating that some individuals intended to comprehend an artifact known as the clown mask through scientific means. Charles's gaze shifted from the paper to the mask resting on the back of the mouse, likely the very item described in the document. After a moment's hesitation, Charles lifted the mask and placed it upon his face. In an instant, he felt an exhilarating lightness, as though he were walking on clouds. With a gentle push, he propelled himself into the air, completing 2.5 rotations before landing gracefully. My goodness, this is extraordinary. I could easily win a gold medal at the Olympics. The next moment, he hastily removed the mask, a chill of fear coursing through him as he gazed at the ghastly white grin. Though those words had emerged from his own mouth, they bore no resemblance to his usual tone, as if he had transformed into an entirely different person. Well, what do you say? Do you agree? I persuaded Uncle for quite a while, Lily exclaimed, tugging at Charles's pant leg with enthusiasm. After a moment's contemplation, Charles cradled Lily in his hands. Why do we need to assist? I see that these mice possess considerable intelligence. They should be far more useful than us. But we don't have hands. That thing is kept in a room, and Uncle said it requires hands to unlock it. Don't worry, it's very easy. Not dangerous at all. I've been there several times. Charles pondered for a moment before conceding. All right, I agree. Although the artifact was peculiar. Its utility was undeniable if the wearing time were controlled. It could be advantageous for escape or combat, and even if he chose not to use it himself. He could sell it to other captains upon his return. Upon hearing Charles's agreement, Lily leaped with joy. Wonderful. I knew you were a good person. Chapter 20, Laboratory 3. Then hasten, follow me. Once we retrieve the treasure for your uncle, we can return home. Quickly, quickly. Lily leaped from Charles' grasp. Darting towards the cavern entrance, a throng of sable rodents trailing behind. Emerging from the rat burrow, Lily guided Charles and his companions swiftly through the labyrinth of rocks. Periodically, the crimson glow of sky leeches would manifest in the distance. At these junctures, Lily would dispatch a rat to divert the attention of the grotesque creatures. After nearly half an hour of evasive maneuvers, the jagged rocks began to dissipate, revealing a smooth, sheer wall before Charles, obscured by the gloom. He couldn't discern whether it was a mountain face or a colossal barrier. The party proceeded along the wall's base for several minutes, until a technologically advanced iron door materialized before them. Before Charles could inquire, the rats formed a living ladder, and with a concerted tug on the handle, the door swung open with a resounding click. As Charles surged through the doorway, he was immediately astounded. It was a straight, expansive corridor. Though coated in a thick layer of dust and strewn with debris, the minimalist aesthetic evoked a sense of temporal displacement, as if he had been transported to a hospital of the future. This architectural style is not the work of the inhabitants outside, Charles surmised. Lily, are you certain the artifact is located here? Charles doubted that such a structure could be attributed to the sky leeches. Suspecting that the rat's mission was more complex than it appeared, the white rat did not respond, but after a moment of deliberation, she scurried into a chamber, emerging with a large sheet of material. Charles felt the texture, noting its rigidity, akin to plastic. It depicted a rudimentary map, with various zones labeled in the ancient language of Earth: monitoring room, break room, cafeteria, and so on. Lily hopped onto the map, first stopping on a corner to the east, then scampering to a restricted zone in the west, where she again stamped her feet. We are here. The object is over there. Let us retrieve it quickly. Observing the map, Charles harbored a nascent suspicion, but this was not the time for conjecture. The place felt precarious. It was best to secure the item and depart. Suddenly, a figure materialized at the corridor's end, startling Deep, who cried out. Charles swiftly lowered his gun. It's merely a corpse. The group converged, the torchlight illuminating the cadaver. The desiccated body was frozen in a kneeling posture, mouth agape, arms outstretched, as if in a silent scream. Charles discerned several details. A metallic badge, bearing the inscription Dr. Dort, Deputy Director of Laboratory 3, was affixed to the right breast of his suit-like attire. Charles' pupils contracted. He recalled something, retrieving the paper with the clown mask. Containment class, Level 3 item containment. Currently housed in Laboratory 3. So this is Laboratory 3. The rat pilfered the mask from here. Who constructed Laboratory 3? Who are they? With one mystery dispelled, a host of others arose. Lily tugged at Charles' trousers, urging them forward. Let's go quickly. Once we've helped, we can return home. Charles had anticipated numerous perils along the way, but Lily had not deceived them. Aside from the disordered environment and the occasional cadaver, there were no immediate threats. They gradually approached their destination. Behold, we have arrived. It is here. Lily halted before an iron door, leaping excitedly. There is a small square. Place your hand upon it, and the door shall open. Observing the familiar device on the door, Charles felt a sense of foreboding. He pressed his hand against it, but as expected, the door remained sealed. There was no power. No fingerprint match. How could it open? It was a fingerprint-locked door. Why does it not open? Uncle explicitly stated that a human hand would suffice. Lily tilted her head, bewildered. Rats, however intelligent, are merely rats. She must have observed individuals using fingerprints to open doors, assuming that any human hand would suffice. Which was not the case. Charles rapped on the door, finding it relatively thin. He retrieved explosives, ignited the fuse, and hurled them at the door before retreating. A deafening explosion ensued, creating a gaping hole in the door. Entering the breach, Charles found a black flask resting serenely on a table. That is it. We can return home now. Lily's furry face radiated joy. Charles dared not linger, seizing the flask and rushing outside. The explosion had been considerable, and he feared it would attract unwanted attention. As if on cue, as Charles and his companions reached a midway point, a sky leech drifted into view at the bend ahead, its bloated form obstructing the passage. With a roar, the sky leech charged. Realizing there was no escape, Charles raised his revolver, firing repeatedly. The bullets impacted the leech, producing a leathery sound, the force causing it to recoil. The sky leech shrieked, its bulbous form twisting, and its luminescent, translucent body vanished. Do not cease firing. Aim forward. It can cloak itself. Empty your weapons. Bullets ricocheted off the walls, riddling them with holes. As the gunfire subsided, Charles was about to urge a swift departure when the leech's massive head materialized before him, its toothed maw less than 10 centimeters from his skull. The toothed mandibles whirred open, the leech's maw poised to engulf Charles' head like a sanguinary guillotine. Just as he was about to be consumed, he felt a tremendous force at his waist, pulling him backward. Looking down, Charles saw that Deep had shoved him aside, saving his life. Gunfire erupted once more, the leech screeching as it retreated, but it twisted its body and disappeared again. Charles scrambled to his feet, unhesitatingly donning the mask. In this dire moment, there was no time for hesitation. He drew the black blade from his thigh, a manic grin spreading across his face behind the mask. He could feel his strength and reflexes heighten the instant the mask was in place. Everything around him became instantly luminous, not merely in his perception. He could now perceive objects in the darkness. Cease firing, comrades. That creature is impervious to bullets. Today, your leader will demonstrate a feat. The keen black blade danced in Charles' hand, a blur of motion. In the dim corridors, an eerie silence descended, the air thick with the menace of the invisible leeches. Charles and James exchanged peculiar glances, taken aback by their captain's unusual demeanor. Suddenly, Charles erupted in laughter, initially subdued but escalating into boisterous guffaws. Lily cautiously peeked out from her refuge amidst the rodent pile, inquiring about his amusement. Charles, struggling to contain his mirth, turned and exclaimed, "Ah, Lily, my dear. I've just recalled a jest. Shall I regale you with it? It begins with a certain..." Before he could finish, a sky leech materialized on the wall to his left, its grotesque maw lunging for the back of Charles's head. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. But a warning came too late. Unexpectedly, Charles contorted his body as if devoid of bones, narrowly evading the creature's attack. With lightning speed, he thrust his blade into the leech's abdomen. "Aha! Got you at last. So, you can phase through walls, can you?" Charles propelled himself onto the leech's back, his black knife repeatedly stabbing its translucent hide. The sky leech writhed violently, yet Charles remained steadfast, seemingly equipped with an internal gyroscope. "Trying to buck me off, are you? Not a chance." The wounded leech recoiled, spitting a stream of yellowish pus at Charles. "I've had my fun. Farewell, oversized worm." Charles gripped the knife's hilt, twisting it sharply, and with a sickening tear, he carved a deep gash from the leech's back to its belly. The leech emitted a piercing shriek as its ravaged form began to fade, attempting to flee. However, Charles plunged the hilt deep into its flesh, causing the bloated creature to plummet to the ground. In a swift motion, Charles used the leech's skin as a springboard, somersaulting through the air before landing gracefully in a triumphant pose. Wasn't that dashing? Where's the applause? After a few moments of posing, he noticed the stunned silence of his crew, their faces etched with disbelief. "Come now, you lot. A little appreciation, perhaps? What are you waiting for? Let's move." The crew snapped out of their stupor and hurried onward, Charles bringing up the rear. As they neared the exit, the crew glanced back at their captain. Dip, observing Charles's leg shaking and humming, muttered to his first mate, "Should we remove the mask? He seems rather unhinged." Charles's mask pressed against Dip's face. "What was that you were saying? I can hear you, you know. Who's going to protect you if I take off the mask?" Dip, gritting his teeth, reached for the mask, but Charles nimbly evaded his grasp. He shoved his flask into Dip's hands and pushed him forward. "Go on ahead. I'll meet you on the ship." Before anyone could respond, Charles fell backward into the darkness. "Captain, come back." "Mr. Charles, where are you going?" Amidst the cries of his crew, Charles, still masked, ventured deeper into the shadows, muttering to himself, "If this place is a relic research facility, it must be brimming with artifacts. I'm about to make a fortune." Humming a fragmented tune, Charles retraced his steps. This time, he resorted to explosives on the unyielding doors. Behind the first door, he discovered a medieval-style oil lamp. As he made his exit, he noticed a logbook hanging on the wall. How thoughtful of them to include instructions. Charles snatched the logbook and charged toward the next room. Jackpot! Jackpot! Clutching a pile of relics, Charles scurried through the rooms, resembling a farmer reaping his harvest. As he slipped a silver tentacle ring onto his finger, a red glow appeared in the doorway. "Oh, look, the slug returns. I'll teach you a lesson you won't soon forget." Charles, clutching his hoard, strode confidently toward the entrance. However, upon peering into the corridor, he froze. Instead of a single creature, he was confronted by a swarm of sky leeches. They were packed together, some emerging from the ceiling, others from the floor, their crimson eyes creating a pulsating wall of light. The moment they spotted Charles, their bodies contorted, and the red glow vanished. Darkness enveloped the corridor once more, and Charles could vividly imagine the invisible leeches closing in. Without hesitation, he turned and fled, only to be met by a gaping maw that materialized out of thin air. Charles stumbled, half of his body plunging into the creature's mouth. Summoning every ounce of strength, he twisted free just as the jaws snapped shut. Though he escaped, his clothes were shredded. That was a close one. Charles, shaken but undeterred, pressed on, dodging the leeches. But the invisible leeches were faster than Charles. More and more of them materialized, launching their attacks. Charles became a veritable acrobat, narrowly evading each assault, his agility akin to a dancer pirouetting on a razor's edge. As he dodged a spray of leech spittle, another maw appeared to his right. Charles leaped, narrowly avoiding it. Before he could land, yet another mouth materialized. This time, unable to gain purchase in midair, Charles could only watch as he was swallowed whole. Chapter 22, 1068. As the sharp teeth approached his head, Charles, in desperation, wielded the large package in his hands, striking with all his might. The force of the blow propelled him away from the impending danger. However, in his frantic escape, the teeth snagged his clothing, tearing it asunder. A cascade of relics scattered upon the ground, creating a cacophony of clinks and clangs. Among them, an ancient oil lamp, after a slight tremor, suddenly emitted a brilliant radiance, illuminating the entire corridor as if it were bathed in daylight. The flying leeches, as if jolted by an electric shock, convulsed violently, seemingly agitated by the sudden burst of light. Seizing this opportune moment, Charles, without hesitation, clutched the remaining small bundle of belongings and bolted away in a frenzied sprint. Charles ran with unparalleled speed for nearly 5 minutes. Finding no pursuers, he finally halted, gasping for breath. Upon surveying the meager remnants of his salvaged relics, a wave of anguish washed over him. Only 4 remained within his tattered garment. Damn it! You slimy creatures will pay for this. I'll remember this grudge. Once I'm successful, I'll return and boil you all in a single pot. After venting his pent-up frustration, Charles steadied himself and rose to his feet, casting a wary gaze upon the dimly lit surroundings. If the previous area resembled a hospital, this place was unequivocally a military base. The walls were no longer adorned with bright white tiles but were instead constructed of thick steel plates. He had never ventured into this particular section before, suggesting that his desperate flight had led him astray. Hello? Is anyone there? Charles's voice echoed through the air. He cautiously advanced along the wall, and soon, a colossal circular iron door, nearly 5 meters in height, loomed before him. A fissure, almost cleaving the door in two, marred the half-meter-thick barrier. Charles peered cautiously through the crack, discovering a vast space beyond. Suddenly, a distant, drawn-out cough reverberated from within, causing Charles to freeze in his tracks. Could there possibly be a living being inside? After glancing back, Charles gingerly slipped through the fissure and entered the chamber. He was immediately awestruck by the sight before him, a long tunnel resembling a bomb shelter, with iron doors spaced every 100 meters. The nearest door had been dislodged from its position, embedded in the ceiling. Cough, cough. The cough echoed once more from afar, sounding like that of an elderly person. Charles slowed his pace, cautiously advancing toward the source of the sound. Soon, he identified the origin of the cough: shattered organs, congealed blood, lifeless eyes, emaciated limbs, and a mangled brain. A grotesque gateway composed of these macabre materials stood squarely in front of the fourth door, with a writhing purple liquid filling the doorframe. Embedded on the lower left side of the door was the upper torso of a bloody corpse, from which the cough had emanated. The gore-covered figure opened its eyes and fixed its gaze upon Charles. Ah, 096, have you finally found another host? Come, come. Since being confined to this forsaken place, it has been ages since your last visit. Let us have a proper conversation. Does he recognize me? Or rather, does he recognize the mask I wear? Charles's eyes darted across the inscription on the wall. Project number, 1068. Haha, if it isn't 1068, my dear friend. It's been too long. Yes, I am indeed 096, Charles said familiarly as he approached the flesh door. The bloody corpse on the door scrutinized Charles for a few moments before gently shaking its head. No, you are not 096. You have not become it. Realizing that his deception had failed, Charles abandoned his charade and inquired, Hey, do you know where the exit is? You ask an immobile old-timer for directions? Has humanity grown so foolish over the years? So many years. Has this thing existed for a long time? Could it possibly know anything about the surface world? After a moment of contemplation, Charles began to inquire about the surface. Oh, the sun. Of course, I know it. It's that thing that hangs in the sky. It has been so long since I last basked in its warmth. Could you possibly move me outside so I can soak up some sun? Hearing this encouraging news, Charles suddenly leaped forward like a monkey, clutching the bloody corpse's head in his hands, exclaiming, When did you see it? How long ago was it? Damn it, stop tugging at my head. I can still feel it. With a swift motion, Charles unsheathed the black knife from his calf and pressed it against the creature's face, threateningly demanding, Enough nonsense. Speak. A flicker of anger flashed across the mangled face of 1068. The door on my body, the door through my body, will lead you to the sun. A door? Charles pondered, approaching the doorway and examining the inscription on the wall. After a few seconds, He stormed back, enraged, and plunged the knife into the creature's neck. You dare deceive me. It clearly states that the door leads to other worlds. No living creature that has entered has ever returned. As 1068 emitted a piercing shriek, the entire flesh door convulsed as if writhing in pain. You are a piece of garbage fit only to be used as toilet paper. I curse you. 1068 abandoned its pretense and unleashed a torrent of abuse upon Charles. Speak quickly, or I'll chop off your head. Faced with the imminent threat of the blade, 1068 finally relented. In a despondent tone, it confessed. I can't recall the exact time, but the last time I saw the sun, I remember being transported onto a ship. I spent a long time on that ship. Haha. Charles erupted in a fit of manic laughter, performing a series of somersaults in the air. I knew that someone had come from the surface. I knew it. If they can come down, I can certainly go up. However, Charles's elation was short-lived as a familiar red glow illuminated the corridor outside. Damn it, the leeches are back. Charles frantically searched for a place to hide, but he soon realized that the room offered no cover except for the flesh door. His mind raced, and he suddenly devised a plan, darting toward the corner of the room and scaling the walls like a gecko, swiftly ascending to the upper left corner. Charles pressed his limbs tightly against the walls, using his exceptional body control to wedge himself in the corner. Just as he settled into his precarious position, 3 flying leeches, glowing with a crimson light, floated into the room. The leeches, oblivious to Charles's presence, glided toward 1068 and began to regurgitate a stream of semi-decayed rats into the black door. Are they feeding 1068? Why? Just as Charles was grappling with this perplexing question, 1068 began to speak. Dr. Tina, you are as beautiful as ever. Who is it talking to? Another question formed in Charles's mind. At that moment, he noticed 1068 tilting its head and gazing at him, a malicious grin spreading across its mangled face. Charles's heart sank. Dr. Tina, 096 has escaped. It is currently clinging to the upper left corner of the room. Contain it immediately. Chapter 23, Betrayal. Upon hearing the alert from 1068, the 3-headed flying leech, regurgitating a mouse, swiftly turned around, its 18 eyes fixating on Charles in the corner. You bastard! With a sudden leap, Charles dashed towards the exit. Just as he was about to burst through the door, he swiftly drew a revolver from his left hand. Bang! The grotesque head of 1068 was obliterated, half of it blown away amidst its anguished cries and curses. Charles charged out of the room, sprinting for his life. This time, the leeches refrained from engaging him in close combat. Instead, they congregated at a distance, spewing corrosive liquid. Charles contorted his body, navigating swiftly through the hail of bullets as he made his escape. This was merely the beginning. The number of leeches pursuing him increased, and for the first time in years, the once quiet third laboratory erupted with chaos. In the wake of the leech's relentless chase, Charles retraced his steps. Upon exerting every ounce of strength to break free from the laboratory, a blinding red light flared behind him. In horror, he turned to witness the entire wall aglow. Leeches howling as they emerged from the structure, their eyes burning with rage, fixated on him. Hundreds of flying leeches writhed, vanishing into thin air. A chill shot through Charles, coursing from his spine to his brain, prompting him to dash towards the coastline with utmost urgency. Am I stealing your wives or something? Why pursue me like this? With a series of powerful strides, Charles leaped onto a 3-meter-high ledge, skillfully bounding between the stones. His enhanced night vision allowed him to move rapidly, yet he felt utterly vulnerable, his expression tense as he surveyed his surroundings, wary of the invisible leeches that could emerge from any corner. In the distance, he spotted the bright searchlight of the unicorn whale illuminating the sea. The light was on, signaling that the crew was aboard. If he could just reach the shore, victory would be his. Motivated by this thought, Charles quickened his pace. The leeches buzzed in the air, their forms emerging as vast swathes of red light obstructed Charles's path. They formed a tactical pocket, advancing towards him. So you regard me highly, do you? You're employing tactics against just one person? Breathing heavily, Charles stood atop a rock, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Gazing at the sky filled with crimson light, he remarked, "How beautiful. This aerial display makes drone performances seem utterly lackluster." However, compared to these luminescent creatures, he longed more for the sight of drones. Clutching his dwindling relics, he propelled himself forward, charging towards the distant red wall without hesitation. Pfeff, 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 the flying leeches began to spit saliva, and the illuminated air turned into a downpour of acid rain. Charles dove back into the rocky forest below, utilizing the stones for cover as he pressed onward. The sound of acid corroding the rocks above filled the air, and he nimbly navigated the remaining safe spots, closing the distance to the shore. The leeches seemed to anticipate his every move, countless sharp-toothed maws emerging from the ground, viciously snapping at his feet. With no leverage, Charles forcefully kicked off the wall, returning to the rock's summit, only to be greeted by another barrage of acid rain. Despite his agility, twisting and turning midair proved futile. Charles's clothing was riddled with holes from the corrosive liquid, viscous acid dripping onto him, creating wisps of smoke. As the burning sensation intensified, he realized he could not hold on much longer. Am I going to die? Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from the distance, and a large section of the crimson veil opened up, standing on one of the few remaining patches of clear ground. Charles's face behind the mask broke into a wild grin. It was the deck cannon of the unicorn whale. His crew was coming to his aid. No matter how many leeches there were, they were but flesh and blood, no match for the explosive power of artillery. Boom. Another chunk of the red curtain was torn away, and the leeches appeared momentarily dazed, unsure whether to flee or continue intercepting Charles. With the pressure alleviated, Charles sprinted with renewed vigor, finally reaching the shoreline. With a leap, the icy sea washed away the burning sensations coursing through his body as he flailed towards the unicorn whale. Upon ascending the soft ladder onto the deck, his first words were, "Set sail, quickly." The unicorn whale, fully prepared, roared to life and swiftly departed from the island, collapsing onto the deck, exhausted. Charles's gaze fell upon several damp relics nearby, igniting a wave of exhilaration within him. Ha ha ha. See this, you snot worms? I've claimed your possessions, and I made it out alive. I won. Nearby, Deep, visibly anxious, rushed over to assist Charles. Captain, you should take off that mask immediately. Charles was startled. How long had he been wearing this mask? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a strange voice exploded in his consciousness. I don't know, but it must have been on for at least an hour or two. In haste, Charles removed the mask, and the moment it came off, the surroundings dimmed significantly, and the pain surged to new heights. Yet, at that moment, he focused entirely on the voice in his mind, incessantly questioning its identity. Seeing his captain frozen in place, Deep waved his hand in front of him. Captain, are you okay? Charles ignored him, sitting on the ground as if awaiting something. When he realized that the voice had ceased after removing the mask, he exhaled deeply. A wave of dread washed over him. What if he had worn it for just a few more minutes? He might have had to wrestle for control of his body with his other personas. It seemed that in the future, he must exercise caution when donning that mask. While it offered undeniable benefits, the drawbacks were equally astonishing. Though Charles experienced no resistance in removing it, his temperament had grown impulsive. As the captain regained his composure, the other crew members breathed a collective sigh of relief, hurriedly lifting Charles towards the captain's quarters. After a flurry of activity, Charles's acid-corroded wounds were bandaged, and he looked more like a mummy than a man. Weakly, he sat up, glancing around at the crew gathered around him. Who fired the cannon? Had it not been for the deck cannon, Charles knew he would never have returned. It was me. It was me. Lily, the white mouse, scurried up the bedspread to present herself before Charles. Chapter 24. Spoils of War. Charles was taken aback by the white rat's eager expression, as if seeking commendation. You can operate the deck guns? He had assumed that James, the chief engineer, was in charge of the turrets, but it turned out to be Lily, the rat. My friends and I operate them. Aren't we impressive? Lily squeaked twice, and a horde of brown rats swarmed onto Charles's bed. Charles felt a strong sense of revulsion at the sight of the rodent infestation. Get them all off. You come back alone. Why did you bring all these rats? I promised them I'd invite them to my home and treat them to my mother's sweet fish soup. A promise is a promise, Lily asserted. Charles placated Lily with a few soothing words and turned to his first mate, Krona. The red-haired youth, as if anticipating Charles's question, stated, Rest assured, Captain, we've done a head count. No one is missing. Good, good. As the danger subsided, an overwhelming drowsiness washed over Charles. The pain from his wounds, coupled with the exhaustion from his frantic flight, caused his body to issue a warning. Don't let your guard down. Get back to a safe route as soon as possible. Everyone leave. I'm a bit tired. Before anyone could leave the room, Charles's eyelids fluttered shut, and he was immediately plunged into oblivion. When he awoke, he had no idea how much time had passed. I need to buy a pocket watch. Having regained his vigor, Charles remained in bed, a long absent, faint smile gracing his face. He had been preoccupied with a nagging concern, whether he was no longer on Earth, whether he could ever return home, even if he reached the surface. However, the words Bloodgate 1068 had confirmed one thing. The outside world had a sun. If there was a sun, it had to be Earth, and there was a high probability that his home was still there. With his resolve renewed, Charles was about to get out of bed when he noticed the relics pilfered from the third laboratory piled on the cabinet. The sight of these objects stirred something within him. Although he was responsible for everything that had transpired in that place, Charles now felt an unsettling sense of detachment from his former self. Back then, the thought of so many relics had filled his mind with an insatiable craving. He had instinctively resorted to theft, completely oblivious to the inherent danger of such an act. But as he gazed upon the relics, Charles was grateful for his good fortune. He had managed to snatch so many relics at the cost of only a few injuries. It was undoubtedly a worthwhile trade. Charles began to examine the items he had retrieved with meticulous attention. A rusty sword covered in iron oxide, a quill pen as thick as a forearm, A pyramid-shaped amethyst. In addition to the silver ring woven with tentacles on his hand, there were a total of 4 relics. The items appeared extraordinary, but Charles was hesitant to experiment with them rashly. Some of the notebooks containing information about them had been lost during the skirmish with the leech-like creatures, and others had been ruined by seawater when he jumped overboard. Only 2 relic information booklets remained, one of which was for the ring on his hand. Item number, 168. Item name, tentacle ring description. 168 is a ring crafted from 925 silver, its design consisting of 3 octopus-like tentacles intertwined. It was discovered by Dr. Tina during her vacation at a data-expunged jewelry store in New Jia City. Addendum 1. Due to Dr. Tina's prompt detection and submission of its anomaly, the Foundation decided to contain 168 directly. The item's anomalous properties will be detailed in Addendum 2, presented as an interview transcript. Addendum 2. Interviewer, Dr. Tina. Could you elaborate on how you discovered 168? Dr. Tina. My husband took me to select a wedding ring, and I put it on as soon as I saw it. It wasn't until I returned to my apartment that I noticed something was amiss. I began to develop a peculiar ability. Interviewer. What kind of ability? Dr. Tina. My hand can transform into 3 invisible tentacles. The sensation is quite strange, as if the tentacles have always been a part of my hand. Very natural. I know what you're going to ask next. The tentacles have a strong grip, roughly equivalent to that of 2 adult men, and they're also very elastic, capable of extending up to 5 meters when fully stretched. As for negative anomalies, the ring tempts humans to wear it subconsciously, and it tightens increasingly, requiring periodic removal to relieve the pressure. Interviewer. Is that all? Dr. Tina. Yes, that's all. It's a very simple little thing. If only other projects were as well behaved as this one. Sophie, 1068, which I'm responsible for, is still manageable. As long as there's enough food, it won't cause trouble. But 641 is a real headache. Interviewer. Oh, Tina, I've heard about that one. It's indeed difficult to deal with. If it breaches containment, the entire island's population would likely be assimilated. But in terms of danger, it's still not as bad as 134, which I'm responsible for. Interviewer 2. Ahem. Ladies, this is work time. Save the chit-chat for after work. Please be mindful of the setting. Dr. Tina. Sorry. End of interview at 2241. Transform into tentacles? Charles mused, raising his hand. A curious phenomenon occurred. He could feel his fingers rapidly lengthening and thickening, but his hand appeared unchanged to the naked eye. Suddenly, a drawer on the distant table opened, and a bottle of wine floated out, suspended in midair. The scene was undeniably eerie. Charles began to experiment with the newfound relic in his room, causing various small objects to levitate and dance in the air. After familiarizing himself with the relic, Charles decided to keep it for his own use. In terms of direct offensive capabilities, it was no match for either the Jester Mask or the Black Blade. But if utilized skillfully, it could prove to be unexpectedly useful. What further captivated Charles was that this little trinket possessed the fewest side effects of any relic he had encountered. Running his fingers over the ring, Charles turned his attention to another sheet of paper, the record for the Purple Pyramid. Item number, 434. Item name, Purple Pyramid description. 434 is a crystal pyramid measuring 10 centimeters in length, 10 centimeters in height, and 10 centimeters in width. It was handed over to the Foundation by the Shadow Isle Police Department due to the disturbances it caused. Experiment 1. Subject 13 was instructed to hold 434 and mentally repeat the phrase, "I am powerful" twice. Result. The subject's body underwent a sudden transformation, with its physique increasing proportionally, reaching a height of 2.5 meters. However, the subject's articulation skills were significantly impaired, and intelligence testing revealed a decrease to 80. Experiment 2. Subject 13 was instructed to hold 434 and mentally repeat the phrase, "I am powerful" 3 times. Result. The subject's height increased by 3 meters, and intelligence decreased to 60. Experiment 3. Subject 13 was instructed to hold 434 and mentally repeat the phrase, "I am powerful" 4 times. Result. Height increased to 4 meters, and intelligence decreased to 40. Due to the subject's severely diminished cognitive abilities, it was unable to comprehend instructions, and the experiment was terminated. The subject returned to normal 30 minutes after being removed from 434. Chapter 25. Homeward bound Charles scrutinized the relic in his hand, his brow furrowed in contemplation. This particular artifact, which traded intellect for physical prowess, presented a conundrum. Unfettered strength without cognitive function was a dubious advantage. Moreover, his own relics would be rendered unusable by the transformation, potentially diminishing his overall capabilities. However, a purpose soon dawned on Charles. While he couldn't wield it himself, it could be bestowed upon a member of his crew. The trials ahead would only intensify, and individual strength alone would prove insufficient. The crew of the Narwhal needed comprehensive enhancement to avoid becoming liabilities. His thoughts drifted to a certain crew member's robust physique. and Charles promptly identified a new owner for the relic. Disregarding the lingering pain in his body, Charles cast aside the covers, seized the relic, and ventured out. 30 minutes later, Charles stood on the deck, addressing the towering, 4-meter-tall chief engineer. "James, place the relic on the deck," he commanded. The other crew members, their curiosity piqued, gathered around the perimeter, eager to witness the spectacle. The enlarged James slumped onto the deck, causing the narwhal to shudder. After a 3-second pause, he relinquished his grip, allowing 434 to fall onto the deck. "The reduction in intellect is more pronounced than I anticipated," Charles muttered, gazing at the violet pyramid in his hand. Tests revealed that the augmentation of physical strength was extraordinary, but the cognitive impairment was debilitating. Constant direction was imperative, lest the addled James be reduced to idle finger play. "Captain, may I experiment with this?" Deep, his curiosity piqued, approached with a cohort of sailors. Charles considered it and tossed 434 to them. "All of you, give it a try. See who is best suited for it." The deck became a scene of boisterous activity as the crew members clamored and reveled. Charles did not intervene, recognizing the rarity of such levity at sea. After issuing a few instructions, Charles retreated to his quarters, the pain from his wounds resurfacing. Time at sea passed swiftly, and Charles's corrosive wounds healed rapidly. Minor incidents were deftly handled by the crew, allowing him to enjoy the privileges of captaincy. The sight of the Coral Island lighthouse elicited a triumphant roar from the crew of the Narwhal, signaling their safe return. Upon reaching the shore, each crew member collected their due from Charles and scattered to relieve their pent-up emotions. Charles, armed with the remaining relics, intended to visit the Explorers Association. Uncertain of their utility or detriment, he sought insights from other captains. As he prepared to disembark, Charles noticed Lily, surrounded by brown rats, standing on the pier. Approaching, Charles realized that she had remained, her ears drooping. "Why haven't you left?" His query startled Lily, who spun around in a flurry. "Mr. Charles, what are you doing here? Why haven't you gone home? Isn't that what you wanted?" Charles inquired, lifting her by the tail. "But I've become a rat. Will my mother recognize me? Will she chase me away with a broom?" Lily asked plaintively. Charles understood. She was still a child, and such a profound transformation was naturally frightening. "Rest assured, no parent would forsake their child, even if you become a rat. They won't despise you." "Really?" Lily's ears perked up. "Truly, truly," Charles affirmed, noting a resemblance to his own sister in the small rodent. Lily shook with excitement. "Mr. Charles, you're right. My mother won't forget me. She must miss me dearly after all this time." Charles set her down and turned to leave, but Lily clung to his finger. "Mr. Charles, could you take me home?" Charles was about to refuse when he saw the pathetic expression on the little rat's face. Charles sighed softly. "Very well, I'll take you home." The girl, transformed into a rat by some unknown force, might never revert to her former self. She was a pitiable creature, and he would offer what assistance he could. Soon, a peculiar scene unfolded at Coral Island's Pier 3, a dark-eyed man parading through the streets with a throng of rats. After paying 4 times the fare and guaranteeing that the rats wouldn't damage the upholstery, a steam carriage driver finally agreed to transport them. Lily's home was nearly an hour's drive from the port, and her excitement grew with each passing moment. She must be elated. Will I ever experience such a day? Charles mused, gazing at the white rat circling his leg, a hint of envy in his eyes. "Sir, we've arrived. Turn left ahead, and you'll find Dr. Oliver's house. He has a lovely young daughter. You might want to leave the rats behind. They could frighten her." Lily, unable to contain herself, leaped from the carriage before it came to a complete stop and darted toward the corner with her rodent companions. As Lily rounded the corner, her small body froze as if struck by lightning. Sensing something amiss, Charles followed. To the left stood an elegant 2-story villa. In the front yard, a gentle mother was enjoying tea and conversation with her daughter. Though only 11 or 12, the daughter bore resemblance to Hermione from the first Harry Potter film, her spirited demeanor suggesting a future beauty surpassing even her mother's. "Lily, do you have a younger sister or an older sister?" Charles asked hesitantly, noting that the woman did not appear to be grieving the loss of a daughter. Charles's words jolted Lily from her stupor, and she erupted in a piercing scream. "No, that Lily is an impostor. I am my mother's daughter. She must be a witch from a fairy tale. She turned me into a rat and stole my mother's love. I'll bite her to death." With that, Lily and her army of rats charged toward the figures in the distance, baring their teeth and brandishing their claws. Charles raised his left hand, adorned with a ring, and suspended Lily in midair. "Come down." The rats, seeing their white-furred leader in distress, turned on Charles, their eyes gleaming with ferocity. As Charles reached for his harlequin mask, Lily halted the rat's advance, weeping in midair. "Wah, Mr. Charles, I can't go home. My mother doesn't want me. What am I going to do?" Chapter 26. The false Lily. Charles's peculiarity had not gone unnoticed. A man accompanied by a swarm of rats was bound to attract attention, and murmurs began to swell around him. "Hold on," Charles muttered, a slight furrow in his brow, as he steered Lily toward a side street. "Are you certain that's your home?" And that the little girl is you? Of course I'm sure. That's what I looked like. And that's definitely my mother, Lily replied, her voice tinged with sorrow. First, have your companions disperse. It's difficult to act with them around. Lily squeaked twice. And the rats scattered, eliciting shrieks from passers-by. Charles led Lily on a circuitous route before returning to the small villa. Lily's mother was now absent. And the young Lily sat alone in the yard, engrossed in a book. Refrained from speaking. Allow me to probe the situation. After ensuring there were no immediate threats, Charles pushed open the gate and approached her. Lily? The girl looked up, a puzzled expression on her face. Upon seeing Charles, her countenance shifted, and she dropped the book, attempting to flee into the house. Charles raised his left hand, and 3 invisible tendrils ensnared her. Just as Charles anticipated the girl's transformation, she thrashed wildly, crying out. Mother! Mother! Help me! Charles's brow furrowed in confusion. He had encountered shape-shifting entities before, but this reaction was novel. He drew his black blade and made a shallow cut on her arm. Crimson blood welled up. Tasting the blood, Charles was taken aback. It was undeniably human. At that moment, the door creaked open, and Lily's mother emerged, a flintlock pistol trembling in her grasp. Release my daughter. I've already alerted the authorities. Ignoring the harmless weapon, Charles calmly addressed the girl. Why did you run when you saw me? The girl, clearly terrified, stammered, because you smell of the sea. Father always said those who smell of the sea are wicked. Liar. That's my father. Lily, the white rat, lunged toward the girl. Charles restrained the rat, releasing the girl and stepping back outside. Lily's behavior seemed genuine, unlike any charade he had witnessed. This planted a seed of doubt in Charles's mind. Easy now. Let's investigate further. Charles stroked the agitated white rat's head. Charles returned to the harbor district with Lily, winding through the streets until they reached a secluded doorway. After ensuring they were unobserved, he knocked and whispered, looking for little ears. The door opened silently, and Charles ushered Lily inside. The interior was a cluttered warehouse, occupied by men adorned with tattoos, engrossed in a card game. Upon seeing Charles and his retinue of rats, a gaunt man with a scar across his face rose to greet them. Captain Charles, long time no see. Looking to move some goods? I hear you've acquired a large vessel, capable of carrying quite a load. Charles bypassed the pleasantries, producing a stack of echo coins. I require information on Dr. Oliver. Since a direct approach had failed, he would consult with the local underworld. Perhaps they possessed additional insights. The scarred man grinned, accepting the coins with his disfigured hand. Of course, nothing happens on Coral Island without the Sea Serpent Gang knowing about it. Shortly thereafter, a note was slipped under the door of Charles's residence. After scrutinizing it, he cast a perplexed glance at Lily, the white rat. You were caught in a whirlpool on your way to visit your grandfather and transformed into a rat? Indeed. That's precisely what occurred. However, according to the information I've gathered, your parents have remained on the island for the past few years, never venturing out to sea. The room fell into an eerie silence. After a protracted 3 seconds, Lily exclaimed in disbelief, Then that means that Lily is genuine. She is the true daughter of the Olivers and not an imposter. Dr. Oliver had never sailed, so he could not have been shipwrecked. His daughter could not have been swept away by a whirlpool. She's real. Then who am I? Tears streamed from the rat's eyes. Charles chose his words carefully. Lily. While it may be difficult to accept, memories can be deceiving. Impossible. I am Lily. I am not a rat. I am the real Lily. The white rat shrieked hysterically. Hearing Lily's cries, the brown rats scurried closer, squeaking with concern. Leave me be. I am not one of you. I am human. I am human. The brown rats retreated slightly, but remained near the weeping white rat. Charles was at a loss for words. He had considered many outcomes, but this was beyond his expectations. Yet, upon reflection, it was not entirely illogical. The world of Earthsea was rife with despair. Half an hour later, Lily lay motionless on the floor, surrounded by rats, seemingly devoid of life. Mr. Charles, do you believe I am merely a rat? Charles remained silent, unsure how to respond. Receiving no answer, the white rat slowly rose and shuffled toward the door, followed by the brown rats. Where are you going? Lily's voice was a pitiable whimper. I don't know. But if I am a rat, perhaps I should dwell in the sewers. Mr. Charles, thank you for your kindness. You are a good man. The rats surged forward, easily opening the door and following the white rat into the dimly lit corridor. Watching them depart, Charles's face contorted in frustration. Are you simply giving up? Resigning yourself to a life of scavenging in the sewers? Lily paused, her ears drooping, and stared blankly at Charles. If you believe you are human, that Earthsea has transformed you, then you should reclaim what was stolen from you, not run from it. His voice rose in intensity. Fate may dictate our circumstances, but we determine our response. Return. My ship requires a gunner. Lily's eyes welled up once more, and the sobbing white rat nodded incessantly. Mr. Charles, thank you. Why are you helping me? Charles was not known for his altruism, but seeing Lily's despair, he felt a primal urge to intervene. a fellow victim of Earthsea's cruelty. He feared that her fate might one day be his own. Chapter 27. Elizabeth alone. Charles made his way toward the Explorers Association, having left Lily behind at the inn. The young girl appeared somewhat despondent, hoping that time would alleviate her sorrow. Upon entering the Explorers Association, Charles instinctively cast his gaze toward the corner sofa. This time, there were fewer captains present, only 4, among them the strikingly beautiful Elizabeth. "Dearest Charles, I'm here." Elizabeth waved her hand enthusiastically. However, Charles did not approach her. Instead, he gestured toward the counter and headed in that direction first. "This is the intelligence on that island," he said, handing over his meticulously prepared notes to the staff behind the counter. "Why, you really went there?" The woman behind the counter appeared incredulous. "Hurry, I have no time to waste," Charles replied, impatience creeping into his tone. "I am sorry, I just started today. Please wait a moment while I consult my superior." Moments later, a middle-aged man wearing round glasses and a suit approached, smiling at Charles as he picked up the paper to examine it closely, even pulling out several books as if to cross-reference something. After a prolonged silence, he sighed and spoke respectfully. "Thank you for your significant contribution to the association. We have eliminated another part of the unknown mist of the sea. What is my compensation for this venture?" "For the exploration of a level 5 island. Coupled with detailed intelligence, your total reward amounts to 1.6 million echoes. After deducting the governor's tax, you will ultimately receive 1.45 million echoes." To be honest, Charles was astonished by this figure. He had not anticipated that exploring an island would yield such a fortune. Enough to purchase a 2-story house with a courtyard on Coral Island. Yet, recalling the numerous life and death crises he faced on the island, he felt justified in receiving such a sum, as it was earned at the cost of his very life. "Mr. Charles, you filled in your bank account details on the previous application. We can directly transfer the payment there. Is that acceptable?" "Let us proceed with that," Charles replied, turning toward the sofa, as he had other matters to attend to today. "What is wrong with your eye?" he inquired, pointing to the black eye patch over Elizabeth's left eye, reminiscent of a pirate. "I lost an eyeball." "Huh, that island was perilous." "Just returning with my life is a testament to my good fortune," Elizabeth said, leaning in naturally, showing no sign of fear. "Why are there so few people today?" Charles observed the other 3 unfamiliar faces. The captains returning to port on Saturday afternoons typically gather together. "Ordinarily, this place is rather empty," she explained. "Why are you wearing a ring on your ring finger? Have you married someone?" "My heart is breaking," Elizabeth teased, tracing her finger over Charles's ring. Charles raised his left hand and shook it lightly. "It's merely a keepsake." "Elizabeth, might I inquire how relics are traded among explorers?" Upon hearing Charles's question, the curious gazes of the other 3 individuals immediately turned toward him. "Typically, trades occur on Saturday afternoons, but you may present it now, if its utility is substantial." "I can offer a fair price," said a disheveled young man clutching a bottle of liquor, his expression lethargic and his clothes stained with alcohol. Even from 2 meters away, Charles could detect the sour odor emanating from him. Charles produced the remaining 2 relics and laid them on the table. Elizabeth and the others examined them closely. After a moment, the inebriated youth spoke up. "Untested relics generally lack a fixed price, but let us be friends. Hick, I'll give you 300,000 for each." "I'll take both." This was indeed a gamble, for no one could ascertain the true nature of these relics. Should they possess significant side effects, it would mean purchasing trouble. "The price seems reasonable," Elizabeth whispered in Charles's ear, her lips brushing against him. "All right, it's a deal." Charles shifted aside. "I'm William. Let us collaborate on future relics," the young man said, pulling out a packet of red powder and pouring it into his bottle, tilting his head back to inhale it. Watching William begin to twitch, Charles cast a puzzled glance at Elizabeth. "It's just a powder made from joy fruit. He has been consuming it for 6 months. Is it some addictive substance?" A suspicion flickered through Charles's mind as he observed William's tears and runny nose. As for the other captains, Charles paid them little mind and turned his attention back to the towering beauty beside him. "Do you still have that jelly that alleviates auditory hallucinations? I need to purchase some." Although the frequency of hallucinations wasn't too high, their sporadic occurrences could be quite bothersome. "I have some left. This substance is truly addictive. If one ceases to consume it, the consequences can be dire. Do you possess an alternative method to resolve this issue?" "Indeed," Elizabeth replied swiftly. "Once we're ashore, such problems can be resolved quickly." Charles dismissed the thought of going ashore. Under no circumstances would he do so. After some idle chatter with the other captains, Charles glanced at the clock and stood up. "Miss Elizabeth, please bring some on Saturday. I wish to purchase from you." "It's getting late. We shall converse again another time." As Charles departed, Elizabeth rose, her face adorned with a subtle smile as she followed him. Standing at the dock, observing the bustling laborers transporting goods in the distance, Charles found himself at a loss for what to do next. I must purchase a pocket watch. Upon returning to his doorstep, Charles discovered a gleaming golden pocket watch nestled within the inner pocket of his coat. As he opened the door to his dwelling, he was greeted by a flurry of mice scurrying about. "Mr. Charles, you're back." The once cheerful Lily lay on the bed, her voice devoid of life. After patting her head, Charles approached his desk to begin writing in his journal. During this time, Lily curiously leaned over to observe, but she quickly lost interest and left. The scribbled square characters were utterly incomprehensible. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking reverberated through the small room. With a glance at Lily, Charles signaled, and in an instant, the mice scattered to various corners. Within mere seconds, the only living being left in the room was Charles himself. When he opened the door, he was met with a voluptuous figure filling his view. He raised his head to find the strikingly beautiful Elizabeth before him. "Darling, why are you staying here?" The soundproofing ISNT very effective. Chapter 28. Elizabeth's request. Charles, as if impervious to the underlying meaning, resumed his seat with unaffected composure. "Miss Elizabeth, is there something I can assist you with? I surmised you required the gel, judging by your haste, so I brought it along." Elizabeth retrieved a small case from behind her. "Thank you. What is the cost?" Elizabeth smoothly propelled the case into Charles's arms. "Don't be so formal. It's of little value. Consider it a gift." With that, Elizabeth entered the room, her gaze sweeping over the somewhat dim space. "My dear, do you not seek companionship? Solitude can be quite desolate." Before Charles could respond, Elizabeth closed the door behind her and settled onto the edge of the bed. Observing her actions, Charles felt a sudden disquiet. Casting a furtive glance at the multitude of eyes beneath the bed, he cleared his throat and moved to the table to set down the case. "Please, inform me of the price. I prefer not to be indebted to others." The corners of Elizabeth's mouth curved upward, a flush rising on her cheeks, her desire nearly palpable. "In that case, surrender yourself to me." "WH. What?" Before Charles could utter another word, Elizabeth raised a short wooden rod and tapped the oil lamp on the table. The lamp shattered, plunging the room into complete darkness. In the ensuing moment, Charles detected a fragrant breeze as a live form pressed against him. "Relax, darling. You must learn to unwind. The sea is oppressive enough." Charles's breathing quickened. But before he could articulate a syllable, a pair of soft lips had claimed his own. While he was still trying to comprehend the situation, Charles, not being one to remain unresponsive, reciprocated with fervor, a nascent fire igniting within him. The suffocating softness finally relented, replaced by the sound of rapid breaths. Just as Charles was on the verge of succumbing, a squeak emanated from beneath the bed, dousing his ardor like a bucket of ice water. Any other circumstance might have been overlooked, but the presence of a multitude of onlookers within the room was a significant deterrent. Charles swiftly raised his left hand, his translucent tendrils ensnaring Elizabeth and gently pushing her away. "Miss Elizabeth, I apologize, but I am somewhat indisposed today." Her countenance, obscured by the darkness, betrayed her displeasure. The abrupt rejection wounded her pride. Her tone was now tinged with coldness. "Charles, are you not being a bit excessive? I am not indisposed, yet you claim to be?" Charles inhaled deeply, opened the door, and allowed the corridor's light to flood the room. "I apologize, but I am genuinely not available today. I have consistently assisted you within the association, yet you show no gratitude." "How callous," Elizabeth remarked, smoothing her disheveled attire as she walked towards the corridor, her face impassive. The statuesque beauty left behind a final barb. "You wouldn't happen to share the governor's proclivities, would you?" Charles managed a wry smile. A budding friendship threatened to revert to mere acquaintance, despite the other party's ulterior motives. However, Lily was still present in the room. While she was, in essence, a rodent, she was also an 11-year-old girl. In the darkened room, Charles located and lit a candle. After a moment of contemplation, he began, "Lily, actually, I was just..." A voice interrupted him from beneath the bed. "I am aware of your activities. My father, being a physician, has enlightened me." "Mr. Charles, am I intruding?" "Air." The following morning, Lily stirred from her curled position on the pillow. Intending to wish Mr. Charles a good morning, she discovered the bed was empty. "Perhaps Mr. Charles is in the washroom?" A brown rat scurried out through the gap under the door, only to return moments later, squeaking at Lily on the pillow. "Mr. Charles left so early?" "He is certainly busy," Lily said, stretching languidly on the pillow before sitting up. After a moment's consideration, she addressed the rats beneath the bed. "Shall we venture out for some amusement?" In response to the enthusiastic chorus, a smile graced Lily's furry face, and she leaped from the bed, ignoring the ensuing squeals. Lily led her band of rats on a frenzied dash through the streets of the inner island. The wide-eyed, gasping women in western dresses, the barking stray dogs, the old women waving brooms, and the cars stopping with screeching tires. Everything seemed so large and new from the perspective of a rat. However, noticing the increasingly hostile gazes, Lily quickly steered the rats into a nearby alley. The secluded alley was far less crowded than the main streets, and Lily led the rats on a leisurely stroll. "Oh, look at that massive loaf of bread. I could sleep inside it." "Hopper, no. That belongs to someone else. And no meat either. You will only cause trouble for Mr. Charles. As Lily continued her aimless wanderings, she spotted a familiar figure in the distance, the large man who worked in the turbine compartment. Lily was about to rush over and greet him when she noticed that James, who was always covered in oil, was now wearing a tight suit and carrying a bouquet of expensive flowers. He looked very anxious, and the back of his suit was soaked with sweat. Let us follow him secretly and see what he is up to. James weaved through the alleys and eventually stopped in front of a bakery. When a pretty woman in a dress came out of the bakery, James pulled out a small box from his pocket and knelt on one knee. The customers in the bakery applauded. Wow, a proposal, Lily exclaimed excitedly. When she saw the woman tearfully nod in agreement and embraced James, Lily smiled sweetly. How wonderful. As they walked into the bakery, Lily continued walking. At that moment, her stomach rumbled. Since Mr. Charles says I am his crew member, he should pay me a salary. That way, I can buy food for everyone. The surrounding rats squeaked in agreement. Looking around, she noticed a large clock tower in the distance. Lily said to the rats beside her, Everyone, my home is not far from here. Let us go see my mother and then go home to ask Mr. Charles for food. After Lily finished speaking, she led the rats on a mad dash. This time, she had learned her lesson and only chose secluded corners. So she did not scare anyone. Lily led the rats back to the villa. The rats skillfully stacked themselves on top of each other. Sending the white rat to a window, Lily lay on the glass, staring intently at her family eating. Why did Dad come home so early today? Watching them talking and laughing inside, Lily's eyes began to moisten. She stood at the window until lunch was over and saw her mother come out to throw away the trash. Only then did Lily quickly hide. Looking longingly at her mother returning to the house, Lily jumped into the trash can and found the discarded food scraps. She picked up a fish bone and licked the fish meat on it. The brown rats swarmed over, and the food scraps were quickly cleaned up. At that moment, Lily heard the cheers of a little girl outside. Thank you, Mom and Dad, for the birthday present. I love you. Standing in the trash, the white rat trembled and raised the fishbone in her hand to the surrounding rats. Tears streamed down her face. You see, I was right. My mother's sweet fish soup is really delicious. Chapter 29. The Eye in the Sky, where have you been? Charles inquired of the mouse that had just entered. As he scrutinized the nautical chart, I went out to play, Lily replied glumly, her spirits evidently low. Are you hungry? I have some food on my table. Give it to the other mice. I've already eaten, Lily mumbled as she lethargically climbed onto her pillow and lay down. Observing the unusually somber mouse, Charles felt a twinge of confusion. What could possibly be troubling her? Hadn't the turmoil passed? Yet he was disinclined to indulge her moodiness, and, taking hold of her tail, he swiftly pulled her onto the table. I've gathered several books on operating the cannon. You must read them. Tomorrow, I shall take you to the port for training. Lily gazed at the stack of books towering over her, instinctively resistant. I want to read them, and besides, I already know how to operate the cannon. Enough chatter. Becoming a competent gunner is no trivial matter. Since you are part of my crew, it is imperative that you meet the required standard. Any minor shortcoming could potentially endanger us all at sea. Charles tossed a book onto the mouse, compelling her to engage with material beyond her years. Yet, under the pressure of this environment, her earlier gloom and sorrow were soon overshadowed, and the cheerful Lily returned, incessantly complaining to Charles throughout the day. Pestered by the incessant chatter of the mouse, the usually reticent Charles found himself speaking more, and for the first time, a hint of liveliness filled the cabin. 2 weeks swiftly passed, and Lily's preliminary training was complete. Charles, with his crew rejuvenated, embarked on a new mission, having previously explored the fifth-tier island, the most remote territory. This time, Charles was tasked with navigating the northernmost sea. Typically, exploring open waters is perceived as safer than venturing to islands. Yet, who can claim to fully understand the mysteries of the ocean? The return of Mouse Lily surprised the other crew members. Under Charles's subtle cues, no one probed too deeply. They only knew one thing. The unicorn whale now had a mouse gunner. Smoke billowed from the unicorn whale's chimney as it gradually vanished from the dock. Watched by the laborers, life at sea remained as tranquil as ever, with any unforeseen issues swiftly resolved. As they entered the unmarked waters for the second time, the crew exhibited a newfound calmness. Perhaps buoyed by the absence of casualties on their last mission, their enthusiasm for the new task was palpable. Despite having rested for merely half a month, confidence radiated from each crew member. The second mate, Nona, even expressed a desire to bring his cousin aboard to share in the potential fortune. Amidst private speculation, the crew wondered how long it would be before they uncovered a new island and prospered alongside their captain. In the cockpit, Charles diligently calculated the vessel's current position on the nautical chart, using a pen to track speed and direction. Ordinarily, this would be the navigator's responsibility, but he took it upon himself. Precision was paramount. Any slight error in coordinates could result in a significant miscalculation in actual position. Once he had thoroughly verified today's coordinates, Charles turned to head to the captain's quarters to pen his nautical diary. However, as he stepped outside, an inexplicable sense of discomfort washed over him. Turning back, he surveyed the cockpit. The unicorn whale's cockpit was substantially larger than the Mouse's, akin to half a classroom. At that moment, the bosun, Deep, was at the helm, while the first mate, Bandage, sat nearby, engaged in conversation. "Did you hear? James secretly got married," the bosun exclaimed. "He didn't even invite us. Isn't that rather ungrateful?" "Steer left at 15. Increase speed by 5 knots, Bandage commanded, seemingly oblivious to the bosun's complaints. As Charles's gaze roamed the cabin, he finally pinpointed the source of his unease. He approached Bandage and pulled away the bandage from his leg. To his astonishment, the limb that had been previously devoured by Anna had regrown, the dark tattooed skin starkly contrasting with the newly sprouted, bright white flesh. Deep, too, noticed this astonishing sight, his eyes widening in disbelief. "My goodness, you've regrown your leg? Are you some sort of sea octopus? Focus on steering," Charles barked, prompting the curious Deep to quickly retract. Pointing at the regenerated leg, Charles inquired of Bandage, "Can you explain this? I've never heard of followers of the Fort and Faith having special means for limb regeneration." I don't know. My memories are a jumble. I've been to many places and experienced much, but my memories fade," Bandage replied, cradling his head in pain. "I don't think I'm called Bandage, but I'm unsure." It seemed this individual too bore a tale of his own, Charles mused with a slight sigh. He placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "It's all right. Don't dwell on the past. Just remember, you are the first mate of the unicorn whale." Bandage lifted his head, a strange smile forming at the corner of his mouth. "Thank you, Captain." After uttering these words, he picked up a long black needle, skillfully puncturing the newly grown thigh, where a series of small words began to appear. "Captain Charles can be trusted. First mate, you really don't have to. Captain, we have a situation. Look outside." Hearing Deep's panicked voice, Charles immediately turned his gaze to the window. Bright yellow flakes cascaded downwards, reminiscent of snow on Earth. Yet in the depths of the sea, where the sky itself was absent, how could there be snow? Confronted with this anomaly, Captain Charles swiftly formulated a response. "Everyone, to the cabin. We must leave this area at full speed." The bright yellow flakes began to accumulate on the deck, and tension enveloped the unicorn whale. With a muffled thud, the ship emitted a sound, and black smoke billowed from the chimney. Charles, tense and focused, fixated on the obsidian sea, scarcely daring to blink. A whistling sound filled the air, and waves began to rise. "Is this wind? Has the sea stirred? Are we approaching the surface entrance?" An absurd thought crossed his mind. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and his pupils constricted. Grasping the red lever, he pulled it forcefully. Above the cockpit, the searchlight, which should have been level with the sea, swiftly elevated and shone into the sky. Rushing outside, Charles glanced upward, and in that instant, an unfamiliar tremor coursed through him. An unprecedented terror enveloped his being. Directly above the unicorn whale, a colossal eye, vast enough to cover half the sky, fixed its gaze upon him. Chapter 30. Deity. Charles remained frozen for a full 3 seconds before the supplicating murmurs of the first mate jolted him back to reality. He glanced down to see the bandaged figure kneeling beside him, prostrating himself before the colossal eye in the sky. With gritted teeth, Charles seized the first mate and stumbled back into the bridge. His face ashen, Charles slammed the hatch shut without a word. His hands danced across the instruments, plunging the unicorn into absolute darkness, effectively merging the exploration vessel with the surrounding gloom. Just then, the second mate's voice crackled through the comms. "Captain, what in God's name is happening up there? Why are you initiating?" The second mate's voice then morphed into a shriek of terror. "Good heavens. Have we encountered some eldritch deity? We're doomed, utterly doomed." "Second mate, silence." Charles roared into the comms, veins throbbing on his forehead. The first mate beside him trembled uncontrollably. His bandaged form curled into a fetal position on the floor, muttering incoherent prayers. Charles lunged toward him, clamping a hand over his mouth, and hissed, "That is not your deity, you fool. Can't you see it's in the sky?" An oppressive silence descended upon the darkened bridge, broken only by ragged breaths. After a few agonizing minutes, Deep's subdued voice cut through the tension, laced with suppressed emotion. "Captain, what manner of God did we just witness? Perhaps we should beseech it. I've heard that if one prays fervently upon encountering a deity, it will grant clemency." Charles remained silent, ignorant of the entity's true nature. He had no desire to know. His sole wish was for the abomination outside to depart swiftly. A low, resonant hum reverberated through the dark expanse above, sending shivers down the spines of everyone on board. Moments later, strange noises began to emanate from the deck, growing in intensity. "Damn it, something's boarding." Charles's heart leaped into his throat. He knew they could no longer afford to remain idle. Otherwise, the entire crew would perish. With a surge of resolve, he rushed to the instruments and activated all the lights. The scene outside was horrifying. Reddish, fleshy masses, undulating and grotesque, were clinging to the deck, devouring the bright yellow snow. "Chief Engineer, overload the turbines. We're getting out of this accursed place at full speed." The dormant unicorn shuddered to life, its velocity rapidly increasing. Charles watched as the misshapen monstrosities on the deck plunged into the sea, but he felt no relief. The aerial entity remained the true threat. He dared not look to see if it was still there. An eye that could eclipse half the sky defied comprehension. His only course of action was to flee with every ounce of strength he possessed. Suddenly, the unicorn lurched violently, throwing the bandaged man and deep against the wall. A cacophony of noise and screams erupted from the turbine compartment. "Captain, something's pierced the turbine compartment. The second engineer is dead." The screech of metal against metal filled the air. Outside the glass, gigantic, finger-like pillars descended from the sky, seizing the ship's hull. Charles realized that they were no longer moving forward, but slowly ascending. Something had ensnared the unicorn. "Damn it, this is my ship home. You'll take it over my dead body." Enraged, Charles threw caution to the wind, yanked the searchlight upward, and charged onto the deck. Reaching the deck, Charles finally beheld the true form of the aerial horror. It was a monstrous moth, several times larger than the unicorn. The appendages gripping the ship were its insectal legs. The eye they had seen was merely a spot on its wings. As the wings beat, specks of luminous yellow scales cascaded from the sky. Despite the overwhelming presence of the creature, a smile crept across Charles's face. The thing in the sky wasn't some godforsaken deity. They had almost been deceived. It was merely a beast, no matter how colossal. A low, resonant hum reverberated once more as the giant moth's other appendages lunged toward the searchlight. Seemingly repulsed by the intense glare, Charles sprinted toward the deck gun. "Lily, load the ammunition." By the time the cannon was loaded, the unicorn had been lifted several meters above the sea. "We can't let it keep hold of the ship." Charles aimed the cannon at one of the massive legs piercing the ship's side. "Hold on tight." With a deafening roar, the cannon fired, and the chitinous leg exploded in a shower of crimson and green ichor. The unicorn crashed back into the water with tremendous force, sending waves rippling outward. Had it been a wooden vessel, it would have been shattered to pieces. Ignoring the blood trickling from his split chin, Charles bellowed at the bridge, full speed ahead. "Get us out of here." "Captain, look behind you." Deep cried out from the bridge, waving his arms frantically. Charles turned to see the one-legged moth hovering directly in front of the ship, its antennae twitching, emitting a series of increasingly agitated hums, as if enraged. "You want more, do you? Fine, I'll give you more." A hint of madness crept into Charles's voice as he trained the cannon on the moth's grotesque insect head. Just as the tension reached its breaking point, the sea between them erupted in a column of water 3 times the size of the moth. The water exploded, and a colossal, translucent hand covered in bizarre patterns emerged from the depths. The moment he saw the hand, Charles was assaulted by deafening whispers, and the world around him began to distort. His sense of self rapidly disintegrated. With a mighty gust of wind, the gargantuan hand descended upon the moth. As the hand struck the water, an enormous wave surged upward, transforming into a violent tsunami, poised to engulf the unicorn. In a fleeting moment of clarity, Charles glimpsed a titan striding between the heavens and the earth. The entity was emerald in hue, possessed immense wings, and its soft head was adorned with a multitude of tentacles. Its forelimbs resembled limp claws, and its viscous maw stretched from its chin to its abdomen. Then, the wave crashed over the deck, sweeping Charles into the sea. From the bridge, Deep watched in horror and leaped into the churning water after him. "Captain, wake up. Captain." Charles's eyes fluttered open, and he found himself back in his cabin. Thank God. The crew members around him breathed a collective sigh of relief, and Lily burst into tears. Ignoring the throbbing in his head, Charles asked the second mate, "Are we safe? Where are we?" The red-haired youth offered a wry smile. "Safe, yes. But as for our location, I have no idea." Chapter 31. Freshwater Charles, having just thrown back the covers and swung his legs off the bed, was assaulted by a piercing tinnitus, followed by an overwhelming surge of murmuring voices. This episode dwarfed all previous ones in intensity. Charles even began to hallucinate. He saw the crew's bodies putrefying, grotesque and misshapen tentacles erupting from their flesh, transforming them into monstrous amalgamations of blood and gore. Without a second thought, Charles seized the box Elizabeth had given him and gulped down a generous portion of the verdant gel inside. The murmuring receded swiftly, and the crew's appearances normalized. Beads of perspiration dotted his brow as Charles stood there, catching his breath. Ignoring the chorus of concerned inquiries, Charles declared, "Summon everyone to the captain's quarters. Immediately." Soon, the crew of the Narwhal were assembled in the captain's cabin for an emergency council. "What is our current position?" "Air. It's currently unconfirmed. The rogue wave seems to have flung the Narwhal a considerable distance. Thankfully, the first mate's expertise averted a capsize. Casualties: 2 sailors lost, swept overboard, presumably. The second engineer was fatally pierced by the butterfly's claws, and Chef Fry suffered a dislocated left arm." After second mate Krona delivered his report, the chief engineer spoke. "Captain, the creature's foreleg penetrated the turbine compartment directly. Although the breach has been sealed, the turbine's power is compromised. The narwhal's speed is reduced to a mere fraction of its former capacity. The deluge of grim tidings weighed heavily upon Charles. He inhaled deeply and announced, "First mate, revise the cruise watch schedule, filling any vacancies. All original tasks are suspended. We will proceed south. The highest concentration of human settlements lies in that direction, increasing our chances of encountering one." The crew acknowledged the orders, and the narwhal, crippled for so long, resumed its journey. Once the crew had dispersed, Charles took a swig from a bottle, the poised captain vanishing, replaced by a man haunted by profound dread. Was that mountainous arm truly the appendage of the giant he'd seen in his dreams? What was that entity? He had heard tales of deities in the terrestrial sea, but remained indifferent. Now, having witnessed such a being firsthand, he had a newfound understanding of humanity's insignificance. Could this place truly be Earth? No such creature could exist on Earth. Gravity alone would crush it. For a fleeting moment, Charles contemplated selling the ship and retiring to a tranquil life on some distant isle. But the faces of his family flickered in his mind, and resolve hardened his gaze. "I cannot yield," he muttered. "Not even to a god." He tilted the bottle once more, taking another long draw, then stowed it away, his expression hardening into its familiar stoicism as he strode out of the cabin. Time slipped by, and under Charles's direction, the narwhal gradually regained a semblance of order. Though peril still loomed, the crew's morale stabilized. Some even found the wherewithal to collect samples of the yellow snow, intending to flaunt their findings upon their return. But the colossal arm that had emerged from the depths went unmentioned, as if it were a taboo subject. "Mr. Charles, Deep is bullying me." Lily, the white rat, charged into the mess hall, where Charles was eating, to lodge her complaint. "He says if there's no food left, he'll eat my friends." Deep, stifling a laugh at the rat's accusation, looked up. "Captain, I was just teasing her. Besides, rats aren't very palatable. Can't you two act like adults?" "We haven't escaped danger yet," Charles scolded the bosun, then glanced down at Lily. "There's ample food. Even if we run short, we can cast nets and catch fish. There's no need to eat your friends." Hearing Charles's assurance, Lily was appeased and confronted Deep once more. While Charles betrayed no outward signs of anxiety, he was inwardly apprehensive. Food was indeed sufficient, but fresh water was not. If they failed to find a resupply point before their reserves were depleted, the entire crew would perish from thirst. As if sensing Charles's thoughts, the first mate, his face obscured by bandages, approached him, chewing on a piece of bread. "Captain, I know a way out of this predicament." Charles's interest piqued. "What is it?" "Sacrifice. Just 3 souls. The god Ftin will guide us." Disgust contorted Charles's face. "Erase such vile notions from your mind." The bandaged man paused, then gazed at the sailors in the distance. "The ship's fresh water will last a month. If we draw lots for suicide, the survivors could drink the blood of the deceased, at the extreme. The last 3 could endure for up to half a year." Charles whirled around, his pupils constricting as he stared at the man beside him, as if seeing him for the first time. This man was not as harmless as he appeared. "I apologize. It's merely a contingency plan. I've encountered such circumstances before. I consumed my captain. Enough." Charles's sudden outburst startled everyone. "Eat your meals." The following day, the crew discovered that fresh water was being rationed. No one protested, but a sense of foreboding settled over them, and smiles became less frequent as the water supply dwindled. Even Charles's liquor was distributed. When each person was reduced to a single cup of water per day, desperation finally broke through, and one man attempted to leap into the sea, only to be restrained by his shipmates. The bandaged man renewed his proposal of sacrifice, and just as Charles began to waver, a faint beam of white light sliced through the darkness, a lighthouse. Standing among the jubilant crew, Charles exhaled deeply, the knot in his stomach finally loosening. The nightmarish scenario had been averted. As the narwhal drew closer, a peculiar island emerged into view. Unlike other islands, which resembled flat cakes, this one resembled an egg. A gash had been cut into the base of the egg, allowing various steamships adorned with red flags to enter and exit. Having lost his bearings, Charles did not recognize the island, nor could he recall its location on any of his charts. Still, as it was a human settlement, communication should be possible. The narwhal followed the other ships into the colossal egg. Inside lay a sprawling city, its Gothic architecture arranged in neat rows, perhaps due to its location within a cavern. Bats often flitted across the city's sky. "Bosun, inquire if they have a shipyard. The narwhal needs a new turbine." "Aye, Captain." Deep grabbed 2 small green flags and began signaling rapidly from the bow. A short while later, Deep returned, a baffled expression on his face. "Captain, their flag signals are different. I can't decipher them." Chapter 32. The locals gazing at the distant throngs near the dock. Charles licked his cracked lips. "Let's dock first and inquire directly with the locals." By the time Charles and his companions disembarked from the vessel, a crowd had already gathered, their eyes fixed intently upon them. Just as Charles began to feel uneasy under their scrutinizing gaze, 2 middle-aged men in customs uniforms pushed through the throng and approached. With deep-set lines etched upon his face, one of the men inquired, "Who is the captain? From where has your ship come?" You do realize that foreign vessels are not permitted to dock here, do you not? Charles stepped forward, providing a detailed account of their circumstances and inquiring about the presence of a shipyard on the island. After he finished speaking, he was met with a prolonged silence, only to witness the two middle-aged men staring at him as if turned to stone. Several seconds passed before they came to life, their expressions now warm and welcoming. Indeed, sir, if you steer your ship eastward, you will find a repair yard. The second mate, Krona, leaned closer to Charles and whispered, Captain, do you think the locals are a bit slow to react? Charles was uncertain, but he dismissed it as a minor issue. At least the immediate crisis had been averted. However, upon arriving at the shipyard, he was informed that the replacement of the turbine would take a month. Although this time frame was somewhat lengthy, there was no alternative. The turbine was the heart of a steamship, and without it, the Unicorn could not return to Coral Island. After paying the deposit and exiting the dock, Charles noticed that the islanders were still staring at them, unmoving. Their parched lips rendered them indifferent to the peculiar local customs. Charles and his crew dashed into a sparsely populated inn, indulging in a hearty meal. Observing his crew, now satiated and relaxed, Charles remarked, replacing the turbine will take 1 month. It seems the locals here are rather insular, so let us be cautious and avoid trouble. The crew, comfortably reclining in their chairs, responded in casual agreement. However, when Charles distributed the rewards for their recent endeavor, everyone perked up. Holding the echoing coins in his hand, James hesitated and said, Captain, this mission has failed, and the Unicorn requires a turbine replacement. Were it not for this wage, it would be a different matter. We must still receive what is due. So everyone should rest well during this time. Charles, who had previously been frugal to purchase a ship, was less concerned about such matters now. Having faced calamity, he believed that if mere currency could bind hearts, it would be a worthwhile investment. Upon receiving their pay, the crew could hardly contain their excitement, their faces alight with joy as they left the inn, arm in arm. Observing their exuberance, Charles understood their destination. For men who made their living at sea, such behavior was customary, while his own frugality set him apart as an oddity. That night, Charles was plagued by a nightmare, submerged once more beneath the waves. Confronted by a horrifying humanoid creature that turned its gaze upon him, he awoke with a start, drenched in cold sweat. Finding no underwater horrors before him, only the peeling ceiling of the inn. Mr. Charles, did you have a nightmare last night? Lily inquired, bouncing onto his chest. Charles sat up, retrieving his pocket watch, realizing he had slept for 11 hours, an unprecedented duration. As he rose to freshen up, he noticed an envelope at the door. Upon opening it, he found a beautifully pinned script awaiting him. Mr. Charles, the life of an exploratory sailor is far too perilous for me. I can no longer endure it and have decided to return to shore. Please forgive my inability to bid you farewell in person. Former sailor, Seafler. Sighing, Charles crumpled the letter and tossed it into the nearby waste bin. It appeared that mere monetary compensation could not retain one's loyalty. Some had been utterly frightened. Charles felt little emotional turmoil. Given the circumstances, it was only natural for some to depart. Calculating the time, he surmised it must now be evening. He took Lily by the hand and ventured outside. The distinctions in the port area were subtle, but upon entering the so-called Crown District, Charles immediately noted the differences between islands. Here, the attire and architectural styles were starkly dissimilar to those of Coral Island. Every man donned a tailored suit, cane in hand, while women in resplendent attire exuded an air of elegance. Whether it was mere illusion or not, the inhabitants of this island appeared markedly more refined. Handsome men and beautiful women abounded, far exceeding those of ordinary islands. Yet, regardless of their striking appearances, the tendency to stare remained unchanged. Feeling somewhat like a spectacle, Charles halted a passing gentleman to inquire, "Excuse me, could you direct me to the Explorers Association? I could not find it in the port area." "The Explorers Association? What is that?" "I have never heard of it," the man replied, turning away. "Never heard of it?" Charles replied, astonished. To his knowledge, most islands in the Sea of Exploration had been charted by explorers. Though the association was loosely organized, it maintained a symbiotic relationship with the island's governor, wielding considerable influence in human habitation. If this place lacked even an explorers' association, did it imply that this island was isolated from others? While Charles pondered these thoughts, the man he had questioned had already turned to leave. After a moment's contemplation, Charles entered a nearby library, quickly locating various nautical charts. After comparing them, he soon pinpointed the island's current location. He traced a line on the chart with his finger, exclaiming with relief, "Fortunately, although this place is unrecorded, it lies not too far from Coral Island. Once the ship is repaired, we can return in a maximum of 15 days. Having purchased an assortment of nautical charts, both new and old, Charles exited the library. Upon stepping onto the bustling street, he found himself momentarily at a loss. With the ship under repair and the coordinates confirmed, he was uncertain of his next course of action. If it had been the old Charles, He would have likely continued to train his physique and hone his marksmanship in preparation for future adventures. Yet, considering the increasingly severe auditory hallucinations he had been experiencing, he wondered if he had been too tense, having not taken a moment's respite since his arrival. Perhaps attempting to relax would prove beneficial for his mind. With this thought in mind, Charles turned to Lily perched on his shoulder. "Shall we explore this island?" "Yes." Upon hearing the prospect of an outing, Lily's ears perked up immediately. Towering spires, intricately carved reliefs, and stained glass windows caught Charles's attention. Though he possessed little artistic inclination, he discerned that the architecture was exceptionally refined, far surpassing that of Coral Island, a relatively new and unremarkable locale. "Mr. Charles, what is that?" "It looks delicious," Lily exclaimed, pointing excitedly. Chapter 33. The Blind Painter. Upon hearing Lily's voice from his shoulder, Charles turned in the direction she indicated. Several dozen meters ahead, the street opened into a bustling plaza filled with people and lined with food stalls reminiscent of barbecue stands. This must be the pedestrian street of the terrestrial sea, Charles mused as he approached. After purchasing a bag of milk-stewed oysters for Lily, Charles entered the lively square. It appeared to be a local market, brimming with diverse culinary delights and performances that captivated Lily's attention. While meandering through the plaza, Charles found himself near the edge when a disfigured, sunglasses-clad blind man appeared. His facial flesh seemed fused together, suggesting severe burns. This ghastly visage stood in stark contrast to the surrounding beautiful people. A sign at the blind man's feet read, "Oil paintings, 100 echoes each." Observing the tattered state of the blind man's cloak, Charles surmised that business was likely poor. Who would commission a painting from a blind man? He wondered. The blind man crouched timidly beside his easel, his plight rendered even more poignant by the surrounding merriment. Suddenly, 3 youths swaggered by, kicking over the easel. They erupted in raucous laughter as the blind man scrambled to gather his scattered belongings. Charles frowned as he noticed the indifference of the onlookers, who seemed to disregard the scene entirely. These islanders are not only strange, but also remarkably callous, he thought. Lily, unable to bear the injustice, spurred her rats into action, assisting the blind man in collecting his scattered papers. Sensing the assistance, the disfigured blind man broke down, lamenting, Why am I so unfortunate?" Charles approached and, after a moment's contemplation, said to the blind man, "Cease your weeping. I shall commission a portrait." Elated by the prospect of business, the blind man quickly regained his composure and rose to his feet. "Sir, please be seated," he said, producing a folding chair from behind the easel. Intrigued, Charles watched as the blind man expertly mixed paints. How can a blind man paint? He wondered. As Charles pondered this question, the blind man turned his palette and reached out to touch Charles' face. Painting by touch? The thought had barely formed when the blind man began to paint. Charles' curiosity piqued. He was eager to witness the blind man's technique. After a few minutes, the blind man ceased painting, removed the canvas from the easel, and presented it to Charles with reverence. Startled, Charles kicked over the folding chair, recoiling and instinctively reaching for the gun holster at his waist. The canvas did not depict Charles, but rather a lifelike image of Anna. The sound of the chair falling immediately alerted the blind painter, who reached out in alarm. "Sir, is my likeness unsatisfactory? Please don't leave. I have not eaten in 3 days. Please, spare some coin and have pity on me." With a complex expression, Charles accepted the painting and placed several hundred echo notes in the blind man's hand. Sensing the money, the blind man's disfigured face lit up with joy. He bowed deeply in Charles' direction, saying, "Sir, thank you for your compassion towards this wretched soul. May the matriarch bless you." "Can you read minds?" Charles asked, holding the painting. No, the blind man replied humbly, cowering slightly. "These are merely useless abilities that emerged after my sight departed." Charles ran his fingers across Anna's face, and a torrent of fabricated memories flooded his mind. "Gao Jiming, I like you. Will you be my boyfriend?" "Gao Jiming, stop playing games. I'm more fun than games." "It's okay. It's just a journey to the underground. It's no big deal. I'm here with you, and we'll definitely get out." Charles' expression contorted, and he gripped the edges of the painting, ready to tear it. Lily jumped onto Charles' shoulder, asking, "Mr. Charles, who is this beautiful lady?" As the two conversed, the blind man raised his chin, sniffing the air. Ultimately unable to tear the painting, Charles carefully rolled it up and tucked it into his coat, a hint of melancholy in his voice. "Let's go back, Lily," he said. The blind man started to call out, but hesitated, as if reconsidering, and remained silent. On the way back, Lily sensed Charles' distraction. She quickly surmised that it was related to the portrait. Could it be like in the plays, where this lady had a tumultuous love affair with Mr. Charles and then heartlessly abandoned him? She wondered. Upon Charles' return to the inn, 3 more envelopes had been slipped under the door. This time, 2 sailors and a cook had departed, including those who had died. Nearly half of the crew of the Unicorn had vanished. These people are too impatient, Charles thought. Why not wait until we return to Coral Island? Annoyed, Charles pushed open the door and entered. After lighting the oil lamp, Charles retrieved the painting from his coat and stared at it intently before placing it in his logbook. He pulled out his pen and began to write in the logbook, but before he could finish a few words, another envelope was slipped under the door. If you want to disembark, say it to my face. There was no movement outside the door. Charles, his face darkening, opened the envelope. Upon seeing the name Dip, his expression turned grave. Lily, come with me. Lily jumped back onto Charles' shoulder, and the brown rats followed like a living carpet. Mr. Charles, why are we going out again? Something's amiss. Dip is in danger. Lily's eyes widened. Charles held the letter in front of her. He couldn't have written this. He's an orphan and barely literate. How could he write a resignation letter? Someone forged this. Charles realized that the previous resignation letters were also suspicious. Most of the crew would simply leave if they didn't want to work, or perhaps say goodbye to old John. Very few would write a resignation letter. And the elegant cursive is certainly not the work of a rough seafarer. Out on the street, Charles eyed the islanders with suspicion. Something's not right, he said to Lily. Send your rats out to gather anyone we can find from the Unicorn. Okay, Lily squeaked, and the brown carpet dispersed in an instant. Chapter 34, The Vampire Captain. What's amiss? The crew of the Narwhal trailed after the rats, most of them disheveled, reeking of spirits, and bearing the gaudy imprints of various lips upon their collars. Does anyone know where Deep went last night? Charles inquired. The lanky cook, Frey, promptly responded, Captain, I know. The first mate took him away yesterday, saying he'd find a rather upscale establishment to initiate him into manhood. It's not far from here. Grab your gear, everyone, and follow me. Charles exclaimed. Did they run afoul of the local underworld? Charles immediately surmised, as such establishments were usually under the sway of certain factions. However, this didn't quite add up. No gang would abduct someone only to dispatch a resignation letter. This reeks of an attempt to conceal these fellows' disappearance. Soon, a tavern adorned with scarlet curtains materialized before them, the air thick with the heady aromas that stir men's desires. Bang! Charles kicked open the door and stormed inside. The patrons entwined in amorous embraces, turning to gape at the intrusion. A hulking brute of a man, nearly 7 feet tall, rose with a grimace, flanked by dozens of his henchmen. Insolent fools! Who dares to wreak havoc in our territory? A diminutive figure began to bellow, only to be silenced by a resounding slap from the giant. The burly man, his face a tapestry of scars, strode up to Charles, towering over him. Someone mentioned that my crewmen are here, Charles stated, meeting his gaze unflinchingly. Despite Charles's audacious demeanor, the giant remained composed. Your 2 crewmen are not here. Perhaps they sought entertainment elsewhere. Charles's eyes narrowed, a chill settling upon his countenance. Did I mention that there were 2 of them? The giant's face instantly soured, realizing he had been outmaneuvered. Unable to maintain the charade, he waved his hand. The thugs began to usher the patrons out, and before long, the once lively establishment grew eerily quiet. I know you seafarers are not to be trifled with, but since you've come, you shall remain, the giant said, his crimson tongue darting out to moisten his lips. May the matron watch over me, for Durand has indeed been blessed. These humans are now in my grasp. Hearing the ominous words, Charles didn't hesitate. Swish! He drew his revolver, aiming it directly at Durand. The other crewmen swiftly brandished their own weapons. The next moment, everyone erupted in laughter, as if Charles had just delivered a side-splitting jest. Bang! 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 Bullets struck Durand's body, erupting in a flurry of blood. To everyone's astonishment, the ghastly wounds on Durand's body began to mend rapidly, returning to their original state in mere seconds. It seems you are unaware of what you have encountered, humans, Durand said, a macabre grin spreading across his pallid face. Clink! From beneath his upper lip, 2 sharp fangs emerged, his white eyes beginning to glow with a sanguinary red. A vampire, Charles murmured, his pupils contracting. Your blood is mine, Durand roared, launching himself at Charles with incredible speed. Charles was instantly tackled to the ground, the sharp fangs sinking into his neck. As he attacked, the others also sprang into action, shedding their human guises and revealing their own fangs as they pounced on the crewmen. While feeding, Durand suddenly sensed something amiss. The black-eyed fellow beneath him was not struggling, which was highly unusual. Has he been paralyzed by fear? Just as the thought crossed his mind, a white, ecstatic mask covered Charles's face. Swish! A cold light flashed as the black blade plunged into the vampire's chest, driving him backward. Is that all? A vampire? What pathetic creatures dare to show their faces? Aya! Behind them, the towering James, nearly 13 feet tall, roared as he seized a vampire, tearing it in 2. The rats swarmed forth, engulfing a vampire, its screams echoing through the air. The other crewmen joined the fray, and though they were timid in the face of the giant butterfly, vampires held no terror for those who had beheld gods. You! Durand glared at the white mask before him, his plans utterly foiled. Durand's razor-sharp claws flashed, aiming for Charles's face. The muscles in Charles's neck tensed, the smooth mask narrowly deflecting the deadly claws. You like to bite, do you? I'll let you bite this. The bloody black blade rose swiftly and plunged into Duran's mouth, piercing through the back of his skull. Enraged, Duran tried to retaliate, but Charles gripped the hilt, shoving the blade forward, splitting the gruesome face in two. The next moment, he raised the black blade and plunged it into the vampire's heart. The once invincible creature convulsed and fell to the ground, lifeless. Deliberately rejoining the severed halves of the head, Charles executed a backflip, joining the battle behind him. Seeing Charles slaughtering their brethren with ease, the remaining vampires finally broke, crashing through the windows and fleeing. Is that all there is? I was just getting warmed up. Charles scoffed, his voice dripping with disdain as he watched them flee. Charles's ears twitched, and he led the crew through the ravaged hall to a wooden door. Upon opening it, Charles found Deep and Kroner suspended upside down on inverted crosses, their wrists slashed, blood dripping into wooden basins on the floor. Their faces were ashen, and it was clear that they would have bled to death had Charles not arrived in time. Seeing Charles, the two men on the crosses writhed frantically. Charles didn't immediately release them. Instead, he approached Deep, tapping his face with the black blade. So, how was the taste of the female vampire? The gagged youth could only whimper, his eyes pleading. A flash of white, and the chains binding the two men fell apart. Too weary to pay heed to the two unfortunate fellows, Charles approached the various bloodletting devices. This appeared to be a place where vampires routinely harvested blood. And seeing the blood-filled glass bottles that were taller than a man, Charles knew that there were more victims than just those two. The other missing crewmen were not here, and it was highly likely that there were more vampires than they had encountered. Mr. Charles, what do we do now? Lily asked curiously. Is that even a question? We've slain so many vampires, of course, we're going to call the constables. Chapter 35, the entire island soon, a scene of utter astonishment unfolded on the dockside street. Witnessed by all the islanders. A towering giant, nearly 4 meters in height, paraded through the thoroughfare, dragging the corpse of a vampire swathed in pink curtains. Crimson blood seeped into the stone pavement, leaving behind a macabre, scarlet trail. The islanders hastily cleared a path, their faces etched with trepidation as they stood aside. Amidst the crowd, some, upon witnessing this spectacle, promptly turned and fled. Charles, observing their reaction, offered a frigid smile. These individuals were undoubtedly the vampire scouts. He intended to project such intimidation. Compared to the terrors of the deep sea, these creatures were mere trifles. The sanguine trail stretched from the brothel to the constabulary by the docks. Tell me, Charles, his face concealed behind a mask, began with an air of authority. Is this island's administration always so lax? How could such an infiltration occur unnoticed? What exactly are you doing? The two officers on duty, their faces slick with perspiration, stared at the gruesome remains on the ground. Are you feeling feverish? Charles pressed, his masked face drawing uncomfortably close. And no, one of the portly officers stammered, instinctively recoiling. I've essentially resolved the problem for you. Shouldn't there be some token of appreciation? I suspect there are more vampires lurking around the docks. Find them at once. I still have several crew members missing. Faced with the pile of corpses at the entrance, neither officer dared to protest. They readily agreed to notify their superiors immediately. As soon as Charles departed, the stout officer urgently whispered to his partner, Quick, inform the chief. These newcomers have slain Durand. Captain, do you believe these black dogs will assist us in locating the others? Nona asked, clutching his wrist. Charles responded, If I were the ruler of this island, I would never permit an alien race to indiscriminately prey on my people. Charles' expression grew grave as he removed his mask. That's not the primary concern, judging by the vampire's brazenness. This island is far from tranquil. We must leave as soon as possible. Come, let's inspect the shipyard. Sir, what brings you here? I told you it would take a month. The foreman, clutching blueprints, greeted them anxiously amidst the clamor of the shipyard. Can it be expedited? Cost is no object. Charles desired to avoid further complications. His sole aim was to have the turbine restored so he could return to Coral Island. Once within his own territory, he could replace it with a new one without worry. Upon hearing Charles' words, the foreman's face clouded with concern. That presents a considerable challenge. Before he could finish, a worker approached and whispered something in his ear. The foreman's countenance shifted dramatically, and he regarded Charles with trepidation. Yes, sir. 3 days at most. I'll install the finest turbine we have. Just 3 days. Though he was unaware of the worker's words, Charles clearly sensed the change in the foreman's demeanor. Having achieved his objective, Charles refrained from further discourse. He issued a few brief instructions and departed. Prepare everything for departure as soon as the turbine is ready. What about Jack and the others? Dip inquired about the missing crew members. We can't afford to wait any longer. If the ship is repaired and they haven't been located by the police, their fate is likely sealed. As Charles conversed with his crew, Lily, perched on his shoulder, exclaimed in surprise, Mr. Charles, look, it's the artist. Charles looked up and spotted the disfigured, blind painter. He stumbled in their direction, seemingly sniffing the air. Charles instinctively felt that the man was seeking him out. Can I help you? Charles asked, approaching him. Charles' inquiry startled him, and a flicker of delight crossed his grotesque face. Sir, I finally found you. I wanted to speak with you at Helen Square, but there were far too many people. State your business, Charles interrupted. The blind man lowered his voice, shrinking into himself. Sir, I possess vital information pertaining to your safety. I wish to trade this information for passage on your ship to escape this cursed place. I can no longer endure it. Everyone mistreats me. Despite being uncertain about the man's mysterious intentions, Charles readily agreed to such a lopsided bargain, as he needed more information from a local. Tell me what you know. I am aware of your formidable strength, but I implore you to leave immediately. The news of Duran's demise has reached the authorities, and they have dispatched 2 dukes to deal with the matter. If you remain until their arrival, you will be trapped. Dukes? What are you babbling about? Charles frowned. The blind man gesticulated wildly, his excitement growing. It's not just those you killed who were vampires. The entire island is populated by vampires. This is their stronghold. Black Crystal Island. This revelation shook the crew of the Narwhal to their core. Their faces registered shock as they stared at the surrounding islanders. Everyone? Yes, everyone, including myself. The blind man bared his teeth, revealing rows of razor-sharp fangs glinting in the light. Charles' face turned ashen. If they were merely facing a handful of vampires, it would be manageable, but an entire island of them? They were now lambs to the slaughter. He had thought he had escaped a perilous situation, only to find himself in a den of wolves. If they were all in league, then what had just transpired? Charles' expression shifted as realization dawned. He hastily led his crew back to the shipyard. He burst through the entrance and collided with the foreman. Weren't you supposed to expedite the repairs? Why are you wandering around? The crew members glared at him with suspicion. Aye. Charles didn't bother to explain. He ordered his crew to seal off all entrances and gather everyone inside. Regarding the foreman, whose expression was now a mixture of fear and anger, Charles said, There's no need to pretend. He has already told us. You're all in league with those creatures outside, aren't you? I'm willing to bet you haven't even touched my ship. Traitor. The enraged foreman transformed, lunging at the blind man, but a blood-stained black blade blocked his path. Chapter 36. The Dukes observing the vampiric shipwright's restiveness, James, standing behind Charles, rapidly increased in size. With a thick steel beam casually slung over his shoulder, the unrest immediately subsided. Charles turned to the blind man beside him. When will the 2 dukes you mentioned arrive? Ordinarily, they reside in the mausoleum at the island's center. It might take them half a day to reach here. Excellent. Charles gestured towards the unicorn, addressing the vampire foreman. You have 3 hours to install that turbine. Otherwise, you'll share Duran's fate. A burly, bearded figure emerged from the shipwrights, exclaiming vehemently, That's impossible. Do you know how arduous turbine replacement is? Chief Engineer. The moment Charles issued the command, the steel beam whistled through the air, impacting the bearded vampire. As the contorted body attempted to regenerate, the beam struck again and again, reducing him to a bloody pulp. The remaining vampires were splattered with blood, each displaying a hint of terror. Did you think I was being affable? You blood-sucking fiends. Now get to work. Charles's voice seethed with suppressed rage. The foreman's lips trembled. Wiping the gore from his face, he led the other vampires towards the unicorn. First mate, you're familiar with the turbine. Keep a close watch on them and prevent any treachery. Aye, Captain. The unicorn's first mate followed them. Ideally, the chief engineer should have been present, but his diminished intellect rendered him incapable. James stood woodenly, deterring any vampire insurrection. The metal gates of the shipyard creaked open slightly as Dip cautiously peered outside. After a brief observation, he turned to Charles, perched atop a crate. Captain, it seems we've attracted attention. Several individuals are observing us. Audric, will they attempt to storm in? Charles inquired, polishing black edge. The blind man shook his head. No, they wouldn't dare encroach on the Duke's prey. Besides, you're not defenseless humans. They're a disorganized rabble and unlikely to risk it. Charles understood, realizing their earlier display of power still held sway. Even if the vampires outside knew they were planning an escape, they wouldn't act without a leader. What is the Duke's strength? Charles inquired about the impending adversaries. Vampire strength is determined by age. The older they are, the more experienced and powerful they become. Dukes are at least 5 centuries old. They are fundamentally different from us. They can easily slaughter thousands of ordinary vampires. 5 centuries. Charles was surprised, wondering if they possessed knowledge of the Light Continent. Audric demurred. You'd have to ask the matriarch. She was the progenitor of all the vampires on this island, and the only one to have visited that cursed place. I've heard that light is ubiquitous there, instantly incinerating anyone who touches it. I don't know how the matriarch survived. Why did your matriarch come to this place? I've heard a tale of an entity who told her of a place devoid of sunlight, where humans were plentiful. Charles was taken aback. He hadn't considered that the vampires arrived under those circumstances. The blind Audric, oblivious to Charles's expression, continued. But the entity deceived the matriarch. This place is not only inhabited by humans, but also by entities far stronger than us. Even for vampires, survival is arduous here. The matriarch resents him. Upon hearing of beings far superior to the vampire matriarch, Charles instinctively recalled the colossal hand that emerged from the sea. inspiring irresistible awe. What do you know of the matriarch's previous world? What country did she come from? How many suns are in the sky? Charles rattled off a series of questions, hoping to deduce the era and environment of a surface world. Audric gave a wry smile. Mr. Charles, I'm only 124 years old, still young. And my station among the vampires is hardly elevated, as you can see. I have no way of knowing these things. Charles sighed, walking towards the unicorn with a touch of melancholy. The answer was expected. The only way to obtain answers was to confront the vampire matriarch. An impossibility unless he had a death wish. Lily, who had been listening intently, approached Audric. So your matriarch came to this island to escape a crisis? How pitiful. No. We came to escape humanity. Humans are growing stronger, and the conflict between them and vampires is escalating. The matriarch foresaw the impending war and led her progeny away. We have a symbiotic relationship with humans. If you die, we will starve. What do you eat? Rats? In the northern part of Dark Crystal Island. We raise humans who provide a fixed amount of blood each week, but it's too expensive. We usually have to force ourselves to eat human food. Time passed, and the number of vampires loitering outside the shipyard increased. They no longer concealed their elongated fangs and bloodthirsty gazes, although they hadn't stormed in. Charles felt immense pressure from the encircling vampires. How much longer? Hurry up if you don't want to die. Charles roared, his voice echoing through the shipyard. Almost. Just riveting. The sweating foreman frantically urged his subordinates. At that moment, the sound of flapping wings permeated the shipyard. Charles rushed to a window and peered outside, seeing a swarm of black bats approaching. The vampires outside cheered. The bats descended rapidly, coalescing into figures draped in black and red capes. Damn it! Charles cursed, instantly recognizing the newcomers. Weren't they supposed to arrive in half a day? Why are they here after only 2 hours? Chapter 37. The battle upon hearing Charles's inquiry. The blind vampire was momentarily taken aback, stammering and at a loss for words. Charles gestured to the other crew members, urging them not to linger. Everyone, aboard the ship. Akasha observed the tightly sealed shipyard ahead with keen interest, a smirk curling her lips to reveal her sharp fangs. How intriguing. It seems these humans possess some prowess after all. Amid, let me indulge in their blood. It has been far too long since I savored the essence of the outside world. The male vampire duke beside her shook his head. My dear, that is not permissible. We must adhere to the agreement. Indeed, a family trait. You are as miserly as your sister, Akasha scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at her companion as she approached the grand entrance. The petite vampire, standing merely 5 feet tall, extended her pale hands and forcefully pried open the thick door. The ear-splitting sound of metal scraping against metal echoed as the massive steel door, half a palm thick, was effortlessly torn apart by her. The sight before the 2 vampire dukes left them momentarily stunned. A small pile of explosives lay on the ground, with a nearly depleted fuse atop it. Before they could comprehend the situation, a deafening explosion erupted, engulfing the shipyard in flames and smoke, enveloping the 2 dukes in a fiery haze. From the billowing smoke emerged a charred corpse, blackened and burnt, gazing at the swiftly fleeing ship, the unicorn. The charred figure rapidly healed, and soon, the naked Akasha stood once more in her original place. Indeed, only strong sustenance is truly delectable. As her words lingered in the air, dark tendrils of hair sprouted from her body, transforming her pale form at an astonishing pace. In mere moments, a grotesque creature, half human and half bat, towering at 3 meters, manifested before them. With a swift motion, the abomination fragmented into a swarm of bats, surging towards the unicorn. Another horde of bats followed closely behind from the smoke. Observing the rapidly approaching swarm from the deck, Charles turned to the cannon, shouting, Lily, shoot them down. The thunderous sound of cannon fire erupted, and bat fragments rained down into the water. However, the sheer number of bats was overwhelming, and the cannonballs were insufficient to halt their advance. The air filled with the ominous sound of flapping wings, tightening the hearts of all aboard the ship. In no time, the bats converged in the sky, forming a monstrous half-bat entity that plummeted onto the deck. Its razor-sharp claws swept across the cannon, sending blood and flesh flying, causing Lily to scream in terror. Akasha's crimson eyes fixated on the fleeing crew, as flames ignited in her palm. Just as she prepared to unleash her fiery wrath upon them, Charles, masked and stealthy, had appeared beneath her. With a swift motion, he slashed at her arm with a gleaming black knife, severing the hand that held the flames. Hello there, beautiful. Did you drop this hand? He taunted, a smirk gracing his face. Akasha propelled herself away, entangling with Charles in a fierce struggle. Simultaneously, another half-bat creature, standing at 4 meters and oozing green mucus from its face, charged onto the deck, led by James, who was met with steel reinforcements from the other crew members. Charles executed a backflip, narrowly evading the creature's claws while retaliating with a swift strike of his own. The two danced around each other, and Charles landed skillfully on the ship's edge. Akasha remained steadfast, her scarlet gaze locked onto her adversary. Witnessing the creature's arm regenerate, Charles cursed internally. This is utterly unreasonable. It must be cheating. Young man, that embellishment on your face is quite striking. Where did it come from? Too bad it's in the wrong hands, Akasha remarked, her demeanor shifting to one of playful menace. How about I give you this trinket if you spare us? Charles suggested, climbing higher. Akasha chuckled softly. Do you truly believe that possible? No rush. We can converse at our leisure. Ah, it hurts. So painful. James's cries echoed from behind, intensifying Charles's urgency. The situation was perilous. If they continued to converse, it would soon become a 2-on-1 battle. He turned to Odric, who was cowering in the cockpit. Hey, blind man. Are there any weaknesses in these creatures? Timidly, Odric replied, the Duke's only vulnerability is the heart. You must obliterate it to prevent her regeneration. A flicker of fury crossed Akasha's fearsome visage as she unfurled her wings and surged towards the cockpit. Betrayal from one's own is far more detestable than that from a foe. With a crash, the cockpit's glass shattered, and Akasha effortlessly seized the fleeing Odric. Her jagged maw snapping shut around his neck, the agonizing screams reverberating as the blind painter's head was nearly severed. Just as she intended to consume the traitor, Charles appeared behind her, thrusting his gleaming blade through her chest. The bat creature flapped its wings forcefully, pushing Charles back, glancing down at the wound with an icy glare. I've changed my mind. You humans shall meet your end beneath the waves. With a swift motion, she produced a palm-sized round mirror, and as it materialized, a sweet, metallic scent of blood permeated the air, intensifying with each passing moment. Curse it. She possesses relics, Charles thought, his resolve hardening as he prepared to charge. Akasha took to the air, her monstrous figure shifting once more under the blinding spotlight, transforming into a 5-meter-long pig-nosed bat. The creature unleashed a shrill, haunting wail that echoed through the air like a death knell, causing all to instinctively cover their ears. Even the other half-bat creature was not spared. Within seconds, blood began to seep from everyone's ears. Charles's heart sank as he witnessed a fissure appear along the ship's edge, spreading ominously downward. This was steel they were dealing with. Such sonic attacks were not merely harmful to flesh, but posed a grave threat to the vessel itself. If she continued, the unicorn would surely meet its demise. Amidst the chaos, Charles leaped onto the battered chest of James, gesturing towards the sky, then to his own hands. The dazed giant remained motionless, prompting Charles to slap him across the face. Finally, James stirred, seizing Charles by the legs and hurling him forward. Like a cannonball, Charles collided with the bat creature, and the excruciating shriek ceased abruptly. Planting his blade into the creature's flesh, he bellowed with all his might. Lily, fire the cannons. Chapter 38, Clue of Sunshine. As the ominous black cannon on the deck shifted closer, Akasha felt a surge of panic. She aimed to flee. Yet Charles stood resolutely beside her, denying her the chance. He raised his left hand, and the tendrils of his ring sprang into action, ensnaring the bat with an unseen grip. Though the bat freed itself in less than a second, it was sufficient time. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the majority of the gigantic bat's form disintegrated, flesh and blood scattering in all directions, its grotesque visage twisted in disbelief. As Charles plummeted toward the sea, a flash of white light caught his attention, and instinctively, he reached out, grasping what turned out to be the bat creature's mirror. With a splash, the frigid waters enveloped him entirely. When he finally surfaced, he witnessed another half-human, half-bat monstrosity scurrying in disarray toward the harbor, clearly unwilling to risk its life for revenge. Coward, if you have courage, don't run away, Charles shouted from the depths. The death of a duke seemed to have struck terror into the hearts of the vampires, as not a single bat approached while the crew lost sight of the dark crystal isle. Soaked to the bone, Charles lay sprawled on the deck, utterly exhausted. The mask may have pushed his body to its human limits, yet his fatigue remained unrelieved. He had no desire to move even a single finger. The crew, elated to have survived, rushed over to him, lifting him high in jubilant celebration. The next day, having regained a fraction of his strength, Charles opened his eyes, disregarding the lingering soreness in his muscles as he made his way to the deck. Upon seeing the first mate bandaging the ship, he let out a soft sigh. The losses had been substantial. 2 sailors and a second mate perished in the encounter with the giant butterfly, and now 2 more sailors and a cook were lost to the dark crystal isle, coupled with the battered state of the narwhal. This exploration of new seas had been a complete failure. The only spoils Charles had gained were a mirror and a blind vampire. He took out the circular mirror and examined his reflection, only to find the surface obscured and indistinct. A thought struck him, and he headed toward the crew's lounge, reasoning that the ship's sole local might provide insight into this relic. Upon entering the lounge, a wave of metallic scent assaulted him. The blind vampire, Odric, was sucking on a bloodied bandage, while James, the producer of that bandage, lay snoring on a nearby rope. Odric's neck writhed with vibrant red flesh, intertwining in a manner suggesting a swift recovery. Hearing familiar footsteps, Odric quickly stood. Captain Charles, you have arrived. Charles drew forth a dark blade and placed it in James's hand, recalling how he had fought valiantly against the bat creature, inflicting severe injuries upon the chief engineer. Nonetheless, as his physique grew, so did his skin, fat, and muscles. Most of the injuries were superficial, sparing his internal organs. After confirming that James was not feverish by touching his forehead, Charles turned and presented the mirror to Audric. This is the Duke's relic. It seems her ability to transform into a giant bat is connected to this. Do you know how to use it? Audric's blind hands began to explore the mirror. This must belong to Duke Akasha, the bat mirror. It is said that by smearing blood upon it, one can transform into a formidable giant bat. The image of the colossal bat from earlier flashed in Charles's mind, igniting a fervent desire within him, but he remained wary of the artifact's potential drawbacks. Does this object possess any side effects? Indeed, the bloodthirst of the user will intensify, if used excessively. They will ultimately be dominated by this power and transformed into a beast. Its previous owner, Viscount Lance, still hangs upside down on the dark crystal isle. Charles contemplated the mirror in his hand, internally acknowledging the significant side effects. It appeared that this relic was only to be utilized in dire circumstances, unlike the Joker's mask, which could be employed at any time. Suddenly, Audric recalled something and eagerly presented the mirror with both hands, indicating his profound understanding of its significance. At that moment, Audric's neck had returned to its original state, and Charles couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy at such remarkable healing abilities. After accepting the mirror and placing it in his pocket, Charles casually inquired, "Your healing capabilities are remarkable. What happened to your face? Is it due to some special circumstance?" A flicker of fear crossed Audric's terrifying visage. "It was an accident. My companions and I raided a pirate ship, discovering a box in a concealed cabin. We initially believed it to contain treasures, only to find it was filled with sunlight." At the mere mention of sunlight, Charles's heart raced, nearly stopping at the revelation. Yet he quickly recognized an inconsistency in Audric's words. "Are you certain? Sunlight? Encased in a box?" "Yes, sunlight." In that instant, upon witnessing the radiance, my skin turned to ash, and I barely escaped with my life, albeit at a harrowing cost. As he spoke, Audric removed his dark sunglasses, revealing two bulging eyes reminiscent of soft-boiled eggs, accentuated by the surrounding crimson veins, creating a grotesque sight. "Do you see? My eyes still ache. Only sunlight can inflict such torment." Impatient, Charles began to pace within the cabin, his heart racing more than it had when pursued by the Duke vampire the previous day. Perhaps it was another type of light weapon? The idea struck him as absurd. Could sunlight truly be contained within a box? Was it even possible to capture light without a physical source? Audric shook his head. At the time, there were still living pirates nearby. When our calamity struck, they exhibited no signs of distress. If it were indeed a weapon, they would not have remained unharmed. Charles's heartbeat quickened, his expression becoming animated. This could be the pivotal clue leading back to the surface. From where did those pirates acquire the sunlight? I'm not entirely certain. But those pirates hailed from the chaotic city of Sodom, making it likely they obtained it from there. "Mr. Charles, do you seek sunlight?" The mention of the chaotic city of Sodom brought a rare smile to Charles's face as he patted Audric on the shoulder before turning to leave. Regardless of whether the box indeed contained true sunlight, Charles was resolute in his decision to investigate further. As he walked away, Audric covertly retrieved a half-decayed human corpse from a nearby barrel. Had Charles been present, he would have instantly recognized it as the body of the female duke he had battled. The blind vampire greedily began to feast upon the corpse, the sounds of chewing intermingling with the snores echoing throughout the dimly lit cabin. After a month's absence, the unicorn returned to Coral Island. With fresh leads from the mainland, Charles was eager to venture to the chaotic city of Sodom. However, the crew was at their limit. Encounters with giant butterflies, deities, and vampires had left them visibly exhausted. Charles relented, understanding their need for respite, and the unicorn was equally weary. The hastily installed turbine was failing, and the sonic attacks had damaged the hull, necessitating extensive repairs. Standing on the deck, Charles affectionately stroked the ship's rail, murmuring, "Thank you, old friend. Mr. Charles, your voyage seems to have been rather rough. What dangers did you encounter to cause such damage?" It was Wood, the ship's original sailor, who spoke. He was surprised to see the vessel again, half expecting it to be lost at sea. A feeling arose that this young man might indeed become the island's governor. "What's the total?" Charles asked, in no mood for pleasantries. Wood quickly presented the bill. Turbine replacement, armor plating repairs, totaling 21 million echoes. After signing the bill, Charles calculated his remaining funds. Subtracting the repair costs and crew salaries from the initial 6 million echoes left him with a mere 150,000. This was a precarious sum for an exploration vessel. A fruitless next voyage would spell doom for the unicorn. His next destination, Sodom, offered no remuneration, leaving him in a quandary. Lost in thought, Charles headed toward the shipyard exit. There, he found Audric, the blind vampire, waiting. "What are you doing here?" "Mr. Charles, are you in need of more crew? I implore you to consider me as a member of your crew." Audric bowed his head, his voice filled with fervor. "I'm sorry, my crew is complete." Charles declined firmly, rushing past him towards the docks. It wasn't prejudice against vampires, but the impracticality of having a blind man on board. What use was a blind artist? Save to paint portraits of the crew? Before Charles could proceed, Audric rushed forward. Captain Charles, I am not a burden. I have advanced and gained new abilities. A black cloak enveloped the blind vampire, morphing into a bat that fluttered around Charles. Captain Charles, I am now a baron, capable of transformation. As a bat, I can perceive my surroundings without eyes. Charles shook his head at the diminutive bat. With a swift motion, he drew his revolver. A shot rang out, and the bat fell, reverting to the blind vampire, who clutched his wounded shoulder in pain. If you value your life, remain a painter. As the footsteps receded, Audric hesitated, then cried out, Captain, are you not going to Sodom in search of sunlight? I visited there 40 years ago. I can guide you. I don't need your help. I have my own leads. Audric's face grew anxious. Mr. Charles, I can be a formidable asset. Though blind, I am a vampire. My combat prowess surpasses that of your crew. After a long pause, Charles's voice echoed, you fear sunlight. Why would you follow me? Audric offered a wry smile. You may find this hard to believe, but your crew's earnings from a single mission exceed what I can earn in years. I am envious. I no longer desire extravagance. Only a stable job and a tranquil life. Charles regarded the vampire with a peculiar expression. He had never encountered a vampire in such dire straits. Captain Charles? Are you still there? Consider yourself a sailor aboard the Unicorn. Thank you, Captain. August 3rd, 3 days ago, my crew and I safely arrived at Coral Island. The blind vampire has joined my ranks. His timidity is a concern, but he should suffice as a sailor. His bat transformation ability will be useful as a spotter. Vampires possess remarkable healing abilities. The previous crew perished, so I need individuals who are less prone to death. Next, I intend to journey to Sodom in search of sunlight contained within a box. If it is indeed sunlight, it must lead to the surface. Click. The door creaked open. Charles turned to see Lily, ears drooping, entering with her rats. Where have you been? Charles inquired. A dejected Lily clambered onto the pillow, collapsing onto it in despair. I won't tell you. Charles sighed, closed his journal, and stood up. I'm going out. Take care of the house. The rats had emerged from the pillow. Mr. Charles, where are you going? It's Saturday. All captains should be gathering at the Explorers Association. I'm going to see if there's any news. That sounds fun. Take me with you. Take care of the house. Charles coldly departed, closing the door behind him. Lily angrily pounded the pillow. Mr. Charles, you're so mean. After a few more strikes, she flopped onto the pillow. Humph, if you won't take me, I'll sleep. I'll annoy you tonight when you try to sleep. Time passed, and a sudden knocking startled Lily awake. The frantic pounding on the door caused her to panic. Who is it? No one's here. With a snap, the lock broke, and a grotesque tentacled monster appeared in the doorway. Lily screamed at the sight of the writhing tentacles and enraged eye. The brown rats swarmed around her, baring their fangs at the intruder. Upon seeing the screaming rats, the tentacled monster swiftly transformed into a voluptuous woman. Lily stared at the beautiful woman, recognizing her as the woman from the blind artist's paintings. Just a rat. Scared me for a moment. When I heard a woman's voice, I thought Gao Jiming was secretly having a snack behind my back. Chapter 40. The Church of the Light God. As Charles stepped into the Explorers Association, he was met with a surprising sight. The once desolate hall was now abuzz with activity. Sofas and coffee tables were haphazardly arranged, and men and women clad in maritime attire gathered in groups, either standing or seated, their voices creating a cacophony. Among the crowd were several individuals who clearly did not belong to the seafaring profession, whispering conspiratorially around the ship captains. Navigating through the throng, Charles approached the counter to accept his mission, overhearing snippets of conversation that indicated these individuals were there to commission tasks. Hey, Charles, come here, exclaimed a noticeably exuberant William, waving a bottle of liquor. Surrounding him were a few captains with whom Charles was only slightly acquainted. Upon noticing Charles's gaze, Elizabeth scoffed and turned her head away. As Charles approached, William enthusiastically draped an arm around his shoulder. My friend, the effects of that knife you sold me are astonishing. The pungent odor emanating from William made Charles uncomfortable, prompting him to gently push away William's arm. Is it a powerful artifact? He inquired, recalling the 2 unidentified relics he had sold to William previously. It seemed that William had struck gold. Indeed, it is extraordinarily powerful, beyond comparison. I pretended to gift the knife to my enemy, and guess what? He slaughtered his entire crew. Ha ha. As William erupted in laughter, Charles felt a twinge of absurdity. Was it truly possible to wield artifacts in such a manner? A portly man sidled over, nudging Charles with his elbow. I heard you set sail again. Did you encounter anything interesting? Do share. Charles instinctively recalled a hand that had emerged from the depths of the sea, forcing a slight smile. Nothing much to report. Some crew members perished, and the mission failed. Come on, share. Why come here if not to converse? You could be winning big at the casino instead. Unable to resist their persistence, Charles relented and recounted the events that had transpired. The giant butterfly, the hand, the dark crystal isle. The other captains expressed their astonishment at Charles's fortune, marveling that he had survived such perilous encounters. Alas, Stark was not so fortunate. The portly man remarked casually. "Who is Stark?" Charles queried. "If that lad knew you didn't even remember his name, he'd be furious. It was he and Elizabeth who once bound you? Have you forgotten?" Charles's memory flickered to the jovial, robust man, his pupils dilating. "Is he dead?" The man nodded, biting into a blue fruit before continuing. "Death is common, you know. This month has been relatively good. Only 7 have died." Scanning the faces around him, Charles noted the absence of sorrow. The others were engaged in casual conversation. His understanding of the concept of life and death deepened, and after a moment of silence, he addressed the other captains. "Gentlemen, how much do you know about the city of Sodom?" This was the purpose of his visit. He had only heard the name, and now sought further clues. As soon as he spoke, all eyes turned to a middle-aged man in the corner, his complexion dark and a hawk-like nose adorning his face. "Charlie used to be a pirate. You can ask him," William suggested, tilting his head back to gulp his drink. "I can only tell you that it's a chaotic place. Unless you possess considerable strength, venturing there is tantamount to seeking death." Charlie's voice remained as somber as ever. "Have you heard of anyone selling sunlight over there?" Charles pressed. Charlie shook his head. "No? That's concerning," Charles said, his anxiety rising. "I'm not sure. Perhaps yes. Perhaps no. In that place, anything can be bought with money. Once in Sodom, you can inquire at the anchor bar. Just mention you were referred by Sea Dog. He's my friend." "Thank you," Charles replied, a hint of gratitude in his gaze. Such information was likely unknown to the average person, and he appreciated Charlie's gesture. The portly man elbowed Charles again, leaning closer to whisper, "He believes in you. A man who can encounter deities and return alive has limitless potential ahead." Charles managed a hollow laugh. Who could truly predict such matters? In a place as treacherous as this, who could guarantee survival? He was merely an ordinary man, striving to live. The lively atmosphere returned, and Charles joined in the revelry, drinking and nibbling on snacks, fostering camaraderie. He picked up a circular cake from the table and took a bite. The soft bread paired with sweet cream was unexpectedly delightful. It was his first encounter with such exquisite cuisine in all his years in this world. Having finished his morsel, Charles contemplated leaving when a nondescript young man approached. "Captain Charles?" Turning to assess the newcomer, Charles noted the man's red robe, adorned with a bright white triangle on his forehead, a stark contrast to the attire of the other captains. "Who are you?" "My name is Sonny. I am an explorer, just like you." Elizabeth, who had been ignoring Charles, cleared her throat and dipped her finger in her drink, drawing a few lines on the table. Upon recognizing that the signals indicated danger, Charles's caution heightened. "I have heard that Mr. Charles is in search of the land of light. Why have I not seen you at church services?" "The Church of the Light God?" Charles immediately lost interest, rising to depart. In the next moment, Sonny's body flashed, blocking Charles's path. "Are you a radical Protestant? You misunderstand. You have distorted the sun god's oracle. The original doctrine is the true path. The land of light is an illusion, unattainable. We must fervently pray and frequently hold rituals for the sun god to return." Listening to these absurdities, Charles was at a loss for words. He had no idea where these individuals derived their oracles, but he was certain they could not have come from that fiery ball in the sky. "I'm sorry, but I am not of your faith. Please step aside." Sonny looked taken aback. "If you are not of the sun goddess church, why seek the land of light?" "I am no longer searching. Goodbye," Charles replied, maneuvering around Sonny toward the exit. Sonny's forehead mark glowed, and a translucent, bruised fluid surged from his robe, swiftly enveloping Charles. "Why don't we find somewhere else to discuss?" Charles' expression hardened as he aimed his revolver at Sonny's head. Chapter 41. Zhao Jiajia in an instant. A small circle formed around the two, each onlooker wearing an expression of intrigue. At that moment, a staff member in a suit hurried over. "You two have signed a contract. Please consider carefully. Should you engage in violence within the association, not only will you be expelled, but you will also be pursued by the governor." Sonny smiled and nodded, while the translucent fluid on Charles quickly retracted into his clothing. "Mr. Charles, I harbor no ill intentions. What exactly do you intend to do?" Charles furrowed his brow, sensing that if this matter was not resolved today, this individual would haunt him indefinitely. Sonny gestured towards the edge of the hall, indicating for him to step aside. In the corner of the hall, distant from the clamor, Sonny smiled at Charles. "Captain Charles, how much do you know about us?" "Not much, but I have heard some rumors. For instance, to join your church, one must undergo a rite of initiation involving steel needles pierced directly into the brain beside the eyeball, which you claim grants the blessings of the sun god. Mr. Charles, do you not find this ritual rather practical? In this cursed sea, humanity's greatest peril lies in the fears within our minds. Once blessed within our church, one can no longer feel fear. This is why our sun goddess exploration captains have the highest survival rates. Then why not mention the mortality rate associated with such rituals? Is it a blessing or a curse? And don't speak to me of your light god. Tell me, do you even know what the sun looks like? Of course, Sonny replied, pointing to his forehead. This is the visage of our Lord. Looking at the white triangle. Charles nearly burst into laughter. The sun is triangular? Why not circular? That is the answer bestowed by the oracle. The sun is round, you fool. Charles's voice pitched higher. Have you seen it? What makes you so certain? Charles struggled to suppress his retort. Sonny waved dismissively. All right, since you are not part of our congregation. I do not wish to debate doctrine with you. I have come to commission you. Commission? It will not take much of your time. Mr. Charles. As you plan to go to Sodom, could you assist me in dealing with a few individuals who also belong to the sun goddess church, albeit with differing ideologies? How do you know I am going to Sodom? The feeling of being spied upon unsettled Charles. Sonny smiled. Unique individuals draw attention. As long as Mr. Charles can demonstrate sincerity, our collaboration will flourish. Your funding must be running low by now, no? And if I refuse? Charles scoffed. I trust Mr. Charles will agree. You would consent to collaborate with those aberrations from the Fertance sect. Why would you decline such a mutually beneficial arrangement? Huh, Charles rubbed his nose. The Fertance sect is indeed somewhat more courteous than you. With that, Charles turned and strode away without looking back. Logically, he should have accepted the deal. He did need the financial support. However, he was irked by Sonny's tone and had no desire to be embroiled in the cult's internal strife. Upon returning to his residence, Charles immediately sensed that someone had been there. A thought struck him, and he rushed to the drawer. Opening it, he discovered that his journal had indeed been tampered with. Lily? What transpired after I left? He inquired, his expression tinged with anxiety. You had not been gone long when she arrived. A tremulous voice emerged from under the bed. What did that person look like? Did she have an inverted triangle on her forehead? A timid Lily crawled out. Her hair disheveled. It was the sister you know. Which sister? The one depicted in your journal. Anna. Charles's pupils constricted to pinpoints as he rushed to Lily. Taking her by the hand. Are you certain it was her? Or merely someone with a similar appearance? It was truly her. She even wrote something on the back of that drawing. Mr. Charles, why did you not mention that the sister was not human, but a monster? Charles threw the mouse from his hand and quickly retrieved the drawing from his journal, flipping it over to reveal neatly written Chinese characters. I never anticipated you would create a portrait for me. You claimed I was an illusion, yet you still think of me. In truth, when I saw that drawing, I felt a surge of joy, knowing that my beloved, even in death, still thought of me. Gao Ming, I am an illusion, and our feelings are but a fabrication. Conjured by the Dua clan. I know what you are thinking. Surely you do not care that I am a figment. And you wish to help me escape the clutches of the monster? But you are mistaken. I am that monster, and the monster is me. We are inseparable. The Dua clan lacks a brain. Survival is instinctual. When we need to think, we create a consciousness, and I am that consciousness birthed by my own making. I miss you dearly, yearning to be by your side always, and I believe you miss me too. Yet, we both understand that even our longing is a mere illusion. I came today intending to sever ties, but since you are not here, it shall be forgotten. I refuse to be governed by false emotions. I intend to seek the meaning of my existence in the abyss. Do not pursue me. Focus on your own surface. Zhao Jijia left a postscript. By the way, if you seek another woman, I hope I do not find out, for I will not hesitate to consume them. With his mind a chaotic tangle, Charles tossed the drawing aside and, with bloodshot eyes, turned to the white mouse beside him. How long has she been gone? About half an hour. Without another word. Charles dashed outside, biting down hard on his thumb and smearing it on a mirror. His body transformed rapidly, and a massive bat took to the air, soaring low. In a shadowy alley, Anna, clad in a striking red dress, gazed at the bat overhead, yellow-green tears streaming from her eyes. Just then, a burly arm draped over her pale shoulder. Hey there, how much for a night? Anna gently wiped her tears, turning to face the drunken man. 200 for one time, 800 for the night. Upon seeing Anna's angelic visage, the drunkard was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained composure, excitedly loosening his belt. 800 it is. I want it. With a radiant smile, Anna approached him, her previously pristine skin now splitting open, revealing tendrils with dark roots slowly extending outward. Chapter 42. Depp's Relic Behold. A bat soars across the heavens. The exclamation from outside the tavern drew Depp's attention. He, along with other inebriated sailors, rushed out to witness the spectacle. Does that bat seem familiar? Depp mused, scratching his neck as he clutched his tankard. As the bat swiftly vanished into the night, the sailors gradually returned to the tavern, save for Depp. A sudden realization struck him. The vampire had mentioned that the captain recently acquired a new relic capable of transforming him into a colossal bat. That must be Captain Charles, he surmised. Is the captain experimenting with his new relic? How marvelous. If only I possessed a relic of my own. Depp's voice carried a palpable longing. Observing the captain's diverse abilities stemming from his collection of relics, Depp couldn't deny his envy. Abruptly, an idea sparked in his mind. I've accumulated a fair sum of echoes. I can acquire a relic as well. Casting a glance at the boisterous tavern, Depp re-entered. A wave of heat washed over him as he was met with the sight of drunken sailors boasting and laughing, and scantily clad women weaving through the crowd. The scene exuded a vibrant sense of life. He leaped onto a wooden table and bellowed, "Hark, everyone! Does anyone know where one might procure relics on Coral Island?" The clamor subsided slightly as a portly old man with a bulbous nose and a toothless grin exclaimed, "Look at this lad, barely wet behind the ears. Yet he dares to purchase a relic. He must have a death wish." Ha ha! The tavern erupted in laughter, the atmosphere jovial. In a corner, the crew of the Narwhal sprang to their feet, silencing the mirth. The sailors averted their gazes, focusing on their drinks. The exploration crew was not to be trifled with. Sensing the shift in mood, Depp snapped his fingers towards the bar. "Bartender, drinks for everyone. Put it on my tab." The atmosphere reignited as the sailors and crew raised their glasses, offering raucous cheers to the youth they had just mocked. A bare-chested sailor, after gulping down a mouthful of ale, declared, "Friend, seek out the Shadow Alley. Shady merchandise is often peddled there. Beware of the black dogs, though such transactions are illegal." "Thank you," Depp exclaimed, leaping from the table. He waved to his companions in the corner before dashing out. "Should we follow the lad? He's bound to stir up trouble." Norna remarked to the others, "Relax. We survived Dark Crystal Island. What's there to fear here? If anyone crosses us, we'll simply dispatch them and toss them into the sea." Fry replied, pinching a serving girl's posterior. The other crew members nodded in agreement. Depp, well acquainted with Coral Island's harbor district, navigated through the fish-reeking drying yards and arrived at the desolate Shadow Alley. True to its name, the alley's denizens were cloaked in concealing black ropes. Depp, clad in a sailor's garb, stood out conspicuously. He quickly mingled with the crowd, curiously observing individuals unveiling hidden wares and whispering amongst themselves. "Hey, does anyone have relics for sale?" Depp called out, immediately drawing attention. A diminutive figure in a black robe approached, his voice hushed. "How much coin do you possess, lad?" 30,000 echoes. Depp replied, revealing his savings. The robed figure scoffed and turned away. 30,000 echoes for a relic? Do you think relics grow on trees? Depp scratched his neck in dismay. He had initially saved more, but the vampire had plundered his stash on Dark Crystal Island. "Do you seek a relic?" A voice echoed from behind, startling Depp. He spun around to face an obese figure in a black robe. "I do. But I only have 30,000 echoes." "Done. 30,000 it is." The robed figure retrieved a silver bracelet from within his robes, its surface encrusted with a thick layer of grime. "Really? You'll sell it to me for 30,000? Depp was taken aback. The other fellow claimed it wasn't enough. "Take it or leave it." Seeing the figure feign departure, the 16-year-old Depp hastily agreed. "I'll take it. But first, tell me what this relic does." "It grants enhanced strength when worn, but it also induces thirst." After testing the relic and finding it effective, Depp gladly paid the sum, convinced he had struck a bargain. The robed figure pocketed the money and quickly vanished, circling through the alley before kneeling before a door. "Reverend, the item has been delivered. We can confirm that he is a crew member of Charles." The wooden door opened, and the smiling Sonny emerged. Once they set sail, "Deliver the other bracelet to the lad. If he won't serve me, then Cod can't have him either." Captain, are you within?" Depp exclaimed, pounding on Charles's door. With a creak, the door opened, revealing Lily's rat. Depp caught sight of Charles, sitting silently, his body trembling, his face contorted, his fist clenched as if suppressing something. "What is it?" Charles's voice was unusually hoarse. Though young, Depp was not oblivious. It was evident that this was not the moment to flaunt his new relic. "And nothing. Rest well." Depp turned to leave, but a bat carrying a crimson pouch flew in. The bat swiftly transformed into Odric, who nervously presented the blood bag to Charles. "Captain, this is from the hospital." Charles snatched the bag with trembling hands, his pale teeth tearing into it. He greedily sucked the contents, crimson blood dripping from his mouth, his horrifying visage more akin to a vampire than Odric. Depp approached Lily, who stood in the corner. "What's wrong with the captain?" he inquired. Lily's voice was tinged with fear. "The captain went to see his sister. He's been like this since he returned. He almost bit me earlier." At that moment, Depp noticed his captain's face contort in pain, his lips trembling as he muttered something. He pushed aside the vampire who tried to assist him, stumbled to the desk, and retrieved a glob of green gel, which he forcefully shoved into his mouth. Charles, drenched in cold sweat, slowly regained his composure. His face was weary as he waved to his crew. "I need to rest. You may leave." Depp followed Odric out the door, gazing back at the closed portal. Why is the captain always so subdued? He wondered. He has his own exploration ship at his age. What could possibly make him unhappy? If I had my own ship, I'd be grinning from ear to ear. Odric, leaning against the wall, shook his head. Who knows? But if the captain continues like this, he won't last long. Don't you think he's becoming more like the madman on the streets? Depp glared at him. Don't talk nonsense. Captain Charles is mighty. How could he possibly be like that? If you slander him again, you'll have to answer to me." With that, Depp turned and hurried towards the stairs. Chapter 43. The wooden ship. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed, and the day of departure had arrived once more. The chimney of the Unicorn Whale once again belched forth black smoke as Charles ascended to the deck with the newly recruited crew members. "Bandage, please allocate the tasks for the new crew members," Charles instructed his silent first mate. The taciturn first mate nodded and, with his newly grown legs, led the new crew members towards the deck. Meanwhile, Charles and Audric entered the captain's quarters, where the newly acquired, immense nautical chart lay spread out on the table, clearly marked with islands, hazardous zones, and areas of darkness. "Where's Sodom?" Charles inquired of the vampire before him. "Please mark it on the map. I cannot see it. Kindly indicate the location of Dark Crystal Island." Charles placed his hand on a thumbtack, indicating, "Here is Dark Crystal Island." Audric traced a curve on the chart with his finger, punctuating it with his sharp nail. "Here." To Charles's surprise, the location was not as distant as he had imagined. "Sodom is here? So close?" "It appears here at times, specifically on the 6th and 25th of each month." Charles was taken aback. "It appears? It is not an island? It moves?" "Indeed, Captain. To be precise, it is a ship, a grand vessel constructed from the remains of pirate ships that have been plundered." Gazing at the distance marked on the chart, Charles swiftly calculated the nautical time and supplies needed. Despite Audric's firm assertions, the information was 40 years old. What if there was nothing there? It would not do to return empty-handed. "Do we have enough blood plasma?" Audric nodded quickly. "Yes, I have prepared enough for 60 days. Reserve some. I may need it in case of intense combat." "Understood, but Captain Charles, it is a relic of the bloodkin. It would be wise to use it sparingly." "Noted. You may go." Audric bowed deeply and transformed into a bat, swiftly flying away. In the nearby island waters, Charles deliberately slowed the ship, allowing the new crew members to acclimate to one another. Most of the crew were locals from Coral Island, and some had even met Charles before, fostering a relatively amicable environment. On the 8th day after departing the port, the Unicorn Whale gradually approached its destination, and the once pitch-black sea began to show signs of change. "Captain, there is a ship ahead." "I see it," Charles replied, peering through the glass at the distant vessel. It was clearly not Sodom. The ship was too small, only half the size of the Unicorn Whale, and made of wood. Wooden ships were a rarity in these waters. Generally, areas capable of sustaining trees had been cleared for the cultivation of edible crops. As the ship drew nearer, more details came into view. Unlike the turbine-driven Unicorn Whale, this wooden vessel was powered by sails. Not only was the sea typically devoid of wind, but relying solely on sails for navigation was perilous. "Captain, what shall we do?" "I will take the helm. You go out and signal them, letting them know to adhere to the convention of left to left." This was a fundamental maritime protocol, as the fear was that a lack of communication could lead to a collision between the two vessels. "Understood." Dip, adorned with a bracelet, dashed out with the flags. The red flag was swiftly waved by the youth, and the wooden ship began to change course, seemingly comprehending the signal. The two vessels passed each other, and as Charles observed the worn wooden ship, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Was the ship also bound for Sodom? Suddenly, a crisis erupted. The cannon port on the left side of the wooden ship swung open, revealing a dark cannon aimed directly at the Unicorn Whale. Tension coursed through Charles's body as he instinctively spun the wheel, attempting to present the smallest profile possible to the impending cannon fire. Despite his urgent response, several cannonballs struck the deck. However, the expected sounds of explosions did not follow. The cannonballs seemed soft, adhering wherever they landed and emitting a black-purple smoke that soon enveloped the entire Unicorn Whale. "Lily, counterattack." Upon hearing Charles's command, the crew members on deck rushed toward the cannons, and the 125mm gun began to turn toward the wooden ship. Simultaneously, shadows began to drift out from the black-purple haze, their paper-thin bodies devoid of features where their faces should have been, wielding identical weapons made of the same material. As the eerie paper figures took their positions, they charged towards the deck cannons, launching a frenzied assault on the crew above, effectively halting the gun's movement. The crew fired upon these entities, but the bullets passed harmlessly through them, failing to impede their advance. With a furrowed brow, Charles dared not delay. He drew a mirror, preparing to smear his blood upon it. The tricks of the divine were not a concern for him. The wooden ship was the true threat that needed to be quelled. Just as he was about to bite into his finger, a sudden pain shot through his abdomen. In shock, Charles looked down to see a bloody blade protruding from his chest. With little time to think, he drew his pistol and aimed it behind him, ready to pull the trigger, but halted abruptly. The assailant was Dip, the ship's bosun, who wore an unsettling smile. A chilling voice escaped his lips, "Shoot, shoot." In the next moment, Charles inhaled deeply, enduring the searing pain as he clasped the clown mask to his face. Once the mask was in place, he pulled the trigger without hesitation, and Dip fell to the ground, struck by the bullet. Controlling the muscles within him to keep the blade from further penetrating, Charles staggered out of the cockpit, Outside, the crew was engaged in a fierce struggle against the paper figures, clearly at a disadvantage, aside from the enlarged James. The attacks of the others proved ineffective. Clutching his wound, Charles grasped the bat mirror and hurled it towards the bat in the air. Line 1. Shake that ship for me. The bat seized the mirror and swiftly flew towards the wooden vessel. As soon as he finished speaking, a paper figure appeared behind Charles, brandishing a gleaming weapon aimed at his head. Charles quickly retreated, colliding into the figure's embrace, his dark blade dancing in the air as he sliced the figure into shreds of paper. Is that all? Just as Charles prepared to plunge into the fray, his body suddenly stiffened, and blood began to seep anew from his wound. Daring not to act recklessly, he realized his condition was precarious. Any further movement could lead to catastrophic bleeding. Seeking alternative solutions, Charles knelt slowly, retrieving a steel nail from a nearby barrel. He hurled the steel nail, which accurately embedded itself into the paper figures, pinning them to the ground. Yet this was merely a temporary reprieve. The paper figures multiplied endlessly, and Charles's consciousness began to blur. As the orca teetered on the brink of being engulfed by the paper figures, a piercing shriek echoed from the distance, momentarily halting their advance. Charles, summoning his remaining strength, gazed towards the sound's origin. Audric, in his transformed bat form, had reached the wooden vessel, its flaxen sails quivering violently under the sonic assault. The entire ship shuddered. Witnessing this reversal orchestrated by his crew, Charles succumbed to his injuries, collapsing against the ship's hull. His crew, immediately noticing their captain's distress, rushed to his side, their faces etched with concern. "Captain, who is responsible for this?" the first mate exclaimed, his voice filled with anguish as he examined the gaping wound in his chest. "Pay me no mind," Charles uttered weakly, his vision blurring. "Attend to those paper figures." The first mate nodded resolutely, leading the sailors towards their trembling adversaries. Darkness encroached upon Charles's senses, muffling the surrounding sounds. As he watched torches ignite across the deck, a chilling thought crossed his mind. Am I to meet my end? An increasing luminescence enveloped him, accompanied by a fading of pain. Confronting his impending demise, Charles found himself surprisingly composed. So, this is it. I wonder if I shall be transported back. The boatswain, who had been previously absent, pushed through the throng, dragging two figures. One was a new sailor with a gash across his neck, the other, Depp, wounded by gunfire. Neither injury appeared fatal. Charles could see the two men speaking frantically to the boatswain, but he could no longer discern their words. The boatswain laid them gently on the deck, cast a profound glance at Charles, and then retrieved the ebony blade from his grasp. Charles attempted to inquire about the boatswain's intentions, but his pallid lips remained sealed. The boatswain swiftly inscribed a three-pronged blood sigil onto the deck, filling the gaps with arcane runes. Thrust. The keen blade pierced the sailor's chest, eliciting disbelief from Charles and the surrounding crew. The boatswain positioned the corpse within the sigil, then raised the blade towards Depp. Thwack! A marlin spike impaled the boatswain's hand, pinning it to the deck. Meeting Charles's enraged gaze, the boatswain quietly lowered the blade, prostrating himself and chanting in hushed tones. The sailor's blood seeped into the sigil as the boatswain's incantation grew in intensity. A translucent tentacle of seawater emerged from the ship's hull. The boatswain's chanting intensified. The tentacle's tip touched the corpse within the array, and the wide-eyed body was drawn swiftly into the appendage. The crimson-stained tentacle then turned towards Charles, dissolving into a deluge of blood that cascaded over him. Charles emitted a harrowing scream, his body writhing and convulsing as if invaded by serpents. The blade within him was ejected, and his wounds began to mend. Charles felt as though 1,000 blades were piercing his flesh, the excruciating pain nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Moments later, Charles, lying in the seawater, was completely healed. The boatswain calmly approached and assisted the drenched Charles to his feet. "Captain, the offering was incomplete. Your injuries are not fully healed." Charles, gasping for air, gave his first mate a complex look, then turned his gaze towards the distant battle. The shriek had ceased, and Audric, bloodied and battered, was besieged by a swarm of black paper figures. Charles rushed to the deck cannon, unleashing a barrage of shots towards the wooden vessel. The distance proved too great, and his rounds missed their mark. Charles turned to his crew. "Boatswain, take the helm. James, overload the boilers. Everyone else, prepare your arms. We must pursue them." The crew sprang into action, and the orca surged forward once more. The wind whipped Charles's dark locks across his face, his expression a mask of cold fury, his eyes burning with unquenchable hatred. Seeing the orca closing in, the wooden vessel attempted to flee, but it was no match for the orca's speed. The distance between the two ships rapidly diminished. Charles directed the deck cannon, unleashing a torrent of fire that sent plumes of water erupting around the wooden vessel. Crack! The wooden vessel's mast snapped, collapsing onto the deck along with the sails, causing the ship to slow drastically. "Maintain speed. Ram them," Charles roared. The orca surged forward, its prow plunging deep into the wooden vessel's hull. Charles, disregarding the chaos, trained the cannon on the enemy deck, unleashing a relentless barrage. The wooden vessel was instantly riddled with holes, and bloodied remains flew through the air. A few more salvos would surely sink the ship, but Charles held his fire. He needed to know who had sent this vessel. Boarding party, Charles commanded, leading his crew across the splintered remains of the wooden vessel. They descended into the ship's hold. As they reached the bottom of the stairs, a blade flashed towards Charles's face. He recoiled, his ebony blade swiftly cleaving the paper figure into pieces. But it was merely the beginning. A relentless tide of black paper figures surged forward, attacking with frenzied abandon. These things are being controlled. Hold them off. I'll deal with their master, Charles declared, plunging into the throng of paper figures. He moved with serpentine grace, slipping through their ranks. The paper figures, seemingly desperate, swarmed him, attempting to block his path. Charles was like a lone skiff in a tempest, constantly on the verge of capsizing. Yet, the greater the number of his assailants, the more his agility shone. The density of the attackers caused them to strike one another. Moments later, the path ahead cleared. In the dimly lit hold, a man clad in a black captain's coat was muttering incantations for cerulean candles flickering beside him. Upon seeing Charles's masked visage, the man's face contorted in terror. He extinguished the candles and darted towards a nearby window, hoping to escape in the darkness. This ruse was futile against Charles's dark vision. He raised his pistol and fired, crimson blossoms erupting on the man's limbs. Before the man could react, Charles's ebony blade was pressed against his throat. Chapter 45. The Cunning and the Foolish Child. If you wish to keep your head intact, refrain from any movement. Who sent you to kill me? Charles's tone was flippant, yet the gaze behind his mask was icy. If I reveal the truth, will you spare my life? The man, threatened by Charles, was filled with dread. I may consider it. Why yes, just as Charles anticipated a confession, the man suddenly thrust his neck forward, and a razor-sharp blade effortlessly severed his head. Scalding blood sprayed onto Charles's mask, staining its pristine white surface crimson. After a brief moment of shock, Charles cursed under his breath, stood up, and turned to exit the cabin. As his footsteps faded, the severed head slowly opened its eyes, revealing a sinister grin in the darkness of the cabin. The head began to roll toward a nearby corpse, its lips moving in a grotesque manner. Suddenly, a black dagger was thrust into the ground, blocking its path. The head turned in terror, discovering that the masked figure had returned, tilting his head as he fixed his gaze upon it. Knowing you belong to the enigmatic side, how could I not take precautions? Charles rushed forward, kicking the head away, which ricocheted off the wall before returning to his feet. So, you can survive even without a head. Very well. I shall indulge you for a while. Seeing you in such a state ignites a flurry of inspiration within me. Tell me, if I were to toss you into a cauldron, would you still live? Charles's foot pressed down upon the head. Please, I beg you, do not boil me. I will reveal everything suddenly. The right eye of the mournful head popped out and fell to the ground, from which a curled-up little figure emerged. The creature resembled an undeveloped infant, its body translucent with a pink hue, and its grotesque limbs evoked discomfort. Its voice was as delicate as a mosquito's. Trembling as it lay upon the ground, exclaiming, "It was Pastor Sonny who commanded me to control your crew and ambush you. And it was he who sent me to kill you." Charles's lips curled into an exaggerated smile behind his mask. So it was that knave. Very well. Our enmity is now sealed. Mr. Charles, I am innocent. Sonny has taken our island and forced me to obey him. I have revealed everything to you. Please spare my life. Spare you? You wish to live after having sent men to kill me? How audacious of you. The panicked little figure suddenly recalled something and hastily pointed to a cabinet in the corner, shouting, "Therein lies a hidden chamber containing the rewards Sonny promised me. Now they are yours." With a swift motion, Charles's boot came down, silencing the little creature. Just moments ago, it claimed to be a victim, and now it speaks of rewards? Charles wiped the sticky sole of his boot and approached the cabinet. Upon opening the cabinet, a keyhole appeared on the floor. Charles deftly used his blade to slice through the lock, unveiling a hidden compartment filled with gleaming gold bars, neatly stacked and filling the small space. A rough estimate suggested there were several pounds of treasure within, valuable both on land and at sea. Ah, so I am worth this much? I was entirely unaware. Charles reached for a bar, intending to taste its authenticity, but the mask obstructed him. Frustrated, he stood and made for the staircase. As he emerged, Charles encountered crew members preparing to enter. The paper-thin figures that had previously attacked lay motionless on the ground, clearly under the control of the little creature. How are the casualties? Charles removed his mask. The second mate, Krona, did not answer but instead excitedly said, "Captain, Sodom has appeared." When they rushed onto the deck, the sight before them astonished all. A mountain of disordered shipwrecks loomed ahead, flickering lights dancing among the ruins, shadowy figures flitting about in the dim environment like wraiths. The mountain was not stationary. It slowly but surely drifted forward. This was the stronghold of the sea pirates, Sodom. "Captain, Sodom approaches. Shall we go?" the second mate inquired. However, Charles stood in silence, lost in thought. Krona gently patted his shoulder in confusion. In an instant, it was as if he had triggered a switch. The wounds that had previously begun to heal suddenly reopened, and crimson blood splattered several feet away. The crew's gas faded rapidly, and Charles's consciousness plunged into darkness. Upon regaining awareness, Charles found himself no longer aboard the ship. He looked around, engulfed in darkness, until a light illuminated beneath him. He saw a younger version of himself, standing on a wooden boat, holding a lantern and glancing around in uncertainty. This was when he had first arrived in this treacherous sea. Charles felt a surge of trepidation as he anticipated what would unfold next. At that moment, the younger Charles leaned over the side of the boat. Peering into the inky depths of the water, he noticed a ping-pong ball-sized object emitting a green glow, slowly moving through the depths. Suddenly, that small orb halted and surged upward, transforming into a massive form that pressed against the water's surface, illuminating a vast expanse of the ocean with its eerie light. If the ping-pong ball represented a soccer field, then Charles was the ball, centered on the field. Within the luminous circle, a dark spot emerged, not a mere ball, but the eye of a creature. Under the gaze of that eye, Charles watched in horror as his younger self began to deform. Writhing tentacles, trembling innards, a face contorted in terror and despair, sharp claws or teeth, various grotesque organs proliferated on his form. Charles could only watch in horror as his younger self morphed into a repulsive mass of flesh. An indescribable, paralyzing fear enveloped Charles. And though he wished to shut his eyes, he found them unyielding. The eye beneath the surface shifted, locking onto the airborne Charles. It sees me. It sees me. Drenched in cold sweat, Charles bolted upright. James, who had been dozing nearby, rushed over, concern etched on his face. "Captain, are you all right?" Regaining his composure, Charles surveyed his surroundings. He lay on a filthy wooden bed, surrounded by jars filled with various contents, the air thick with a nauseating blend of decay and herbs. "Where am I?" Charles pulled aside his clothing to find his wounds wrapped in bandages. "Captain, we are in Sodom. Your sudden episode nearly frightened us to death. We thought you had truly perished. Thankfully, there is a doctor here." A sturdy man handed him a cup of water. Chapter 46. The doctor, Charles, drenched in cold sweat, took a sip of water and cast a glance at his crew. "Thank you, James." The burly James wore his trademark hearty smile. "It's only right, after all. You are our captain. Gather everyone. We need to discuss our next steps." "Very well," James replied as he stepped outside. At last, they had arrived at Sodom. Charles reclined slowly, a hint of relief washing over his fatigued visage. Regardless of the arduous journey, he was one step closer to home. Cough. The sudden cough startled Charles, instinctively prompting him to reach for his holster. He turned to see an elderly man in a tattered white coat standing at the door, clutching a wooden cup in his iron left hand. Yet, compared to his appearance, his peculiar demeanor seemed almost normal. His already wrinkled face bore an array of scars, resembling a shattered mirror hastily pieced back together. On this nightmarish visage, two yellowed eyeballs trembled incessantly, their gaze tinged with a hint of madness. The old man appeared oblivious to the hand that was inching toward a weapon, limping closer. It was then that Charles noticed his left foot was also made of iron. "Drink it, but do not chew," the old man instructed, his voice frail and curt, as he set the cup upon the bedside table. Charles grasped the cup and peered inside, where a dark liquid seemed to harbor some writhing entity. "Did you save me?" "Thank you. With such grievous wounds. I thought I was a goner," Charles remarked before raising the cup to his lips. In an instant, a bitterness more potent than any gall flooded his mouth, the liquid surface prickling against his throat, akin to swallowing a stone wrapped in gauze. "This injury is trivial. Your mind is far more afflicted than your body," the old man replied, crouching slightly and rummaging through a container with his iron hand. "Are you referring to the auditory hallucinations?" Charles inquired. Hallucinations? If that were the case, I would sever my other hand right now." The old man's tone dripped with sarcasm. He was not mistaken. The torment of auditory delusions had morphed into vivid visual distortions, with the surrounding creatures transforming into grotesque figures. Charles was uncertain of what lay ahead, but he was certain it boded ill. Though unpalatable, Charles discerned an underlying meaning in the old man's words. "Do you possess a remedy? Money is no object." The old man turned to face Charles, his trembling eyes locking onto him. "What is your name?" "Charles." "And your surname?" Charles instinctively recoiled, creating distance between himself and the old man. "Just call me Charles." The old man extended his iron arm. "Rasto Herman. I prefer not to be addressed by those younger than I. You may call me Doctor." Charles extended his right hand, shaking the cold, metallic grasp. "Thank you." "Regarding my hallucinations," he began, but was interrupted by the doctor. "I can cure this syndrome. My methods are unparalleled in all of Sodom. As for compensation, I require no currency, only the black mirror you carry." Understanding dawned upon Charles as he retrieved the lifeless phone from his pocket. "You want this?" Upon sighting the device, unmasked desire gleamed in Rasto's eyes. "Indeed, that very item. Such an intact specimen is exceedingly rare. I desire it." Charles gazed down at the phone, reflecting on the images of his family contained within. "Why do you want it? Do you know it?" "No, I do not know it." But my instincts tell me it is extraordinary. They have always been accurate. Charles hesitated. It was the only belonging he had salvaged from the surface, containing precious memories. It was not merely about the object itself, but he had heard rumors that certain beings could curse the original owners through objects. Who could say what this man might do with the phone? Just as he pondered, the door swung open, and the crew of the Narwhal burst in with palpable excitement. Lily even leaping into his arms. "Captain, you have finally awakened." "Mr. Charles." "Captain, it is truly wonderful that you are safe." Charles turned his gaze to Rasto Herman, who was retreating into the crowd. "Doctor, I need time to think. I will inform you once I have made a decision." He tucked the phone back into his pocket. Rasto cast a glance at the others before limping toward the exit. "You best hurry. I am indifferent, but your head cannot endure much longer." Charles's attention shifted to the hastily bandaged crew members. "First mate, what is the casualty report?" 2 sailors deceased, 1 sacrificed. The chief engineer requires amputation. Others sustain varying degrees of injuries. The captain is near death. It was better than Charles had anticipated. He had feared he would lose half his crew. After surveying the room, he inquired, "Where is that lad? Deep? He is not dead, is he?" All eyes turned toward the distant wooden door, where a figure stood. "Deep, come here." A bruised and battered Deep limped inside, also wrapped in bandages. "What happened to your face?" Charles questioned. "I got into a scuffle. This lad had it coming." The cook, Fry, interjected, arms crossed defiantly. With bloodshot eyes, Deep sank to his knees, shame etched across his face. In his heart, Charles was akin to a father figure, and the thought of nearly causing his death filled him with despair and guilt. If Charles had perished because of him, he would never forgive himself. "You will receive no pay for this mission. This matter is concluded." Deep lifted his head in disbelief, having expected to be cast out from the Narwhal and return to a life of wandering the streets. Yet, he was inexplicably spared. Remember this loss. Do not allow yourself to be deceived again. Charles had his reasons. Although Deep was somewhat naive, he had been nurtured under his guidance. Trust was paramount aboard a vessel, as crew members could easily fall victim to treachery. A crew lacking loyalty was a dire concern in times of crisis. Disloyal sailors would not hesitate to abandon a dying captain, sell the ship, and divide the spoils. Tears streamed from Deep's eyes as he fervently nodded, silently vowing never to let such an incident occur again. Charles's gaze shifted from Deep to the second mate. "Has the gold from the wooden ship been retrieved?" "Indeed. Sodom has a ship recycling service. The ship has been sold. The total from both transactions amounts to 1.54 million echoes. That old man took 300,000 for treatment. Additionally, there were not only gold but also other items found on the ship." Chapter 47. The Anchor Tavern Clonari produced several well-worn tomes. Their crimson covers faded beyond recognition, the paper within a yellowed parchment. Charles accepted them and began to peruse their contents, discovering pages filled with unfamiliar glyphs rendered in thick, scarlet strokes. The script bore a resemblance to cuneiform, yet with a fluidity that connected the individual characters. Interspersed among the symbols were crude illustrations of arcane circles and grotesque creatures. Though indecipherable, the arrangement suggested a record of some kind. Could these be the very spellbooks used by the diminutive man to conjure the paper constructs? The thought, once conceived, refused to dissipate. If authentic, these texts held a value far surpassing mere gold. Mastering such an ability would dramatically augment the Narwhal's combat prowess. After a moment of contemplation, Charles returned the books to Clonari. "Hold on to these for now. We'll seek out leads in Sodom. If someone can translate them, we might find someone capable of learning the art." "Very well," Clonari replied. Charles rose from the bed, draping his coat over his shoulders. James, wide-eyed with concern, urgently inquired, "Captain, what are you doing? Surely we didn't come to Sodom for mere leisure." "I have pressing matters to attend to here." A flustered James extended his arms, attempting to bar Charles's path. "You mustn't, sir. Your injuries are still fresh. You're not fit to be on your feet." Nearby, Lily commanded her rats to swarm, attempting to restrain Charles to the bed. Others joined in their entreaties. Charles, increasingly agitated by their solicitations, found the murmuring in his ears intensifying, the faces of his crew morphing into monstrous visages. "Enough!" Charles roared, silencing the room. The rats recoiled. He retrieved a spare gel pack from his coat and consumed it. The world around him snapped back into focus. "First mate, procure fresh water, provisions, and fuel. Second mate and Audric, you're with me. The rest of you, return to the ship," Charles commanded, invoking his authority as captain. None dared to disobey, and they promptly complied. Watching them depart, Charles sighed. He knew their concern was genuine, but they couldn't comprehend the urgency he felt. The path home lay before him, and every second of delay was an agony. He could no longer endure the waiting. Emerging from the doctor's disheveled quarters, he found himself on a bustling thoroughfare. The ingenuity of humanity was remarkable, though the surroundings were cobbled together from salvaged ship parts. They had been transformed into a vibrant streetscape, illuminated by a chaotic array of gas and oil lamps that cast an eerie, carnival-like glow. Pirates of every description thronged the avenue, each with a guarded gaze, the air thick with tension. As Charles proceeded, he inquired of the second mate. "Where did you find this physician? When we arrived in Sodom, you were nearly expired. The dockhands directed us to a highly skilled doctor here." Charles paused in thought, then turned to the second mate. "Inquire discreetly about him. I want to know everything about his background, to ensure he's not compromised." "Aye, sir." "Consider it done." The second mate replied, swiftly departing. "And what of me, Captain?" Audric asked. "Have you been here before? Are you familiar with the Anchor Tavern? Take me there." Audric nodded, unfurling his cloak and transforming into a bat, soaring into the air. After a brief orientation, the bat flew east, and Charles hastened to follow. Beyond the street lay a sprawling junkyard of derelict ships, offering no easy passage. Charles donned his mask, and with the agility of a gymnast, began to traverse the rusted hulks. Following Audric, Charles witnessed the full spectrum of Sodom's depravity. The city lived up to its reputation as a haven of sin. Stolen goods were openly traded, and ragged men and women were sold as chattel in the streets. In the unlit corners, unspeakable acts of cruelty unfolded. The infamous Port District paled in comparison to this den of iniquity. After a considerable trek, the bat alighted before a tavern illuminated by garish neon lights. Charles, perspiring from the exertion, reached inside his coat and felt his wound, finding that it had reopened and was bleeding. Ignoring the discomfort, driven by the nearness of his goal, Charles entered the tavern with Audric. The dimness of the exterior gave way to a startling brightness within, illuminated by electric lights, a rarity even on Coral Island. Several scantily clad women danced provocatively on the bar, their movements synchronized with the music. The dance floor was a riot of sound and movement, more akin to a nightclub than a tavern, Charles thought. Pushing through the throng, Charles approached the edge of the bar. A heavily made-up bartender with a skull tattoo leaned in. "What can I get for you, handsome?" "I was sent by Sea Dog. I have some inquiries." Charles rested his elbows on the bar. The bartender's hands continued to work, expertly mixing cocktails. "Referral or not, information comes at a price. 5,000 echoes per question." "Agreed. Do you know where one might find sunlight in Sodom?" Charles's heart quickened. "Sunlight? Never heard of it." Charles's spirits sank. He turned to Audric. "Draw the box that contains sunlight." Audric nodded and quickly produced paper and ink. He sketched rapidly, and soon a detailed drawing of a small, six-sided mirror box appeared on the page. As Audric added finishing touches, the bartender snatched the drawing. "Ah, you're looking for one of those. I know it. A weapon to fend off the dark monsters. Here, though, we don't call it sunlight, we call it a mirror box." "Why sunlight? What kind of name is that?" "Where can I buy one?" "The mirror boxes are the king's business. He releases a shipment from the island every fortnight. Be warned, bring plenty of echoes. The competition is fierce. These things fetch a fortune on other islands." "I don't need many, just one." "One? You think you're buying a toy?" The bartender gave Charles a curious look. Chapter 48. Unveiling the Sun. Are you aware that this item is akin to a bullet? Once utilized, it becomes useless? "I require merely one. Can you procure it?" Charles's tone was tinged with urgency. The skeletal woman pondered, arms crossed. Just one, let me think." After a few seconds, she clapped her hands together. I recall that Shark intercepted a shipment recently, which included a mirror case. If you're in immediate need, I can offer you an additional 40,000 echoes for it. Do not accuse me of profiting from you. Such items are inherently expensive. Not an issue. Please provide me with one at once." Charles's swift agreement left the skeletal woman somewhat regretful, realizing she had perhaps undersold it. "Luna, please attend to our friend well. I shall return shortly." Just as she turned to leave, a girl clad in sheer fabric crawled over, resembling a kitten. The enticing corporeal presence before him paled in comparison to Charles's mounting anxiety. He was filled with trepidation. Typically, only sunlight could reduce a vampire to ashes. Yet sunlight should not be contained. This illogical realm had already bestowed upon Charles too many surprises, leaving him uncertain. "Sir, why do your legs tremble so violently? Are you enduring something?" The girl in sheer fabric inquired, attempting to nestle into Charles's embrace. Frustrated, Charles raised a hand adorned with a tentacle ring, forcefully pushing her away. In a moment of glee, Audric lunged forward, enveloping her with his cloak and silencing her with a hand over her mouth, revealing his sharp fangs poised to sink into her delicate neck, her bare feet quivering outside the cloak. The subsequent duration saw Charles experience what it truly meant for time to stretch like an eternity. Half an hour later, the skeletal woman returned, cradling a mirror case identical to the one depicted on the paper. Charles was eager to open it. "Wait, Captain, allow me to exit first." Audric, bloodied and disheveled, rushed towards the door. Charles's trembling hands pressed against the lid, his breathing quickening. "Are you opening it now? Do you truly consider a 40,000 echo item to be a mere toy?" The skeletal woman's eyes widened in disbelief. With a swift motion, the box opened, and a blinding light instantaneously illuminated the entire bar. The radiance emanating from within the box was not akin to the searing summer sun. Rather, it resembled the comforting warmth of winter sunlight, invoking a gentle drowsiness. In that moment, Charles's previous anxiety transformed into tranquility as he felt the sunlight caress his skin. He had never felt so close to home. Yet, this dazzling light was fleeting, vanishing within mere seconds, returning the bar to its prior dimness. After a brief silence, the patrons resumed their boisterous revelry. Inhaling the scent of the exterminated mites on his clothing, Charles smiled faintly, tears escaping the corners of his eyes. The contents of the box were indeed genuine sunlight, a beacon guiding him home. His wealthy companion indeed treated the mirror case as a mere plaything. Hey, do you require a woman? How about me? The skeletal woman returned to the bar, resuming her cocktail mixing. Charles inhaled deeply, holding the mirror case, and inquired, "Where did this item originate? Did I not inform you? The king releases a shipment every fortnight." "No, I mean, where did the contents come from?" The skeletal woman's shaking shaker stilled, a serious expression gracing her features. "What do you intend to do?" Those who previously sought to usurp business from the king ended up skewered and fed to sharks. I harbor no intentions of usurping his business. I merely wish to discern the source of this sunlight. Is it not the same? If you were in my position, would you divulge that information? Do you comprehend how much profit this business yields for the king? For the sake of the seal, I advise against courting death. Nonetheless, Charles persisted. When does he typically appear? With a resigned sigh, the skeletal woman replied, he usually attends the auction held in 2 weeks. Charles's fingers drummed anxiously on the bar. Is he the king of Sodom? Does he possess the entirety of Sodom? Indeed, not merely Sodom. His influence is vast. He commands over a dozen ships exceeding 100 meters, and all pirates of the northern sea must heed him. Even the governors of those islands tread carefully around him. Charles sat, contemplative, his expression grave. Do not dawdle. Pay swiftly, the skeletal woman admonished, hands on her hips. Assisted by Audric, Charles returned to his quarters. The pain from his wounds unable to overshadow his growing curiosity. If this so-called king had access to the surface, why did he remain in this sunless abyss? Was he leveraging the surface's resources to elevate himself in the depths? Or was it possible that this sunlight did not originate from the sun at all? Regardless of the reason, Charles resolved to investigate further, for it was the only lead he had. As he mulled over these thoughts, Second Officer Krona burst in. "Captain, I've acquired intelligence regarding that old man from the local informant. What did you discover?" Charles propped himself up in bed. Krona hesitated momentarily before speaking. "Captain, I spent considerable funds to uncover this information. Shall I be reimbursed?" "Certainly, speak quickly." "Well, locals claim the old man has been here for quite some time. Yet none can pinpoint when he arrived. Most pirates found him already here, healing the wounded. No matter how grievous the injury, he has the ability to mend it. That's the extent of his background. He is a doctor, and no other pirates trouble him, as anyone could find themselves in need of his services." Charles contemplated. "Captain, why are you investigating his background? Is he not merely a doctor?" Krona asked, puzzled. "Do you not perceive the absence of a ship's physician aboard the Indracorn?" Krona's mouth fell agape in astonishment. "You intended." Just as he began to speak, the door swung open, and the doctor limped inside. "Disrobe, and allow me to change your dressings." Noticing Charles's signal, Krona swiftly exited. The doctor, using his metallic hand, clamped down on Charles's bandaged chest, exposing the wounds that should have healed, now seeping blood once more. Wandering about with such grievous injuries, do you desire to hasten your demise? After applying a layer of black powder to the wounds, the doctor produced a mechanical device resembling a stapler, which he pressed against Charles's injury, fastening it with a series of rapid clicks. Charles felt no pain, observing the peculiar sensation of his flesh being joined by metallic rivets. Chapter 49. The ship's doctor. "I consent to the transaction," Charles declared to the doctor stitching up his wounds. The doctor paused, a scarred smile creeping across his face, revealing a grotesque grin. "Really? How splendid. I shall undoubtedly provide you with the finest medications to restore your mind to health. However, the terms of our agreement must be amended. I can offer you the Black Mirror, but you must become my ship's doctor." If there was one lesson Charles had gleaned from his previous battles, it was the undeniable necessity of having a skilled physician aboard a ship. Had there been an adept doctor during the last skirmish, the casualties would have been significantly reduced. The doctor lowered his head and resumed his meticulous suturing. "You are not the first to seek my services as a ship's physician. Their vessels were grander, their might more formidable. Why should I choose you? Because I possess that which you covet. Your obsession with the Black Mirror suggests that you desire not only this object but also its origins. Fortunately, I am privy to such knowledge. Should you accept the role of my ship's doctor, I will divulge everything about that object, provided you trust my words." Once the wound was secured, the doctor stepped back, scrutinizing Charles as if attempting to decipher his thoughts. "Show me the Black Mirror again." Charles tossed his phone toward him. Observing the doctor delicately caress the ebony screen, a tenderness not befitting his visage surfaced. Intrigued, Charles wondered what memories stirred within the doctor. Had he once possessed a phone of his own? With a sudden crash, the doctor slammed his iron hand against the bed's edge. 2 years. I will remain aboard your ship for 2 years. You shall reveal everything to me. Agreed. The object is now yours, and all pertaining to it may be inquired about once you board. As long as he became the unicorn's physician, Charles could ensure the phone would not be handed to another, and 2 years would suffice for him to gauge the doctor's character before proceeding with his plans. Anglo-EMGLW. Naff. A whisper echoed in Charles's ears as he beheld the doctor morphing into a more grotesque form, this time more pronounced. His consciousness felt as if it were tossed in a washing machine, on the brink of disintegration. Trembling, Charles reached for the gel nestled within his garments, only for it to be swatted away by the abominable creature before him, which then extended a cup of potion. Recognizing this ever-shifting monstrosity as the doctor, he accepted the potion with trembling hands and drank deeply. The creature departed, returning shortly with more potions, not merely liquids, but an array of pills and ointments. A cacophony of peculiar flavors assaulted Charles's palate, nearly robbing him of taste. Doctor, how much longer? He cried, clutching his head in agony. For the elixirs had yet to yield immediate results. The creature's 6 mouths opened, uttering something, but the whispers drowned out all other sounds. In that moment, the distortion began to recede, and the hideous visage of Rasto Herman re-emerged before Charles. Is it cured? The doctor appeared anxious, scratching at his thinning hair. Flakes of dandruff cascading. Impossible. The silent salt cannot be ineffective. Observing his distress, Charles deduced that his auditory hallucinations would not be easily remedied. Rasto suddenly lunged toward Charles, fixating on his eyes. Instinctively, Charles attempted to evade, yet the doctor gripped his head firmly. Do not move. After several agonizing seconds, the doctor released him, breathless and frantic. Have you encountered something extraordinary at sea? A deity? I have seen such beings twice, once 8 years ago, and again recently. This revelation seemed to agitate Rasto, whose body trembled as he furiously pounded the floor with his metallic leg. I knew it. I should have guessed. My medication is flawless. Absolutely flawless. This affliction is connected to the deity? A deity? The doctor scoffed. I do not know what nonsense you speak of, but I do know that those who associate with them invariably meet a tragic fate. Can you treat this condition? It is not an ailment. Do you understand? It is a curse. A vile thing. Merely glimpsing it could be fatal, and you speak of deities. Humph. The doctor's grotesque visage loomed closer, his trembling eyes fixated on Charles. I can suppress these symptoms, but it is merely a temporary measure. If you wish to survive, you must find a way to dispel the curse. That is beyond my expertise. Contemplating the upcoming auction in a fortnight, Charles reached a conclusion. Then first, assist me in controlling it while I attend to personal matters. The quest for the surface had reached a critical juncture, and he sought to remain undistracted. Once he returned to the surface, everything else could be negotiated. The doctor retrieved a fist-sized sea spider from beneath the bed and approached the table to concoct a remedy. Let it be known, Captain, if you perish within the next 2 years, I shall consider my promise fulfilled. Agreed. Provided you do not resort to poisoning me in an effort to meet your deadline. Poisoning. Such an accusation is an affront to a healer. In the ensuing days, Charles continued to sample the peculiar concoctions prepared by the elderly doctor. Although the myriad flavors were far from pleasant, his mental state noticeably improved, even when whispers surfaced. They merely resembled the buzzing of a mosquito, and the visions had ceased entirely. With the enhancement of his recovery afforded by the Black Blade, Charles's wounds healed significantly, restoring him to his former peak. Captain, are you certain that fellow is our ship's doctor? I witnessed him surreptitiously adding gunpowder to your tablets the other day. The second mate, Krona, inquired with concern. Pausing his writing, Charles resumed, attend to your own duties. How are the crew's spirits? Fairly well. They are aware of this place's reputation and refrain from wandering aimlessly. Captain, how much longer shall we remain here? Not much longer. No sooner had Charles spoken than a bat burst through the door, transforming into Audric. Captain, the auction at Sodom is about to commence. Charles donned his captain's coat and stepped out onto the deck. Under Audric's guidance, he soon arrived at a wooden vessel, which lay horizontally, its keel replaced by an entrance, now serving as the venue for Sodom's auction. Presenting the invitation purchased from the skeletal woman, Charles entered. Inside, the wooden ship was spacious yet sparsely furnished, with a simple stage draped in blood-red carpeting before the guest seating. The pirates, lacking any semblance of decorum, drank and devoured comfort fruits, some greedily inhaling various powders. The air of the auction was thick with an amalgamation of aromas. Amidst a gathering of whispering pirate captains, Charles stood out, feeling somewhat out of place. He refrained from allowing Audric to accompany him. The pirates within were of considerable repute, and he feared that his vampiric nature might attract unwanted attention. As the attendees gradually assembled, the bright oil lamps dimmed to near darkness. With a resounding clap, a bright spotlight illuminated the stage. A flamboyantly dressed dwarf sprang forth, exclaiming, Welcome, esteemed captains, to Sodom's 157th auction. Today we have an abundance of fine treasures. Are your pockets prepared? The atmosphere fell eerily silent. As few of the pirates paid him any heed, the dwarf, unfazed by the spectacle before him, clapped his hands with a cheerful grin. Now, may I present our noble, esteemed, and unparalleled king. As soon as the dwarf's words echoed, a radiant beam of light illuminated the adjacent door. Out rolled a cumbersome figure, weighing at least a ton, a grotesquely corpulent man whose oily visage bore numerous pustules, and whose belly hung almost to the ground. This king of Sodom was remarkably unattractive. The king paid no heed to the audience. His attention was wholly consumed by the mountains of meat piled beside the cart. As he gorged on food, revealing a mouthful of decayed teeth, Charles felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Frankly, the king's appearance was far from what he had envisioned. Yet, the other pirates harbored a different sentiment. Their rebellious demeanor vanished as they stood to pay their respects to the king. The king remained silent, carelessly waving his greasy hand, prompting the dwarf to continue. The spotlight shifted back to the dwarf, who bowed deeply towards the king before exclaiming, "The auction commences now. Our first item is a woman." With that, a lavishly dressed, forlorn girl was pushed onto the stage. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is no ordinary plaything. She is the daughter of the recently missing governor of Hope Island. Whoever purchases her can extort the governor daily. Behold, this is not merely a woman. She is a veritable cash cow. Bidding starts at 500,000, with increments of 100,000. Now, let the bidding begin. 1 million. Call the captain. 2 million. Excellent. 6 million. Unaware of the pirates' bidding frenzy, Charles's focus remained solely on the king, for he bore clues to the surface world. And Charles's mind raced with thoughts of how to extract a map from him. Just then, the governor's daughter was purchased by a pirate, her face awash with tears as she descended from the platform. Unbeknownst to all, she was drawing ever closer to the king. When she was a mere 3 meters away, her tear-streaked face twisted into a grimace, and with lightning speed, her left hand retrieved a pistol from beneath her frilly skirt, unleashing a flurry of shots at the king. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets lodged into the king's flabby flesh, blood mingling with pale yellow fat. With a sickening pop, a large pustule on the king's face burst, unleashing a creature resembling a giant, palm-sized bug, which darted towards the woman. In an instant, the sound of flesh ripping filled the air, and a headless corpse crumpled to the ground. The king remained seated in shock, stuffing the blood-soaked morsels into his mouth as if oblivious to the chaos around him. After several agonizing seconds, the dwarf hurriedly attempted to regain control of the situation. Yet another foolhardy individual with delusions of grandeur. Let us praise our king. Our king is unparalleled. Now, let us proceed to the second item of the auction. As Charles observed the creature retreat back into the king's pustule, he comprehended that no one could rule Sodom without possessing a certain cunning. He was convinced that the king had not revealed even a fraction of his true power, which was undoubtedly formidable. Soon, Charles pondered his own predicament. Given the king's might, how could he procure information from him? Communication? He swiftly dismissed that notion. The king did not appear to be amenable, and the skeletal woman had been correct. Such monopolistic enterprises would never share their secrets. With the king's strength vastly surpassing his own, and with greater numbers on his side, any reliance on brute force was futile, leaving Charles in a quandary. As the auction neared its conclusion, Charles remained at a loss for a solution, his agitation growing as he watched the corpulent figure continue to devour meat. A cough interrupted his intense gaze. Do not stare so intently at the king. He may perceive it as a provocation. Turning to the source of the voice, Charles was taken aback upon seeing a white triangle adorning the man's forehead. The sight of this follower of the sun god filled him with animosity. "I'm not dead." "Surely, Sonny must be surprised." The follower's expression was one of genuine astonishment. "Sonny? Apologies, I am not familiar with him. He is a fundamentalist, whereas I am of the new faith." Charles regarded him with skepticism, uncertain of the man's intentions. "Do not doubt my honesty, as you know. We followers of the sun god never deceive." Reluctantly, Charles set aside his suspicions. Indeed, he understood that those who had undergone the ritual were stripped of both fear and the ability to conceal the truth. He scrutinized the man before him, who appeared to be around 60 years old, a silver-haired elder sporting small round spectacles, clad in a yellow robe, exuding an air of gentle benevolence. "I am Keat, a holy figure of the sun god faith. Captain Charles, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance." A spark of recognition flickered in Charles's mind. He recalled that Sonny had come to Sodom to eliminate other sect followers. Could this be the very individual he sought to eradicate? "You know me?" Keat smiled faintly. "Of course. We received word when you expressed your desire to seek the land of light within the Explorers Guild. Captain Charles, may we converse?" Charles's heart stirred. The enemy of my enemy could prove to be a valuable ally. "Very well, let us discuss this aboard my ship." Chapter 51. The divine light of the god of illumination. "Why do you pay attention to me?" Charles inquired, gazing at Coder seated across the table, flanked by a row of adherents of the sun god. We are not focused on you. We are simply concerned for all seekers of the realm of light. This indicates that, in some mysterious way, you have been summoned by the sun god. Listening to such peculiar and fervent words, Charles struggled to suppress a sarcastic retort. Mr. Charles, I sincerely invite you to join our faith. Your survival through perilous journeys is a testament to the sun god's favor upon you. In this dark sea, few are blessed like you by the sun god. Charles chuckled softly, gesturing dismissively. Let us set aside this utterly improbable proposition for a moment. I have a matter I wish to inquire of you, esteemed followers of the sun god. Coder extended his left hand, beckoning him to proceed. The mirror box of Sodom. You are aware of it, I presume? Indeed. Some captains from my sect entrusted me to procure a few. Charles leaned forward slightly, his gaze fixed intently on the elder. Do you not find that the light within the box bears a resemblance to the light of your sun god? Coder chuckled lightly, patting the table, his aged visage radiating confidence. Captain Charles, your intentions to seek the brilliance of the sun god are commendable. However, to speak without understanding is merely foolish. As a holy figure within the sun god sect, I possess far greater knowledge about the sun god than you. If the divine light were to manifest before me, I would surely recognize it. Charles unexpectedly burst into laughter. Thank you for your jest. I haven't laughed so heartily in quite some time. A flicker of annoyance crossed Coder's face as he rose, seemingly ready to depart, but instead, he resumed his seat. Mr. Charles, I understand your reluctance, but fret not. We can initiate a preliminary collaboration. You have demonstrated your aptitude as an exploratory captain. I can provide you with coordinates to islands most likely to harbor the celestial ladder. You may search these islands, and all expenses incurred during your ventures will be reimbursed by our sect. Had this been the Charles of yore, he would have readily agreed. Even if it meant being a pawn for others, such an offer was indeed enticing. However, the current Charles had already unearthed clues leading back to the surface, rendering any agreement impossible. He scrutinized the man before him, contemplating his own course. The path to the surface was under the king's control. His current strength was insufficient. He required additional support, and perhaps this individual could prove useful. Mr. Charles, have you made a decision? What if I were to tell you that I already possess clues leading to the realm of light? A hint of impatience flickered across Coder's face, for Charles had been preoccupied with irrelevant discussions, casting doubt on his sincerity. What criteria do you use to judge divine light? Is it merely the spectrum of colors? Charles snapped his fingers, and a group of rats scurried in, dragging the mirror box. Charles opened the box slightly and placed a prism atop it. The refracted rainbow hues illuminating Coder's astonished visage. Here lies the spectrum of colors. He handed the prism to him. Coder, bewildered, took the prism and held it up, testing it himself. With each trial, his astonishment grew, continuing until the sunlight within the box was entirely consumed. The prism effect was something even elementary students of the future would comprehend. Yet, in this desolate sea, where sunlight was scarce for experimentation, no one knew that sunlight comprises various monochromatic lights. Charles, what is the meaning of this? Coder's expression was a mix of excitement and joy, as if he had stumbled upon some forbidden truth. Seeing Coder ensnared by his ruse, Charles seized the moment, rising decisively. The light contained within this box is indeed the divine light of your sun god. The king of Sodom possesses knowledge of the realm of light's location. If we can compel him to surrender the nautical chart, we shall uncover it. After much deliberation, Coder ultimately offered no clear response, departing in a daze. The sun god sect was a formidable entity within the desolate sea, and Charles aimed to alert Coder of this revelation, hoping to rally all followers. If he could amass their strength, not even the king of Sodom could withstand them. What could even the most ruthless pirate achieve against these fearless zealots? 3 days elapsed, and Coder returned, looking rather unwell. I apologize, Captain Charles. A telegram from the Archbishop has arrived. They deemed this notion preposterous. Leaning back in his chair, Charles sighed. As expected, a mere statement could not sway such a vast organization. He needed to devise an alternative strategy. After a moment of silence, he turned to Coder. And what of you? Do you believe? I. Coder's face contorted with conflict. He understood the Archbishop's sentiments. Anyone would be incredulous at the sudden claim that the sought-after treasure lay within reach. Yet, the thought of that colorful light stirred doubt within him. What if it were indeed true? But even if I believe, what good will it do? Without the Archbishop dispatching holy warriors from the North Sea, our meager numbers stand no chance against the king. We need not defeat him. Charles's words caught Coder off guard. Charles did not elaborate. Casting a glance at those behind Coder, you all step outside and remain vigilant. No one is to approach. Once they had exited, Charles continued. Our goal is not to seize Sodom. We merely need to ascertain the origin of the sunlight within the box. With this lead, we can pursue the realm of light. Do you have a plan? Coder's voice trembled slightly. The king typically resides in the central palace of Sodom. Within, there must exist a chart of the realm of light. You simply need to lure the king and his guards away, allowing me to sneak in and take a glance at the chart. There will be no need for direct confrontation. Coder did not respond directly, his expression fraught with indecision as he murmured that he would need time to contemplate. Days passed, yet Coder remained silent. Charles felt a growing sense of disappointment. Should this plan prove unfeasible, he would have to revert to his role as an exploratory captain, methodically claiming islands to expand his influence, ultimately coercing the king to reveal the realm of light's location through sheer force. However, that path would take far too long enough that Charles doubted he would live to see it. Captain, that old zealot has returned. This time, he is accompanied by a towering figure. Chapter 52. The beginning. Gerald, the burly man, did not wait for Keed to introduce him and promptly proclaimed his name. I hear you intend to collaborate against that fat pig? Quite bold, indeed. Charles offered no reply, directing his gaze towards Keed. It seems that relying solely on our strength against Wong is somewhat precarious, which is why I enlisted Captain Gerald. His prowess will be invaluable to us. He devoured my cargo. He even swallowed my ship. That man's enmity is something I shall never forget. Gerald's face, marked by a veneer of anger, was a sight to behold. A flicker of understanding crossed Charles's face. It appeared Keed had sought assistance from Wong's adversary, which, in this case, would bolster their forces. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. I am more familiar with this locale than you, and I shall devise the plan. The assertive Gerald seized the conversation. 5 days hence, Sodom will approach a new island. Most of the pig's ships will venture out to plunder the docks. This presents an opportunity. My men will lure the pig out, while Keed will have his followers intercept his subordinates. As for you, I shall infiltrate Wong's residence to restrain some of his minions and simultaneously seek the items Keed and I require. However, I harbor doubts regarding your capabilities. Will your presence truly be of use? You bear no scent of blood. I wager you've slain few, if any. Gerald crossed his arms, skepticism evident in his gaze. Charles regarded him with calmness. Even if I am merely a sacrificial pawn, it serves our collective purpose. Gerald shrugged. This was indeed a valid point. It matters not. You are merely a supplementary asset. Keed's men are what I truly need. That pig has lingered in his position for far too long. Keed, embodying the spirit of a congenial mediator, stood and chuckled. Excellent. Everyone shall obtain what they desire. It could not be better. Yet, as Gerald departed, Keed's expression shifted, growing serious as he turned to Charles. This man is no match for Wong. You must procure the sea charts before he meets his demise. Charles inwardly scoffed. Even with a fragmented intellect, this old fox was no simpleton. The dangers would be borne by others while he reaped the rewards. Do you possess any assistance in terms of infiltration? For instance, maps of Wong's residence? Or the locations of critical items? I regret to inform you that I cannot be of assistance in this regard. No one truly comprehends Wong, and no one who has stealthily entered his abode has lived to tell the tale. I can only convey that it is exceedingly perilous. Charles furrowed his brow. Charging in like this would indeed be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. You have but a few days to prepare and gather intelligence. I sincerely hope your words ring true. The followers of Sodom will make considerable sacrifices for this endeavor. 3 days later, fully equipped, Charles stood on the deck, addressing the first mate. I shall return within a maximum of 2 hours. If I do not, then we shall come looking for you. He handed the backpack to Bandage. Charles smiled faintly and uttered no more, patting Bandage's shoulder before disembarking. Simultaneously, a bat ascended into the sky from the Unicorn. Today, Sodom buzzed with activity. As he navigated through the crowd, Charles overheard pirates discussing the spoils they anticipated seizing from Wong's ship, akin to jackals feasting on the remains left by lions. He strolled leisurely until he stood before the massive vessel, just in time to witness Wong being thrust out of its confines. Checking his pocket watch, Charles waited, repeatedly inspecting the artifacts on his person, for these were his only reliance. Boom. As a brilliant explosion illuminated the distance, Charles inhaled deeply, closing his eyes. When he reopened them, the jester's mask covered his face. He maneuvered through the throng drawn by the explosion, arriving at the rear of the grand ship. He swiftly retrieved a grappling hook from his bag and hurled it upward. Upon scaling the ship's deck, Charles was awestruck by the opulent decor. The deck had been transformed into a miniature garden, with exquisite flowers starkly contrasting the chaos outside. After carefully observing that the garden was unoccupied, he hastened towards the adjacent cabin door. The interior was even more lavish, crystal chandeliers illuminating the space, with hues of gold and crimson dominating the decor, accented by silver and jade embellishments. Every corridor and room exuded a subtle opulence. My goodness, this pirate lord lives more lavishly than a nobleman. Does that rotund fellow possess such refined taste? After this quip, Charles descended towards the ship's lower section, where the kitchen and lounge presumably lay, choosing not to enter those areas. If there were any likelihood of the sea charts being concealed, it would certainly be in the captain's quarters. Initially cautious, fearing detection, he pried open several doors only to discover them vacant. With the tension dissipating, he rummaged through the rooms with fervor, in stark contrast to the tranquility within. His keen hearing discerned the escalating chaos outside. He understood the urgency. He must locate the sea charts before Wang returned. Just as he yanked open a drawer, he suddenly felt warmth against his neck, as though someone were leaning over him, breathing down his back. With a swift motion, he unsheathed his knife, executing a backflip onto the table. The disarrayed room remained devoid of any presence. Puzzled, Charles slowly pivoted to continue his search. The wooden chair beside him inexplicably shifted. This time, he feigned ignorance, engrossed in his task. Without warning, a loud bang echoed as the door slammed shut, the lock clicking ominously. Charles found himself trapped within the room. Oh, is it haunted? In such a perilous place, do you specters dare to join the fray? Clutching a drawer, Charles turned to the tightly shut door. He retrieved explosives from his bag, igniting the fuse before hurling it at the door. Mid-flight, the explosive veered unexpectedly and returned toward him. With a swift motion, Charles cleaved the bomb in two, and in that instant, every sharp object within the room levitated, hurtling towards him. Clattering, the objects were momentarily halted by an upright wooden table. Pushing the table aside, Charles lunged towards the doorway, his dark blade swiftly rotating against the lock as he barreled through the grand corridor. In that moment, the exquisite ceramics lining the corridor shattered explosively, sharp shards soaring into the air. Chapter 53. Denizens of the ship somewhat disheveled, Charles darted through the colossal vessel, feeling as though it had come alive, with everything conspiring against him and every aggressive entity seeking his demise. He now understood why the place was unguarded. He sensed unseen presences standing aloof, their gazes fixed upon him. As Charles desperately fled, a sense of urgency gripped him. He had to shake off whatever these entities were. Executing a sharp turn, Charles repeated his earlier tactic, scaling the wall and clinging to the corner like a fly, his blade piercing the structure. Below, a flurry of floating debris swirled, hurtling down the corridor. Once the fragments had completely vanished, Charles, beads of sweat forming on his brow, descended. Good heavens, he muttered. That corpulent fellow not only raises insects, but specters as well. As soon as the words left his lips, Charles froze. Before him stood a little girl in a gothic black dress, her silver hair and rosy skin accentuated by a beauty mark above her eye, rendering her exceptionally adorable. Yet, encountering such a petite figure in this setting sent shivers down Charles's spine. Their eyes met, and Charles lunged forward, his dark blade pressed against her neck. As he muffled her mouth, a slight relief washed over him. She was warm, alive. Tears streamed down the girl's face, landing on Charles's hand, her long lashes casting a sorrowful shadow. Little one, tell me where your family's nautical chart is hidden, and I'll release you. Charles loosened his grip slightly, but the girl remained silent, her expression steeped in sorrow. After a brief moment of contemplation, Charles scooped her up and continued forward. Judging by her demeanor, she must be someone of importance to the king. Perhaps he could use her to parley with those apparitions. No sooner had Charles taken a few steps than the little girl began to wiggle her feet, as if wanting to be set down. Charles obliged, and the girl skipped ahead like a fawn, leading him through 2 flights of stairs before opening a door and disappearing inside. Charles was about to follow when she reappeared, her dress laden with red berries. Was she trying to bribe him with food to secure her release? As Charles recognized the fruit, his pupils constricted. The fruit was unlike any native to the terrestrial sea. It resembled a cherry tomato. Charles picked one up, directing his question at the girl. Do you eat these often? The girl nodded innocently, causing Charles's heart to skip a beat. Thump. A deafening crash and a human scream echoed from below. The little girl listened intently before placing a finger to her lips and tugging Charles forward. Where is this child leading me? Charles wondered. Tucking the cherry tomato into his pocket and following her, his posture lowered. The ship was vast, with rooms stacked upon rooms, leaving Charles utterly disoriented. Boom. The wall ahead splintered as Wang burst through, covered in blood, a severed head, Gerald's head, in his grasp. Upon seeing the head, Charles's face contorted in horror. Clearly, his allies' plan had not only failed, but had also been prematurely executed. As Charles drew his weapon, ready for a desperate fight, Wang's corpulent face betrayed fear. His body slumped to the ground, and he covered his face, emitting a bestial wail. The little girl released Charles's hand and approached Wang. Her cherry lips, which had been silent until now, parted, revealing rows of shark-like, serrated teeth. Worthless. What are you doing? Someone has breached our defenses. A chandelier crashed onto Wang's head, followed by a rusted steel bar that impaled him, eliciting an even louder cry. Damn it. Charles whirled around and sprinted away, knowing that facing one foe was a gamble, but 2 was a death sentence. With a delicate gesture, the girl extracted the steel rebar from Wang's body and sent it hurtling toward his head, gouging out his left eye. Seize him. I want him alive. If he escapes, you'll not eat for a month. Charles fled down the corridor, unable to believe that the little girl was even more ruthless than Wang. But he had little time to dwell on this realization, as Wang's grotesque insects were already in pursuit. Despite Charles's Herculean effort, the insects rapidly closed in, their speed surpassing even his peak human performance. Creak, creak. Charles could hear their joints twisting and their proboscises extending. Just as the insects coiled to pounce, Charles's mind raced. He tore a rivet from his chest, launching it toward the surrounding lights. Ting, ting, ting. The bulbs shattered, plunging the surroundings into darkness. The insects were disoriented, unsure of where to strike. But Charles, with his night vision, could see clearly. He drew his pistol, firing in rapid succession, the insects' deformed heads exploding, splattering green ichor across the floor. Having temporarily evaded the danger, Charles dared not linger. Wong had returned, the mission had failed, and he needed to escape as quickly as possible. Charles extinguished every light he encountered, finding safety in the darkness as he desperately searched for an exit. Gradually, a soft, melodious song reached his ears, so beautiful that it made his bones feel lighter. But the situation soon took a turn for the worse. He felt his hair growing longer, and his bones began to protrude beneath his skin. Even more alarming, a sharp pain shot through his abdomen. Charles gagged himself, expelling not his morning meal but a mass of twitching brown plant tendrils and withering, regenerating mushrooms. Damn it! Charles staggered to his feet, only to feel an itching sensation on the back of his hand. He looked down to see dark green moss spreading rapidly. The song possessed a certain enchantment, restoring life to everything. Charles knew that unless he found a way to counteract it, his body would be consumed by the flora growing within him. Chapter 54. The nautical chart. The melodic voice continued to echo in his ears. And despite Charles covering his ears with his hands, it proved futile. His body underwent a relentless transformation. His hands had swollen and deformed, resembling those of a gout patient. Struggling to his feet, Charles glanced around before darting to a nearby cabinet in the corridor. He swiftly seized 2 silver utensils and, wielding them like blades, sharpened them into pointed silver spikes. Taking a deep breath, he plunged the sharp tips into his ear, piercing his eardrum. The unbearable agony caused him to kneel. Yet a faint sense of relief flickered across his masked face as the haunting song faded away and the transformation of his body ceased. After removing the moss that had grown from his skin, Charles pressed onward, though the immediate threat had subsided. Navigating the labyrinthine corridors and rooms of the colossal ship proved a daunting challenge. Should he resort to blasting through the walls? Yet the sound of an explosion might attract the attention of those 2 individuals. Just as uncertainty clouded his mind, his feet halted abruptly, fixating on a door sign that read Captain's Quarters. Without a moment's hesitation, he pushed the door open, for if there was anywhere a nautical chart might be found, it was undoubtedly here. As the door creaked open, he beheld a massive wooden table upon which sat the little girl, swinging her legs and singing with a grotesque grin. The imminent danger did not deter Charles from glancing at the wall. There it was, a nautical chart, one that revealed vast, uncharted territories beyond the ordinary. He hurled the black blade towards the girl and charged towards the chart. As he drew closer, the details of the chart became clearer. And while he frantically committed every piece of knowledge to memory, the black blade returned, striking him squarely in the face. Blood obscured his vision, forcing him to cease his observations. Once he removed the blade and wiped the blood away, the girl stood before him, grinning, her mouth moving as if to speak. But Charles, now deafened, could hear nothing. A smirk crept across the corners of Charles's mouth behind the mask. The rotund man was not the king. She was the true master of Sodom, was she not? Her abilities, akin to telekinesis, combined with that song which seemed to animate all, led Charles to believe she was no mere 6 or 7-year-old child. With a wave of her hands, she levitated Charles into the air. Crack! His left forearm twisted grotesquely. The excruciating pain did not divert his gaze from the chart. He continued to etch every detail into his memory. A flicker of irritation crossed the girl's face as she clenched her fists, contorting Charles's body into an exaggerated shape, his bones seemingly shattering in an instant. He collapsed to the ground like a heap of mud. At that moment, a bloodied and panting king burst into the room. Upon seeing Charles sprawled on the floor, a cruel expression marred his features as he approached with heavy footsteps. However, just as he bent down to seize him, Charles sprang to his feet. Darting out of the door like a cheetah, roaring with defiance, he taunted, surprised, "Are you? I can perform jujitsu with a mask. Come and catch me, fool." Without a second thought, he ignited explosives and hurled them behind him as he dashed through the door, propelled by the ensuing shockwave. Not bothering to glance back at the destruction, Charles quickly emptied his pack of explosives and placed them against a nearby wall. He had memorized the chart. Now, all he needed was to escape, and the mission would be accomplished. Boom. In an instant, chaos reigned as the king's residence was blown apart, revealing the squalid dwellings of Sodom before Charles. Ignoring the towering buildings, he leaped into the air. Mid-flight, Charles expanded, transforming into a colossal bat nearly 5 meters in length, soaring towards the harbor. As he ascended through the breach in the structure, the girl's face darkened with fury. "Issue the order. Inform all pirates at home. Whoever kills him will earn 10 million echoes." The disheveled king nodded hastily and leaped through the opening. Soon after, Charles realized the air was fraught with peril. As he soared halfway, all cannons in the vicinity of Sodom pivoted to target him. Boom! A cannonball hurtled towards him, and though he narrowly evaded it, the explosion sent him careening 3 meters away. Retracting his wings, he skimmed low over rooftops and ship decks, striving to evade further artillery fire. Although the bombardment had ceased, new dangers quickly emerged. Rat-a-tat-tat. A volley of bullets whizzed past, puncturing several holes in his left wing membrane. Looking down, he saw the pirates below, frenzied with excitement, brandishing an array of weapons as they unleashed a relentless assault on him. Their flushed faces indicated that the king had undoubtedly placed a substantial bounty on his head. Amidst the customary gunfire, an unimaginable array of attacks rained down upon Charles. Fireballs, lightning, and even some pirates soaring through the air with unknown means targeted him. Despite his agility, the mounting injuries he sustained began to take a toll. One rum barrel exploded in his lower limbs, leaving a gaping wound. And an overwhelming fatigue washed over him. He could barely endure any longer. In mere seconds, the chaos around him cleared, and the dock, filled with ships, came into view. Before he could rejoice, a yellow blur sprang from the ground, colliding forcefully with him. The tremendous impact overwhelmed his battered body, and he plummeted into the icy sea. In the murky depths, Charles struggled desperately to break free from the king's grasp. Just as he began to gain the upper hand, dozens of centipede-like parasites erupted from within him, their hooked limbs ensnaring Charles and binding them together, staining the water crimson with their blood. In a frenzy, the king's decaying teeth shattered, revealing a set of dark, jagged fangs. He resembled a voracious beast, tearing into Charles's flesh with reckless abandon, as if intending to swallow him whole. Chapter 55. Escape no. I can return to the surface immediately. I absolutely refuse to perish here. In his bat form, Charles opened his fearsome maw, emitting a piercing sonic wave that reverberated through the water. Wong's face contorted in agony as his pudgy hands lunged toward Charles's mouth. In that fleeting moment, Charles transformed back into human form, and Wong's insects began to detach. However, at that instant, Wong's abdomen ruptured entirely, and from the grotesque flesh emerged a swarm of deformed insects, plunging Charles into peril once more. Left with no choice, Charles reverted to bat form and unleashed another sonic attack, causing the underwater insects to tremble and freeze. An opportunity. As Charles morphed back into human form, he dove downwards, seeking escape. Yet, as he descended, a massive mouth awaited him, Wong's, now grotesquely gaping wide, distorting his face into a monstrous visage. This time, Charles did not flee. The loss of blood had rendered him weak and disoriented. With a desperate thrust, he plunged into Wong's mouth, and the tentacle ring activated instantly, propping the ghastly jaws apart. Die. Bubbles erupted violently from Charles's mouth as he raised his black blade and executed a swift slice. The blade penetrated the greasy skin, gliding along the contours, severing half of Wong's head. As he beheld the bloated body sinking into the inky depths, darkness enveloped Charles, and he felt himself weakening from his grievous wounds. Suddenly, a shadow erupted from the water, a shark. Drawn by the scent of blood, it opened its menacing jaws, its serrated teeth sinking into Charles's flesh, dragging him into the abyss. Captain! Captain! Witnessing the sea stained crimson, Deep was frantic on the deck, but the surface remained silent. After a few moments, some deceased insects floated to the surface. Growing impatient, Deep shed his shirt, clutching a dagger in his mouth, preparing to leap into the water. Beside him, the silent bandages restrained him. He opened a nearby bag on the deck, revealing a dozen faces filled with despair and terror, their mouths tightly bound in gauze, their emaciated forms clad in tattered rags. After counting the numbers, the bandages produced a dagger aimed at his chest, slowly pressing the blade in, crimson blood soaking through the bindings. The other crew members of the uniquely horned whale watched in hushed silence, seemingly aware of the first mate's intentions, yet none dared to intervene. The ship's doctor, with an ugly visage, expressed his disdain, taking a swig from a flask before turning away. A sudden, unexpected knocking jolted everyone awake. The second mate, Nona, dashed to the ship's edge, peering down with a look of ecstatic relief. "It's the captain. He is back. Doctor, come quickly. He is gravely injured." As the crew hastily pulled Charles from the water, the timid Lily was so startled by the scene that she burst into tears. Charles was a sight to behold, his body marred by gruesome wounds, skin bleached and peeling from saltwater exposure, and a gaping wound from which his innards were faintly visible. Deep trembled as he attempted to remove the mask from Charles's face, only to be thwarted by his wiry arm. "Don't. Take it off. I want to hold on. Just set sail." Ecstatic, Nona nodded fervently and sprinted toward the helm, ignoring the concerned voices of the surrounding crew. Charles turned to the sobbing Lily. "Lily, the journal." By the time Lily's rat delivered the journal to him, Charles found himself on the ship's doctor's operating table. Summoning his last vestiges of strength, he took out a pen and meticulously sketched the sea chart from memory. The moment he set down the pen, he slipped into unconsciousness. When Charles awoke again, he discovered himself swathed like a mummy in his own bed. His previously deafened ears now faintly registering sounds. Upon noticing the journal on the table beside him, a smile crept onto his face as he thought. The sea chart is found. The next step is to locate the island with the sky ladder to return home. Indeed, it had been an arduous journey. For this small treasure, he had risked everything. A mocking voice echoed in his mind. A chill coursed from his tailbone to his brain, and as he trembled, his hand moved to his face, realizing he was no longer wearing the mask. He fell silent, and the room was deathly still. "Why haven't you vanished?" Charles managed to ask with great difficulty. Then, his mouth opened again, but this time, the tone was entirely different. "Hey, isn't this a coincidence? I was wondering the same thing." At that moment, the doctor pushed the door open. Charles turned to the aged face and quickly inquired, "How long have I been wearing the mask?" "It was on during the surgery. It worked remarkably well, significantly reducing your blood loss." Pain flickered across Charles's face beneath the bandages. Despite his meticulous precautions, he had inadvertently allowed 096 to manifest a personality within him. Such a being was perilously dangerous. "Buddy, you should thank me. If I hadn't removed the mask while you were unconscious, we wouldn't be discussing mahjong. We might as well be playing basketball. What's this nonsense about your body? We are merely different in temperament. We are both Gao Jiming." As the captain argued with himself, the doctor looked on in bewilderment. Is this fellow's mind unhinged? He appears to be suffering only from external injuries. As their quarrel intensified, the doctor plunged a metal syringe into Charles's arm. "Old man, what is in this?" Charles inquired. "A sedative. First, let us address your physical injuries. We'll tackle the mental issues later." In the next moment, Charles's eyes rolled back, and the dual personalities within him succumbed to unconsciousness. When he awoke again, he had no idea how much time had passed, but a prickling sensation began to spread from his wounds. Taking a slow breath, he remained silent for a few moments before addressing the voice in his mind. "Hey, let us discuss this." "I'm not Hey, I'm Chu Yuxian. How long are you going to make a fuss?" "Oh, just a little joke. Why are you so anxious? Go on, speak your mind." Chapter 56. Richard listening to the indifferent tone of his counterpart, Charles struggled to suppress the agitation rising within him. He grew weary of words and, without hesitation, raised his revolver and fired a shot at the window. "What are you doing? Call the doctor and see if he can help with this situation." Upon hearing this, the second personality's voice became tense. "Let me make it clear. You cannot erase me. The memories you possess, I possess as well. If you plan to play tricks, we might as well end it together." Suddenly, Charles pressed the gun against his own chin. And at that moment, the doctor entered the room. Faced with the suicidal captain, the doctor remained remarkably indifferent. "If you wish to end your life, fine. But first, tell me what you promised before you go." "That can wait. I have encountered a troublesome matter." Charles recounted the emergence of an additional personality within him. "The existence of a fragmented personality is quite fascinating," the doctor observed, scrutinizing Charles with a clinical gaze. "Is there a solution for this?" "Doctor, I feel quite well as I am. You may leave." The two personalities expressed conflicting sentiments. After a brief pause, the seemingly enthusiastic doctor retrieved a clown mask from his coat. "Is this what you need?" Charles nodded, and the doctor silently turned to exit. As the door closed, the inner personality interjected, "Forget it. The old man seems unreliable. This matter appears hopeless." Charles sighed deeply. At this juncture, further discussion was futile. Since they could not part ways for now, they must negotiate coexistence. Firstly, our goals align. We both wish to return to the surface. In critical moments, I shall take the lead. Do not hinder me. Why should it be you leading? I am also Gao Jiming. Because you are too impulsive during the third laboratory incident. It was nearly disastrous because of you. That's rich. Had I not gathered so many relics, our strength would not have surged so swiftly. This is all my merit. You were created by 096. I am the true subject. Please, you share my memories. You can merely be regarded as a fleeting twin. The two personalities began to quarrel once more, escalating to the point of physical altercation. However, matters must be resolved. After a protracted negotiation, they finally reached an agreement for peaceful coexistence. Not only was the control of the body delineated, but regulations were established for various matters to avert crises during critical moments due to divergent opinions. Gazing at the densely packed regulations in the diary, the personality controlling Charles pouted. These are all trivialities. Yu Haven T even noted the most crucial aspect. What if Anna decides to return one day? Should we have her don a mask and replicate one? By the way, can she even wear a mask with that ghastly appearance? Don't mention her. She won TB back. Charles closed the diary and began to remove the bandages from his face. TCH, why are you still pretending? It's my time now. Be quiet. Wait, we Haven T settled on our names. We can't all be called Charles. Let us agree on that. I refuse to be called second. I'm number one. You're number two. That sounds so tacky. Hold on. I'll give myself a cool name. How about Richard? Charles did not respond. Instead, he tossed the diary onto the nearby table, and astonishingly, it landed upright. He stared in amazement at his hands, questioning how he accomplished that. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Charles plucked a rivet from his skin and flung it towards a wall, striking a small insect with precision. After swiftly extinguishing the oil lamp on the table, he realized that even in the pitch darkness, he could see clearly, the situation becoming apparent. Charles was uncertain whether this was a blessing or a curse. Due to his split personality, he could now sustain the physical capabilities of 096 at all times. Well, this is undoubtedly a good thing, my friend. We are truly impressive now. Hearing the voice in his mind echo once more, Charles felt that given the choice, he would gladly forego such fortune. Bang! The door swung open, and the doctor returned shortly after, removing the now empty Ford bag and replacing it with a new solution. Lie down. You need the medication. What about my relics? Don't rush. Let me experiment for a while. Psychology is a complex field. Perhaps I can uncover a solution. When will my injuries heal completely? In 2 months. Can it be quicker? No. Do you understand the severity of your injuries? 2 months is already a significant advance. Just so you know, to save your life, I had to administer potent medication, and due to its side effects, you may not live past 40. Upon hearing this shocking news, Richard immediately seized the conversation. Are you insane? You've sacrificed half my lifespan for a mere injury? Half a lifespan. Had I not saved you, would you even have a lifespan left? If another were your doctor, you'd have perished by now. Charles accepted this news far more readily than the existence of another personality. He reclaimed Richard's speaking rights. Doctor, how long has it been since we left Sodom? About 10 days. To evade pirates, we've taken a circuitous route back to Coral Island, the doctor said, turning to leave, feeling the dull ache of his wounds. Charles recognized his body required rest, yet a pressing matter remained unresolved. He trembled as he jumped from the bed, opened the diary, and examined the nautical maps he had drawn. Comparing it with the previous map, he identified the locations. This point is England, and this is, he noted, the angles of the 2 islands pointing towards the sunlit sea. This comparison revealed the long-held maritime song to be incorrect. The land of light did not lie to the north, but rather to the south. Charles' voice brimmed with determination. On the map, the dark southern sea had been filled completely, with the island pins accurately placed upon it. The additional sea area was dotted with islands resembling stars scattered in the sky, with substantial distances between them. Buddy, we're in a bit of trouble. Look at how far those islands are from the human habitats of the deep sea. Given the carrying capacity of the Unicorn, we will run out of fuel halfway. The pirates of Sodom can reach them, we can too. There must be supply points between these islands. We just need to find them, and we can explore the islands ahead. All right, finally, we can return. Once we're out, I'll write a book. I've even thought of a title, 20,000 Leagues Under the Deep Sea. It's bound to be a hit. Charles lay back on the bed, making a few simple movements, and the bandages on his body began to seep blood again. None of that matters. I just want to go home. Indeed, home. It's been 8 years. You think my sister has grown into an adult? As Richard rambled on, Charles slowly closed his eyes. Chapter 57. Margaret awakened by the cold. Margaret opened her eyes to find herself in the same unfamiliar surroundings, still on the strange deck. On the glass of the ship's cabin, a figure wrapped in bandages was at the helm. The sight of that face sent a shiver of fear through her. It was the very person who had purchased them. She had thought she had escaped hell and would finally return home, only to realize that this person had bought them for sacrifice. Had it not been for their captain's return, she might have already been consigned to the depths of the sea. Her father was right. There were no good people at sea. Their minds were devoid of any law, treating human life with the same indifference as fish. Father, where are you? Please save me. If you can rescue me, I promise to remain on the island forever. Never to leave. Tears flowed from Margaret's eyes as she thought of this. At that moment, she heard a commotion. The sailors began to wash the deck, their voices cutting through her thoughts. Have they been holding us captive? Coral Island prohibits the slave trade. Why bring us back? Just throw us overboard. Fear spread among the slaves as they huddled together. The first mate bought us with his own money. These are his possessions. Would you dare to throw them away? Oh, who would dare? Aside from the captain, who would risk angering him? If he were displeased, I might be sacrificed myself. Enough chatter. Can't you see he's at the helm? If he hears us, we'll be in trouble. As the sailor's boots approached, Margaret quickly tucked her head into the filthy sack. Thud. A wet mop struck the slaves. Are you blind? Can't you see the master is cleaning? Get out of the way. The slaves at the bow scrambled to their feet, scurrying away like frightened mice. Just as Margaret stood to follow the others, a tall sailor stopped her out of curiosity. His thick fingers grasped her chin, lifting her face. Look here. This slave girl isn't bad looking at all. As 3 sailors surrounded her, a tremor coursed through Margaret, her eyes wide with terror as she desperately tried to retreat. But the ship's edge left her no refuge. A bucket of water was thrown over her, washing away the grime from her face. Her milk-white skin, delicate features, and large, long-lashed eyes caught the sailors' attention, their breaths quickening. They had been cooped up for too long on this mission. Under the relentless gaze of their aggressive stares, Margaret cried out and struggled, recalling the horrors she had witnessed befall other girls in Sodom. Get away from me. I am the daughter of the governor. You cannot treat me this way. Father, help me. What are you doing? A weary voice called from behind, causing the 3 sailors to flinch and hurriedly pick up the mop, standing in a line. Reporting to the captain. We are cleaning the deck. How did slaves come to be on my ship? Captain, these were bought by the first mate for 4,000 echoes each, intended for sacrifice to save you. Margaret turned to see a young man in a deep blue captain's coat, a diagonal scar adding a fierce edge to his features. Spotting the trembling sailors beside him, Margaret rushed towards the young man, tears in her eyes. Please save me. I want to go home. I will never come back to sea. Before she could finish her plea, an invisible force enveloped her, pushing her to the ground. As she struggled to sit up, she found herself face to face with the young man, and something stirred within her. You claim to be the governor's daughter? What proof do you have? His question jolted Margaret into action. She fumbled in her bosom for a fishbone token. My father gave me this. If you show it to him, you will know I am here. As the young man took the token, Margaret anxiously awaited his response. Her life hung in the balance of his decision. At that moment, she noticed something chilling. The young man was looking at her with one eye while the other was fixated on the token. Terrified, she wrapped her arms around herself, biting her lip. How did you escape? The sudden inquiry startled her. I was captured and held for a long time, but one night, a sister saved me. I don't know who she was. She wore the same clothes as me and transformed into my likeness. Upon hearing this, the young man furrowed his brow, seemingly lost in thought. Margaret seized the moment to plead again. Sir, can you take me back? If you return me, my father will reward you handsomely. Certainly. I've been waiting for you to say that. Now I have funds for this venture. In a haze of confusion, Margaret was sent to wash and change into loose clothing. Upon emerging from the bathing area, her true beauty was revealed, and she could feel the dark gazes of the men on the ship. Instinctively, she hastened back to the young man. No matter how cold he appeared, being near him brought her a sense of security. Can you write? Yes. Excellent. Write a letter to your father. Joy flickered across Margaret's face as she believed she had found a good soul, but the latter half of the young man's statement sent a chill down her spine. Just say a kind-hearted person saved you, and you promise to reward me with 5 million echoes. Margaret took the pen and began to write, her heart swelling with hope at the prospect of returning home to a place filled with light. Once completed, she respectfully presented the letter to the young man. But when he instructed her to leave, fear gripped her. Sir, may I stay by your side? She knew not who he was, but she felt safe near him. At that moment, a rumble from her stomach interrupted her thoughts, and she glanced at the young man, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Seated in the dining area, faced with a variety of simple foods, Margaret felt tears welling up. Since her capture, she had not been so full. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Glancing at the young man beside her, she discreetly stuffed some bread into her pockets. After the meal, Margaret stealthily made her way to the deck, hastily emptying her pockets of the food. The famished slaves eagerly scrambled for the provisions. Why are you giving them food? A voice suddenly emerged behind her. She turned to find the captain. Because hunger is unbearable. I am full, but they are still starving. If your father increases the payment, I can ensure they eat better. Really? Sir, you are truly a good person, Margaret exclaimed, leaping with excitement. A good person? Perhaps, the captain chuckled. Just as Margaret reveled in the thought that no one would go hungry again, she noticed a glimmer on the sea. The light approached rapidly, revealing a massive ship, nearly 100 meters long, adorned with a large white triangle on its hull. Chapter 58, the transaction revisited as the sound of a whistle pierced the air. A steamship, slightly larger than the Unicorn, approached. Upon seeing the white triangular insignia on the vessel, Charles immediately recognized the identity of the newcomers. Before long, a plank was laid between the two ships, and a visibly anxious Keed hurriedly crossed over. Have you found the nautical chart? He inquired, his eyes filled with urgency. Upon receiving a nod from Charles, Keed's face lit up with unrestrained joy. By the grace of the sun god, after all these years, we have finally discovered the land of light. Quickly, show it to me. Charles, however, remained silent, observing the excited elder before him, with no intention of revealing the chart. Captain Charles, why are you dawdling? Go fetch the chart at once. Keed's impatience escalated. What gives you the right to see it? It was your failure to act that led to Gerald's swift defeat that night. Everything you've said was mere deception, wasn't it? Your aim was to have us fight on your behalf. Should we succeed, it would be a joyous affair. Should we fail, you would suffer no loss. Quite a clever scheme. Keed's expression morphed rapidly before he sighed in resignation. I truly sent someone. You must trust me. Do you take me for a fool? Among my crew, there happens to be a vampire. I specifically instructed him to transform into a bat and linger above Sodom until the plan concluded. Yet he never saw any followers of the god of light emerge. Charles regarded him with contempt. having once entertained the notion that Gerald might falter, only to find that it was Keed who hesitated. Indeed, appearances can be deceiving. Will you finally relent? Keed's demeanor shifted from amiable to ferocious. Oh, do you wish to resort to violence? Charles raised a finger, prompting the helmsman to sound the alarm. The crew of the Unicorn swiftly emerged, armed and prepared for confrontation. Tension filled the air as gunners from both ships trained their cannons on one another, and the followers of the sun god brandished their weapons. Though I am grievously wounded, I can still end your life, Charles declared, shedding his captain's coat and revealing the black blade, which had mysteriously found its way into his hand. Keed's expression shifted to one of resignation as he sighed again. My followers were, of course, disguised. If I had revealed them openly, would I still be welcome in Sodom? What must I do to earn the chart? Simple. You must compensate me for my losses. It is because of you that I nearly perished in Sodom. Keed gestured behind him, and the cannons slowly redirected. What do you desire? Artifacts? Echoes? Or perhaps special skills that enhance power? Help me eliminate Sonny. Are you mad? He is one of our own. Keed protested. How can I assist you with that? Do not speak so familiarly. You said it yourself. You are a Protestant. And he is a traditionalist. You hardly know each other. Besides, he previously sought to commission my death on Coral Island. Very well. I agree. Just show me the chart first. Keed's face flushed with excitement. Charles remained silent, amusement dancing in his eyes. Having been deceived once, he would not fall for the same trick again. If you do not reveal it now, how am I to know you are not deceiving me? Perhaps you never found the chart at all. Keed shouted in frustration. Charles, dismissing the banter, turned to head toward the cabin. Bring me Sonny's head, or you shall not obtain the chart from me. Of course, you may attempt to seize it by force. Let us see whether you can seize it faster than I can destroy it. As he entered the room, the sound of the waves gradually receded outside. A slight smile crept onto Charles's lips. Keed had tacitly accepted this transaction. Charles had long harbored resentment regarding Sonny's ambush, since his adversary had dared to lay a trap. He would not hesitate to repay the debt tenfold at the first opportunity. My friend, what an excellent opportunity we have. We can extort him for a substantial sum. This deal has turned out terribly. Hearing a voice echo in his mind, Charles shook his head. No, it is imperative that Sonny dies. The forthcoming period is critical for locating the surface entrance. If he remains alive, he will inevitably thwart our plans. Charles paused for a moment, turning to glance at the young woman who had just entered. And as long as it is genuine, funding will not be an issue. With that, Charles began to disrobe, prompting Margaret to recoil in shock, instinctively moving toward the exit. However, the piercing gaze of the sailors outside made her hesitate, and she grasped the door handle. Caught in indecision. Do not stand there idly, come here and apply the salve. At his command, Margaret trembled as she approached. Upon witnessing the extensive wound on his broad back, she gasped in horror. The gaping, jagged lacerations, forced together by metal, were oozing blood and marred his entire body, creating a horrifying sight. Margaret could scarcely fathom the agony such wounds must have inflicted. She felt that even a single scar could claim her life. Do not dawdle. Wipe away the blood first, then apply the salve along the wound, Charles instructed, pressing a vial of ointment into her trembling hands. Such tasks were typically reserved for a physician, yet he could not expect his iron hand to be gentle. Each application felt akin to torture. As her hands brushed against his sturdy back, Margaret's cheeks flushed with heat, her heart racing like a startled fawn. How did the daughter of a governor end up in the clutches of pirates? The young woman's hand quivered slightly. I read some novels that described sea adventures as thrilling and exhilarating, so I snuck away, only to discover it was all a lie. You forsook a life most would envy, and now you realize the sea is fraught with peril. I merely wish to return home and never set foot on the ocean again. There are no good people at sea. Sir, I do not mean you. You are a good person. A bittersweet smile spread across Charles's face. You are correct. There are no good people at sea. Do not return, and continue applying the salve. Time at sea passed swiftly, and when Charles and his companions finally returned to Coral Island, a month had elapsed. By this time, Charles's wounds had largely healed, and he was no longer prone to bleeding at the slightest movement. The port area of Coral Island remained unchanged, chaotic and dimly lit. As they walked along the muddy, foul-smelling streets, Margaret instinctively leaned toward him for support. Her soft form pressed against him stirred something within Charles, yet when weighed against the allure of 5 million echoes, he found the latter far more enticing. Having settled the young woman in a nearby room at his inn, Charles had just returned to his quarters when a low knock echoed at the door. Standing outside was the doctor, his grotesque visage unusually devoid of its customary madness and bravado. His lips were tightly pursed, revealing a hint of anxiety, and he clutched a lifeless mobile phone in his hand. Chapter 59. The doctor's possession. Can you now divulge everything about this object to me? The doctor inquired in a low, solemn tone. Charles nodded and stepped aside, granting him entry. Please, come in. As he faced the doctor, Charles began to recount everything he knew about the mobile device. The doctor listened in silence, his good hand absently rubbing the surface of the phone. This device facilitates communication, provides entertainment, and aids in work. I cannot survive a day on the surface without it. As he spoke, Charles seemed to transport himself back to that serene environment. Previously, he had taken it for granted, but upon arriving in this chaotic realm, he realized just how idyllic his former life had been. So, this device is essentially a tool for communication, akin to a telegraph? The doctor suggested. That is one way to interpret it, Charles conceded. After a brief pause, the doctor continued, in fact, I once possessed a similar device. This unexpected revelation nearly caused Charles to choke on his drink. He had guessed correctly, this man truly owned a mobile phone. The doctor lifted his tattered and discolored white coat to reveal a square object wrapped in cloth. Upon recognizing the object, Charles stood up in astonishment. It was a black device resembling a tablet. The back cover was ajar, exposing the green circuit board within. Faced with this artifact that seemed entirely out of place in the chaotic realm, he quickly inquired, Is this yours? Are you also from the surface? When did you descend? Charles's immediate reaction was to assume that this man had fallen just as he had. This is not mine. It belonged to my great-grandfather, the doctor replied, his gaze lost in memories as he regarded the tablet. I know little about it. My great-grandfather passed away when I was very young, leaving me only this device. My father instructed me to safeguard it, but he never disclosed its true nature. This has remained a mystery in my heart, and despite my efforts, no one seems to know. Could it be that his great-grandfather had traversed the same path as Charles? He quickly dismissed the thought, given the doctor's advanced age. His great-grandfather must have been even older. The invention of the tablet and the mobile phone occurred within a similar time frame, making it impossible for him to have fallen at the same moment. As Charles examined the tablet with great care, he soon recognized the differences. In stark contrast to the modern, sleek devices, the one in his hands was noticeably bulky and cumbersome, weighing nearly 2 pounds. He could ascertain that this object was undoubtedly not a product of the surface. Any manufacturer attempting to create such a tablet would surely incur immense losses. Do you possess any means to repair this? He asked. I doubt I will have a next generation. I do not wish to pass this on. I simply wish to understand what my great-grandfather entrusted to his descendants. The doctor's eyes remained fixed on the tablet. I'm afraid I cannot assist you in this regard, he replied. As for the repair of electronic devices, I am at a loss. You mentioned that as long as it has power, this black mirror can illuminate again. Does that imply that if we provide it with electricity, it will function? Charles queried. Although I am uncertain of the voltage used on Coral Island, it will undoubtedly not match that of your tablet. A reckless attempt could easily damage it, the doctor cautioned, a hint of reluctance evident in his expression. Charles's mind began to race with thoughts. If this device was not of surface origin, it was apparent that it was crafted by the inhabitants of this realm. Given that they had once possessed the technological prowess to create tablets, why was the current technology in this realm still at the level of the 18th or 19th century? Such a discrepancy defied logic. This notion instinctively brought to mind the island housing the third laboratory. If anyone among the denizens of the deep sea had the potential to create a tablet, it would likely be those from the third laboratory, as they had even employed fingerprint recognition technology. Could the doctor's great-grandfather have been among the original laboratory staff? Yet, the same question loomed before Charles. With such advanced technology and numerous powerful relics, where had those individuals gone? The enigma in Charles's mind deepened. Regardless, I must extend my gratitude. I now understand what my great-grandfather left behind. I shall endeavor to bring it to life. Their agreement still intact. The doctor took the tablet and made his way toward the door. As he opened it, he startled Marguerite, who had been eavesdropping at the threshold. She hurriedly dashed behind Charles, peering out timidly. The doctor turned to Charles, asking, Do you wish for me to erase her memory of what she has just heard? I possess the means to do so. Forget it. It matters not, Charles replied. He had shared his arrival from the surface with everyone he encountered. Yet all had dismissed him as a madman. Not a single soul believed him. Upon witnessing the sun god sect's bizarre depiction of the sun as a triangle, he had come to an epiphany. Unless he presented them with indisputable facts, they would remain skeptical. Humanity can be remarkably foolish, often believing only in that which they choose to believe. The doctor turned and limped down the dimly lit corridor. Marguerite, somewhat apprehensive, spoke up. I apologize. I did not intend to eavesdrop. I thought it was my father approaching. Not so soon. Your belongings and your letter have been entrusted to someone for delivery. They will not arrive for at least 2 weeks. After a moment's hesitation, Marguerite lowered her head, her toes grazing the floor. Sir, may I remain in this room? That other room is quite dark, and it frightens me. Suit yourself, but maintain silence, Charles instructed, pulling out his journal to commence his nautical diary. As she observed the young man engrossed in writing, Marguerite's cheeks gradually flushed with color. Compared to the days spent on the island, Charles found himself preferring life at sea. Though perilous and arduous, he felt he was advancing toward a goal, whereas his time on the island felt like a squandered existence. Now equipped with a nautical chart and a vessel, Charles was nevertheless unable to depart. His injuries had yet to heal, and he had yet to receive the bounty for Sunny's head, along with the promised 5 million. However, he refused to remain idle. Early one morning, upon witnessing the governor's patrol vessel driving fishing boats away from Coral Island, he knew something significant was about to transpire. The port area and the gates to the inner city were, unusually, wide open, and a lavish convoy emerged from within. With remarkable clarity of vision, Charles discerned a man within the car, adorned with strikingly flamboyant makeup. He recognized the visage from newspapers. It was Governor Nico of Coral Island. Chapter 60. The governor, even Charles, who was not particularly attentive to current affairs, frequently heard the sensational news surrounding the governor. Generally speaking, this new governor was a man who preferred the company of men. While that was not particularly scandalous, his brazen decision to marry 6 husbands was rather outrageous. Fortunately, aside from his peculiar inclinations, he seemed to take some interest in the administration and welfare of Coral Island, and the islanders were relatively satisfied with him. A gleaming automobile arrived at the dockside and came to a halt, the governor remaining inside, as if awaiting something. At that moment, a battalion of policemen clad in black uniforms surged forth, numbering nearly 1,000. They quickly began to disperse the crowd at the docks, driving away laborers unloading goods and fishmongers, leaving the once bustling area eerily quiet. As the coastline, which had blended into the darkness, suddenly illuminated with a brilliant light, Charles realized who the governor was waiting for. 1 ship, 2 ships, 3 ships, 3 enormous steamships, each nearly the size of the Titanic, approached the shore with deafening whistles, exuding an overwhelming sense of authority. When Margaret, standing by the window, saw the flag adorned with crossed rifles and cannons on the vessels, she was overwhelmed with excitement. "Mr. Charles, that is my father's ship. He has come to fetch me. I can go home." Nico, draped in a fluffy white cloak, descended from the car and, watching the approaching giant ships, smiled and clapped his hands. From the side of the dock, nearly 10 fully armed warships raised their cannons, intercepting the 3 massive vessels. The colossal steamers found themselves trapped outside the harbor, unable to advance, as the sailors aboard signaled frantically, but the warships remained unmoved, employing their show of force to prevent passage. Boom! A cannon fired in the distance, and a dark figure hurtled directly towards the dock. As the object drew near, Charles's pupils constricted in shock. It was not a cannonball, but a hefty man with a protruding belly and 2 prominent mustaches. He crashed to the ground with tremendous force and bounced back up, standing as if nothing had happened. Indeed, anyone capable of becoming a governor was no ordinary individual. Resorting to their own body as a projectile, Charles was taken aback. "Come, let us go." Charles grasped the girl beside him and leaped from the window, landing on the adjacent rooftop, dashing towards the dock over chimneys and tiles. "Nico, what are you doing?" Daniel shouted angrily at the governor of Coral Island, completely disregarding the guns raised around him. Hearing the furious roar of the governor, Nico casually trimmed his long nails with a shiny little file. "You arrive at our island with 3 royal giants, and you ask me what my intentions are? I have already stated in the telegram, I am here to find my daughter." His expression was akin to that of an enraged lion. "Humph, 6 years ago, you said the same thing to young Arthur, and look how his island turned into yours." The urgent whistle of the police interrupted their quarrel, causing both men to turn towards the sound. A young man with a scar across his face, accompanied by a girl, leaped between the rooftops like a nimble monkey, swiftly arriving before them. Seeing the suspect approaching, the nearby police officers began to draw their weapons. "Father!" exclaimed Margaret, on the verge of rushing forward, but Charles restrained her. Observing the two, Nico blinked his heavily shadowed eyes. "Put down your guns. I believe I have a slight recollection of this handsome young man. Bastard, you are the one who kidnapped my daughter." The governor of Coral Island clenched his fist in anger, ready to charge forward. "Father, it is not as you think. Mr. Charles is a good person. He saved me." Margaret hurriedly explained the situation to her furious father. After listening to his daughter's account, Daniel cast a cold glance at Charles. "If it is a misunderstanding, then release my daughter at once." Before Charles could respond, Margaret interjected, "Father, you've forgotten? You still owe Mr. Charles the 5 million reward." Upon his daughter's reminder, Daniel's lips quivered, but he ultimately said nothing. He pulled out a check, hastily wrote it, and tossed it to the ground. As the check fell, Charles raised his hand, and it soared towards him. "Father!" Margaret excitedly dashed forward, hugging her father's belly, their contrasting sizes appearing comical to onlookers. "How are you? Have you suffered any grievances? Tell your father, I will take revenge." The governor inspected his daughter anxiously. "No, thanks to Mr. Charles, he saved me." Daniel shot an antagonistic glance at Charles and tugged his daughter's hand, heading towards the sea. "Come, we are going home. Your mother is in tears." "Wait. I need to speak with Mr. Charles." "What is there to discuss with such a person?" "Come, we are leaving." Without allowing his daughter another word, Daniel turned and left, dragging her away. Under the gaze of all, the governor of Coral Island strode across the water's surface towards the distant giant ship, resting on her father's shoulder. Margaret gazed longingly at the young man on the dock, expecting him to say something, but he remained silent. Looking at his calm demeanor, she recalled the moments they had shared. She suddenly contemplated urging her father to stay a while longer, but ultimately refrained from speaking. "Mr. Charles, farewell. I will send you a telegram." Tears streamed down the girl's cheeks. Upon hearing this, Daniel's expression darkened, and he quickened his pace. Quite clever. Managing to extort money from Daniel, but your heart is not dark enough. If I were to obtain his daughter, it would be worth far more than this price. Nico mused, leaning toward the young man, the heavy scent of perfume wafting towards Charles. Charles silently stepped back. The governor jested. "For someone of my humble status, 5 million is more than sufficient." The sum merely served to irritate him. Should he truly demand a lion's share, it could cost him his life. Nico regarded the young man with interest. "So it was you who caused a ruckus in Sodom? Made the king suffer?" Charles felt a stir in his heart. The governor was remarkably well informed, having heard of the incident so swiftly. "Indeed, I was the one who killed the king." However, Nico's next statement took Charles by surprise. "No, you could not have killed him. If he were so easily slain, he would not be the king of Sodom, to my knowledge. There is currently no one in the entire sea who could kill him." Charles recalled the corpse sinking to the ocean floor and was astonished. How could a man, even with half his head severed, still be alive? Was he even human? "You are quite impressive, young man. Do come visit my island sometime. We can get to know each other better." With that, Nico turned and walked towards the gleaming automobile. Charles firmly rejected that notion in his mind. He had no desire to become the governor's seventh husband. Gazing at the 5 million check in his hand, Charles sighed, considering the matter settled. With this windfall, he would no longer need to worry about finances for a while. He tucked the check into his pocket and looked around, addressing a curious onlooker in the crowd. "Lily, gather the crew. The vacation is over, and it is time to set sail." What a scam. This guy is really something. Not even a hint of remorse. The young man lamented, tossing his phone onto the sofa in frustration. Beside the television, the girl watching scoffed, curling her lip in disdain. "Isn't this your own fault, you novice?" At that moment, the screen displayed a gorilla thumping its chest, prompting the boy to pout at the television. "Look, you're on TV again." Enraged, the girl seized a nearby cushion and hurled it at him. "Gao Jiming, go to hell." The siblings instantly erupted into playful bickering. "Enough of this. Come over for dinner." A woman's voice from the adjacent living room halted their antics. At the dinner table, the apron-clad mother addressed her son. "Now that you're grown, can't you show your sister some consideration?" "Why should I? She was tougher than me when we were kids, and she never showed me any mercy." The girl, fuming as she dined, lifted her right foot to kick in his direction, prompting the boy to retaliate. As the commotion escalated beneath the table, the mother shook her head, deciding not to intervene. Her 2 children had been squabbling since childhood, and she was accustomed to it. After a few bites, she turned once more to her son. "Why did you insist on taking a boat instead of the train when you went out with your classmates? Boats are dangerous." "No worries, Mom. What century are we in? Boats aren't dangerous anymore, especially not Luda's father's boat." Gao Jiming continued to eat, his chopsticks deftly maneuvering through the dishes. "What if something happens? Didn't TA boat sink in Korea a few years back? We should have taken the high-speed train. I've already bought the tickets. Trust me, nothing will happen," Gao Jiming asserted confidently. Just then, he felt a chill around his ankle. Looking down, he saw dark water creeping across the floor, steadily rising. As panic set in, he attempted to stand, but the water surged above his head. A terrifying thought flashed through his mind. His sister couldn't swim. Gao Jiming reached desperately towards his sister, but she seemed to be pulled away by an unseen force, growing ever distant. He turned to find his mother had vanished without a trace. Desperately searching in the depths, he found nothing but darkness. As the air in his lungs dwindled and the sensation of suffocation intensified, he faced the brink of death and saw a monstrous maw filled with jagged teeth engulf him. With a start, Charles jolted awake, heart racing. Listening to the sound of crashing waves and feeling the sway of the boat, he realized it had all been a dream. "Dude, did you have a nightmare? What did you dream about? Share it with me. I need a laugh." Ignoring the teasing of his other persona, Charles surveyed his surroundings. Noting he was not in the captain's quarters, but rather sprawled on the deck in shorts, a transparent glass in hand, and sunglasses perched on his face, a beach vacation ensemble. "How did I end up here? It's my time to sunbathe." Charles glanced outside at the enveloping darkness, perplexed. "Are you out of your mind? Sunbathing here? You wouldn't understand. As long as you have the beach in your heart, anywhere can be the Maldives. It's a lifestyle choice." "What is the status of our route?" Charles took control of his body and stood up. "Same as before. There is no sign of the island on the chart. I checked the supplies before sunbathing, and if we can't find the island within 10 days, we must return." Supporting himself against the boat's edge, he gazed at the dark sea in silence, confident that the chart was accurate. yet aware that circumstances had been dire. Relying solely on his memory, he couldn't be entirely sure of its precision. Don't be downcast. If we can't find it this time, we'll try again next time. You seem to find life exhausting. Want to lighten up? I could tell you a joke. Charles walked back, raising his glass to drink. And as he tilted his head back, he suddenly noticed distant white dots flickering in the sky. Stars. Are there stars underground? Are we back on the surface? After a few seconds, the twinkling intensified, only to abruptly vanish, plunging everything into a darkness so profound that even Charles could not discern it. A small stone fell from the sky, striking his face without warning. With his night vision, Charles's pupils constricted as he perceived something. His expression shifting to one of alarm as he yelled frantically to the second mate. Krona, behind the glass of the cabin. Second mate. Hard to starboard. Full throttle. As the narwhal swiftly turned, more stones began to rain from above, creating an uncanny storm of debris. Accompanied by thunder, a massive stalactite descended from the sky, crashing down where the narwhal had just been anchored. The resounding roar followed, and the impact generated a tsunami, rocking the narwhal violently. Charles, clutching a rope to secure himself, managed to avoid being swept overboard by the waves. What the hell? Are the stars having a tantrum now? They just glance at us and decide to dive down. Richard complained wildly. Spitting out the bitter seawater, Charles replied, those aren't stars. Whatever they are, they're alive. They must have seen us. And they're the ones causing the stones to fall. Damn, there are more things up there? How do they manage to avoid falling? That's not our concern. Look, the stars are shining again. Above them, the hazy white dots flickered back to life, extinguishing mere seconds later, followed by another wave of stalactites, forcing the narwhal into a hasty retreat. Another colossal wave crashed forward, and Richard shouted, this isn't working. They're chasing us. Observing the stars twinkling once more, Charles pondered briefly before issuing an order to extinguish the lights. In the pitch darkness, the only sound was his rapid breathing. When he realized the stone rain had ceased, he exhaled deeply. No matter what the creatures above were, they were tracking the narwhal using its lights. As long as they turned off the lights, the creatures would lose track of the ship. In the darkness, Charles communicated with the crew. Second mate, don't stop. Keep moving. We're not safe yet. Captain. I can't see. I can see. I'll navigate for you. In the thick blackness, the narwhal continued its voyage. Charles stood on deck, anxiously consulting the chart to ensure they didn't lose their way. After half an hour of sailing, when Charles raised his head to scan the sea once more, he was met with Richard's ecstatic shout. An island. That's an island. We found it. Chapter 62. Alive as the spotlight of the narwhal illuminated the area. An island lush with verdant vegetation emerged before the crew. This promising discovery alleviated the recent dangers they had faced. An exhilarated Charles retrieved the nautical chart to recalibrate their coordinates. Securing the coordinates of the first island would facilitate the determination of the locations of the other islands in this archipelago, thereby validating the authenticity of the chart. The narwhal commenced a preliminary exploration around this verdant isle. After a thorough circuit, Charles discerned that the island was not extensive, roughly half the size of a coral island. He surmised that the likelihood of a surface entrance was minimal. Nevertheless, regardless of how slight the chance, he felt compelled to investigate further. Following his established protocol, Charles first cast some fish onto the land. Observing the absence of any living creatures, he then dispatched the initial group of crew members to the island, a precaution against any unforeseen threats. The closer they drew to home, the more cautious he became. After a couple of hours, the first group of crew members emerged from the thicket, signaling from the beach. There was no indication of danger. Charles deciphered their signals. Anchor. Extinguish the furnace. 2 wooden boats were lowered, and all crew members approached the island. The eager Deep, among the first to land, exclaimed, Captain, come quickly. I have discovered a dilapidated house. Without hesitation, Charles followed him into the forest, traversing a narrow path carved through the underbrush. Before him stood a 3-story cottage, ensnared by vines. The structure was so decrepit that Charles speculated whether it remained upright solely due to the vines clinging to its exterior. Captain, there is no one inside. Not even a corpse, reported the crew. Cautiously, Charles led his men into the building, where dust blanketed everything, as if it had been forsaken by time. Search thoroughly. Find any written information and alert me, he commanded. Upon hearing the captain's orders, the crew began to scour the premises, stirring up clouds of dust and causing coughs to echo within the confines. Charles idly picked up a cup made of an indeterminate material, but upon the slightest touch, it crumbled to dust. Suddenly, a cacophony of terrified screams and gunfire jolted Charles back to reality. He dashed towards the source of the commotion. Upon entering the room from whence the noise came, he found 4 sailors huddled together, nervously aiming their weapons. What did you see? Why did you fire? He inquired. Captain, over there. We just saw something small dart past. The sailors pointed their guns towards the farthest corner of the cluttered room. Charles unsheathed his blade and rushed forward, clearing away the disorder, yet he found no trace of life. His gaze fell upon a crack in the wall, revealing a line of tiny footprints on the ground. Crouching down, he peered into the fissure and glimpsed a pair of blue human eyes flickering within. There is something inside. Charles sprang to his feet and rushed into the adjoining room, but upon arrival, he found no trace of the owner of those eyes. Returning to the original room, he scrutinized the tiny footprints, barely half a centimeter wide, suggesting their owner could not exceed 5 centimeters in height. Could they be the island's indigenous people? Charles recalled the diminutive figure he had witnessed emerging from a skull, yet he quickly dismissed this notion, for the eyes he had seen were unmistakably the size of a normal human's. A contradiction arose. How could a human of regular proportions squeeze through a crack barely wide enough for a finger? Captain, what happened? I heard gunfire. What is going on? The rest of the crew from the narwhal arrived, clamoring with questions. Charles stood and recounted the recent events. There are living beings on this island. Exercise caution. Noticing the tension etched on their faces, he added, do not be overly concerned. Whatever that creature is, it is hiding from us, not the other way around. He then inquired, have you found any clues in the other rooms? When all responded with shakes of their heads, a flicker of disappointment crossed Charles's face. Though it was not unexpected, his luck had never been particularly favorable. It was improbable that he would discover the path home on the first island. Under Charles's leadership, the group exited the building to continue their exploration of the island. The trails within the forest were arduous, choked with vines and branches that necessitated the use of knives to clear a passage. After 2 hours of trekking, Charles estimated they had covered scarcely a mile. Observing the crew, panting and fatigued, he ordered a rest. Doctor, do you recognize any of these plants? Charles asked the elderly man, who was nibbling on bread. Do you think I am omniscient? How could I possibly identify flora on a deserted island? I can only ascertain that these plants are unlikely to be carnivorous. The doctor replied. Richard interjected, look at all these trees. That indicates fertile land, which means agriculture is possible. We just need to find a freshwater source. And this island could sustain habitation. It is not that simple. This place is filled with plants but devoid of any animals. During their discussion, the doctor suddenly crumpled to the ground, racked with pain. Seeing this, Charles hurried over to assist him. Doctor, what is wrong? Speak to me. The doctor, his face contorted in agony, clawed at his chest with a metal hand. Damn it. Something is biting me. Get it off me. Charles lifted the doctor's coat to reveal a circular, disc-like creature writhing beneath the blood-stained fabric. Without hesitation, he raised his blade and, following the creature's upper edge, sliced it away, sending it tumbling several meters away, accompanied by the doctor's muffled cries of pain. Looking down at the doctor's chest, Charles was horrified to see a gaping wound where a large patch of skin had been devoured, exposing the ghastly ribs beneath. My God, what did you have in your clothing? I had nothing. The creature is your mask. The doctor gasped, trembling as he poured a powder over the wound. 096? Charles turned to the ground, where a pallid clown-like figure emerged from the tattered fabric, its mouth agape with bloodied remnants of flesh. The mask is alive. Everyone gaped at the absurdity of the scene before them. Before anyone could react, the creature revealed a terrifying grin and rolled into the forest like a wheel. Chapter 63. The Vengeance of 096. 3 seconds after the clown mask rolled into the woods, the entire camp erupted. My dear lord, the captain's mask is alive. Should we retreat? Mr. Charles, may I crawl into your pocket? I'm feeling a bit frightened. Silence. Charles's voice drowned out all others as he furrowed his brow at his crew. What is all this commotion? It's merely a moving mask. After all the adventures we've faced, are you truly frightened by such a trivial spectacle? With the chatter subsiding, the impassive Charles glanced at his watch and declared, Break's over. We proceed now. The subdued crew members voiced no further dissent, trailing behind their captain. Though they remained silent, their faces betrayed their unease, their grips on their weapons tightening. At that moment, standing at the forefront, Charles pondered the same question as his crew. Why had 096 suddenly come to life? That thing had been beside him for quite some time, dawned countless times, yet it had never shown any signs of life. Could it be connected to this island? Charles contemplated this as he peered into the darkness between the trees, but saw nothing of significance. I would argue this is a good omen, suggesting we have indeed found the right place. The more bizarre the location, the greater the benefits it holds. Conversely, the less perilous the area, the less reward it offers. Richard interjected in Charles's mind. Charles chose not to respond and turned to the doctor, supported by Deep and Fry, asking, How is it, doctor? Is your wound all right? Humph. If you truly cared for my well-being, you would have kept me aboard the ship. When we made our agreement, you never mentioned I would have to explore the island. The doctor retorted, taking a swig from his metal flask. Judging by his confident demeanor, Charles surmised that his injury was likely inconsequential. As the crowd advanced, the surrounding environment began to change. The trees that needed clearing grew shorter, and beyond the woods lay a vast expanse of overgrown ruins. This ruin was extensive, equivalent to a small town, with crumbling walls draped in thick vines, creating a desolate spectacle. The crew could only glimpse part of the ruins illuminated by the fire. But Charles, with his night vision, perceived much more. In the darkness, the collapsed structures resembled crouching spiders, watching everyone, regardless of their former grandeur. Human presence was gradually being obscured by creeping vegetation and trees. Charles paused momentarily before continuing onward, no matter who the former inhabitants of these ruins were. Time had taken everything away. "I think I hear water. Do you hear it?" Charles suddenly spoke, but upon seeing the bewildered expressions of his crew, he refrained from elaborating and moved ahead. "Mr. Charles, there truly is water. My friend and I can smell it," Lily exclaimed, bounding onto Charles's shoulder, twitching her little nose. "And it's fresh water." Upon hearing the mention of fresh water, all the crew members became animated, understanding the significance of this revelation. Charles followed the increasingly loud sound of water until he reached the center of the ruins, where a pile of rusted machinery, covered in red rust, stood before him. The sound of water emanated from beneath those machines. "Hand me the explosives." With a resounding boom, the decayed machinery was blown apart by the explosives, and all eyes peered into the dark void beneath. Torches tumbled into the chasm, illuminating a flowing underground river before them. As Deep eagerly drank from the water, his expression filled with exhilaration, he exclaimed, "Captain, this is indeed fresh water. This island is livable, a thriving island." Upon hearing this news, the crew erupted into jubilant cheers, their fervor dispelling the surrounding darkness. Their stable lives had been forsaken, joining the expedition at the cost of their lives, all for this moment. A new island had been discovered. The captain could become a governor, and each crew member would ascend in rank, no longer needing to descend into the sea, but instead becoming prominent figures akin to the nobles residing at the island's core. Charles, however, was not as elated. His objectives diverged from those of his crew. The search for a thriving island was merely a secondary goal. Observing their exuberance, Charles resolved to take a break, allowing them to calm down before continuing. While heightened morale was beneficial, overly excited crew members could lead to complications. In a corner framed by two partially intact walls, a campfire was lit. The exhilarated crew found it difficult to sleep, indulging in visions of a bright future. Ultimately, Charles instructed the doctor to administer a sedative, enabling the restless crew members to drift into slumber. Charles himself struggled to find rest. After consuming a bit of the doctor's medication, he too succumbed to sleep. Uncertain of how much time had passed, an unusual sound jolted Charles awake, a hissing akin to a gas canister releasing air. The sound repeated, causing Charles to tense. It was unmistakably the sound of a human trachea being severed. Charles sprang to his feet, quickly spotting a slight figure raising a rusted blade towards James. Upon hearing the noise behind, the figure whipped around, and in the flickering firelight, the pale visage of 096, marked by its red nose, materialized before Charles. In a reflexive motion, Charles raised his firearm and fired, emptying the entire magazine into the host of 096. The slight frame staggered backward under the impact of the bullets. But once the gunfire ceased, it dropped to all fours and fled with remarkable speed. "Deep, get the doctor to save him immediately," Charles shouted, kicking the half-asleep sailor, who was rubbing his neck, before dashing out with his blade drawn. Observing the figure retreating into the distance, Charles's expression grew grave. Whatever had caused 096 to come alive, it was clear that it held a grudge against them. It must be eliminated, otherwise it would inevitably return. Amidst the overgrown ruins, two figures raced with fervor. Any uneven terrain posed no challenge for them, and to an onlooker, it would appear as an extraordinary display of parkour. Richard, whose body is 096 utilizing now. How can it run so swiftly despite being shot in the chest? Don't ask me. That old fool's medicine knocked me out too. Their speeds matched. Neither could outpace the other. 096 surged towards the edge of the woods, unhesitatingly darting into the thicket. Gritting his teeth, Charles immediately followed suit. Chapter 64. The shell of the branches relentlessly slapped against Charles's face, yet his gaze remained fixed upon the silhouette of 096 ahead. The intricate network of branches failed to impede their enhanced physiques as they navigated between the trees, leaping and stretching with agility. "Ha ha ha." The manic laughter of 096 echoed incessantly. "Buddy, this pace is unsustainable. Our speeds are identical. Who knows where he might lead us?" Richard's voice resonated in his mind. "Enough chatter. I am well aware," Charles retorted, propelling himself forcefully off a tree trunk. The revolver in his hand was freshly loaded, and this time, he aimed not for 096's vital points but directly at his lower limbs. Bang! The gunfire erupted, splintering wood as a chunk of bark flew off the tree adjacent to 096's right leg. The swift pace, compounded by the maze of branches, rendered targeting a challenge even for Charles, whose vision was exceptional. "I'll run. You take the shot," Richard asserted, gaining partial control of Charles's body. The gun fired again, several rounds missing their mark until, suddenly, crimson erupted from 096's left leg, indicating a successful hit. Though the body continued its frantic motion, its speed faltered. Charles lunged forth like a cheetah, his blade slicing cleanly, severing the head from the body. Ignoring the gory scene, he activated his tentacle rings, which swiftly coiled around the decapitated head. Upon inspecting the visage, his black pupils constricted slightly. This head did not belong to any of his crew members. The clown mask that should have adorned it had mysteriously vanished, revealing instead a grotesque face, where the eyes, nose, and mouth ought to have been. There existed only 4 pitch-black, perfect circular voids, reminiscent of a skull yet imbued with an eerie quality. Charles scanned the surrounding trees, seeking the mask, but to no avail. Clearly, it had escaped during their pursuit. Buddy, has that mask devised a new trick? Can it consume its host features? Uncertain. Let us return for now, lest we lead it away from its lair. Without further delay, Charles used the tentacle ring to retrieve the body swiftly. Upon returning to the ruins, he found all crew members awakened by the flickering campfire beside James's massive form. The crew, relieved to see their captain's return, gathered around him. Charles quickly accounted for his men, cross-referencing their numbers with the fabric strips on their shoulders, confirming that none were missing. This body was not one of theirs. Could this corpse belong to a native of the island? The island's inhabitants are notoriously diverse, he pondered, uncertainty clouding his thoughts. After a brief contemplation, he approached the doctor, who was tending to the injured. Hearing footsteps behind him, the doctor continued stitching without turning. Rest assured, most fatalities from a ruptured trachea result from drowning in their own blood. As long as I am here, they shall not perish. Charles glanced at the second officer, Nona, lying on the ground, a tube the size of a pinky inserted into his throat, producing a faint whistling sound with each breath. The doctor turned to face his captain. How fared your encounter? Did you capture that creature? It escaped, but I retrieved its host. Examine it for clues. Ah. The trials of being your ship's doctor are indeed arduous. Observing the body, the doctor twisted his pinky on his metallic hand, causing a sharp scalpel to spring forth. As the doctor began the dissection, Charles ran his fingers over the smooth, dark fabric of the corpse's attire, reminiscent of a diving suit, yet evidently aged. It began to tear under his gentle tug. There are no clues on the clothing, Charles remarked, casting a glance at the doctor, who resembled a ghoul in his fervor. What is this? This cannot be. The doctor exclaimed in disbelief. What troubles you? Come see for yourself. This body lacks any internal organs. Are you certain it was just alive? Charles crouched beside the body, inspecting the incision made by the doctor. Indeed. The chest and abdominal cavities were utterly devoid of any organs. He was certain that this entity had been alive when he severed its head. I am more intrigued by who created this thing. Look here, feel for yourself. The doctor's hand delved into the head's dark cavity, exploring its interior. There are no scars, and the healing is remarkably intact. Even I could not achieve such a feat if this shell is artificial. It is nothing short of a masterpiece. Finding no fruitful leads, Charles felt a pang of disappointment and rose to his feet. This corpse, rather than providing answers, only deepened his perplexity. The crew, now wide awake, focused their attention on him, awaiting their captain's next command. Unable to sleep, are we? Then let us continue our journey. Lily approached, clutching a half piece of bread. Her voice tinged with apprehension. Mr. Charles, what if that creature returns? A glint of cold determination flashed in Charles's eyes. Rest assured, there will not be a next time. At the captain's command, the crew began preparing their belongings amidst the bustling temporary campsite. Big guy, keep your socks to yourself. How did they end up in my bag? Damn it, who has seen my flask? Though the ruins presented their own challenges, they were far preferable to the dense forest. Charles and his crew stood and pressed onward. Meanwhile, Charles busied himself, swiftly sketching a rudimentary map of the island in his notebook. He urged his crew toward the island's center, convinced that the heart of this land, marked by human habitation, would yield valuable insights. A fleeting white shadow darted behind the ruins as 096, cloaked in darkness, once again controlled the body, venomously fixating on Charles's retreating figure. By the following night, Charles had explored a significant portion of the island. Apart from the sudden activation of 096, the island appeared devoid of anomalies, resembling an ordinary landmass. In a cleared expanse, save for the watchful crew member, Deep, the others succumbed to slumber. Deep gazed into the campfire, lost in dreams of the future. If I become the island's sovereign, I shall marry 10 wives, one of whom must be a vampire. Can you handle that? Interjected the cook, Fry. Why not? Wait until we disembark. I'll take you somewhere, and you'll understand. I refuse. Last time, it was your fault that I was captured by a vampire. Deep shadow elongated in the firelight, merging with the surrounding darkness. With a rusted blade in hand, 096 crawled forward like a spider, silently drawing closer amidst the shadows. Chapter 65. Other facilities. Just as subject 096 was a mere 2 meters away from Deep, a piercing shriek echoed through the air. The bright white clown mask suddenly tilted upward, revealing a colossal bat ominously dangling from a tree trunk. As it prepared to flee, the enormous creature unfurled its wings, descending like a missile. The sound of cracking bones reverberated as Charles pinned down 096's host, rendering him incapacitated. Realizing the futility of the struggle, 096 swiftly detached its face, attempting to escape once more. At that moment, deep by the campfire, pivoted quickly and hurled a large net. The crew, feigning slumber, sprang into action, grasping various implements to swarm over the ensnared 096. It was a trap, a well-laid ambush for 096. Now reverting to human form, Charles approached, his four elongated fangs having emerged, twisting his once handsome visage into a grotesque semblance of the bat. The blind vampire beside him promptly delivered a blood bag. As Charles drank, the grotesque transformation rapidly subsided. "Captain, that artifact belongs to our bloodline. You should refrain from using it. Look, your fangs have already grown," the blind vampire thoughtfully advised. Charles probed his mouth with a finger, confirming that his canines had indeed sharpened significantly. However, he had more pressing matters at hand. Redirecting his gaze toward the captured 096, the clown mask was firmly nailed to a thick wooden board, rendering it immobile. "What caused your activation?" Charles inquired. "Humans. You repugnant, contemptible beings. I shall eradicate you all," roared 096, cursing from the wooden platform. "Where did you acquire those hosts?" he demanded, but was met only with a torrent of insults. Growing impatient with 096's silence, Charles raised his firearm and fired. The bullet struck the mask, producing a metallic clang. A derisive grin spread across 096's grotesque visage. "I am the hardest substance in existence. Your trifles cannot harm me. You cannot fathom the greatness of the being that created me. Is that so? You claim to be the hardest mask? I happen to possess a blade capable of effortlessly severing steel. I am quite curious to discover whether your mask or my blade is superior." Upon seeing Charles produce a black blade from his boot, 096's arrogance swiftly faded, its ceramic-like white face betraying a rare expression of fear. With a swift motion, Charles scraped the black blade across 096, the sound reminiscent of nails on a chalkboard, and fine white powder began to cascade down. "Human, you have won. Those shells were unearthed from the eastern woods," 096 admitted, fear evident in its expression. Without hesitation, Charles led it eastward, the other crew members trailing closely behind. During their journey, Charles pressed 096 for the reason behind its activation, yet it remained reticent, even under the duress of the black blade. It merely stated that it suddenly gained the capacity for thought and harbored an intense loathing for humanity. Charles remained skeptical, contemplating the possibility that this entity had always been alive, merely lying in wait. As they approached the eastern woods, guided by 096, they stumbled upon a diminutive tree hollow, emanating an eerie red glow. Richard emerged, questioning, "Are you certain this is the place? You are not attempting to ensnare me, are you?" "You may choose not to believe me. Nonetheless, those two shells were indeed discovered from within," replied Charles. After a brief contemplation, he turned to the white mouse, saying, "Lily, summon your friends to investigate. Such perilous locales were best suited for mice rather than humans." "Squeak, squeak," Lily softly called, and 4 brown mice swiftly scurried inside. The wait was brief, as the mice soon returned, surrounding Lily and squeaking excitedly. The white mouse waved its tiny paws, translating, "They say it is very red, very large, and very long. What sort of description is that? Can they provide more details?" Lily scratched her head, continuing to confer with the mice. Moments later, she turned and said, "They mentioned that it resembles the dwelling place of large insects that enjoy devouring them." "The dwelling of large insects?" "The third laboratory." A look of astonishment crossed Charles's face. Could it be that this hollow concealed another laboratory? The notion struck him as highly plausible. If there was a third laboratory, then surely there must be a first and second. Such an organization could not possibly confine itself to a single island. Regardless of the truth, Charles resolved to enter, seeking not only clues to the surface exit but also the curiosity sparked by the doctor's tablet. Where had the creators of such constructs vanished? This space is rather confined. Lily and I shall proceed. You all remain here on standby, and in my absence, the first mate will take charge. As Charles entered the subterranean passage with the mice, 096, nailed to the wooden structure, displayed a sinister grin. Following the gnarled roots, Charles descended cautiously, observing a corridor twisted and cracked by the encroaching roots. The familiar decor and setting confirmed his suspicions. This place resembled the facilities of the third laboratory. The source of the ominous red light emanated from the erratically positioned square lights on the ceiling, flickering as if issuing a warning of impending danger. "Goodness, my friends, we have struck gold." The third laboratory housed numerous relics, and this place must possess its fair share as well. Ignoring the voice's interjection, Charles pressed onward along the corridor. The corridor, initially straight, was now distorted by the roots, forcing Charles to navigate up and down. just as he vaulted over one such route. A head with 4 gaping black holes collided with his own. Instinctively, Charles's left hand moved, swinging the blade toward the menacing head. Mere centimeters from contact, he halted abruptly. Do not strike. This entity bears no malice. After addressing another personality, he gradually withdrew, revealing a new shell before him, a human form devoid of organs, standing motionless. Charles waved a hand in front of its face, but it remained unresponsive. He pressed a finger against its visage, discovering it was warm. Despite the incredulity of the situation, this lifeless shell exhibited signs of life. Chapter 66. The pale gray mass. Mr. Charles, we should hurry. I find this thing rather frightening. Lily, with her drooping ears, nestled into Charles's pocket. Shoo. Pop. The immobile shell suddenly stood upright, startling Lily into a scream. Tap, tap, tap. It turned and moved deeper into the corridor. After a moment of contemplation, Charles decided to follow. Whatever this entity was, it had clearly made this place its home and was likely more familiar with it than he was. Perhaps following it would lead to further clues. Do you think this creature is here to receive some kind of reward? Unclear. Looking at the ruins outside, this place has been abandoned for at least several hundred years. If this thing used to work here, how many years has it lived? Who can say for sure in this cursed place? Perhaps it traded its organs for longevity. At that moment, Charles sensed movement in the corner and instinctively aimed his revolver in that direction. Unbeknownst to him, a long, white, living creature was writhing in the corner. This snake-like entity disregarded Charles's threat and crawled forward slowly. Cautiously, Charles approached and prodded it with his black blade. The elongated creature was far swifter than the shell, darting away with remarkable speed. Mr. Charles, it's escaping. Lily, still tucked in his pocket, exclaimed. Gazing at the retreating shell, Charles quickly stood and followed. His mind raced, seeking clues about the long creature. He knew such a being did not exist on Earth, yet it felt inexplicably familiar, eluding his memory. As they ventured deeper into the corridor, the tree roots began to thin out. Upon rounding a corner, a spacious, circular hall emerged before Charles. Observing the cracked striped floor, he could envision the grandeur this place once held. However, the hall was peculiar. It was devoid of any furniture or decorations, utterly barren, as if the inhabitants had meticulously hired a moving company before their departure. Following the shell through the hall, Charles suddenly slipped, having stepped on something. He brushed away the thick layer of dust to reveal a metallic plaque, remarkably free of rust. It appeared to be an identification marker. Yet only a portion of the front was visible. The rest had been inexplicably erased. E4-level project interaction? Are they experimenting with relics? Charles's confusion deepened. With this thought, he tossed the plaque aside and stood to leave, but then an unsettling sight unfolded before him. The discarded plaque stood upright, wobbling as it moved with its pointed edges. Watching as it slowly advanced, Charles hastened to follow. The small object did not intimidate him. As they delved deeper, more entities began to gather from other passageways. Among them were various unrecognizable flesh chunks and entirely inanimate objects, including a wallet and a shoe. Their movements mirrored that of the shell, and observing them, Charles felt they resembled pilgrims journeying to a sacred site. They completely ignored him, and he chose not to attack. For a moment, the scene felt oddly harmonious. However, when a pair of human lungs scurried past his feet, his pace slowed. A sudden realization struck him. He recognized the elongated creature from before. It was a human intestine. He immediately understood why the shell contained no organs. All of its innards had fled. His body began to tremble, not from fear, but for reasons unknown to him. Despite the absence of any immediate danger in the surroundings, 8 years of maritime experience warned him that this place was perilous, and it was time to leave. Yet, he felt reluctant to retreat now. Just then, all the animated objects moved into a nearby room, faint voices drifting from within. Come on, we've come this far. Let's at least take a look. What if there's something valuable? Richard urged. After a brief hesitation, Charles pressed on. At least, for the moment, these animated entities seemed harmless. Perhaps the facility contained an entrance to the surface. Following the stream of innards, Charles entered the room, only to be astounded by the sight before him. The space was as vast as a football field, dominated by a water tank that occupied 2/3 of the area. The creatures arriving from various entrances swayed rhythmically before the tank, engaged in what appeared to be a religious ritual. Charles's gaze was drawn to the tank, where a pale gray mass quivered, expanded, and grotesque beings crawled out, only to be swiftly consumed again by the mass just as they neared escape. With great difficulty, Charles swallowed hard and began to retreat slowly. Whatever that tank contained, it was clear that the exit to the surface was not here. Suddenly, the pale gray mass coalesced into the head of a human male, its face contorted in fear, screaming at Charles. Help me. Please, kill me. I am in so much pain. I can't take it anymore. Charles stood frozen, having imagined many scenarios, yet he had not anticipated this one. Buddy, this thing seems a bit daft. Try to deceive it and see if you can gain something, Richard suggested. Charles was disinclined to do so. The situation felt entirely beyond his control, a disconcerting sensation. As he prepared to leave, Richard abruptly spoke, addressing the unknown entity in the tank. "Who are you?" No sooner had Charles finished speaking than the surrounding animated objects turned in unison, sending a chill down his spine. "I can't endure this. I'm in excruciating pain. Please, for the sake of our shared humanity, end my suffering," the head implored before collapsing back into the pale gray mass. Chapter 67. How can I assist you? What reward will I receive for my help? Richard continued to inquire, as the mass once again coalesced into a human head, which, with a visage of anguish, uttered, "Over there, on that table, lies 487. Use it against me, and I shall perish swiftly. I can no longer endure this suffering." The various creatures near the tank quickly cleared a path, and in the distance, a table with 4 legs approached him. 487. That sounds like an artifact. Just as Richard was about to move toward it, Charles seized control of his body. "Are you willing to sacrifice your life for an artifact? We must retreat. This place feels wrong." Charles propelled their feet toward the exit, his own body trembling increasingly, a sign of impending danger. "Why are you running? This fellow seems quite reasonable." "What harm is there in offering assistance?" Richard protested. "It is my time now. Consider it a loan. You can repay me with interest tomorrow." In the laboratory, an odd scene unfolded. Under the watchful gaze of various flesh and organs, a young man alternated between advancing and retreating, while the massive head in the tank continued to dissolve in its lamentations. "Hurry up!" The head suddenly bellowed, and the surrounding organs surged forth, trapping them tightly. Although most of these entities were eyeless, Charles could acutely sense their fury. With their path blocked, the two ceased their quarrel and turned their attention to the chaotic table, where various crawling objects lay. Amidst them, Charles spotted a short staff resembling a bolt of lightning. "Is this 487? Is this artifact powerful?" Richard mused, inspecting it with curiosity. The staff's head bent slightly, as if it too scrutinized its human observer. Charles scanned the table with his eyes, controlling one arm to retrieve a quivering notebook. Experiment name, activation, Dawn Experiment Subproject 13, date, July 12, 74. Objective, to test the preservation of rationality in the Product 0411 under the activation radiation of Project 074. Materials, Project 074, Project 041, Class D oversized tank. Method, a portion of 074 was severed, instructing 0411 to make contact with its forelimb for 10 minutes. Results, due to an error made by researcher Fox, he inadvertently fell into the tank, leading to a successful experiment in an unusual manner. The resultant unknown substance perfectly assimilated Fox's cognitive perceptions and emotions. However, it can currently retain the activation radiation of Project 074, necessitating further optimization of the experiment. This experiment's product is designated 1002. Summary, deleted. Doctor's theory has been validated. We are one step closer to success. Despite the strangeness of this place, one day we shall reclaim the surface, much like our ancestors, completely dominating this wondrous sea. I have a premonition that the knowledge of this sea could elevate humanity's development by an entire dimension, heralding the second technological explosion in human history. The proposal to use humans as experimental materials has been submitted by deleted Doctor to the Washington Foundation headquarters. The contents of the notebook caused Charles's heart to race with inexplicable excitement, as he gleaned numerous insights previously unknown to him. Firstly, the organization referred to as the Foundation aims to analyze everything here through scientific means and utilize these findings to advance human civilization. Secondly, their headquarters is located on the surface, indicating they too emerged from beneath and maintain regular contact with the surface, aware of the exit leading upwards. Perhaps this very place is the entrance they excavated. Will you help me or not? The thunderous roar resonated, causing the entire tank to tremble. 1002 within fluctuated between coalescing and disintegrating. "It's coming. I believe I've discovered how to utilize this thing," Richard exclaimed, raising the short staff. A brilliant arc of electricity shot forth from its tip, striking the tank. However, as if in synchrony, Charles's body convulsed as if struck by electric shock, his hair standing on end under the high voltage. When Richard halted with the newly acquired artifact in hand, he was enveloped in smoke, feeling an overwhelming sense of discomfort. "This artifact has quite a potent side effect," he remarked. Ignoring the sardonic commentary from his other personality, Charles detected a nauseating smell of charred flesh. He raised his gaze to observe the water in the tank boiling violently, the pale gray masses transforming into white, floating on the surface. "Does this mean we've accomplished our task? For once, we are not the ones being hunted. Instead, we are being besieged to eradicate it. Thus, this little staff could be considered our reward." The surrounding creatures stood motionless, as if paralyzed. Charles gradually maneuvered his numb body toward the exit. "Let us return to Coral Island, assemble a fleet, and clear this area. Once we secure this island, we can explore it thoroughly." Yet, just as they moved halfway, the white masses on the water's surface reverted to pale gray, coalescing once more to reveal the enormous head before Charles. The laboratory echoed with its lamentations. Who are you? No matter your identity, please help me. In my suffering quickly. I cannot endure this any longer. Its memories had been restored to the time before their arrival. Charles keenly realized this. What shall we do? Shock it again. This entity is remarkably resilient. If it doesn't succumb to the electric shock, I shall be the one taken away. He thought to test it. This time, they would unleash the power and rush outside. Charles raised the trembling staff once more. As he prepared to release the arc of 487, he suddenly heard a faint squeaking beneath him. Looking down, he beheld Lily's mouse convulsing on the ground. With two resounding pops, the mouse's eyes ejected from its head, merely the beginning, as its other organs followed suit. In a short span, only the carcass of the mouse remained. Witnessing the lifeless shell rise like a zombie, Charles felt a shiver run down his spine. Is this the activation radiation mentioned in the experiment records? Remaining close to it leads to continuous activation? That implies Just as this thought crossed his mind, he felt his vision shifting, his right eye twisted and bulged outward. A chill coursed down his back. His suspicion was confirmed. He shut his right eye tightly and sprinted through the shells and activated Viscera toward the exit. Where are you going? Come back. Kill me quickly. The roar of 1002 echoed behind him. Charles dared not return. If he lingered any longer beside it, he feared all his organs would gain their own volition. Bring him back. My suffering must reach an end. Chapter 68. Elizabeth. Upon hearing a voice behind him, Charles quickened his pace, for whatever 1002 was commanding was, in his eyes, an ill omen. The scenery around him transformed rapidly as he retraced his steps along the original path. Upon returning to the vast hall, a multitude of grotesque entities surged forth from the corridor ahead, their repulsive organs writhing within their veins, their animated forms swaying ominously, obstructing his escape. Just as he prepared to retreat, he realized that the sinister beings behind him had also begun to advance. Come on, let us fight, he thought, attempting to exert control over his left hand to wield the 487. Charles's expression darkened, recognizing that words were futile in this dire moment. With a swift motion, he gripped the black blade in his right hand, while the rats on the ground bared their teeth in readiness. Just as he steeled himself for a desperate stand, a door suddenly creaked open on his left, and a pale hand grasped his clothing, pulling him inside. The owner of that hand was none other than Elizabeth, a figure he had never anticipated. Her tall, alluring physique propelled them forward in a frantic dash. Don't dawdle. We must flee. Those creatures are aware of this passage and will soon be upon us, Elizabeth urged, deftly navigating the labyrinthine dark corridor. How did you end up here? Charles inquired, breathless as he followed the striking woman. This is not the time for questions. You must return to your ship immediately. Time is of the essence. The longer you linger, the more they will assimilate your body, she replied, her serious demeanor underscoring the urgency of the situation. Charles ceased his inquiries. At least this woman was aiding him. He could ponder the details later, once aboard the Unicorn. Elizabeth appeared intimately familiar with the surroundings, effortlessly evading the animated horrors that emerged from every corner. As they hurried towards the exit, Charles felt a sudden tug on his collar, which grazed his cheek before drooping downward. His pupils constricted slightly as he realized that his own clothing had become animated. When the collar struck his face again, it pointed insistently downward. Looking down, he gasped. The pocket that should have contained Lily was bulging ominously. Swallowing hard, he hesitantly opened the pocket, only to find it filled with writhing organs. The white mouse that should have been inside replaced by a grotesque mass of flesh, desperately trying to escape. Lily's entire being had been utterly animated. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, his right ear, connected to the cochlea, detached from his body. A delicate hand reached out to catch it. Elizabeth returned his ear, explaining, Charles, do not worry. As long as you exit the radiation range of that living relic, it will revert to its original state. Any living being? He asked, incredulously. Yes, as long as they are not too far away, she confirmed. Thank you. Charles felt a weight lift from his heart as he sprinted, pressing down on the pulsating pocket. If Elizabeth's words held true, then there was hope for Lily. Suddenly, the rats following him began to undergo animation as well, their bodies shedding various organs. Paying no heed to whether they understood him, Charles shouted, bring those organs with you. Back to the ship. They will return on their own. The rats seemed to grasp his command, with the less animated assisting their more animated brethren in dragging the organs. Yet, despite their efforts, some rats collapsed instantly, their bodies disintegrating on the spot. Charles, feeling an itch in his throat as if something were trying to escape, ceased speaking and followed Elizabeth with unwavering determination. Emerging from the tunnel, the oppressive red light of the building vanished. Charles scanned the area for his crew, but saw no sign of them. Where's your ship? We need to return. Elizabeth pressed urgently. Wait. I must find my crew first, he replied, drawing out his compass and swiftly determining the direction before pricking his fingertip with his knife and smearing the blood across the mirror. A massive bat surged into the sky, and Charles, along with Elizabeth and the rats, soared upwards. As they ascended rapidly, he felt his body cease trembling. He knew he had escaped the reach of 1002's animating radiation. In his bat form, Charles opened his gaping maw, unleashing inaudible subsonic waves that spread and reverberated against the ground, swiftly pinpointing the location of his crew. As he neared them, he was met with a grim scene. Explosions and gunfire echoed as various living entities erupted from the hole, charging at his crew with overwhelming force. Charles descended swiftly, transforming back into his human form mere meters from the ground. He directed the 487 towards the advancing monsters, a brilliant arc of electricity illuminating the darkened island. The organ struck by the lightning quivered and blackened, writhing in agony. As Charles, still tingling from the electric discharge, rose to his feet, he saw his crew rushing towards him with palpable excitement. Spotting the chef, Fry, at the forefront, he lunged toward him, his eyes aflame. Without thought, he embraced Fry and sank his sharp teeth into the man's neck, drawing forth his essence. The crew froze in shock at this gruesome display, prompting Elizabeth to urgently pull Charles away. "What are you doing? Let him go." Charles quickly regained clarity, releasing Fry and casting a glance at Elizabeth's terrified expression. Without explanation, he urged the nearby crew back to the ship. Now, he supported the weakly Fry and sprinted towards the distant ruins. The other crew members exchanged bewildered glances before hastily following suit. "Captain, who is this lady?" the second officer asked curiously, glancing at the fleeing Elizabeth. "Enough chatter. Move." Charles's stern tone quelled the officer's curiosity. With furrowed brows and tightly pressed lips, Charles pondered why he had instinctively bitten Fry. It felt like an automatic reaction. "We should refrain from using that mirror again. If we become vampires, we may never return to the surface," he mused silently. He nodded in agreement, glancing at the bewildered Fry, ready to apologize, when he felt his body tremble once more. A realization struck him. 1002 need not remain confined to the tank. "Look, they're coming again." Deep's voice pierced the air, causing everyone to turn in unison to witness the writhing horrors surging forth from the tree hole like a torrent unleashed. Chapter 69, the narwhal gazing at the endless array of bizarre creatures. The crew of the narwhal finally comprehended the gravity of their situation, summoning every ounce of strength to sprint alongside their captain. In the next instant, a desolate plea echoed behind them. "Don't leave me. Kill me. I beg you. My body endures a torment akin to being sliced by knives every moment. Why must I alone suffer this agony?" As the voice resonated, Charles felt his recently affixed left ear stir once more, seizing a fleeting moment amidst their frantic dash. He glanced back to see that the entity designated as 1002 had emerged from the water tank, coalescing into a spherical form that rolled toward them. Any living creature that came into contact with it was swiftly consumed. With each being it devoured, the pale gray orb expanded further. Without a second thought, Charles reached into the satchel on Deep's back for a bundle of explosives, igniting it and hurling it behind him with all his might. However, the lit explosive tumbled on the ground, extinguishing its fuse before wobbling to an upright position. It too had been activated by 1002. This was merely the beginning. The lifeless objects attached to the crew began to tremble, gaining a semblance of consciousness. Realizing the perilous nature of their predicament, Charles resolved that they could not continue like this. If they did, none would escape. Gritting his teeth, he halted and turned back, charging directly toward 1002. "Charles, come back." "Captain, what are you doing?" The crew cried out in alarm as Charles closed the distance to 1002, now only a dozen meters away. His features began to contort, resembling the very shells around him. Summoning every ounce of strength, Charles brandished his lightning staff at 1002, sending arcs of electricity that illuminated the dim island once more, reducing 1002 to a charred mass. Collapsing to the ground, trembling from the 3 consecutive shocks, Charles could no longer endure. Several hands reached out to lift him. They were his crew, who, instead of fleeing, returned to assist their captain. "Captain, you are incredible! With such a potent relic, why didn't you use it sooner?" The first mate exclaimed excitedly. "Quickly! We cannot kill this thing. It will awaken again soon." Charles grunted through his pain. The first mate, upon hearing this, cast a fearful glance at the darkened mass and hurriedly helped the dazed Charles to retreat. Fortunately, the ruins were not extensive, and just before 1002 could revive, Charles and his crew dashed back into the forest. They swiftly followed the path they had forged toward the shore, not pausing even for a moment, each exerting their utmost effort to escape. In their desperate flight, they discarded anything they could spare. A sudden thud. The doctor, drenched in sweat, collapsed, gasping for breath, blood seeping from the juncture of his iron leg and flesh. Charles rushed over to support him. "Don't give up. We're almost there." The doctor cast a glance at the young man aiding him, retrieved a pill from his pocket, swallowed it, and pushed Charles away, hastening to rejoin the main group. "I'm not old yet." The narrow forest path seemed interminable as they exerted every ounce of energy. Just as they felt their strength waning, the melodious sound of crashing waves reached their ears. Ecstatic, the crew stumbled toward their ship, preparing to board and flee this cursed island. Panting heavily, Charles found even his enhanced physique bolstered by 096, struggling to cope with the relentless exertion. Who are you? No matter who you are, please end my suffering. With a ghastly pallor, Charles turned his head, only to behold a massive flying entity composed of various flesh and blood soaring toward them. It was 1002, though not entirely. Eyes, mouths, organs, and an array of human anatomy fluctuated grotesquely on its pale gray form, inducing immediate nausea at a mere glance. At that moment, 1002 had expanded to nearly 5 times its size, hovering in the air like a colossal aircraft, feeling his body tremble uncontrollably. A flicker of despair ignited within Charles as the activation radius of 1002 increased. He sensed something rising in his throat, his body on the brink of activation. As his fellow crew members collapsed in agony around him, in that critical moment, an explosion suddenly erupted, shattering 1002's grotesque form, which tumbled into the forest. The despairing tremors diminished significantly. Quick, we must go. Seizing the opportunity, Charles and his companions swiftly grasped their oars, maneuvering their wooden vessel toward the ship, while cannon fire resounded overhead, providing cover. Captain, did we leave anyone on board? Who fired the cannon? What accuracy? The excited first mate inquired. A resounding whistle of the steamship pierced the air as the narwhal approached the shore, its deck guns firing. Charles paused momentarily before responding. No one is on board. The first mate blinked in confusion. If no one is aboard, then who fired the cannon? As the narwhal drew closer, Charles felt a wave of relief wash over him as he patted the smooth hull. The ship fired itself. It is one of our companions. As if acknowledging Charles's words, the narwhal let out a low, resonant whistle, having also been activated by 1002. Standing on the deck, Charles watched as the wailing 1002 emerged once more from the trees, and the weight in his heart began to lift. At last, everything seemed to be concluding. No, it is not over yet. Charles realized he could no longer feel his pocket. He hesitated, fearful of the horrifying sight that might await him. The pocket stirred, and a small, charming white mouse poked its head out, appearing somewhat bewildered. Mr. Charles, how did we end up on the ship? What just happened? With a sigh of relief, Charles gently patted the little creature's head. It's all right, everything is over. Just as he was about to comfort his little gunner, Elizabeth approached, her expression taut with tension. Did we sleep together after our first meeting? This unexpected question caught Charles off guard, prompting Lily to retreat into the pocket. Avoiding Elizabeth's penetrating gaze, Charles wondered why she posed such a query. You Haven T explained why you were alone on that island. Elizabeth remained silent, seemingly suppressing some emotion. Her expression far from relaxed, appearing even more anxious than she had on the island. Chapter 70. Is something amiss on the island? Charles inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. After escaping that place, he should have felt elated. Why did he wear such an expression? Answer my question, Elizabeth pressed once more. No, Charles murmured, his hand discreetly brushing against his pistol. Elizabeth's expression shifted to one of disappointment, and with a self-deprecating tone, she whispered, what a useless endeavor. Why not act quickly instead of hesitating? What are you talking about? Before Charles could finish, Elizabeth suddenly leaped forward, her arms wide open. In an instant, the barrel of Charles's gun was aimed at her abdomen. Elizabeth's next move caused Charles to halt his finger, poised on the trigger, as the beautiful woman kissed him passionately. The other crew members on the deck exchanged glances before swiftly departing. As Charles savored the sweetness and softness enveloping him, he pushed Elizabeth away a few minutes later, gazing at her with a perplexed expression. What on earth has happened? He was aware of Elizabeth's feelings for him, but was this truly the time for such actions? Charles, do you know? The moment I laid eyes on you, I felt something, Elizabeth confessed. Though I appear adept, I struggle with matters of the heart. Perhaps I come across as somewhat brash. Why is she suddenly saying this? It feels like a farewell, Richard thought, sensing the odd atmosphere. Furrowing his brows, Charles retrieved Lily from his pocket. Lily, go fetch the doctor. As he observed the white mouse scurrying towards the cabin door, Charles turned to Elizabeth. If there's trouble, speak up. I will find a way to assist you. Elizabeth shook her head, glancing at the swiftly receding island. Her gaze was a mix of urgency and resignation, and her voice was alarmingly rapid. There's no time for explanations. When you return, remember to return my belongings. If you don't mind me, seek me out when you're back. Life at sea is perilous, and I don't know how long I have left. I wish to find a companion before my time ends. Charles, goodbye. As Elizabeth spoke, her tall figure began to fade, collapsing onto the deck. Witnessing this, Charles instinctively opened his arms to embrace her. In a scattered flurry, Elizabeth vanished from his grasp, leaving 2 small items to fall from where she had disappeared. Charles swiftly caught the 2 objects, a delicate woman's earring and a small human eyeball, complete with tiny hands and feet. Gazing at the blue pupil, he recalled the eye he had seen peering through a crack in the wall upon first arriving on the island. Then, the words of the masked Elizabeth echoed in his mind. An eyeball was lost. The island was far too dangerous. To have salvaged a life was indeed fortuitous, and the thought was chilling. The luster of the eyeball quickly faded, and after brushing lightly against Charles's hand, the tiny white hand shriveled and withered. Soon, the eyeball lay lifeless. Charles stared blankly at the eyeball, as if a realization dawned upon him. "Captain, did you call for me?" The doctor approached. After a moment of silence, Charles handed over the eyeball. "Is it possible to restore it to its rightful socket?" The doctor examined the eyeball with his iron hand. "No. It has been inactive for quite some time." With a sigh of melancholy, Charles carefully cupped his hands. "It's nothing. Let us head back." Margaret awoke, her eyes fluttering open as she nestled in a light, soft duvet, staring dazedly at the ornate crystal chandelier on the ceiling. It had been some time since her return home, yet she still felt a sense of unreality. Had she truly come back? "Miss Margaret, your clothes are ready," a maid announced, approaching with a silk gown as she noticed her mistress awake. Margaret squinted and stretched, gracefully jumping out of bed. The waiting maids respectfully approached, eager to assist in shedding her nightgown. "It's fine, I can manage." Margaret declined their help. The head maid waved her hand gently, signaling the somewhat helpless maids to step back. This had occurred several times since Margaret's return. Her attitude towards the household staff had dramatically changed. Previously, while she had shown kindness, it was primarily towards pets, neglecting the servants entirely. Now, however, she was a stark contrast, showing concern and warmth towards them. With her elegant figure, striking visage, and just the right touch of light makeup, the silver silk gown glimmered under the light, complemented by exquisite high heels. Imbuing Margaret with an air of grace, propriety, and nobility, the pearl of the island had returned. Her refined features caused the nearby female maids to momentarily lose their composure. Looking at her reflection in the mirror, Margaret playfully twirled around, a faint smile gracing her lips. If Mr. Charles sees me like this, he would surely be astonished. Perhaps his jaw would drop. The maids exchanged glances. Ever since her return, Margaret had frequently mentioned a certain Charles. They wondered who was fortunate enough to capture her attention. The island's many suitors would undoubtedly be envious. "Gina, how did you injure your hand? You should rest today. If the butler inquires, just say it was my suggestion," Margaret said, lifting her gown as she dashed toward the parlor. "Good morning, mother." Margaret greeted a beautiful woman with a gentle embrace. Kalita lovingly stroked her daughter's silky hair. "You're turning 17 in 3 months. Why are you still sleeping in? No matter how old I get, I will always be your daughter," Margaret replied with a playful smile. "Let us eat breakfast. I made it myself," Kalita urged, guiding Margaret to sit beside her. After smiling at her mother, Margaret elegantly took a silver spoon and savored a spoonful of milk, infused with condensed milk, its sweetness delightful. Her eyes narrowed in pleasure as she relished several sips before launching an assault on the other delectable offerings on the table. Baked beans and tomato sauce, sausage sandwiches, and warm fried eggs, each morsel filled Margaret with a profound sense of happiness. Observing her previously picky daughter now enjoying her meal, Kalita's eyes brimmed with tears. How much had her poor daughter suffered that she now savored even the simplest breakfast with such delight? Noticing her mother's sorrow, Margaret swallowed her food and took her hand in hers. "Mother, don't be sad. Look, I'm back and well." Chapter 71. Margaret's Morning Indeed. "I shall no longer dwell on those unhappy matters. Come, continue your meal. I shall accompany you." Margaret smiled sweetly, resuming her enjoyment of the delicacies before her. After a few bites, she paused to inquire, "Mother, where's father?" "He is attending to some affairs on the island with your brother. He shall be along shortly." "Must he attend to matters so early?" "I shall go summon them." Margaret wiped her mouth with the napkin, disregarding her mother's advice, and dashed towards the governor's office. Traversing the corridor adorned with crystal chandeliers, Margaret arrived at her family's garden, where her father's workspace lay at the far end. While few flowers could adapt to the subterranean environment, here they flourished in a riot of colors, each more exquisite than the last. Inhaling the fragrant blooms, Margaret's spirits lifted considerably. As she reached the garden's edge, she was drawn to the lights beyond the fence. The governor's residence was perched atop the island's highest peak, offering an unobstructed view of the lights from the homes of the islanders below. As the third largest island in the Sea of Earth, Hifong occupied a vast expanse, nearly the size of half a continent. Margaret squinted towards the horizon, barely making out the faint glow of the port area. Her father's island also boasted a port. Perhaps she could send a telegram to Mr. Charles, inviting him here, granting her the chance to see him. The memory of the dark-eyed youth flooded her mind, causing a faint blush to creep on her cheeks. Their interactions had not been harmonious. He preferred discussing nautical artillery with the loquacious mouse rather than acknowledging her presence. The few times he called upon her were merely to assist with his bandages, an image that filled her with indignation. She was the governor's daughter, not a mere servant. Yet, inexplicably, thoughts of him persisted in her mind. Leaning against the railing, Margaret sighed, momentarily lost in thought, her expression shifting between joy and melancholy. Moments later, a middle-aged man in a well-tailored suit approached from behind, slightly bowing as he spoke. "Miss, it is rather dangerous here. Please exercise caution." Startled by his voice, Margaret spun around, realizing it was the estate's steward. Embarrassed, she stuck out her tongue. "My apologies, Mr. York. I was a bit distracted." "Are you here to admire the flowers, miss? Do not linger too long. You have etiquette lessons this morning." Suddenly recalling her purpose, Margaret's expression turned frantic as she lifted her skirts and hurried toward the garden's exit. "Oh no, I came to summon father for breakfast." Upon reaching the governor's office, she found a row of guards standing at attention, weapons in hand. Taking a moment to compose herself, she raised her hand to knock, only to be interrupted by a loud commotion from within. "Useless, useless, useless. How can you be so incompetent? If you cannot manage this, then get out." Hearing her father's furious voice, Margaret withdrew her hand, perplexed by his anger. What could have happened? After a moment's hesitation, she pressed her ear against the door. The guards remained motionless, seemingly oblivious to the chaos. "You are the head of the entire Horrifying Island police force. You mean to tell me that a living person has simply vanished? I want to remind you that he is the grandson of our finance minister, Peter. Not one of those portside scoundrels." Daniel's booming voice caused Margaret's ears to tingle. "Governor, I have exhausted every avenue. I even enlisted the help of those lunatics from Ferdinand. Yet he remains missing, as though he has simply vanished. I do not want explanations. My family resides on this island, and I will not allow them to be in danger. You have 3 days to resolve this issue. If my daughter encounters any misfortune, I shall crush your skull. Now, get out." The heavy wooden door swung open, and a sweating, balding man fled in a panic. Upon seeing Margaret standing outside, he bowed respectfully and hurried away. Cautiously, Margaret stepped inside, addressing Daniel, who sat behind a massive desk. "Father, what has transpired?" Upon seeing his daughter, Daniel's anger dissipated. "It is nothing, merely a trivial issue." "What brings my jewel here?" "Mother said to summon you for breakfast," Margaret replied, moving closer to the grand table. In the next moment, she spotted several photographs scattered across the disordered surface, one of which captured her attention, a striking woman with the same dark eyes as Mr. Charles. "Father, who is this lady? She is so beautiful." She picked up the photograph. "That is the new wife of that deceased fellow. What a pity, such a lovely bride. And she passed away so soon after their union. I wonder if they shared their wedding night." A young man, resembling Daniel, approached from behind and snatched the photograph from her hands. Daniel shot his son a glare. "Is it appropriate to speak of such matters in front of your sister?" The young man shrugged, unperturbed by his father's admonition. "That fellow is dead, and his estate will now be divided with this widow." "It is not so simple. Peter is a miser. He will not allow an outsider from another island to easily seize the inheritance. Father, the marriage law was personally signed by our family's founder. That applies to commoners. Peter can make a person disappear without difficulty." "Huh, such words are unbecoming of one in power on this island." Be that as it may, the truth remains. Margaret gazed at her father and brother, bewildered by their exchange, struggling to comprehend the implications of their conversation. Noticing her confusion, Daniel ruffled her hair. "You may return for now. I shall converse with Jack and join you shortly." "Very well, do hurry," Margaret replied obediently, nodding before turning toward the door. As she departed, Daniel cast a dark look at his son. "Have you found anything?" "Yes, a band of pirates operating near the Paradise Whirlpool. They specialize in raiding fishing and cargo vessels." Margaret was taken by them. "Excellent. Dispatch the Royal Titan. Leave none alive. Those who provoke Horrifying shall pay the price." Chapter 72. Returned to the island in the captain's quarters of the Narwhal, Charles was intensely focused on the nautical chart spread before him. He had marked the experimental interaction island and the third laboratory, noting the anomalies associated with both locations as he sought to uncover the connection between them. Could it be that the beings from the ocean are simply those they brought with them? He pondered. Charles shook his head. Then why is there no trace of them in history books, myths, or even in the revelations of the sun god cult, which only speaks of the exalted sun god? With not even a mention of a divine messenger? Who knows? Frankly, I propose we disregard them entirely. They can do as they please since they are all gone now. That defies logic. The Foundation is not only technologically advanced but possesses a plethora of relics. Their existence could not possibly be so quietly unnoticed. I feel that our search for the surface entrance is inextricably linked to them. If you truly believe that, why not entertain a more grandiose theory? For example, what if a cataclysmic event has unfolded on the surface, forcing them to flee underground with the remaining fragments of humanity? That storyline seems familiar. I believe I've encountered it in the Bible, Noah's Ark. Charles felt an inexplicable irritation as whispers, long absent, surged in his ears. The door creaked open, and Deep cautiously poked his head inside, holding a plate. "Captain, the crew and I salvaged a luminous giant crab, and I brought you the finest meat from its claws." The plate was adorned with elongated strips of tender white flesh. "Set it on the table and knock before entering next time," Charles replied, his gaze unwavering from the chart. Deep gently placed the dish down but was halted by Charles's voice. Upon seeing Charles extend a mask towards him, the young man's breath quickened. "Did you not desire a relic? Here it is." Charles offered the unyielding clown mask. Deep's face lit up with unrestrained joy, having witnessed the mask's formidable power before. He was astonished that the captain would bestow it upon him. Just as the excited Deep reached out to accept it, Charles retracted his hand, fixing a serious gaze upon his helmsman. He proceeded to explain the rules of utilizing the mask, wishing for a competent aid, not a neurotic filled with conflicting personalities. Hesitation flickered across Deep's expression as he absorbed Charles's words, but ultimately he extended his hand. Cradling the mask, he said, "Captain, I will exercise caution. Now, depart. And summon the doctor, please." Charles rubbed his forehead, fatigue settling in. "Hey, you really gave that to him?" Richard's voice cut through as he manipulated his body to shove crab meat into his mouth. "That relic is of no use to us. Bestowing it upon him could enhance our overall strength." Charles swallowed the crab meat and resumed his study of the nautical chart. Before long, the doctor entered, his iron leg clanking. "You called for me? I need more medication. The auditory hallucinations have intensified again," Charles stated, looking up at him. "Has it worsened?" The doctor, puzzled, began a series of examinations. After a considerable time, he placed his iron hand on the table and pondered before speaking. "You know that I can only suppress the curse of the divine, correct?" "Of course. You mentioned it before." The doctor continued. "I do possess a medication that could eliminate your hallucinations, but using it would significantly shorten your life. Is there no alternative? You could either return to the island for a few months of rest, during which I could help you with other remedies, or seek someone to rid you of the divine curse." Before Charles could respond, the doctor added, "I recommend the former. After all these years at sea, I have never encountered anyone capable of curing a divine curse. Furthermore, your current afflictions arise from an amalgamation of the divine curse and the mental pollution of the sea. The simplest remedy would be to recuperate on the island." Gazing at the islands depicted on the chart, a flicker of hesitation crossed Charles's face. The exit to the surface lay among those islands, and to halt his pursuit now would be akin to a death sentence. Seemingly attuned to Charles's thoughts, the doctor leaned closer, his ghastly visage looming. "I understand that you fear death and are willing to sacrifice your life for your goals. But must you not consider your crew? A few days ago, the chief engineer sought my help for his treatment. His hallucinations have escalated significantly. He feared it would impede your endeavors and thus refrained from informing you." A jolt of concern gripped Charles. Aside from James, who else is afflicted? Aside from a few newcomers, most of the crew has experienced some degree of it. I can alleviate their hallucinations, but I cannot relieve their mounting mental strain. Do you not think this period has been excessively rushed? I have never seen a captain so fervently dedicated to exploration. Charles rhythmically tapped his fingers on the table, enveloped in silence. After a few moments, he raised his head. "Understood. Upon our return, I shall take a sabbatical." A grim smile spread across the doctor's face as he patted Charles's shoulder. "Remember, I mean a thorough relaxation. You are still young. Do not push yourself so hard." With that, he lifted his iron leg and limped out. The journey back to the island proceeded smoothly. Days later, the lighthouse of Coral Island illuminated the sky above the narwhal, signaling their return home. As they beheld the brightly lit harbor, excitement adorned every crew member's face, save for Charles. Upon reaching the dock, Charles summoned everyone to the deck to announce a temporary cessation of voyages. "Take this time to rest well. I shall notify you of the resumption through Lily S. Rat. Now, you are all dismissed." The crew erupted in joy at the news. While they had earned ample money aboard, their time ashore had been scant. Finally, they could relish a proper respite. Once the crew dispersed, Charles steered the narwhal into the shipyard for maintenance. Just as humans require rest, so too do vessels. Watching as the shipwrights peeled away layers of barnacles from the hull, Charles waved farewell to the suspended narwhal and turned to leave. Exiting the shipyard, he made his way directly to the Explorers Association, for there was still a matter left unresolved. Upon entering the bustling hall of the association, Charles noted the lively atmosphere. Captains of various exploration vessels gathered in clusters, exchanging relics and information. The sea life had blurred the passage of time, and only then did he realize it was Saturday. Navigating through the crowd, his eyes scanned the room until they landed on Elizabeth, who was happily conversing with several familiar captains while embracing a young woman. Chapter 73, The Reward of Assistance. "Charles, long time no see. Where have you been all this while?" William, his expression rather despondent, raised his glass. Charles glanced at the unremarkable young woman beside Elizabeth. "Who is she?" "Charlie's daughter. Charlie has passed, and she has taken over her father's ship as the new captain of the exploration vessel." A portly man enthusiastically replied. "Charlie?" Richard immediately recalled the middle-aged man with a dark complexion and a hooked nose. "How did he die?" Charles appeared somewhat taken aback. Having been an explorer for quite some time, he still found it difficult to adjust to the frequent occurrences of death. William burped and chuckled. "He died. So what? Why bother with the details?" A twinge of sadness gripped Charles. It was Charlie who had facilitated his access to vital information about Sodom, and he had intended to express his gratitude, unaware that their last meeting would be the final farewell. Turning to the young woman, Charles carefully chose his words. I was a friend of your father's. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to seek my assistance. Since others had helped him without expectation, it was only right that he extend his support to Charlie's offspring. The portly man winked at the young woman. Little miss, this fellow Charles is quite remarkable. If you were to ask him for a living island, he might just procure it for you. The daughter of Charlie shyly smiled at Charles. Thank you. My father mentioned you. Observing her innocent smile, Charles felt an urge to dissuade her from venturing into such murky waters. Who could say how the treacherous seas would torment her? Yet, this was not his affair, and he refrained from intervening. Charles then turned his attention to the voluptuous beauty lounging on the couch. This was the purpose of his visit. Could we have a word? Elizabeth smirked slightly before forcibly suppressing it, adopting a nonchalant demeanor as she replied, Not today. I happen to be busy. William and several familiar faces burst into laughter. Instantly recognizing the awkwardness between the two, Charles waved the feminine earring before him as he made his way toward the door. Seeing the earring, Elizabeth's expression grew serious. She released the young woman and swiftly followed him. As the two departed, the other captains began to murmur among themselves. What do you reckon their relationship is? What else could it be but that kind of relationship? Wasn't Elizabeth into women before? Why the sudden interest in men? I thought she was merely experimenting. Who knows? Maybe she wants a change of flavor. Such a large woman. Charles must be exhausted every night. Indeed, one could easily equate to two. At the Concord gate, they came to a halt. How did my illusion earring end up with you? Elizabeth's expression was grave. Charles remained silent, returning the earring to her, then reached out to pull aside her eye mask, revealing a black void identical to the one on the island. Elizabeth impatiently pushed his hand away. Answer my question. I lost this artifact on a perilous island. How did you acquire it? Charles gazed toward the bustling harbor, contemplating for a few seconds before recounting the events that had transpired on the island in a calm tone. After a moment of silence, he slowly added, I do not harbor any dislike toward you. Frankly, it pleases me that such a beauty holds me in high regard. However, I regret to inform you that I have pressing matters to attend to, and I cannot acquiesce. Elizabeth brushed a strand of bright white hair from her face, letting out a dry laugh. So that's it. Maya helped you, and now you feel indebted? Her expression turned cold as she turned back toward the hall. There is no need for that. It was my other IS intention, not mine. Just pretend nothing happened. Charles activated his ring to block her path, then pulled out a stack of papers and handed them to her. Elizabeth, her expression perplexed, began to read. As she absorbed the contents, her eyes widened in astonishment. There's freshwater on that island. Her tone had become high-pitched with surprise. I've explored a significant portion of the island. Everything else should be manageable. The most dangerous aspect is the 1002. The details are all written there. If you can find a way to resolve that, the place could become a new island. Elizabeth's hands trembled as she held the paper, unable to fathom that this young man before her would bestow such valuable information upon her. This information is beyond invaluable. All captains risk their lives for a living island, and yet Charles so easily gives it to me. If this is indeed a reward for my IS assistance, I cannot accept it. Elizabeth struggled to return the papers, but her hands felt paralyzed. Take it. It holds little value for me. Our goals diverge, and besides, you were the first to set foot on that island, so it rightfully belongs to you. With that, Charles turned and walked toward the lively harbor area. Elizabeth stood there, gazing after him, her expression a whirlwind of emotions. Indeed, this is how a gentleman operates. What is a living island to us? I can give it away without a second thought. Charles detected the irony in Richard's words. Elizabeth saved us on that island. I do not wish to owe anyone. For us, one ship is sufficient for exploration. If you wish to repay your debt, you could offer yourself. Do you think you are a domineering CEO? Casually gifting away an island? An island. A living island. 1002 is not easily dealt with. We cannot afford to squander our time in such a place. Let us not forget our objective is to return to the surface, not to reign in this wretched locale. That seems rather reckless. What do you propose? Request it back? Richard fell silent, realizing that having given it away, reclaiming it would be quite embarrassing. At that moment, Charles sensed something amiss. He swiftly seized a sly-looking thief by the arm and tossed him into the mud. Transparent tendrils emerged, retrieving the wallet from the thief's grasp, followed by a swift motion as he lifted the thief's right hand, then stomped down on his arm with force. A sickening crack echoed, and a mournful wail erupted as the thief's bone bent at an unnatural angle. The sight of the unfortunate thief caused those nearby to recoil in fear and distance themselves. Casting the hapless thief aside, Charles wandered aimlessly down the street. Fishermen with nets, arrogant gang members, and clusters of sailors all busied themselves with their own affairs, while Charles walked among them like a solitary rock in a surging stream. Feeling so out of place, the doctor had advised him to rest, but he was uncertain what that truly entailed. Complete relaxation had been a distant memory for him. This seemed to have become a task more daunting than exploring islands. Chapter 74, Milk Oysters. Why not let me take over for a while? You have nothing to do. While I have countless tasks ahead of me. Suddenly, Richard's voice echoed in Charles's mind. After a moment of contemplation, Charles willingly relinquished control of his body. He too was curious about what his other self would do in such circumstances. Charles's initially bewildered expression was swiftly replaced by exaggerated elation. With a powerful push from his feet, he soared into the air, leveraging the shoulder of a nearby laborer to leap onto the rooftop. He dashed across several streets atop the rooftops, and Richard burst into a neon-lit bar, the largest in the harbor district, known for its wild revelry. He danced his way to the bar, producing a black blade and gently tapping a small metal bell atop it. Ding! All eyes in the bar turned curiously to the counter. The patrons recognized the significance of that sound. Folks, tonight, I shall cover everyone's drinks. Let us get this party started. The cheers from the crew resonated like thunder, nearly lifting the roof off. Richard laughed heartily, pulling a scantily clad waitress into his embrace, and downing the drink from her tray. In stark contrast to the aloof Charles, the vivacious Richard appeared exceptionally adept at making friends, although they had just met. It wasn't long before he mingled comfortably with nearly everyone in the bar. His jokes elicited uproarious laughter from all present, while his sleight of hand with coins left onlookers in awe. To flaunt his charm, he casually handed out various trinkets for others to admire, transforming the bar's atmosphere into a vibrant celebration centered around him. Charles, controlling his left eye, observed his own reflection in the glass of a drink, his joyful visage appearing distorted and almost sorrowful. In that moment, he felt an unexpected resonance with Richard. After all, they were both merely high-spirited souls longing for home, albeit responding to their plight in different ways. Haha. Charles suddenly recalled something amusing, slapping his thigh and bursting into a fit of laughter that eventually brought tears to his eyes. The distorted reflection of Charles in the glass was lifted and poured into the dark abyss of his mouth. With each drink, the alcohol gradually dulled Charles's consciousness. Time passed unmeasured until a throbbing headache jolted Charles awake again. The scene before him swirled slightly, and he tapped the left side of his head, finally regaining clarity. It was then he realized he was lying on a rope, above a sea of inebriated patrons and toppled chairs, with both hands bracing against the rope. He stepped onto the ground, navigating through the bar's exit. Charles moistened his dry mouth and pondered, how is this working out? Does it help? Enough chit-chat. I'm tired and need a good rest. It seemed this fellow's method had not yielded the desired effect. A slight smile crept across Charles's lips as he melded into the crowd, his thoughts expanding in myriad directions. How did I unwind back on the surface? Playing on my phone? Indulging in video games? Bickering with my sister? Upon my arrival in the maritime realm, I remember frequently visiting bars with fellow sailors, sharing drinks and conversations. When did I become so impatient? Charles raised his gaze to the pitch-black sky above. It seemed at the moment I realized I was not the chosen one, that my life could be extinguished at any moment, and that my hopes of returning home grew increasingly dim. The torment within me heightened my anxiety. But now, it's different. I've finally discovered the path back home, though I remain uncertain whether the outside world is still mine. He shook his head vigorously, banishing the troubling thoughts. He had come out to relax and did not wish to dwell on such matters today. When Charles regained his awareness, he noticed he had drifted away from the harbor district and into the bustling interior of the island. The sight of bonfires lining the streets reminded him that today was the Coral Island Landing Festival, a significant celebration marking the day each island was claimed. It was a joyous occasion, with islanders donning their finest attire, their exuberant spirits uplifting all around. Musicians played violins, trumpets, and drums, while the islanders danced and cheered, their enthusiasm infectious. As Charles ambled along with the crowd, he felt himself swept up in the festive atmosphere. This celebration inexplicably reminded him of the spring festival, albeit lacking firecrackers and red decorations. A rumble from his stomach brought Charles back to reality. After a night of drinking, he was quite hungry. He approached a street vendor, producing 4 coins to purchase a spider crab leg, deftly cracking open the shell to indulge in the succulent meat. The grilled crab was delightfully chewy, and each bite released a burst of savory flavor. Though a single crab leg bore little meat, it ignited Charles's appetite, prompting him to scan the surroundings for his next culinary target. Soon, the enticing aroma of milk wafted through the air, leading him to his small stall where a plump old man with a white beard swiftly mixed fresh milk with oysters on a griddle. Recognizing the familiar face, Charles called out, "I'll have a serving, please." "Certainly, just a moment," old John replied, his hands moving quickly. A few seconds later, he paused, the voice sounding oddly familiar. Looking up, he was greeted by an excited smile. "Ah, Captain, long time no see." Seeing his former first mate, Charles gestured toward the stall. "Aren't you supposed to be enjoying retirement on land?" "Ah, you know my nature, before the money even warms in my hands. It finds its way to the casino and the arms of lovely ladies. But don't underestimate my little stall. I've calculated that I earn more here than at sea." Casting a glance at the patched knees of his trousers, Charles feigned ignorance and simply nodded. "That's good. At least it's a life without peril." Old John laughed heartily, then added, I heard you actually acquired an exploration vessel? Are you still in need of crew? I'm not lacking in funds. I just feel that life at sea is far more intriguing. The people on this island look down on me the moment they hear I've sailed. Damn it, I went to sea as a crew member, not to become a pirate. Charles hesitated for a moment before shaking his head gently. I'm sorry, but the ship is fully staffed. He did not wish to expose Old John to danger. Perhaps life on the island was impoverished, but at least it offered the chance to grow old peacefully. Disappointment flickered across Old John's face, but he quickly masked it, nonchalantly saying, no worries, just a casual inquiry. Your milk oysters will be ready shortly. Chapter 75. Rest. The collision of oyster shells against the iron plate resonated, and soon a steaming cup of milk oysters was presented before Charles. Just as he was about to reach for his wallet, Old John waved his hand to stop him, insisting that this one was on him. It's the island festival today. My business is booming, and I can afford it. Charles deftly pinched a banknote from his wallet, giving it a quick shake before it flew into the cash box. Next time, I happen to have some change. Without waiting for a response, Charles grasped the milk oysters and swiftly vanished into the throng of people. Oh, this lad has really made it big. If only I hadn't disembarked back then, Old John mused, rummaging through the cash box. To his surprise, he discovered that the banknote was wrapped around half a gold coin. Savoring the creamy oysters, Charles glanced around, captivated by the street performances. To garner attention, the nearby theater had set up a stage on the street, where actors adorned in various costumes performed a new play with rich physicality. The tale seemed to revolve around the love story of the governor of Coral Island. After watching for a while, the audience began to shake their heads. Everyone on the island knew that Governor Nico was heartless, falling in and out of love with ease, making such desperate acts for love utterly implausible, a mere fabrication. Wandering through the jubilant crowd, Charles gradually blended in with the festive islanders. Daddy, look, that's the uncle who stabbed me that day. A child's voice broke through the revelry. Charles turned swiftly to see Lily's family across the street, staring at him in terror. What a coincidence to encounter them here. In a good mood. Charles nodded in their direction. The Oliver couple seemed startled and immediately scooped up their daughter, making a beeline for the nearby makeshift police station. Chuckling softly, Charles continued on his way, only to be met by a circus. A rare lion roared within its cage, eliciting screams of surprise from the islanders. Aerial performers, clouds on unicycles, and lions leaping through flaming hoops paraded before Charles, revealing the island's vibrant entertainment scene. Though unsure of the impact, participating in the festivities lifted his spirits considerably. After a day of exploration, he headed home, laden with an array of delicacies. From inexpensive roasted spider crab legs to pricey roasted beef shanks. All for Lily, as he had already eaten his fill. But there was still a mouse at home that needed feeding. Lily, I brought you some. Charles halted abruptly as he entered, surprised to find an unexpected guest in his room. Elizabeth, elegantly attired, rushed toward him with excitement. Just as Charles opened his mouth to speak, she pressed her lips against his, her fervor surpassing his imagination. Wait, the mouse, he mumbled. I've chased them away. As they stood close, Elizabeth's sweet fragrance wafted to Charles's face, intoxicating him like fine wine, leaving him feeling lightheaded. Suddenly, the door behind him slammed shut with a loud bang. Much later, lying on his bed and gazing at the ceiling, Charles felt the softness of Elizabeth beside him, and a headache began to creep in. He had thought everything with this woman was over, yet here they were intertwined once more. Elizabeth, actually Charles began, but his words were silenced by her gentle hand. Elizabeth gazed deeply into Charles's eyes. This doesn't signify anything. I'm not trying to cling to you. You go about your business, and if you ever feel weary, remember, there will always be a place for you in my position as the governor of this island. At that moment, Elizabeth exuded a tenderness that was uncharacteristic of her usual assertiveness. With the conversation reaching such a poignant juncture, Charles found it difficult to respond. To refuse her again would be to lose respect for himself. After bestowing a lingering kiss, Elizabeth reluctantly departed, as she needed to assemble a fleet for conquest. Taking a deep breath, Charles rose from the bed and made his way to the washroom. Just as he emerged feeling refreshed, he noticed Lily, the white mouse, anxiously pacing about the room. Her keen nose, surely she hadn't sensed anything, had she? Charles hurried to the window, flinging it open. As he turned to speak, his gaze fell upon a torn, bright red corset on the floor, causing his eye to twitch slightly. Yet, Lily paid it no mind, rushing to him with urgency. Mr. Charles, the big man has been arrested by the police. Charles's expression turned serious. James has been captured? What on earth happened? That tall lady gave me many echo coins to buy food, so I want to get roasted fish. But that big fat man refused to sell to me and hit me with a broom. Then I get to the point. Charles interrupted, donning his coat and grabbing Lily as they leaped through the window. I went to find the big man's wife to buy bread, and when I got there, I saw a lot of blood in the shop. That lady was crying on the floor. When I asked her, I found out that the big man had been taken by the police. Do you know which district? Yes, the 7th district. My friend snuck into the detention center and saw him there. The big man is locked up, and someone is beating him with a stick. Riding the steam car, Charles quickly arrived at the precinct of the 7th District. The small 4-story building, painted black, stood out conspicuously, with people in black uniforms entering and exiting. Charles strode inside and, after a quick assessment, headed directly for the chief's office. Upon pushing the door open, he found an elderly man in police attire engrossed in writing. Charles pulled out a chair and sat down directly before him. Have you just apprehended someone named James? Upon seeing the young man's attire and catching a whiff of the salty sea air, Chief Reno's expression shifted drastically. He held a deep-seated aversion to those from the sea. Regardless of their status, they treated their lives with indifference, showing no regard for the police. Should they commit murder, they would simply flee to another island on their boats. Reno waved his hand, and the armed officers at the door retreated. May I ask who you are? Charles. That man you captured is my crew member. How much to release him? Your crew member has committed murder. How could we possibly let him go? Reno's eyes widened in disbelief. Do you think this is my first time on Coral Island? How many times have your men captured the sea serpent gang's little ears? How much did it cost? Of course, if you refuse to cooperate, I have my own methods to resolve this. Chapter 76. The Dagger Gang. May I inquire about your identity? Reno's voice was laced with caution. My vessel is an exploration ship. The individual you have apprehended is my chief engineer. Charles gently caressed Lily's back, soothing the anxious gunner. Ah, an exploration ship. Reno lowered the hand that had been gripping a gun beneath the table, his expression becoming quite troubled. The ruffians of the sea were already challenging enough, and those aboard an exploration vessel were even more formidable, each possessing remarkable skills honed for traversing perilous islands. Heaven knows why a mere enforcer of civilian law would find himself entangled in such troubles. Typically, it was the governor's navy that managed these troublesome figures. After a brief hesitation, Reno darted to the door and closed it, his face etched with bitterness. Were it merely a matter of eliminating someone without connections, I might overlook it for your sake. However, your crew has slain the brother of the Dagger Gang's leader. If we release him, we shall find ourselves in dire straits. Where's my crewman? I need to see him, Charles demanded. In the detention room. I shall escort you there immediately. Reno stood and hurriedly opened the door. Under the watchful eyes of armed men outside, Charles entered the holding area. Upon seeing Charles, the suspended James began to writhe in agitation. Charles swiftly yanked the filthy rag from his mouth. What is the meaning of this? Captain, that man was stripping Mazika in front of me. I simply could not contain myself. James' eyes were bloodshot. Charles deftly severed the handcuffs binding James, and the large man dropped to the ground. Sir, you cannot. Reno exclaimed, panic evident in his expression. If anyone troubles you, simply mention my name. I reside on the 3rd floor of the Baden in the Harbor District. Just as Charles led James out, he sensed the gaze of many eyes behind him. Clearly, the so-called Dagger Gang had dispatched observers. Bring your wife along to my lodgings, Charles calmly instructed James. Captain, I have taken a life. What should I do? I do not wish to go to prison. Mazika needs me. The large man's face was filled with despair. Do as I say. Do not panic. This matter shall be resolved swiftly. Charles patted him reassuringly on the shoulder. James nodded, forcing himself to remain calm, and dashed toward Mazika's bakery. Soon, Charles' room became somewhat crowded. Deep squatted on the floor, gnawing on a cold beef shank. Audric stood in the corner, shaking a glass filled with a crimson liquid. Captain, this place is rather cramped. Why not acquire a proper room? Deep remarked after swallowing. Charles ignored the boatswain's complaint and turned to Lily. What have you gathered them here for? I fear danger. Strength lies in numbers. Lily replied. I also called some of my friends. They should be on their way. That is unnecessary. Send them all back. This is merely a trifling matter that shall soon be resolved. Taking his wife's hand, James bowed deeply to Charles. Captain, I apologize for my impulsiveness. You were not impulsive. If you cannot even protect your own woman, I would truly look down upon you, Charles said, his gaze shifting to his wife. She was not a breathtaking beauty, but rather possessed a simple grace that was pleasing to the eye. At that moment, a commotion arose outside the window. Deep stood and pushed it open. Captain, some fellows are cleaning the streets. Charles approached the window and beheld a gang of menacing thugs wielding various firearms, driving the crowd away. Each individual bore the same dagger tattoo around their necks. From the throng emerged a burly man adorned with tattoos. As he opened his mouth, a grimy smile revealed a mouthful of rotten teeth. Well, you dare to touch my people and then have the audacity to come to the Harbor District to seek death? Today, I shall make my brethren have their way with your woman. Come out and face us. Observing their brazen demeanor, Charles found himself feeling somewhat unimpressed. They were hardly more than the detritus of the sea. Raising his revolver, he fired several shots, extinguishing the oil lamps and gas lights in the street. Deep donned his mask and leaped from the window, causing screams to erupt below. Audric swiftly transformed into a bat and flew down. Inside, Mazika was terrified by the noise outside. her face pale as she clung tightly to her husband. James softly reassured his wife, the tenderness in his eyes contrasting starkly with his imposing exterior. Standing aside, Charles felt somewhat like an intruder. He propped himself against the window and leaped out. Seeing his captain rush into the fray, James felt a surge of anxiety and wished to assist, but his wife's grip kept him from moving. What exactly are you? Mazika stared at her husband with teary eyes. You claim to be just an ordinary sailor on a fishing boat. Does your captain appear to be someone who catches fish? James wore a bittersweet expression as he gently embraced his wife. Forgive me, I deceived you. But were it not for the captain's timely intervention, we might never have returned. We owe him our gratitude. With enhanced vision in the dark, Charles observed clearly. Under the coordinated assault of Deep and Audric, the so-called Dagger Gang quickly faltered. The once arrogant gang members now trembled in fear, firing into the empty darkness. Deep, unfazed, maneuvered through the hail of bullets and directly approached their leader. With a flash of his dagger, the thug's hand holding the pistol fell away. The Dagger Gang's leader clutched his wrist, retreating in agony. Do you islanders not comprehend the situation? You dare provoke even the crew of an exploration vessel? The masked youth tilted his head, questioning him with a hint of pride in his tone. Sensing the impending danger, the thug stammered. I didn't know. You cannot blame me. That big man never mentioned he worked on an exploration ship. Had my brother known, he would never have dared to provoke him. Before he could finish, a black blade soared through the air, embedding itself in his neck, crimson blood splattering as disbelief filled his eyes in his final moments. Captain, may we not wait for him to finish? Deep complained before executing a backflip away. Chapter 77. The people on the exploration ship, just as Charles was about to extract the black blade from the body, an aged voice interrupted him, asking, Can murder alleviate your symptoms? How intriguing. Charles turned to see the ship's doctor, who had appeared unexpectedly, recording something with a pen in hand. What brings you here? Charles inquired. Your pet mouse led me here in a frenzy. I thought there was a grave matter at hand, yet it turns out to be this? The doctor stepped into the pool of crimson blood with his iron leg. He scattered some powder over the corpse, and with a gurgling sound, the body swiftly began to decompose. Soon, a few blood-soaked individuals re-entered the room. The excited Deep toyed with a mask in his hands, treating the recent killings as inconsequential. James rose to his feet, bowing deeply to everyone with fervor. Thank you all for your help. Charles's translucent tendrils assisted him in rising, curiosity evident in his voice. You couldn't handle these individuals? The capabilities of the Purple Pyramid were more than sufficient to deal with both the Dagger Gang and the arresting officers, and he was keen to understand why his chief engineer had yet to act. James stammered, his face flushed crimson, unable to articulate his thoughts. Charles was aware of the giant's nature. To put it kindly, he was excessively kind-hearted, but more bluntly, somewhat simple-minded. He never partook in the crew's revelries of drinking and seeking companionship. All his earnings were saved according to his deceased mother's wishes, intended for marriage and homeownership. Engaging in perilous ventures on the exploration ship, he conducted himself as though he were a mundane office worker. While we do not bully others, that does not imply we permit others to urinate upon us. Remember, we are not the common folk of Coral Island. The governor's laws do not bind us. For those who care not for their own lives are even less likely to regard the lives of others. This was precisely why the islanders harbored disdain and fear towards those from the sea. Upon hearing the captain's profound words, James's expression grew complex. He had thought his work akin to that of others laboring on the island, exchanging toil for coin, yet it was evidently a stark contrast. Captain, killing so many won't it bring you trouble? James hesitated to voice. Not at all. This is the harbor district, and those who perished were mere refuse. Such trivial matters cannot disturb the heart of the island. The affair is concluded. Take your wife and return. Charles patted him on the shoulder. James awkwardly bid farewell to his companions, leading his wife outside. Wait. At Charles's call, James halted abruptly. Find a blacksmith and have a set of armor and weapons made that will fit you when you grow larger. This will significantly enhance your combat and defensive capabilities. All right. James nodded, forcing a smile. On the desolate street, Mazika and James walked in silence, both harboring their thoughts, the recent events weighing heavily upon them. Mazika glanced at her husband and softly asked, Can you leave the ship? My bakery suffices for our livelihood. You can. James's face displayed hesitation, followed by a firm shake of his head. The captain saved my life. Unless he ceases to sail, I cannot disembark. Witnessing her usually compliant husband rare in his refusal, Mazika lowered her head in disappointment. After so much time together, she understood his gentle nature masked a stubborn heart, and once a decision was made, it would not easily waver. Is your task dangerous? Hearing the uncertainty in his wife's voice, James quickly reassured her, Not at all. It is not dangerous in the slightest. I am merely a turbine operator. What danger could there be? After saying this, he embraced her tightly, and Mazika offered no resistance, slowly wrapping her arms around his sturdy frame. I do not care what you do. I only wish for your safe return each time. Our child cannot be without a father. Tears streamed from Mazaka's eyes. Yes, I promise you. Their faces drew closer together. Suddenly, James stumbled as someone collided into him. Go home and kiss there. Who are you showing affection to on the street? The doctor, with a scowl, limped past them, a liquor flask in hand, making his way towards the island's entrance. The affairs of the Dagger Gang seemed but a trivial interlude, leaving no ripples upon Coral Island. Charles remained indifferent if matters arose. It was of little concern, he could simply seek refuge upon another isle. Nonetheless, change was palpable every time Charles ventured outside. He inexplicably sensed the fearful gazes directed at him, the passers-by instinctively maintaining their distance. Once the storm had passed, Charles found himself once again troubled by the prior dilemma, how to rest, for the island festival was not a daily occurrence. Ultimately, he relinquished control of his body, allowing Richard to indulge freely. At first, Richard reveled in the newfound freedom, visiting various entertainment venues, but after a week, he grew weary, rolling about on the bed, lamenting his boredom. Ultimately, both individuals were of similar stature. Despite their contrasting personalities, they shared a common longing for home, unwilling to squander their time in such a place. As he pondered, Charles suddenly recalled a few acquaintances from the Explorers Association. He turned towards the association, intending to seek a means to lift the divine curse afflicting him. What did you say? They have all set sail? Upon seeing Charles's astonished expression, the association staff nodded. Captain Elizabeth of the Black Rose found a living island and invited all the captains she knew to form an assault fleet and set sail. Frustrated, Charles exited the association, the feeling of helplessness gnawing at him. Hey, do you have any solutions? He mentally queried his other persona. Let us seek the old man. He said rest is the remedy for auditory hallucinations. If he is a doctor, he ought to clarify how to treat it. Realizing the validity of this thought, Charles redirected his steps towards the interior of the island. The doctor had provided him with an address, and soon he found himself at the doctor's residence, a dilapidated inn. Upon Charles's arrival, the doctor displayed palpable impatience, fiddling with several wires. What is it now? Trying to charge the Black Mirror? None of your concern. What do you want? The doctor tossed the wires aside. How much longer must I rest? I feel I have rested long enough. The doctor leaned in, scrutinizing Charles's eyes, then withdrew a piece of foul-smelling, slimy substance from his pocket. Swallow this. Charles inhaled deeply, tilted his head back, and swallowed it whole. Instantly, the whispers around him swelled to a deafening cacophony, and everything before his eyes began to twist and contort. This state persisted for a full 3 minutes before gradually returning to normal. The doctor, observing Charles's rapid breathing, shook his head. Not sufficient. Continue. A week from now, I will bring the restorative concoction to you. Old man, what constitutes rest? I cannot find a way to rest. I want to set sail. Richard, now in control, exclaimed in frustration. As an exploration captain, can you not even play? Indulge in fruits of joy, alcohol, gambling, women, or hallucinogenic mushrooms. Even painting like that blind man daily would suffice. Do not trouble me. I am busy. With a bang, the doctor's door slammed shut. Chapter 78. Painting. Charles sat on the dock, gazing at a distant cargo ship unloading its goods as he began to put brush to canvas. He sketched the outlines, laid down blocks of color, applied shadows, and added reflections. Gradually, a uniquely styled watercolor landscape emerged on his easel. Charles had never anticipated that the enhanced physique brought by 096 would also benefit his artistic endeavors. How do you feel? He inquired in his mind to another persona within him. It's quite good, but isn't the ambient color a bit too dark? His hand, holding the brush, instinctively moved to add some details. Initially, the doctor had merely mentioned it in passing, but after considering his options carefully, Charles ultimately chose painting as a means of relieving stress. At first, he merely dabbled, but as he translated the scenes from his mind onto the canvas, he found himself increasingly captivated. Family members, landscapes, and various skyscrapers, each watercolor he created, whether beautiful or not, filled him with an immense sense of accomplishment. Regardless of everything, Charles had achieved his goal. With this newfound hobby, he no longer spent his days longing to set sail, instead finding solace on the island, waiting for it to cleanse the pollution brought by the sea. 3 months passed, and as Charles's painting skills flourished, the ever-present fatigue and weariness on his face faded significantly. While he and another persona discussed his artwork, a group of sailors approached, jovially linking arms. Among them was a middle-aged man with a distinctive mole on his forehead, who noticed Charles' painting. He leaned closer and exclaimed, "Look, this gentleman is painting our ship. It looks just like it." A crowd of sailors gathered around, excitedly joining in the moment. Charles was not particularly fond of such attention and prepared to leave with his easel, but just as he stood, the mole-faced sailor flashed a charming smile and asked, "Sir, could you paint a picture for me?" Charles's eyebrows raised in surprise. "What would you like me to paint? Are you familiar with the Spider Islands governed by the governor of Hifong? The cargo we are transporting is spider silk from there. My son has always wanted to know what it looks like. I wish to ask you to paint it for him, as he has never been to another island." Seeing the anticipation in the man's eyes, Charles contemplated for a moment before sitting back down, deftly applying color to the canvas. "Very well. Wonderful. Let me tell you about those islands. They are truly frightening. Everywhere you look, both in the trees and on the rooftops, there are white spider silks. And the spiders there are enormous, much larger than a person." "No need for explanations," Charles interrupted, his brush moving skillfully across the paper. As he filled in the details, a ghostly white island harbor emerged on the canvas. Behind the dense human structures lay a web of spider silk, with small red glimmers hidden within, a reflection of the spider's eyes. Upon closer inspection, one could even discern the outlines of spiders larger than houses. "Oh, it looks just like the real thing. Have you been to that island before?" "Dear painter, the spider islands provide vast amounts of clothing materials for humanity inhabiting the seas, and having spent several years as a cargo ship captain, Charles had indeed traversed that route." "Thank you. With this, my son will surely be delighted." The sailor took the painting and hurried towards the dock's exit. Other sailors, witnessing this interaction, eagerly approached. "Dear painter, could you paint a picture of Hifong Island for me? I've never been there, but I hear it is the most prosperous island in the northern seas. I wish to know what it looks like." "Sir painter, do you paint portraits? How about drawing one for me? I fear that if I perish at sea, my daughter will forget what I look like." A low, mournful horn cut through the sailor's chatter. Upon seeing a ship in the distance, Charles's indifferent expression turned serious. The vessel bore the standard white triangle, indicative of the sun god sect. He moved directly through the throng of sailors toward the dock, his keen eyesight quickly spotting Cade standing at the ship's bow. The previously amiable expression had vanished, replaced by that of a gambler consumed by fervor and despair. Before the ship could even anchor, Cade stumbled down the swaying wooden ladder, clutching a box the size of a watermelon. "Here, give me the sea chart. Hurry." The box was tossed over with little care. Inside lay the head of a Sunni, wrapped in lime, its eyes wide open, even in death, revealing a glint of malice and madness. "You must have exerted considerable effort to kill him," Charles remarked, gripping the Sunni's hair and lifting it from the box. "Give me the sea chart." Cade's voice dripped with venom. His expression twisted as though he would swallow Charles whole if he did not comply. "Do not rush," Charles retorted, cradling the head in his hands as he turned toward his lodging, the grim-faced Cade and his entourage trailing behind. With no signs of disguise, the skin only a thin layer, and the steel needle of the light god sect embedded in his mind, it was clear this was authentic, confirming his suspicions. Charles discarded the head into a nearby stinking refuse pile. Seeing the Sunni's demise, Charles felt little emotional turbulence. He sought to eradicate those who would do him harm, and this was merely a means to clear his path home through Cade. With a creak, the door to Charles's lodging swung open, and Lily, having dropped the pencil from her shoulder, leapt to the floor. "Mr. Charles, have you returned from sketching so early today?" Charles picked her up, stroking her sleek fur. Glancing at Cade beside him, he instructed, "Gather the crew. Their rest has been long enough." "Understood." Lily cast a quick glance at Cade before darting out the door, the brown mice scuttling after her. With a snap, the page containing the sea chart in the diary was displayed before Cade, who trembled as he reached out to accept it, only to hesitate in fear and wave his hand at a subordinate nearby. One of the sun god sect followers promptly retrieved a metallic square box. As he manipulated it deftly, Charles realized it was an old-fashioned camera. After capturing an image, Cade finally took the diary, engrossed in its details. After a considerable time, he lifted his gaze to Charles. "Have the coordinates been verified?" "I have already been to this island." Charles pointed to the island at 1002's location. "From its coordinates, we can easily deduce the positions of the other islands." "Excellent. Wonderful. Splendid. I am on the verge of finding the land of light." "Ha ha," Cade exclaimed, clapping his hands on the table like an overjoyed child. Chapter 79. Cooperation. Gradually, the ecstatic expression on Cade's face contorted into a grimace as he turned to fixate intently on Charles's visage. "Captain Charles, I sincerely appreciate your willingness to relinquish the sea chart so readily." The followers of the light god, standing expressionless in the corridor, stepped into the room, their gaze unwavering upon Charles. Despite the evident threat posed by Cade, Charles remained unfazed, regarding him with indifference. "What is it? Do you intend to tackle the remaining 33 islands all by yourself?" "With the sea chart in hand, I can collaborate with other captains. The land of light must be discovered by me first." Upon uttering these words, Cade's followers brandished various firearms concealed beneath their ropes. Charles's left hand instinctively moved towards the lightning baton concealed within his coat. "Do not act rashly. He is merely posturing," he admonished himself, suppressing the urges of his alternate persona. Looking back at Cade, Charles remarked, "Are you afraid that I might discover the land of light first and whisk away your deity?" He continued, "Do not be so narrow-minded. In this regard, our objectives align." Extending his right hand calmly towards the elderly man, Cade lunged forward, frenziedly gripping Charles by the collar, the veins on his neck bulging. "Cooperate? Why on earth would I partner with you? I have mobilized every resource at my disposal to complete your mission. If the Archbishop discovers my involvement in such matters, I shall be dragged back to the Cathedral of Holy Light for judgment. Are you frightened? Keith's expression shifted momentarily, a flicker of panic in his eyes. Charles's lips curled into a smirk as he abruptly changed the subject. At this juncture, wouldn't you benefit more from having an experienced exploration ship captain by your side? In truth, we have no fundamental conflict, do we? You deceive me once, I deceive you once. It would merely balance the scales. The wrinkles on Keith's face twitched as he forcefully released his grip, redirecting his gaze to the sea chart in the journal. Currently, I possess 3 exploration vessels. With your ship, that totals 4. Each vessel can explore an island every 2 months, and we could potentially uncover the path to the land of light within 2 years. Noticing the weapons of the light god's followers slowly lowering, Charles moved to the opposite side of the table and sat down. No. It is not as simple as you imagine. Venturing into unknown islands is fraught with peril. Can you guarantee that your 3 exploration ships will survive to the end? Moreover, the King of Sodom is equally aware of that place. It must happen, even if it seems impossible. I will risk everything. I must die in the land of light. Only by perishing there can I enter the realm of the light god. Upon hearing this, Charles felt an inexplicable pang of pity. The man was utterly deranged. Are there no others in your sect? Perhaps you could enlist their assistance. Charles sought to encourage Keith to seek external aid. Did you not hear what I just said? If they learn of my activities, I am as good as dead. The old fogies at the cathedral would never believe your claims. Sighing, Charles leaned forward and tapped the sea chart with his finger. Regardless, let us commence our exploration. Share the objectives for your 3 ships with me. We must avoid a collision. Keith retrieved a quill from an inkpot beside him and circled 3 islands. We shall gather here in 2 months to exchange intelligence. With that, he turned and strode towards the door. Haha, it seems this fool with a deranged mind is in for a rough time, Richard quipped within Charles's thoughts. Do not mind him. Such fervent zealots are often more easily manipulated, Charles mused as he marked a circle on the map over an island. Our next destination shall be here. With the assistance of Lily the mouse, the crew swiftly assembled, and the meticulously maintained narwhal was once again set to sea. This voyage held a unique distinction, as James's wife, Mazika, personally came to bid farewell to her husband. Upon the revelation of his true identity, James also ceased to conceal anything. Observing their poignant farewell at the dock, the single men aboard the ship felt a twinge of envy. The doctor limped toward Charles, once more producing a gel. Let me see how effective this has been lately. With a furrowed brow, Charles swallowed, the tinnitus returning, though significantly diminished compared to before. At least the doctor appeared somewhat human now, no longer a complete aberration. 3 minutes later, the symptoms receded again, and the doctor nodded in satisfaction, meticulously jotting down notes. Regardless of what you have been up to, continue this regimen. It is tremendously beneficial in alleviating your mental affliction. If you maintain this, I can assure you, even in the face of divine curses, you shall live to see 30. Charles disregarded the old man's curse-like assurances. How is your black mirror faring? It is best not to apply direct electricity. That device is quite delicate. Without lifting his gaze, the doctor replied, that device now belongs to me. I have my methods and do not require your oversight. Should you manage to activate it, please inform me. Charles expressed his curiosity about the contents of the tablet. The doctor offered no further reply and turned to leave. Life at sea continued as monotonously as ever, devoid of any anomalies. With a soft click, Charles opened the door to the helm, where the second mate, Krona, was at the wheel. Captain, do not worry. We are still within safe waters. What could possibly go wrong? Do not grow complacent. Even safe waters can lead to unexpected troubles. Charles gazed at the distant, indistinct buoy, relieved to see it functioning correctly as the narwhal approached it steadily. Captain, are you familiar with the volcanic islands in the southern seas? That is where I was born. Krona initiated a casual conversation. Oh, Charles responded nonchalantly, preoccupied with examining the sea chart on the wall. The second mate's chatter was somewhat tedious. Do you know what they produce? Aside from iron and copper, the most famous export of the volcanic islands is Leviathan whale oil. It serves as a lubricant and fuel, and the leftover residue can be used as fuel as well. The fuel we currently use in our turbine compartment might very well come from my homeland. Charles had some knowledge of this. During the early stages of the Industrial Revolution on Earth, sperm whale oil from the Pacific was a crucial industrial material before the advent of oil extraction. How did you end up in the northern seas? It takes half a year just to sail from the volcanic islands to Coral Island. Krona's expression turned somewhat wistful. My father was a whaling ship captain, and he wished for me to inherit his vessel. However, I had no desire to do so. The Leviathan is at least 100 meters long, and every year, ships are capsized by them, sending their crews to a watery grave. So, you ventured out to escape danger? Charles probed. To be honest, joining my ship was not the wisest choice. Krona shook his head. I am not afraid of danger, but I fear for my children engaging in such perilous work. I yearn for change. Krona continued, his voice imbued with hope. Captain, do you know? On my 10th birthday, my father took me to the island's heart to celebrate. That experience profoundly altered my perspective. I discovered that some people there are genuinely happy, each possessing their own land, needing to do nothing, while the tenants of their land send them returns every month. Their happiness stems solely from having been a sailor on the governor's ship when they first arrived on the island. Rest assured, one day you shall have your own land. When that time comes, I will bring my entire family over to become islanders. Kronar seemed to recall something, a fleeting glimpse of pain flickering in his eyes. Chapter 80. The Swamp. On January 2nd of the 9th year, it has been over 20 days since we set sail. This exploration has led us to a rather distant island, and the resources aboard the narwhal are beginning to dwindle. If the island designated 1002 could transform into a new landmass, replenishing our supplies from there would be significantly more manageable. On my way here, I took a moment to survey the vicinity of that island. The desolate state of its surface suggests that the conflict between Elizabeth and 1002 has not proceeded smoothly. It may take considerable time for this island to develop. However, given the peculiar powers of 1002, resolving the situation will surely not be straightforward. I hope they find success. Meanwhile, Decker has commenced his own actions. All things considered, everything seems to be progressing in a favorable direction. I ponder the whereabouts of Anna. Perhaps she could. Charles, waiting for the ink to dry, closed his journal and made his way to the deck to commence his daily inspection of the ship. As he was about to push open the kitchen door, an excited Deep rushed by, holding a fishing rod adorned with a creature resembling a jellyfish. Freya, come quickly. I've caught a crystal jellyfish. Can you make soup from it? A furious shout erupted from the kitchen. Get out of here. All day long you haul in these ridiculous things. Make it yourself. I refuse to do it. Charles entered the kitchen, sidestepping the two, ensuring that there was no unusual activity inside. Chef, the hardtack is beginning to breed worms. Please take note. Charles interrupted their exchange. Freya hurried over, assuring Charles that he would rectify the matter immediately, insisting that the infested rations were meant for the sailors, and that the captain's provisions were entirely satisfactory. What do you mean for the sailors? Are they not human? In defense of his crew's interests, Deep began to argue again. Charles did not intervene. Compared to their previous trepidation in uncharted waters, the crew now had the leisure to bicker, a testament to the quick adaptability of human nature. Exiting the kitchen, Charles proceeded towards the other hatches. His inspections were not solely for the purpose of monitoring for intrusions from the sea. Other factors were equally paramount. Any misstep in provisions, fuel, or the crew's morale could transform a ship into a floating coffin, endangering all lives aboard. He meticulously examined every area: the deck, the cockpit, the turbine room, the crew's quarters, the kitchen, the cargo hold, and the water tanks. While other captains might have different protocols, Charles always undertook these checks himself. Attention to detail was the key to his prolonged survival at sea. In truth, these tasks constituted the bulk of a captain's responsibilities, simple, monotonous, yet profoundly important. Captain, an island. Charles, who had been counting fuel supplies, was momentarily stunned by this news, as it was expected that they had 3 days remaining to reach their objective. He hurried to the deck and beheld a blurred island under the distant searchlight. Unlike previous islands, this one was remarkably high. It resembled a flat-topped mountain rather than a conventional island, its barren rock walls devoid of life, and the elevated platform above was entirely out of sight. Gazing up at the imposing island, Charles gestured for the crew to drop anchor and then instructed his vampire crew member, Audric, ascend and investigate. Audric nodded and transformed into a bat, soaring into the sky. While Charles awaited his return, a perplexed Deep approached. Captain, the anchor cannot find the bottom. How could that be? We are right next to the island. Charles led Deep to the anchor mechanism, where they discovered that the entire chain had indeed been lowered. The narwhal's anchor chain extended a full 100 meters. If it could not reach the bottom, what was the structure of this island? A vertical pole? After a moment of contemplation, Charles declared, then we shall not anchor. When we ascend the island, Freya and the sailors will stay aboard to keep watch. Audric soon returned, his expression peculiar. Captain, the surface above is a swamp. A swamp? Charles was taken aback by this revelation. He had not anticipated such terrain on an island. Regardless, they must explore further. Perhaps this island is a vital supply point. With Audric's assistance, a rope ladder was swiftly secured against the rock face. As Charles and the other crew members climbed, they soon confirmed Audric's assertion. The area was indeed a swamp. This swamp differed from those in forests. It was devoid of trees, flowers, or any semblance of life. Only wet mud, putrid water, and thick fog prevailed. However, it was not entirely barren, as various rocks lay submerged in the mire. Tossing some fish remnants into the sludge yielded no signs of life. Cautiously, Charles approached the muck. Discovering the depths to be shallow, the deepest parts reached only to his thighs. Testing the ground with his right foot, he found it surprisingly solid. Hey, buddy, don't you think this place resembles a hot pot? Look at those rocks. They're just like the tofu in a lamb hot pot. Charles dismissed the teasing voice in his mind. bringing his hand to his nose to catch the scent of seawater mingled with decay wafting from the swamp. The water here was seawater, devoid of utility. Waving his hand to signal the others to follow, he noted the grim expressions on their faces. No one relished the filth. And traversing the swamp felt akin to wading through a cesspit. Lily's white mice, upon entering the water, quickly transformed into black and coal-like shapes. Terrified, Lily clung tightly to Charles's neck, refusing to let go. Although Charles possessed night vision, the dense fog obscured his sight, rendering him nearly blind in this environment. This setting reminded him of his initial exploration, and he was determined not to repeat past mistakes. Periodically, he compared the number of crew members to the count on his arm to ensure no one was unaccounted for. The flickering torches held by the crew pushed back the fog as they advanced toward the island's center. The chill emanating from the swamp's murky waters was palpable. After just half an hour, Charles could scarcely feel his toes. Reluctantly, he ordered all crew members to stand on the rocks until their feet regained sensation before proceeding. Seizing the opportunity, they stuffed their mouths with food, even if they were not hungry, to provide their bodies with energy. Chapter 81. Disappearance. Although the atmosphere was somewhat oppressive, the crew's spirits remained stable. In this environment, the situation could be deemed merely unsettling, far from the worst they had encountered on previous islands. Seated on a stone, Charles was engaged in conversation with Richard, who resided in his mind. The prospects for this island seemed dim, lacking any semblance of sunlight. Indeed, the stench of this place was overwhelming. Had I been the one to repair it, I would have refrained from doing so. We should explore first. Perhaps the king deliberately concealed the supply island in this manner. Oh, if they truly visited this island, could it imply the presence of relics here? Enough of this commotion. Have we not learned enough from our last ordeal? What trouble have I caused? Is this not an opportunity to enhance our strength? Our survival thus far has relied on the powers of these relics, has it not? The side effects of relics are exceedingly potent. Merely possessing more of them does not equate to increased strength. At that moment, Deep's voice interrupted their discourse. They both turned their heads to see their sailor pulling a cylindrical object from his backpack. Huh, I brought this along as well. I thought I had forgotten it. Deep exclaimed, proudly displaying the item to the curious gazes of his comrades. This is a new device from Britannia. Take a look. He pressed a red button, and a blinding white beam pierced through the fog. This is a flashlight, a portable electric lamp. What do you think? You've never seen one before, have you, Captain? And look, it can adjust the size of the beam. As Deep rotated the flashlight's beam, the light rapidly concentrated, appearing in his hand like a luminous sword. The youth, playful in spirit, wielded the flashlight, sweeping the light across the haze. Observing the light, Charles's smile gradually faded. This device might indeed prove useful. Not only more durable than a torch, but also capable of penetrating this dense fog. He mentally earmarked it for procurement in their next adventure. Ah, Lily, standing behind Charles, suddenly screamed in terror. What is it? Charles pulled her closer. Over there, there's a face. When the beam swept past, I saw a face. With a determined stomp, Charles propelled himself toward the direction Lily indicated. The sounds of bullets being chambered echoed behind him as the crew followed closely. They swiftly navigated through the fog and discovered that the face Lily had mentioned was not a person but a crude drawing on the wall. Describing it as a drawing seemed a disservice. It resembled a child's hasty scribble. Despite its poor technique, the emotion the image conveyed was unmistakable. It depicted a naked human figure desperately clutching its own throat, a painful expression vividly rendered, which, combined with the hasty strokes, created a particularly eerie atmosphere. Mr. Charles, who created this? Lily inquired, shrinking into his clothing. Compared to this drawing, I am more curious about who constructed this wall, Charles replied, running his hand along the sturdy surface. The thick fog obscured his view, preventing him from gauging the wall's height or width. Testing it with his black blade, he found it remarkably solid, its hardness comparable to that of concrete. What kind of individual would arbitrarily erect a wall in such a foul swamp? Judging by its pale yellow hue, it did not seem characteristic of the foundation style. Could it be the king? Let us proceed along the wall and investigate. Charles urged his crew. As the flickering light gradually faded from the drawing, the terrifying image suddenly appeared to twist and contort, followed by more sorrowful doodles emerging from the wall. They opened their mouths in silent wails, intertwining with one another, swiftly filling the entire wall, merging with the darkness. After nearly 2 hours of walking along the wall, Charles finally reached its terminus, where an abrupt opening loomed, shrouded in mist, concealing its contents. Fortunately, Charles had brought several new tools that would prove useful at this moment. He retrieved a mirror box from his backpack, ordered the vampire to fly far away, and opened the box. Blinding sunlight instantly dispelled the fog, leaving everyone present in awe at the sight that unfolded before them. Within the wall's opening, several walls intersected in the distance, forming an enormous labyrinth amidst the damp mist. Each wall was exceedingly high and wide, as if constructed for giants towering 100 meters tall. Merely standing beside them evoked a sense of dread. as the warm glow faded. The walls gradually receded into the fog. After a prolonged silence, a harsh scraping sound pierced the air. Charles raised his black blade and drew an arrow on the wall. "Forward," he commanded, stepping into the mist. The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. It was evident to all that this place harbored danger, and no one wished for demise. Each person remained on high alert. Despite their vigilance, after some time within the labyrinth, no anomalies occurred. The absence of disturbances only suggested that danger had yet to reveal itself, a notion that unsettled Charles, whose mind was taut with tension. There were no stones to rest upon within the labyrinth, and gradually, Charles's feet grew numb from the cold. He glanced at his pocket watch, realizing they had been inside the maze for nearly 2 hours. Observing the murky water below, he decisively marked an arrow on the wall and turned to his crew. "Let us explore for another half hour. If we find nothing by then, we shall return to the ship to rest before setting out again." Upon hearing this, every member, including the doctor, exhaled a collective sigh of relief. This place was indeed unwelcoming. As time ticked by, with only moments remaining, Charles suddenly flicked his black blade, its edge slicing through the water. Immediately, he propelled himself forward, grasping the hilt beneath the surface, only to find it devoid of anything. It was not Charles who had acted, but Richard. "What did you discover?" Charles inquired mentally. "I just saw ripples on the water's surface. I thought there was something beneath. Odd. Could it be my imagination?" Charles probed the water with his black blade, uncovering nothing but a mass of sediment. Rising, he checked the time again. "Let us return. Half an hour has passed. We shall regroup and return later." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, turning to leave. However, when Charles conducted a head count, a bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. "Everyone wait. The first mate is missing." Chapter 82. The nose-walking natives upon hearing Charles's words. The other crew members began to glance around in confusion, realizing that the bandaged individual had indeed vanished. A flicker of terror crossed each face. How could a companion simply disappear without a trace? When was the last time anyone had seen the bandages? Charles, suppressing his inner unease, inquired of the crew. James hesitantly raised his hand. 5 minutes ago, the first mate was right in front of me. No, wait. I haven't seen him for a while, maybe 10 minutes. Lily chimed in, peering around. The crew's accounts varied, but it was evident that the bandaged figure had disappeared within those fleeting minutes. Observing the encroaching fog, Charles furrowed his brow and turned to Audric. "Transform into a bat and follow the arrow I carved. See if the bandages have lost their way elsewhere." Audric nodded, unfurling his cloak and morphing into a bat. For the creature could navigate using echolocation, undeterred by the thick mist. Before long, the vampire returned, disappointment etched on his features as he shook his head. Charles understood that the disappearance of the bandage was undoubtedly linked to this island. Leaning against the wall, he pondered his next course of action. Compared to the terrifying, grotesque monsters, he dreaded situations like this even more. At least with the former, there was a chance to retaliate. But in this case, regardless of one's strength, there seemed to be no means of addressing the threat. Suddenly, a deafening crash resonated through the fog, startling everyone. Charles swiftly opened a mirror box. Light piercing through the haze, yet the source of the sound revealed nothing. The thick mist began to thin, and Charles sensed an ominous shift in the atmosphere. Under the watchful eyes of his crew, he slowly spoke. "We must leave this place." Freyton, alarmed, exclaimed, "Captain, but the first mate has not yet been found." "Do as I say, we must exit first," Charles replied, taking the lead. Though he felt remorse for abandoning the bandaged individual as captain, he had to prioritize the safety of the rest of the crew. It was his duty. If one could vanish, so could another. Staying here without understanding the cause of the disappearance was not a prudent choice. He could not risk the lives of many for one. Besides, as a Valtan faith believer with formidable regenerative abilities, the bandaged figure was unlikely to perish easily. They could devise a rescue plan once they were outside. With the captain's command, everyone began to hastily follow the directional arrows etched on the maze's walls. The dense fog was disrupted by the flames, and aside from the sound of muddy water being trampled, silence enveloped them. However, after a considerable duration, as they switched to a second torch, Charles's expression darkened. They should have reached the maze's exit by now. Why had they not arrived? "Wait," Charles called to the crew, scrutinizing the wall for the arrow. Upon careful inspection, he confirmed that the hidden marks he had deliberately left within the arrow were intact. It was indeed his own drawing, not altered by anyone else. Yet, they remained trapped despite the markings. Charles felt a pang of confusion. What sort of maze was this? Could it be shifting? Before entering, Charles had considered such a possibility. He swiftly sliced his fingertip with his black blade, applying the dark essence to the bat mirror. Dark fur sprouted across his face, and membranous wings began to unfold under his arms. With a gradually fearsome visage, he addressed his crew. "Stand still. Once I locate the entrance, I will return to escort you out." No matter how confounding the maze, as long as he could fly above it with his crew, they would surely find a way out. Moments later, his transformation complete, The gust from his bat wings stirred the muddy water into waves as he propelled himself skyward. The enormous bat's gaping maw emitted inaudible ultrasonic waves, bouncing off objects and illuminating the surroundings in his mind, even having previously observed it. The colossal structure of the maze astounded him anew as it took shape in his thoughts. The myriad of intricate intersections was dizzying. Ignoring the paths, he soared upwards. Yet, as he ascended, he noticed something unsettling. No matter how high he climbed, the walls remained in close proximity. 3 minutes later, suspended in mid-air, Charles emitted sound waves downward. Yet he received no echo in return, even at an altitude of at least 1,000 meters. This was illogical. He recalled the island's appearance, and despite the fog, he could ascertain that it was not so lofty. Seeing no fruitful outcome in descending further, Charles decisively plummeted. "Captain, what is the situation?" Deep inquired eagerly, glancing at Charles, who was sipping from a blood pouch. "It's no use. I've ascended over 1,000 meters, and the walls continue to rise with me." The crew's faces fell at their captain's words. Trapped by the arrows and with over 1,000 meters above them, it seemed they were all ensnared. "Do not panic. We have other means," Charles proclaimed, retrieving explosives from James's backpack. With a thunderous boom, debris flew, and a gaping hole was blasted through the maze's wall, revealing the mist on the opposite side. If they could not circumvent it, they would blast their way through. After all, a straight line is the shortest distance. The explosions continued, and everyone hastily moved through the openings. Charles had anticipated a swift return to the marshland, but reality defied his expectations. As they emerged through another hole, the distant sound of water droplets hitting the surface reached their ears. Soon, the sound intensified, resembling rain, and Charles cautiously turned toward the source. Gradually, he saw a peculiar gathering of creatures approaching. These beings bore resemblance to inverted, hairless rodents, their elongated and deformed limbs grotesque, their elephantine trunks dipped into the water, creating the drumming sound as they walked upon it. These creatures, nearly a meter tall, congregated densely atop the dark, muddy surface, akin to corn stalks in a field. Encountering such beings in this desolate place would unsettle anyone. Deep drew a knife from his boot, mirroring the black blade, swallowing hard as he glanced at his captain. "Do not act hastily. Let us observe their intentions," Charles urged, restraining the crew member who had raised his weapon. Chapter 83. Humanity. These appeared to be the island's natives. Charles had discovered from the library that not all indigenous peoples of wild islands harbor malevolent intentions. Some are capable of communication and even trade. "We mean no harm. Could you release us?" Charles articulated slowly in the local dialect. The beings, however, remained motionless, seemingly unable to comprehend, standing at a distance like lifeless statues. Observing this bizarre scene, Charles waved his hand backward, signaling the others to retreat. Since they could not understand, it was best to withdraw for the moment. As soon as Charles lifted his foot, all the creatures twitched their noses and leapt forward, black claws extending from their desiccated limbs. Attack! Gunfire erupted in a cacophony, and the beings fell swiftly into the water, struck down by the barrage. Their numbers seemed inexhaustible, surging toward them in a dense mass. The surroundings were a chaotic mess, the mud and water stained by the creatures' purple blood. Regardless of the casualties, they showed no signs of retreat. As the grotesque entities drew ever closer, Charles decided to brandish the lightning-shaped short staff concealed within his garments. With a crackling sound, arcs of electricity surged forth, causing the creatures to convulse and tumble into the water. They perished, yet Charles and his companions were not unscathed. The powerful electric charge coursed through the muddy water, affecting everyone despite their distance. The crew members involuntarily convulsed in response. Charles was the first to regain his composure. Lifting his gaze, he noticed that all the beings had floated to the surface. They were finally all dead. Leaning against the wall, he gasped for breath. While this artifact was formidable, its side effects were truly unbearable. Regardless of the creature's intentions, at least the immediate threat had been resolved. "Rest for 3 minutes, then we shall continue to breach the walls." Charles's deep voice resonated through the empty labyrinth. Heaven knows if these creatures have companions. They must leave this place swiftly. At that moment, a nearly horizontal tube glided silently toward them. The underwater entity seemed intent on avoiding disturbance, gradually moving toward the corpses of the creatures. However, with his night vision, Charles observed clearly and raised his hand to fire a shot in the tube's direction. The tube sank rapidly, crimson blood bubbling forth from beneath the surface. The pool of red swiftly turned and fled into the depths. Regardless of its nature, Charles could not allow it to escape. He lifted his right foot from the muddy water, forcefully pressed against the wall, and propelled himself into the air, brandishing the black blade directly down toward the crimson liquid. With a splat, the blade plunged into the submerged entity, causing more red blood to seep into the murky waters. Charles exerted upward pressure on the wrist, lifting the entity from beneath. It was a man, a blind elder with milky white eyes. The wounds on his bare body rendered his expression one of profound agony. Yet he showed no inclination to vocalize his suffering. Trembling, he grasped the handle of Charles's blade and pushed outward with all his strength. Recognizing him as one of his kind, Charles refrained from further aggression and turned to his companions, calling out, "Doctor, come help him. Ensure he does not perish." The others gathered around, intrigued by the elderly figure. None had anticipated encountering a living being in such a locale. "Can you understand my words?" Charles inquired of the elder, who was being treated by the doctor. Startled, the elder quickly placed a finger to his lips, whispering, "Hush. The tormentor may hear us." Charles scrutinized the peculiar elder's appearance. He was emaciated, resembling a skeleton draped in human skin, with a hunched neck, perpetually poised for flight. Richard's voice echoed in Charles's mind. "Dude, doesn't he look like Gollum from The Lord of the Rings, the one who bites off the protagonist's finger in the finale?" "Be quiet." At that moment, the doctor had finished treating the elder's external wounds, and he limped over to Charles's side. "I just examined him. He is indeed human, judging by his teeth. He is only in his 40s but suffers from severe malnutrition, and his skin bears signs of prolonged exposure to water. He must have lived in such dire conditions for a considerable time." Charles's mind raced. If that were the case, did it imply the island had indigenous inhabitants? "Do you know where the exit is?" he questioned the elder, pressing for the crucial information. Upon hearing this, the elder's filthy face brightened with delight. "You must have just arrived. Did you bring any food from the outside?" Wishing to conserve time, Charles pressed the black blade against the elder's throat, threatening, "You will answer my questions, understood?" Sensing the lethal intent in Charles's words, the elder stiffened and nodded vigorously. "Who are you? Why are you here?" "My name is Blake. I came here after hearing the sounds of your battle with the tormentor. I intended to steal some food from the tormentor. Rest assured, all the food belongs to you. I do not desire any." Charles glanced at the corpses of the creatures nearby. It seemed they were indeed the sustenance the elder spoke of. "Where's the exit to this maze?" "There is no exit. No one who enters has ever left." "Nobody has ever left?" "I don't know. I've been here for over 20 years and have never seen anyone escape." "What did you mean by tormentor?" "It is a creature, the most powerful monster here. And it can never be killed. Once it captures us, it burrows into our mouths and tortures us from within, feeding on our cries of agony." "How vast is this maze?" "It is immense. No one has reached its boundaries. It is at least larger than England." Hearing this, Charles furrowed his brow. He had inspected the island before approaching. It was clearly smaller than Coral Island, so how could this maze be larger than England, which is the largest island in the North Sea, with a permanent population of nearly 7 million. Furthermore, with walls towering over 1,000 meters. Charles increasingly sensed something amiss about this maze. Gazing at the trembling blind elder, Charles found it implausible that he would deceive him. "How many others like you are trapped here?" "Thousands, no, tens of thousands. I am uncertain. The majority are captured and tortured, while a small number have managed to escape. There are over 100 people at my living quarters." "Have you seen a person wrapped in bandages nearby?" Charles inquired, seeking information about the disappearance of his second-in-command, suspecting it might be linked to the inhabitants here. "Bandages? I cannot see, so I do not know what you mean by bandages, but about half an hour ago, I thought I heard something moving toward my dwelling." Charles surveyed the desolate surroundings, then turned Blake around and gently nudged him. "Come, lead me to your dwelling." Chapter 84. The Scarred Man. Under the guidance of the somewhat peculiar old man, Charles and his companions made their way toward the distant, labyrinthine entrance. Just as they departed, a bandaged figure slowly emerged as a crude drawing on the wall, reaching out as if to obstruct something. Though Blake was devoid of eyes, he seemed to navigate with an uncanny sense, bending low and moving swiftly. "Mr. Charles, that grandfather looks so pitiful. Let us give him some cookies," whispered Lily in Charles's ear. Charles shook his head, dismissing her request. Given the uncertain nature of their surroundings, exposing food recklessly was ill-advised. The mud splashed as they continued in silence for nearly half an hour, until a human settlement suspended on the wall came into view. To avoid the filthy mire, they had carved various sized niches into the rock face, where dozens of emaciated humans sat, either resting or conversing. Each bore a pallid gaze, shrouded in a misty glaze. However, the sight of various bones hanging from the wall made Charles's heart sink. Among them lay human remains, a considerable quantity at that. After scanning the gathering, he found no trace of the bandaged figure. Hearing the murmur of the crowd, Blake eagerly approached them. Upon touching the wall, he flashed a sinister grin in Charles's direction. "Boss, look, I've brought some newcomers, and I just heard a woman say they have cookies." At this, a man atop the highest tier of the wall stood up, unconcerned by the drop of several meters, and leapt directly into the muddy water below. His scarred face radiated excitement. "A woman? Finally, another woman has arrived. Ha. This time, I will cherish her." Brian, grinning ingratiatingly, sidled closer. "Boss, you're finished this time. Can I have a turn?" As the sightless individuals rapidly converged toward them, Charles raised his revolver and fired a warning shot into the air. The sound echoed, causing the scarred man to momentarily freeze, but instead of panic, he erupted in laughter. "Ha, how amusing. It seems the newcomers come bearing arms. I'm so frightened. Not inclined to engage further, Charles aimed directly at the leading scarred man and fired. As the captain attacked, his crew quickly followed suit. Yet, just as the gunfire erupted, all present plunged into the murky water, vanishing from sight. The bullet struck the surface, creating splashes of mud, but no blood emerged. When the echoes of gunfire subsided, the surface of the water remained tranquil. The individuals had disappeared, for this was their domain. Before Charles could finish his warning, the water in front of him erupted, sharp, foul-smelling claws lunging toward his neck. He performed a backward somersault, narrowly evading the attack, and fired several rounds at the assailants, blood splattering across his bare chest. Suddenly, a new threat emerged from behind. The scarred man had appeared, grinning maliciously, poised to stab him with his sharp claws. In that critical moment, a colossal hand swung in from the side, sending the scarred man flying. It was James S. Palm. Charles quickly regained his footing, using the giant James S. knee to propel himself onto his shoulder. From this elevated vantage point, he observed chaos as the assailants began attacking his crew amid the muddy turmoil. He wasted no time, firing at those surfacing from the depths. Initially caught off guard by the underwater ambush, the crew soon steadied themselves and retaliated. After all, they were all human, none feared the other. James swatted at the attackers like flies, while Lily S. Rat plunged into the depths, crimson blood rising to the surface. Deep S. dagger swiftly slit throats. To Charles S. astonishment, first mate Krona clutched a blue candle, muttering incantations, while two paper figures stood protectively on the water S. surface. As the black muck turned crimson, the fierce battle gradually quieted. Scanning the number of corpses on the water S. surface, Charles realized the ordeal was far from over. There were only a dozen bodies, starkly contrasting with the previous 70 or 80. Your aim is quite precise, but that is all. The scarred man's voice suddenly echoed from the left. Charles swiftly redirected his gun and fired, the bullet disappearing into the water. Almost immediately, the scarred man's voice reappeared on the right. Unfortunately, that is all. You probably won't even reach the second tier. You cannot contend with me. Hand over the woman and the food, and I might consider allowing you to join us. Seeing bullets were futile, Charles ceased firing and warily inquired, second tier? What is that? Haha. It seems you are not only new here but also outside. You don't even know the hierarchy of power. At those words, fragments of memory flickered in Charles's mind from the library. He recalled that this man spoke of the ranks among the combat members of warships. Governors did not coexist peacefully when they sought to undermine one another. It was precisely when they required these individuals. This indicated that the man likely belonged to a warship as combat crew. I am the captain of the exploratory vessel. I have no interest in your warship hierarchy, Charles declared, waving dismissively as he drew a lightning short staff from his clothing. The crew of the Narwhal gasped in horror, quickly gathering beside the towering James, the previous encounter fresh in their minds. An exploratory ship? Humph. Only those unworthy of warships embark on such rickety vessels to meet their demise on the islands. Is that so? Then why are you, such a formidable being, trapped in this place? Stop your bravado. Once I capture you, I will relish in your demise. Now, Charles thrust the short staff forward, and a brilliant arc of electricity shot toward the source of the taunting voice. Chapter 85. The position of the bandage. A bolt of lightning surged through the air, and amidst the billowing, smoke-laden mud, bodies convulsed and began to rise slowly. Charles, his body still tingling from the electric shock, trembled as he tucked his short staff into his clothing. At that moment, he noticed an upward arrow and an exclamation mark appear on the wall before him. A wave of murderous intent washed over him from above. He exerted every ounce of strength to shift to the left, but his numb body was utterly unresponsive. Listening intently to the rapid breaths emanating from below, the scarred man smirked slightly. His earlier tactic of baiting this young man into conversation was merely to pinpoint his exact location. He recognized that this individual was the leader of the newcomers. If he could eliminate him, the rest would crumble into disarray, leaving the women and provisions entirely at his disposal. Just as the scarred man felt his nails digging into flesh, he suddenly found three enormous tentacles wrapping around him, yanking him away. Charles's ring had activated. Damn it! What is this? The scarred man swung his claws violently at the short tentacles, but a second had already elapsed, ample time for Deep to charge forward, dagger in hand. Right before him, the two engaged in a rapid skirmish, but the scarred man, having lost the element of surprise, was evidently no match for the crew. With a flash of cold steel, both of his forearms were severed, and with a cry, he plummeted into the murky depths below. Deep, masked and ready to sever the man's head, was halted by Charles. Wait, don't kill him. He may still be of use to us. Seeing his leader captured, Blake, submerged, turned in terror to swim away. He had not anticipated the strength of these adversaries. He had encountered formidable foes indeed. However, midway through his escape, he suddenly felt furry appendages crawling over him. In panic, he attempted to ascend, but excruciating pain coursed through his body as Lily's rats bit at his flesh with unprecedented ferocity. Charles, now restored to normalcy, pulled the scarred man from the water. Despite his severed hands, the scarred man showed no sign of capitulation. A cold smile lingered on his face as he regarded Charles with scornful, pale eyes. Nice relic. But with it, you might barely reach the third tier. Yet, if you were to face me at my peak, you would be doomed. Charles, uninterested in further banter, seized a nearby rope and bound him tightly before turning toward the wall. Had it not been for the sudden prompt that appeared on the wall, he might have fallen victim to the same fate. As he approached the wall, a bandage-clad figure emerged in a crude mural. Despite its haphazard appearance, Charles immediately recognized it as his first mate, ensnared within the wall. No wonder he had been so elusive. Pulling the scarred man closer, Charles pointed at the mural. You've been here long enough. You must know this place well. My crew member is trapped within the wall. How can we free him? The scarred man merely laughed coldly, showing no inclination to speak. With a frosty glare, Charles plunged the black blade into the man's severed arm. Speak. The scarred man howled in agony, cursing, trash. If you have the guts, just kill me. At that moment, the bandage figure shook its head, and a series of garbled words materialized beside it. Hurry, the creature approaches from the left. Charles stared in confusion at the incoherent string of words, but quickly deduced that the bandage was warning him. Although uncertain of what lay ahead, he instinctively trusted his first mate. Turn around. Something is coming, he shouted. And everyone hurriedly followed his lead as the bandage intermittently indicated the path along the wall. The labyrinthine corridors twisted and turned. Yet the bandage seemed to navigate them with uncanny precision, guiding them swiftly. After approximately 5 minutes of frantic running, even the fearless scarred man bore a look of sheer terror. What are you doing? Stop. You cannot go that way. Charles cast a glance at the wall's bandage and quickened his pace. He trusted his first mate more than this man who had sought to kill him. As they rounded a sharp corner, a piercing scream echoed from afar, heart-wrenching and soul-piercing, freezing everyone in their tracks. What lies ahead? Charles etched into the wall. An exit. A simple response appeared. Impossible. That cannot be an exit. Do not believe his lies. That is a realm of torment. If humans are captured there, they will wish for death. The scarred man struggled backward, but Charles aimed his revolver at the back of his head. Stop, or I will not hesitate to pull the trigger. In a frantic attempt, the scarred man tilted his head and slammed it against the wall. In an instant, the yellow surface was stained crimson. He would rather perish than venture into that place. Observing his silent crew with furrowed brows, Charles found himself at an impasse. There was undoubtedly danger ahead, yet the bandage insisted it was the exit. One misstep could lead to the demise of them all. After a brief pause, Charles inscribed a question on the wall. Which arm did Anna consume before? The right leg. Upon seeing the words materialize, Charles realized that the wall indeed housed his first mate. Can you explain how you know that is an exit? He inscribed. We have no time. The urgency in the 3 exclamation marks intensified Charles's confusion. What do you mean no time? The island is sinking. If you do not emerge soon, you will never escape. As those words appeared on the wall, Charles felt an overwhelming realization wash over him. He slowly raised his gaze to the seemingly endless wall above. Suddenly comprehending the truth, it was not the bandage trapped within the wall, it was they who were ensnared. The spotlight from the unicorn shone down into the depths, illuminating the maze beneath and the wall's murals, which depicted Charles and several others. Chef Fry anxiously watched as the bandage figure surfaced and submerged repeatedly. First mate. Has the captain not emerged yet? I just measured. The island is sinking at an increasing rate. The bandage shook its head, taking a deep breath before plunging back into the maze below. Watching the depictions of his comrades react once more, the bandage held its breath and swiftly propelled itself forward. Chapter 86. Torment within the damp labyrinth. A solemn-faced Charles raced alongside his crew. Mr. Charles, my friend cannot keep up. Lily, perched upon Charles's shoulder, exclaimed anxiously. Tell them to climb onto James's back. Hurry. The rat swiftly ascended the diminishing giant's back, enveloping him like a dark cloak. Ah. The agonizing cries ahead grew louder, yet they failed to impede Charles's determined stride. If the bandage was to be believed, the island outside had already sunk below the surface, meaning that if everyone could not escape in time, they would descend into the depths of the ocean along with it. What lay beneath those depths was a realm unfit for human existence. The oppressive humidity enveloped the air. Etched upon every face was a grave expression. However, witnessing their steadfast leader, Charles, sprinting ahead, the crew remained composed. Following the bandage, the sailors darted through the maze, the wails echoing ever closer. Suddenly, Charles made a sharp turn, and before him, a rare expanse of light emerged. In this area, rivaling the size of a football field, lay a grotesque sight. A multitude of naked humans, of all ages and genders, clawed at their necks, wailing in despair, rolling in the muddy waters, resembling the ghastly mural seen earlier on the walls. Surrounding them were hordes of palm-sized black monstrosities, resembling centipedes with spider-like legs. They hovered above the water's surface, encircling the wretched humans, their bodies rhythmically trembling in response to the cries, as though reveling in the agony of mankind. Upon witnessing this horror, Charles's understanding dawned. The tormentors, as the scarred man had described, were indeed here in their lair. As Charles beheld them, the tormentors turned their gaze upon him. Beyond those on the water's surface, more emerged from the mouths of the screaming victims. The tormentors began to advance, intent on incorporating Charles and his crew into their chorus of anguish. They surged forth in droves, resembling a vast, black carpet. Fear etched itself upon every face as Charles swiftly etched a message into the wall. "Bandage, the tormentors are coming. Where's the exit you spoke of?" Yet, in that moment, the bandage vanished from the wall once more. "Damn it," Charles exhaled. Retrieving the thunder short staff from his possession, this was his only relic capable of combating the overwhelming foes. With a crackle, a brilliant arc of electricity surged into the throng of tormentors, arcing between them. However, despair soon engulfed the crew as they discovered that these tormentors exhibited no reaction to the lethal force capable of slaying 1,000. The tormentors pressed closer, crawling up Charles's body and into his mouth. An excruciating pain pierced through him, nearly rendering him unconscious, and involuntarily, he let out a harrowing scream. The other crew members suffered similarly, convulsing in agony. At that moment, Charles spotted the bandage reappearing on the wall. He drew a box and mimicked an opening motion. A box? The mirror box. Trembling, Charles reached for his backpack. Yet the searing pain rendered his thoughts incoherent, instinctively clutching his throat as if to alleviate the torment. "Mr. Charles, I will assist you." Lily's rat swiftly leaped onto James's back, retrieving a mirror box from within. The tormentors seemed to target only humans, ignoring the nearby rodents. A bloodsucker, also in anguish, overcame its fear of sunlight, desperately burying itself in the mud. With a snap, the mirror box was opened by the rats, and a blinding light flooded the space. Under the sun's rays, all the tormentors melted away like snowmen, leaving no trace, and the agonizing pain swiftly dissipated. Gasping for breath, Charles looked towards the bandage on the wall. A thought struck him. How did this entity know sunlight could harm the tormentors? Yet, the bandage graffiti faded once more, its true form emerging from a distant patch of mud. "Captain, over here." Beside the bandage, a hazy white light writhed, a searchlight from the unicorn. That was the exit. As Charles emerged from the muddy opening, the icy sea water enveloped him, instantly washing away the grime. He surveyed his surroundings, realizing that the previous flat-topped island now lay beneath the waves, a good 7 or 8 meters below the surface. He did not surface immediately, pausing at the exit point to quickly account for the crew emerging behind him. Lily, Krona, Deep, one by one, the sailors surfaced. However, Charles soon noticed one was missing. His chief engineer, James, had not yet appeared. When Charles dove back in, he found James standing in place, his expression grim. "What's wrong?" "Hurry. Captain, I'm too big. I can't fit," James replied, despair evident on his face. Charles's heart sank. He realized James had not fully shrunk, and at his current height of 3 meters, he could not escape. Trembling, James handed the purple crystal to Charles, struggling to say, "Captain, please tell my wife. I will love her forever." Seeing James's resigned demeanor, Charles, in frustration, swatted the purple crystal away. "If you want to tell her, do it yourself. How long until you shrink back to normal?" "I estimate 5 more minutes, Captain." "There isn't enough time," James replied, anguish in his voice. "Then we wait 5 minutes. Don't rush. I'll stay with you." Charles retrieved his pocket watch, settling into wait. Time ticked away, and increasingly more seawater surged through the opening. Watching the muddy water rise, Charles finally understood how the swamp had formed. Just as James's height diminished to 2.5 meters, Charles noticed the peculiar exit's edge began to twitch, signaling instability. It was closing. "We can't wait any longer. Hurry," Charles urged, pushing the large man toward the exit. Inevitably, James became stuck. The edge of the exit slowly constricted, pressing inward against his skin. Chapter 87. The armed Charles exerted all his strength to stomp on James's foot, attempting to push him outside, but he was stuck and unable to move. "Get out of my way," Charles shouted as he leapt high into the air, forcefully stomping down on the sole of James's foot. The sound of flesh tearing echoed as a large chunk of skin was ripped from James's waist, propelling him outward. Following closely behind, Charles burst forth, but in an instant, the exit suddenly closed, trapping his left arm tightly. Gritting his teeth, Charles pressed his foot against the wall and tugged desperately, yet he could not free himself. Nearby, James floated, grasping Charles's waist and pulling with all his might. Charles gave him a nudge and pointed towards the water surface, but the large man shook his head vigorously, his hands gesturing emphatically. Charles sensed the surrounding currents growing more turbulent. The island was descending at an accelerated pace. Feeling the mounting pressure around him, he realized that if he did not make a choice soon, the water pressure alone could claim his life. Resolute, he drew out his black blade and forcefully struck the wall. Crimson blood sprayed from the severed limb, and their descent finally halted. When Charles instinctively glanced into the dark depths below, he was astonished to discover that it was not just one island sinking. A dozen similar islands were plummeting rapidly. And beneath them, he discerned a massive, writhing mass of darkness. The size of that shadow dwarfed the island that had ensnared them, which seemed to be merely a finger in comparison. No, perhaps the island was merely its finger. Suddenly, it dawned on him that all these islands were interconnected, each a fragment of that darkness. With a whoosh, a crimson eye emerged from the writhing shadow, soon followed by 2 or 3 more. The whispers in his ears resumed. And without hesitation, Charles squeezed his eyes shut, summoning every ounce of strength to swim upward alongside James. On the deck, the shivering crew, drenched and frozen, anxiously peered toward the surface, worried for their captain and chief engineer. Lily paced back and forth along the ship's edge, tears welling in her eyes. What if something happened to Mr. Charles? Where would I go? No, Mr. Charles will be fine. He is so capable. He will surely be all right. Just as she felt overwhelmed with despair, she suddenly spotted Charles and James supporting each other as they surfaced. Overcome with excitement, Lily leapt into the water. Climbing up the soft ladder, the 2 men, visibly pale, finally returned to the deck. Captain. All the crew immediately noticed the empty space where Charles's left arm should have been. Observing his crew's shocked expressions, Charles opened his mouth to speak. But a large spurt of crimson blood erupted from him. Simultaneously, James dropped to one knee, exhibiting the same distressing symptoms. Everyone was taken aback, hastily calling for a doctor. The physician quickly examined both men, then sighed in relief. You're fine. It's merely decompression sickness from surfacing too quickly. Now, get them to the medical room I've prepared for treatment. In the sterile white medical room, bitter concoctions were administered, and Charles felt the suffocating sensation in his lungs alleviate significantly. Beside him, James lay in a similar state of recovery. Observing Charles's empty left arm, pain flickered across James's face. Captain, I'm sorry. If it weren't for me, there is no need for apologies. The loss was mine to bear. And it was my decision to place you in that position, Charles interrupted, scrutinizing his severed limb. Contemplating, he pondered whether a life was worth more than an arm. Soon, he found his answer. To achieve his goals, he could not rely solely on himself. He needed a loyal crew to share in his tribulations. As for an arm, if it meant escaping this place, that sacrifice was worthwhile. Moreover, the thought of delivering the news of James's death to his wife made Charles feel his choice was justified. It's nothing, it's just a hand, he mused, recalling Richard's sarcastic comment. Shaking his head, he slowly closed his eyes, readying himself for rest. His mind was fatigued. With a loud bang, the doctor burst through the door and approached Charles with an impatient expression. Did you see something? Why is your mental state deteriorating further? A fleeting glance had revealed that the island resembled a limb of something larger. The rules of the abyss. Aren't you the captain? Why are you looking around? One day you will bring about your own demise, the doctor scornfully remarked, handing Charles a cup filled with a bubbling black potion. Charles accepted it and downed the contents, the metallic taste flooding his mouth, yet the fog in his mind began to clear. Feeling revitalized, he placed the cup on the wooden cabinet beside him and said to the doctor, Could you summon the first mate? I have some inquiries. Numerous signs indicated that the first mate was well acquainted with this place. He not only knew the location of the exit but also the means to withstand its tortures. Immune to the labyrinth's effects that could ensnare one within the walls. However, this raised a contradiction. If he understood the dangers, why didn't he warn everyone beforehand? If his intention was to trap the crew, why go to such lengths to save them in the end? The silent first mate soon appeared at the door. In response to Charles's questions, he slowly shook his head. I don't know. I think I've been here before. And stayed for a long time. When I saw you all appearing on the walls. That's when I remembered. Can you recall why you were able to resist being pulled into the walls? And I find it curious. During our first encounter on the first island, those creatures that devour memories captured you, yet they released you. This time, the first mate finally answered. He unwrapped the bandages from his back, revealing a complex array of dark purple symbols etched across his tattooed skin. The twisting script seemed alive. And after only a brief glance, Charles felt dizzy. There must be protection from this. Don't ask me where it came from. I've forgotten. Charles decided against pressing further, knowing that any inquiry would likely lead to the same conclusion. He didn't remember. Do you believe there are clues within his tattoos? Richard suggested. Charles directed his gaze toward the first mate's tattoos, contemplating the implications. Chapter 88. In it, Charles rose from his bed, commanding his first mate to remove all the bandages enveloping his body. As he leaned closer to examine the intricate tattoos, a chilling thought pierced his mind. I am ensnared within this flesh, replaced by a demon. Do not believe his words. The moment he read the first line, an electric shock coursed through him, flooding his mind with myriad thoughts. Yet, casting a glance at the silent bandages beside him, he refrained from speaking and continued to read. Do not trust Ginny. She is not your daughter. Seek nothing. Your current existence is what you once could only dream of. You are called Freud, women, wealth, honor, Now you possess them all, and you are content. Cast aside all else. Never venture to the sea. It holds no answers. Remember, your lifelong goal is to slay Sika. It is he who killed my wife, Ginny. Seek the black crystal. It is said to be highly toxic. Consume it, and see if it serves any purpose. I am weary. I wish to sacrifice all to the omnipotent and omniscient God of fate. Find the light of the ocean. It is what has cursed us. A cacophony of contradictory ramblings filled the bandages, each segment disconnected from the next. Usable information was scant. Apart from his previous name, Freud, the rest were mere nonsensical terms. I have glimpsed these tattoos, yet they are of no use. I cannot recall when they were inked. Charles sighed, acknowledging that if the tattoos contained valuable information, the bandages would not be in such a state. Very well, you may leave, should anything come to mind. Do not hesitate to inform me. Regardless of who the bandages once belonged to, their current identity is merely that of the first mate of the unicorn. Charles retrieved his journal, forcefully marking ins over the coordinates of the recently discovered island. Regardless of whether that island was part of the submerged entity, it certainly bore no useful resources. The island designated for compensation by the king could not possibly be this one. Charles' pen traversed the remaining islands, eliminating 3 that were part of the cod exploration. Only a few islands remained reachable by the current steamship range. As long as a supply point was located, the distant islands could then be explored. Father, why did you intercept my telegrams? No wonder Mr. Charles never responds to me. It turns out he has not received them at all. Dressed in an exquisite white gown, Margaret argued heatedly with Daniel, seated at the long table. The governor of the island, unfazed by the heavens or earth, was now slightly pained. He implored her, must you pose this question at your birthday banquet? Everyone is waiting for you. Why not step out and play with your friends? We can discuss this matter tomorrow. No, this is more important than any birthday celebration. You must have seen the telegrams I sent, right? My daughter, I am doing this for your own good. I cannot allow you to fall into danger. How can you say that? Mr. Charles is my friend. He is not a danger. Veins bulged on Daniel's forehead as he slammed his left hand against the long table, splitting the solid wooden structure in two. His roar echoed loudly enough for the guards outside to hear. Enough. I have made myself clear. I forbid you from associating with him any longer. You come from different worlds. If you persist, do not blame me for sending someone to eliminate that greedy madman. Margaret stared dumbfounded at her father for 3 seconds, tears cascading down her fair face as she bit her lip and fled. Father, I hate you. Daniel watched his daughter's retreating figure, trembling with rage. Glancing around, he seized a bronze statue from a nearby cabinet, squeezing it until it transformed into a crumpled ball. Yet the fury within him remained unabated. Margaret found herself alone in the desolate garden, seated on a bench as she silently wiped her tears. A lady approached slowly. It was her mother, Carita. Understanding her husband and daughter's tempers, Carita had anticipated this outcome. Dressed in an opulent evening gown, she sat beside her daughter. Your father is simply that kind of man. Wait until he calms down to speak with him. We are family. Must this be so unpleasant? I despise him. Pouting, Margaret tugged at the petals in her hand. My dear, today is your birthday. Return to cut the cake. Everyone is awaiting you. Mother, I do not wish to go. Let me be alone for a while. The girl stubbornly turned her head away. Is Charles truly that important to you? Margaret's face flushed as she lowered her gaze, replying, No, I merely wish to express my gratitude to him. Without his assistance, I would not have returned. Seeing her daughter's demeanor, Carita shook her head in resignation. Having been a girl herself, she understood her daughter's feelings all too well. My daughter, I do not know what you think, but you are aware he is a ship captain. You are ill-suited for one another. So what? Our ancestors were also ship captains. If they had not explored the unknown seas, there would be no island today. Alas, you misinterpret my words. You know how perilous such undertakings can be. Do you wish to become a widow at such a young age? Just like Anna? Just as Margaret was about to retort, a gentle cough interrupted them from behind. The two women turned to see a stunning woman adorned in a black hat and veil standing before them, her high-slit, low-cut black silk gown accentuating her curves, exuding an alluring femininity. Carita felt a flush of embarrassment. Overhearing disparaging remarks about someone only for them to appear was undeniably awkward. She quickly stood, saying, Miss Anna, I did not mean it that way. I was merely trying to console my daughter. Mrs. Carita, I understand. I am not offended. Perhaps I could counsel Miss Margaret instead. We are of similar age and share more common ground. Observing her irate daughter, Carita gently nodded and turned to leave. Perhaps it would serve her to know the anguish of a woman who has just lost her husband. With the departure of the woman, the garden fell silent once more as Anna quietly settled beside Margaret. Chapter 89. Prosthetics. Rest assured, I shall not advise you to relinquish your hopes as your parents did. Pray, could you share the tale of that fellow named Charles? How did your paths first cross? Margaret initially hesitated to speak, but after much contemplation, she found herself unable to resist. Once she began, the words spilled forth uncontrollably, recounting every detail of her acquaintance with Charles. As she spoke, her youthful face mirrored the ebb and flow of her emotions, joy and sorrow intertwined, entirely oblivious to the chilling gaze in Anna's dark pupils beside her. After a considerable time, Margaret gradually came to a halt. With a smile, she turned to Anna, saying, "Sister Anna, thank you for your attentive ear. Having shared so much, I feel a great weight lifted from my heart. By the way, have you yet located your missing husband?" Anna cast a sorrowful glance aside. "He has not returned. It seems he is lost to us," she sighed. Noticing Anna's melancholic demeanor, Margaret gently placed her hand on Anna's shoulder, apologizing. "I am truly sorry for touching upon your wound." Anna shook her head, wiping away a tear from the corner of her eye, as if bracing herself against the pain within. "It is nothing. I have grown accustomed to it." Beneath her dark skirt, two tendrils adorned with black filaments slowly extended toward the hem of the girl's white dress. "Sister Anna, could you elucidate the sensation of losing a beloved from your side? Is it a deep ache in your heart?" The tendrils paused beneath the wooden chair, while Anna gazed quietly at the innocent visage of the girl before her. She suddenly tilted her head back, staring into the encroaching darkness. "It is difficult to articulate. Simply put, it is an unsettling discomfort within the heart. Are you certain you truly cherish him, or is it merely gratitude for his rescue?" With a furrowed brow, Margaret twisted the lace of her dress with her pale fingers. "I cannot ascertain if I love Mr. Charles. I only know I long to see him. Very, very much. Sister Anna, you must comprehend this feeling, do you not?" A flicker of struggle danced in Anna's eyes. Yet, Margaret remained oblivious, lost in her own reverie. "Once I come of age, my father shall bestow upon me a grand estate and additional assets. Perhaps I could offer them to Mr. Charles, allowing him to abandon the perils of the sea." Listening to the girl's proposition, a smile crept upon Anna's lips. "You could write to him first. Inquire if he would consent. Who knows, he may gladly come to you." Margaret's brows lifted momentarily before sinking once more. "No, that is not possible. My father would never permit me to contact Mr. Charles again. Fear not. You may entrust the letter to me, and I shall deliver it on your behalf. Mr. Peter has been unwell, and I have been managing his affairs. Conveniently, a fleet of merchant ships is bound for Coral Island." Margaret's beautiful visage registered surprise, quickly followed by excitement as she embraced Anna. "Sister Anna, you are so kind. I have so much to tell Mr. Charles, and I must send him a photograph of myself as I am now." Moreover, Anna's slender arms encircled the girl, gently patting her back as the tendrils receded beneath her skirt. Charles sat silently on the deck beside the anchor winch, his gaze fixed on the navigational buoy drifting slowly away. Though darkness enveloped him, he sensed a shift in the air's scent. When a fly landed on the deck, he realized they were nearing Coral Island. Suddenly, his severed arm lifted and moved independently, Richard's voice echoing in his mind. "If we were to return now, should we not acquire an eagle to accompany us?" "Cease your jest. Losing an arm has significantly diminished our strength. We must devise a means to compensate." "What can be done? The severed hand remains trapped within the wall. Shall we wait for the island to resurface and retrieve it?" "Of course not. I mean, we should seek alternative methods to make amends." Just then, a cacophony of angry shouts erupted from the ship's cabin, the doctor berating someone for pilfering his liquor. Charles rose and strode towards the door, a clever strategy forming in his mind. The doctor possessed precisely what he sought. "What? You inquire about the origin of my prosthetic? Do you wish to acquire one as well?" Charles nodded in affirmation. "I see you have managed it quite well," the doctor said, extending his iron hand for Charles to examine. "It is indeed functional, but rather costly. Can you afford it? And how much might it cost?" "For this hand alone, 3 million. Charles's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated such an exorbitant price for a prosthetic. To put it into perspective, he had purchased the Unicorn ship for only 350,000. Such a small item costing as much as a vessel was astounding. Richard pondered another matter. Despite his disheveled appearance, this old fellow seems to possess considerable wealth. 3 million is a fair price. This is no ordinary prosthetic. Those who crafted it utilized enchanted materials." The doctor explained, peeling away the outer shell of the iron hand to reveal the intricate gears within. Each cog interlocked seamlessly, whirring to life with varying speeds and rhythms as the doctor's hand opened and closed. Charles keenly noted the subtle purple inscriptions that flickered as the gears turned. "I am uncertain how they achieved this, but once fitted, it operates just like a real hand, save for the absence of sensation. If desired, they can even enhance it with additional features." Charles felt a surge of desire. With such a device, his lost arm would no longer be a hindrance. "Upon my return to port, please assist me in contacting them. If possible, I wish to have one fitted." The doctor nodded. "Certainly, provided the funds are in order. They are quite amenable. They typically operate in the western seas, but I recall they have a contact point on Coral Island. Please expedite the process. I am pressed for time." "Pressed for time? How long do you intend to rest upon your return?" "It is uncertain. It depends on the situation with Keat. If they have returned, we shall exchange intelligence swiftly, and then set sail. To survive, one must linger ashore for a while longer. Losing an arm is fortunate. Next time, you may not be so lucky. At that moment, cheers erupted from the deck as sailors celebrated, prompting Charles and the doctor to step outside. The beam of Coral Island's lighthouse swept across the deck of the Unicorn ship, heralding their return to life once more. Chapter 90. A letter. The port area of Coral Island remained unchanged, bustling and chaotic as ever. After parting ways with the crew, Charles, accompanied by Lily, made his way directly to the Bat Inn, where he usually stayed. Despite possessing enough coin to purchase a house in the port area, Charles felt an innate sense that his stay in this place would not be prolonged, rendering any expenditure on housing superfluous. Upon entering the inn, Charles immediately sensed something amiss. The disheveled man who typically manned the front desk had vanished, replaced by a middle-aged gentleman whose attire was starkly incongruous with the surroundings. Clad in a white shirt and black waistcoat, complemented by a neat hairstyle, he bore no resemblance to a port worker. "Mr. Charles, has the Bat Inn changed ownership?" Lily inquired curiously, standing beside him. After a brief contemplation, Charles approached the man. "I require a room for a month, room 303 on the 3rd floor. And please send 2 meals to my room." "Certainly, sir. Your room is already prepared," the man replied with a smile, gesturing for Charles to refrain from payment. "Mr. Charles, there is no need for payment. This inn now belongs to you." "My?" Charles scrutinized the man before him, yet discerned no further information. "Who are you? Who sent you?" "The owner left a letter in your room for you. You will understand upon reading it." Taking the key the man offered, Charles, filled with curiosity, proceeded to his room. Upon unlocking the door, he was astounded to find the decor transformed. The peeling walls had been freshly painted and adorned with classical wallpaper, and the old furnishings had been replaced with exquisite classical-style pieces. A plush woolen carpet covered the floor, and artistic murals graced the walls, rendering the room utterly foreign to him. The most striking change was the left wall, which had been excavated to reveal a fireplace. The crackling fire not only illuminated the room but also dispelled the lingering dampness that had once pervaded the space. Stepping back outside to recheck the room number, Charles confirmed he had not erred. This was indeed his former abode. The lavish decor evoked the ambience of a governor's chamber. "Well," Lily exclaimed, leaping from Charles's shoulder to roll gleefully on the bed. "Mr. Charles, come quickly, this bed is incredibly soft and comfortable." Charles, however, paid little heed to her exuberance. His thoughts consumed by the stranger's words as his gaze fell upon a square envelope resting in the center of the table. "Who in the sea of earth would write to me?" A notion began to surface in his mind, quickening his heartbeat. He rushed forward, tearing open the envelope, from which a folded piece of drawing paper fell out, an image of Anna making a silly face. Charles stared at the drawing for several moments before flipping it over to find some characters inscribed on the back. "Gao Jiming, how are you faring in your search for an exit? Any leads? I have some joyous news to share. I got married. Rest assured, I have not been unfaithful to you." The man's scent is rather pleasant. "I came to check on you while attending to some matters, and I must say, you men are quite uncouth to reside in such a room. I tidied up a bit. No need to thank me, and do not overthink it. This signifies nothing." Charles repeatedly scrutinized the characters on the drawing, and after a lengthy silence, he set it down. His mind was a whirlwind of confusion, pondering Anna's motives. Perhaps binding that man downstairs could yield some clues about Anna. Should we seek her out? Richard's voice was unusually absent of sarcasm. "Are you inclined to pursue this? Don't shift the blame onto me. Your thoughts mirror mine, I presume. The desire to seek her is tangled with the reluctance to do so. What would it matter if we found her? Do not forget her identity, keeping her near us while she consumes others. Can you accept that? Hey, you are Gao Jiming. And so am I. If you can accept it, then so can I." Charles furrowed his brow and exhaled deeply, placing the drawing back on the table. He settled into the leather sofa before the fireplace, instinctively rubbing his temples with his right hand. The plush leather and the warmth of the fire eased his physical fatigue, but did little to alleviate the turmoil within. In his memories, Anna remained his childhood companion. Even now, knowing those cherished memories were fabricated, he could not erase her from his thoughts. Yet, no depth of feeling could overshadow the fact that Anna was a creature of monstrous appetite. After gazing into the flickering flames for a while, Charles finally spoke. "In this illogical sea of earth, do you think there exists a solution?" Richard interjected. "You wish to find a way to revert Anna to her former self? My friend, your imagination knows no bounds. Without even considering whether that tentacled creature would agree, if we were to shift our focus to assist it, what then of our quest to explore the surface exit? Is a woman more significant than returning home?" Charles remained silent, lost in thought. Amidst his mental disarray, a small box on the floor caught his attention, seemingly containing something of interest. He approached and discovered a torn letter within. Bending down, he pieced the envelope together. "Margaret Jane Cavendish, sender, Mr. Charles, recipient, Margaret." Charles recalled the timid girl, innocent as a rabbit. He glanced at the drawing of the silly face on the table and then at the torn envelope in his hands. If Anna had gone so far as to tear this letter, why leave it here for me to find? After a moment's contemplation, he folded the envelope together, biting one end with his mouth while forcefully tearing it, resulting in 4 fragments. Discarding the shreds into the wastebasket, Charles rose and made his way to the washroom. The girl's act of secretly sharing food with the slaves revealed her kind-hearted nature, regardless of what she had written in the letter. He wished to sever any further ties with her. His entanglements in the Sea of Earth were already burdensome enough. He sought no additional complications. Charles's tranquil island life did not endure for long. Nearly half a month after he had resumed painting to clear his mental haze, he spotted the battered exploration ship of the illuminated god at the dock. What transpired? Did you locate a supply point island? Inside room 303 of the Bad Inn, Charles inquired of the pallid-faced coder. As for the exit to the land of light, he scarcely posed the question, given Coder's devout demeanor towards the illuminated god. Had he truly found it, such an expression would be utterly inconceivable. Chapter 91. Keeds returned to port with dark circles under his eyes. Keeds shook his head vigorously. No, they are merely desolate islands. My losses were substantial. What about you? Charles lifted his empty left sleeve. The island I explored was not fruitful either. Irritated, he cast his gaze once more upon the nautical chart spread before them. Only a few remain. And surely one of them harbors a ladder to the land of light or an island used by the king for resupply. Lily leaped onto the map and pointed at the furthest island chain with her foot. Mr. Charles, do you think they could possess a massive ship that doesn't require resupply to reach those islands? Keed, in a fit of frustration, shoved Lily aside. What do you know? That's impossible. Look at the distance between here and there. No steamship of any kind could cover such a vast expanse. Not even the Royal Titan. They must have supply points. Soothing the disgruntled Lily, Charles handed her a pin. Enough of that. Let's select an island anew. As per our usual practice, you go first. Keed marked 2 crosses over the previously circled islands and then drew circles around 2 new ones before returning the pin to Charles. What about this island? Charles asked, tapping on one of Keed's previous selections. That island is peculiar. My ship hasn't returned. Let us set aside these hard nuts to crack and explore the easier islands first. After a moment's contemplation, Charles circled the unmarked island with his pen. Keed was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Charles would choose that island. A smile spread across his wrinkled face. Very well. I admire Captain Charles's courage. Risk and reward are relative. The most perilous places are often the most promising for clues. Let us proceed. Depart swiftly, and do not perish. Just as Keed was about to leave, he was halted by Charles, this time with Richard's intervention. Wait, old man. Do you have any relics with you? Share some with me. The upcoming islands would only grow more treacherous, the stronger his crew, the higher their survival rate on the islands. With a sheep nearby, one should not miss the opportunity to shear its wool. No, my crew requires relics too. If I give those to you, what will they use? Is there no method for the followers of the God of Light to enhance their abilities aside from relics? Richard replied nonchalantly. Anything that enhances strength suffices. Keed hesitated, seemingly weighing his options. Richard approached him with a playful grin, resting his hand on Keed's shoulder. Really? At this point, you're still hoarding? Do not forget, we are all on the same ship now. My enhanced strength benefits everyone. Keed shook his head. That is not the issue. The Church of the God of Light indeed possesses a means to elevate an ordinary person's strength. But there is a prerequisite. One must be a believer. If not, undergoing the ritual would result in being consumed by the sacred fire. Richard remained undeterred. So, there truly are no other methods? After a moment of silence, Keed responded, your crew consists of ordinary individuals. They have not utilized other means to enhance their strength. Have they? No. Very well. I recall having a batch of items that may be of use to you. I shall fetch them. A smirk of satisfaction crossed Richard's face as he mentally communicated with Charles. How about that, my friend? I am quite skilled at shearing sheep. A fool would not take advantage of a bargain. Soon, Charles beheld the items Keed had delivered, bottles filled with writhing, yolk-like substances. This batch was procured from the Sodom auction. Consuming it allows ordinary people to enhance their physique. I misrepresented it as cargo lost at sea, keeping this batch hidden for future explorations. Now, it is yours. Are there any side effects? Charles inquired cautiously. It's not a relic. How could there be side effects? If you doubt me, I can assure you many have consumed such things at sea. With such promising news, Charles instructed Rat to summon all crew members. 12 individuals partook. Even Lily's pet rat received a share. Wow, wow, exclaimed Deep, raising his fist to the air, conjuring a gust of wind. The surrounding crew members tested their enhanced physiques. Kronar, after a brief trial, looked up in astonishment at Charles. Captain, this stuff really works. You should try it. Charles clenched his fists and struck the air. The sound he produced differed from the others. As he swung, he even perceived a hint of an afterimage. He felt a warmth emanating from his fists. With the enhancement from the 096 and TIDES concoction, his strength had ascended to a new level. Not bad. Barely at tier 3, he'd assessed from the side. What determines the combat personnel levels of a warship? It is not determined by any singular factor. It merely serves as a general standard among members of the warship in the Sea of Earth. The quickest way to elevate one's tier is to eliminate those of a higher rank. What tier is the King of Sodom? Charles immediately recalled the corpulent figure he had faced, his most formidable foe. He shook his head. Difficult to say. Typically, his strength is at tier 4. But his kingship is sustained by other means. Other means? Are we speaking of that little girl, or some indestructible ability? The king's physical prowess is tier 4. Defeating him does not imply your strength is also tier 4. Charles pondered this and felt a flicker of interest. Previously, he had concentrated solely on matters pertaining to exploration. He had scarcely considered the hierarchy of the warships in the Sea of Earth. Who is currently the strongest at sea? The governor of Cat Island in the Eastern Sea. Julio possesses tier 15 strength. It is said that he alone can vanquish fleets of over 1,000 men. Upon hearing this, Charles was struck by a question. If he is so powerful, why does he not explore islands? He looked at Charles with a bemused expression. Why explore? Julio already commands the largest island in the Sea of Earth. Why would he seek death? Furthermore, in the quest for unknown islands, he may not fare better than you or I. Charles rapidly recalled the islands he had explored and recognized the truth in TIDES words. Strength, while formidable among humans, might not offer much advantage against the myriad of bizarre entities that roam the sea. Do not concern yourself with those fools. They are ignorant mortals, driven by desire. Mere lowly beasts. Only by discovering the land of light and entering the divine realm of the God of light can humanity attain eternal happiness and tranquility.